to understand every single moving
I'll
and
ask again.
stationary thing on the surface of the Earth.
I'll ask again. Do solid objects fall to the floor at 9.8 meters per second squared? Yes or no?
Well, so that's velocity. Acceleration is meters per
Yeah.
second squared. So no, the answer to that question is no.
Okay. Do solid things fall downwards?
Yes, for the most part, yeah.
Good. Okay, good. When I pour a liquid, does it go downwards?
When you pour a liquid, does it? Yes, it typically goes downwards.
Good.
My liquid goes down.
When I change the state of that water by heating it and turn to a gas, which way does the gas go?
The gas would float outwards at all directions because what would the because be actually?
Good.
So gravity is still keeping it down.
My God!
But it has.
You've already given me the
You
answer.
put
Now I
a
can move
sufficient
on.
amount of kinetic
Okay.
energy into that liquid, which
Just seriously. So we've got three states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. Do they all accelerate to the floor?
yes, they all accelerate to the floor.
Right. Apart from the gas.
Well, they don't accelerate actually, but they're all pulled to the floor.
Apart from the gas, which way did the gas go when it was produced? With the evaporation cycle that we just pointed out.
Can I give my explanation without being muted?
Which
that something I
way
could do?
did the gas go? It's my question. You need to answer it.
Could I give my explanation without getting muted?
Are you going to be able to answer my question?
Yes, I will.
Good.
And I'll
Is
answer
it
it at the
gonna be-
end so I can give my explanation. I will give you a succinct yes or no answer. All right?
Is it going to be which direction the gas went?
It would be an amazing answer to your question.
All right, let's put it like this. It better be, because I'm getting fucking tired of you. So
I
you better.
understand you're getting
do what
fucking
I'm
tired
asking.
of me, man.
You're
All
getting
right.
Tired, you
Fucking
That's
tired
a
of me,
question.
man. So the
getting
answer
tired
to your
of
question
proving
is,
you
and I'll
wrong.
say one or two sentences. Gas, when heated, gains energy. It gains kinetic energy, and these molecules move with kinetic energy.
Which
and
way
so-
do they move?
Okay, I'm going to answer that. I said I'll answer it. Like, I'll give you an amazing answer. And so when a particle of gas separates from its space at all directions, there's the answer to your question. At all directions, because it's expanding. Now, let me finish. The force of
Now you've given
gravity...
the answer. We don't need any more. Thank you.
The force
All
of gravity
directions. That
is
was the
pushing
answer.
this down. Okay, shut up. Shut up. All right? The force of...
Yeah, so it doesn't go down, it just
Shut
goes in
up,
all
mate.
directions. So that's all we need. So, I mean, you're just going to try to, like, steamroll and ramble on until we hopefully forget or something that you already conceded. But, no, not going to happen.
So does gas, when it's expanding, go on forever?
Well, according to James Clerk Maxwell, yeah.
Well, it'll
Does it
reach the
go on
limitation of its volume, which will be a wall, some sort of boundary. That's what'll stop
in a
the gas.
vacuum, right? In a vacuum, in a force with gravity, in a field with
Vacuums have walls, so it'll eventually collide with the wall of the vacuum. Vacuums must be
gravity.
contained as well.
Imaginary fucking
Pressure.
vacuum with no walls, man. Do I have to
Sorry.
play this game?
Imaginary?
Do I have
No. Yeah, no, we don't play the imaginary
Do I
game.
have to play this game?
No, we
Just to
don't
get
play
a
the
simple
imaginary
answer?
game, so you definitely don't have to.
Particles do not go on forever because there are forces acting on them. One of these forces is gravity.
Oh,
Awesome.
yeah, an experiment that
According-
demonstrates it.
Yeah, out of my ass.
Vacuums are not a natural phenomenon.
Why? According to James Clerk Maxwell, I'm just
Vacuums
gonna-
are nothing.
so gases are
The experiment,
distinguished-
I made it up just now.
Government particle.
Shut up,
DJ,
dude.
DJ, shut up. Go ahead, Jedi.
This is stupid. Right. So gases are distinguished from other forms of matter not only by their power of, you're going to love this word, indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large. You can read the rest. It's indefinite expansion, dude. The only thing that stops the expansion would be a physical limitation to the volume, like Heretic was pointing out. You keep saying other forces. Well, at the moment, we're just going to be adding energy to the system, which is going to either accelerate or deaccelerate the path of the gas, change its direction. You're making the claim that gravity does something. This is something we don't observe. If we did observe it, gas would not expand.
We do observe it, right?
So, where do we observe it?
We observe it in the atmosphere.
No, that's the gases expanding in all directions.
So the gases are
Gas
expanding
pressure.
in all directions with a certain amount of energy, right?
Sorry.
But
Sorry,
the
where's
force
energy
of
come
gravity imparts
Where's the
an
energy come
opposite
from?
force on this energy, not
Where's
allowing
the
it
energy
to
come
reach
from?
up to terminal velocity.
Sorry, where in PV equals nRT is G?
Sorry, I didn't realize I had to give a rudimentary, fucking retarded analysis of this situation.
Sorry. do
God, you
understand
fucking upset me.
I don't give a shit. Do you understand what PV equals NRT is? If you don't,
No,
I'll tell
can
you.
you shove it up my ass?
No, but you're going to have to tell me where the G is.
Be respectful, mate.
Can you
Gonna-
shove it up my ass? That's where it is.
No, you're going to have to show me where the G is. That would be the gravity. You're going to have to show me how the gravity affects how we describe and build with gas.
Draw a free body diagram of the molecule.
Yeah, now you're just embarrassed, and now you're going to try and be some kind of a smart ass humorous cunt
No,
to
do
try
it.
to deflect
Draw a
away
free
from the
body
fact that you're
diagram.
being humiliated.
Draw a
Again.
free body diagram of the molecule of gas. What are the forces at play? And what is the best description of how that gas is going to move? And what you'll find...
That will be the kinetic theory of gases, kinetic molecular theory.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And so kinetic theory of gases will explain very well how gas behaves.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So will PV equals NRT based on experiments by Boyle, Gay-Lussac, Dalton?
So
You're going to need
you
a
have a
container.
gas.
Yeah.
You have a gas.
Yes.
Right next to you. You open it. PV, NRT, whatever. It expands, definitely, as you said. Now, imagine this gas, or one of these molecules of gas, because at this point it'll be very not dense. It'll be very spread out. One of these, or a group of molecules of this gas, reaches the atmosphere. Draw a free body diagram at that point and see what you find. What is the best way to predict
reaches the atmosphere. You're an idiot. Reaches the atmosphere.
Oh, I'm sorry. It approaches the lithosphere at exactly 3 meters per second squared. Ooh,
Just
sorry.
the gas. It's just gas, dude.
Sorry,
The
man.
atmosphere is
I
no
forgot.
different from the gas. You're just fucking idiot.
You're making me rightfully pissed off, man. You should have said it approaches the atmosphere.
I know we've
at
got
3
this.
meters per second.
There we go. Just get it all out, sunshine. Go on, keep going.
What a wanker.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm a wanker, man.
Well, now you're just displaying yourself to be intolerable. What, you're trying to mimic me? I'm trying to point something out to you. You don't like the fact that this is humiliating for you. So what, you've got to mimic me? You're an
There's
idiot.
a certain level of idiocy that I can tolerate.
he's doing pretty
and
well,
I'm reaching
actually.
my critical mass here.
Yeah. Well, I
fine.
mean, I don't know how you can tolerate yourself then.
I love myself. That's why I jerk off like 2 times a day.
I mean, you're the biggest idiot in the
No.
room.
Okay, come on, stop talking about that kind of shit, man. Let's refocus. Everybody, take a breath.
So do you guys blame the falling of objects on relative density, or
We already
It's
went
not-
over this, so how about we do a new question with you? What did
Yeah,
he
why do
say that you thought was... Yeah, you said he was doing well. What did he say that was doing well?
huh? No, I just think he's been doing well in general.
Yeah, with
No,
what?
he's-
What did he say? What points did he land? Name anything.
Points did he land? No, I just think he's holding his
Yeah.
own pretty well.
You don't
Yeah,
know
that's
what
right.
he did right.
You
dude.
don't need to come after me and attack me. What,
Yeah,
what points
that's
did he
right.
make that was good? You're defending
Yeah,
me.
you're
What
like-
points,
you're
what,
like
what
that.
points did he make that was
You're
good? Tell me, huh?
like that.
Tell me. I just said
Avery,
he was doing
shut
good.
your
It's not that
fucking
deep.
hyper ass up, dude. Why don't you do that?
Hyper ass up.
Yeah, you're fucking getting all energy for what? What points did he make that was interesting to you that you thought he was doing well with,
All
sir?
I said, right? All I said.
I
You
don't give a
ready?
fuck
Do you
what
have
you
your
said.
ears on? Do you
Answer
have
what
your
I
ears
said.
on? Are your ears on?
What did I
right?
just tell you? What did he say?
You
that
asked
was
me
so
what good point he
awesome?
made, but I never
Yeah, what?
claimed that he made a good point, which you would know if you had ears.
Then did
You
you just
thought-
turn
Are
on
you
your
aware
mic,
of
your
this?
your headset right now?
I
and
just said he
listen to
was
him?
doing pretty well.
How do you
That's
know that?
all I
What is
said.
what is the
How do
standard
you
for your basis?
extrapolate?
What is the standard
Oh
for
my
basis
God.
of him doing well, Avery? What?
Circular reasoning for the last 2.5 hours.
What's your standard that you think he's doing well? Bye.
Sounds like mindless cheerleading, Avery.
He left.
Why do I seem to miss all the fun?
I don't know. Lur guy was just being a bit obtuse with Jedi.
Well,
You
I
guys are
would
having
like
a
to
party
say
in here?
that
Or what? Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah. I would like to say that what we were talking about with gravity, we can demonstrate what we're talking about. So anybody can, do the egg in the salt water or the apple in a pail. Anybody who's, above like 5 years old can, play with a rubber ducky and figure this shit out. Ice, iced tea. I mean, if anybody has another claim of what makes things go up or down, and they can demonstrate it with science rather than describe it with math, because we don't care about stories, right? We don't care about your stories, whether you write it in English or Mandarin or math. Like, we don't care about stories. We want demonstrations, right? That's the whole point of the experiment. Like, hey, look what I did. You try.
Hey, what's Eggshells on about? He's feeling froggy today? He hadn't got his daily shellacking? Fuck is he on about in the text? Radius of the flat earth. What's going on here? What's up with that guy?
You'd have to listen to him. He's come up with something new, he thinks.
Oh, did he present it to you guys? Because he's
He
in the
presented it
text
to me.
talking stupid shit right now.
Well, give him the mic. You're done with the other guys. I'll let you guys continue. Thanks.
Were you doing something, Larry? I don't know. Did
No,
we
I was
interrupt
not.
you?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
not at all. Please continue. I know that you got limited time.
No, actually, I'm not tonight. I'm off. I was gonna do an
okay.
X show.
Well, then
I was gonna do an X
Do
show
an
tonight, but
Eggshells expose right now. Do it.
I don't even know. He's not even in here. He said he's gonna be in here. He's gonna come in a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know. He's just
He's saying that we do know the radius because of the circumference. So the equator gives us the 24,901. But he's going to give it to you in nautical miles to confuse you. But that equator is where we get the radius. I'm like, no, you're equating the measurement of the equator to the radius of a sphere. Like, you can't do that. And he said, well, we can test for it. I was like, okay, how do we test for it? Well, you'd be taking a right turn if you were going around flat Earth that has a North Pole center. And he said that you could use something objective like a mountain, and if you see the mountain sliding to the left as you're making the right-hand turn, that's what he was saying. His argument may have gotten better over the past couple days, but that's the gist of it.
Well, he's not in here. I'll as soon as he comes in or whenever I see him, I'll jump on his case. But were the red mics in here? I know DJ Particle Board because he's annoying. But awesome dude, is there anybody else objecting to Lure Guy getting unmuted again? I like when they run from the chat. That's even better. Red mics are okay, but when they run from the chat, that's the best.
Unmute anybody you want to, mate. But it's going to be on you.
All right, I'll take the blame.
Yep, you'll have to babysit.
I'm not in here with them. They're in here with me. All right, awesome dude. Are you there?
What?
Hey, so you think the Earth's a globe, huh?
Yeah.
All right, what's your evidence for it?
I mean, I don't even need evidence. You could just look at the 24/7 live stream.
You
He saw
don't
it
need
on TV.
evidence for your claim. Okay.
Well, there's tons of evidence, and I've given you as evidence before, and you've said it's
Before.
wrong. So
Okay, so I just got here, and I don't know you from Adam. So can you present your evidence to me?
I'm not gonna do this again because you guys did it last time and just started arguing and could not accept that it's just facts.
Okay, so you don't want to
Also, you
present
guys got
evidence?
the ideal gas law wrong. You guys realize that, right?
No,
It
you
describes the
don't
behavior
understand.
of gas in an ideal
Okay, so if you
situation.
don't listen, if you don't understand what evidence
Oh.
is and how to present it, that's fine. I can go to somebody else. I
What
want the
makes-
person. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, sorry, Alpha. It's because he said something, and I want to address it. I
Yeah, go ahead.
apologize. You said we got it wrong. What makes a gas non-ideal?
A gas is ideal at a pressure of 1 atm and 273 Kelvin.
Cool. So what makes gases non-ideal?
If they're not those conditions.
Yeah. So if there's an extreme pressure, an extreme temperature. You understand that oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide can and are treated as perfect gases, right? Ideal.
273 is 0 degrees Celsius, dude.
That's
Like,
lovely.
that's
Would
freezing
you like the citation? Oxygen, nitrogen, the gases that we breathe can be treated as ideal gases. The only times that they can't is when they experience extreme temperatures and extreme pressures. That's
Do you
it.
need a,
No
do you
one's
need a
got anything
citation,
wrong.
awesome dude? Hey, Pac,
What?
you're hot micing, brother. You need a citation? Because Jedi has a citation for you. You need one?
I don't need a citation, dude.
Yeah, to show
I
that
have
you
a
don't
credential
understand
for
what
this.
You
Like,
do have a credential. What's your credential, sir?
I passed my AP chemistry exam. That means I understand how ideal gas laws work.
Oh, excellent. So our atmosphere, as you would think about it, is not an ideal gas.
I know the atmosphere is not an ideal gas. I'm not arguing that.
Okay.
But you guys, how can you apply the ideal gas law if you know it's not an ideal gas?
Already gone through this with you. You've just explained it to you, the difference between non-ideal and ideal gases. I'm just trying to find a citation from a fucking physics book so you understand as well. Give me a minute.
So, Mr. Credentials, so you think the Earth is a globe based on what? You didn't want to present any evidence, but you're now a credentialed person. I think the burden would be heavier on your shoulders versus a layman, wouldn't it, Mr. Credentials?
I said I have a credential
are you gonna
because
chicken out? Are you gonna chicken?
no,
All
I
these people who are laymen in here look up to you, dude. Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Show them you got what it takes to stand on all 10 toes and tell us how you know there's evidence. Because they're looking up to you. They always tell us, well, I'm not a scientist. And here's a Mr. Credentials here who doesn't understand. Or I don't know, maybe a coward and wouldn't want to
I
present
said I
evidence?
have a credential because I've gotten the score on a college board exam.
Excellent. So you're knowledgeable. I'll give you that. Now go ahead and produce evidence for the Earth being a globe.
I gave you evidence.
Evidence? No, you haven't done that yet. Not to me.
I gave you video evidence.
Where?
look
I
what
didn't get
the-
anything from you.
Peer-reviewed
talking to other
paper that
people.
you yourself submitted.
Why are we talking over this other guy?
I
want
said
his evidence,
just search
not
up
yours,
the
Blind.
NASA live stream.
Search
like
up
that's
the
that's
NASA
video
live-
evidence.
It's not my burden. It is yours. And if you think that's evidence, then how can you present that as being something to tell me that the Earth is a globe by looking at something?
Do you think videos and photos are not evidence?
Why are you giving me questions? All I need is for you to present evidence, as it were, if you're presenting to me how you know the Earth is a globe.
Well, I
If this
can't
is your
link any.
strongest-
I'm not able
What?
to link anything.
What do you want to link, sir? If there's
Well, you
something
said
you're
you
trying
want
to link,
the video evidence, right? Like
No,
it's
no, I
my
didn't.
responsibility to procure it.
I don't want. I said if you have anything as evidence, is that all the evidence you have? Is videos?
No, I know more, but I
What's
said, I
more?
tried
What's-
arguing about this previously, and you guys
not
just
we're
refuted
not-
it.
Awesome. It's not an argument. It's you presenting something and us examining your evidence. That's all it is. We're not. After I examine, I probably might argue, but not the moment you're presenting. I don't know what you're going to present. Is it just going to be the videos?
Well, as of now, yeah, because
Okay, so you're going to show me videos, and then I'm going to show you videos of an 80-foot gorilla climbing a tall building and swatting airplanes. That means that he exists, just like the video you're going to present to me. Video for video. That's
well, it's
a
an
low standard.
unedited video.
Okay, so mine's not edited too.
Wait, you said a guy climbs up a building and
No,
swats
a
an airplane.
gorilla. An 80-foot gorilla climbing a building, swatting airplanes. You're
Are
gonna
you
show me
sure
your-
that's
Yeah, sure.
no?
Yeah. That's my evidence. You got video evidence. I got video evidence. We're good. We're gonna put both video evidences together, and then we're gonna switch evidence. Mine for my 80-foot gorilla, and you for your Earth being a globe.
But a gorilla
Yeah.
is not proof of the Earth being flat. Like that's
Yeah, but a gorilla that's,
that's
80
irrelevant.
foot. Yeah, a gorilla that's 80 foot, according to everybody that's in here that's got two brain cells to rub together, does not exist. But according to you, that's all I need for a standard of evidence. This to do
Yeah,
that.
because if you've
Yeah,
shown
there you go.
unedited video of an 80-foot gorilla, that means obviously there is an 80-foot gorilla, but there's not.
Your low standard of presenting evidence is trash, dude.
Ooh,
You
I saw
obviously
it.
someone as academia, someone in academia should have better, so should do better. I don't understand how somebody as educated as you are does this poorly on trying to present evidence. It's shameful, really. You're just gonna give me a video of something that I can see myself from a video standpoint, but with no way to verify whether or not that location exists. I just have to take your word for it or the video's word for it. And Bob's your
Because
uncle
you
afterwards, right?
can't.
We're all
it's
good.
n- But it's not like CGI or edited or anything. That's why
Really?
it's
Well, how do you know that? What? Did you
because
run
it's
it
a
through any-
live stream. You cannot actively
Really?
edit a video.
Oh,
That's
come
Oh, it's
on.
a live stream. Oh,
Yeah.
I get it. The live
Listen,
stream is
dude,
everything.
listen, I was
And
doing
you realize
live.
it's been live
Excuse me,
for like
excuse me,
over
excuse me.
10 years. You think they've been
Okay,
actively
alright.
editing
Can I
it for
interrupt
10
here?
years?
Can I
Each
interrupt here?
frame?
I want to interrupt there. I've been doing live streams since 1987 on the Video Toaster. Okay, it was brought out in 1987. You look that up on your wiki. Okay, 1987 was introduced in 1987, officially for 1990. It still does your PCs, so I can bring a demo out of it and it does your globe. So I will for you, like I did last time. Okay, just wait.
I don't know. What are you talking about, dude? Because it sounds like I don't know what side you're for.
Okay,
You know?
it was a video toaster that does NASA's globe. Okay,
Yeah,
in
NASA's globe, okay.
1987. Okay. Yes,
And
1987.
does that
Live
mean you're-
video
does-
feed.
Yeah,
It's live.
I know. Constantine, are you saying that the Earth is a globe based on the video?
No. I'm saying that did NASA's globe.
Hold on, somebody's interrupting him. Somebody's interrupting. I don't know if he's for or against the globe, so I'm
Yeah,
trying to get
I'm gonna clear
Against
that
the
up right
globe.
now.
I've been against the
I'm gonna
globe.
clear
since
that up
then.
right now. This guy's trying to debunk the other guy's stuff. I know this video toaster thing, so just hear him out, Alpha. He is on our side. He's trying to, yeah. So go ahead.
I don't know, so I don't know.
Okay,
this
what
guy.
I'm saying, the Video Toaster has been doing, and before the Video Toaster with the Amiga, live video feeds, and they can do a live video feed with a rendering of the globe. So he says you can edit live video feeds. Yes, the Amiga could do that, and it still beats the PC / Mac because they're the same thing. It's like above is below. They're different, but actually they're the same. That's why they got rid of the Amiga, because it was totally different and a lot better. I'll give you a video.
Does the academic person know this?
No, they don't know because you guys even haven't heard of the Amiga, and I've been telling the Flat Earth people this, and it's like a gem. So I'll present the demo, and it's shortened because it was a little bit too long. It was like 15 minutes, and it's shortened just to show Copernicus, and then it goes to the globe, and then it goes to another one with Kiki Stockenheimer, another globe, but it shows both of the globes, the one they're actually using. It's hilarious, and it shows NASA with a military person in the NASA background of Hangar AE, so the military knows about it too. Okay.
Yeah, either side. I don't know. I've never heard this argument, so it's a fresh perspective. So just can you post that in the text channel?
I can tell you about one that you
Either way.
already know about. I think you know about League of Legends, Alpha.
Yeah, League of Legends, is that the
Nice.
video game?
So they did multiple music shows and concert or spectacle, and they live broadcast the show with a dragon flying above people using just augmented reality. So you see a dragon flying above people in that stadium, and the scene, and just landing in the scene, and the shadow of that dragon also casted on those people.
Yeah, thanks, Necros. I think Constantine put that link in the text channel. But awesome, dude. So there's a refutation for at least live streams can be augmented. So
But how? How would they have edited this like
That's not the-
constantly for 10 years?
awesome. Listen, he's talking about 1987. But even if that was the case, things can be done during the process. Like you're trying to make it sound like it's
It's
an infallible
impossible.
process. It's an infallible process that he
It's
cannot.
impossible to edit
No,
each
dude,
and every
how do you-
frame.
What is your standard
Awesome,
for
dude.
this? Do you
Sorry,
know all
Alpha.
the ways that people can video edit, dude? Because I don't think you can. There's been something that's been posted in the text channel that is antithetical to what you're saying.
In text chat at 14 past the hour is a snapshot of your live stream from the 6th of the 11th. So it's only a couple of days ago. That's a snapshot of your live stream. Please have a good look at it. Look at the stitch lines. Now you're telling me this is live. If this is live, why do they need to stitch the globetard together? Wouldn't they just film it?
I don't know. That
Yeah,
might be
this-
like a camera issue or something. I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
the NASA video shows it doing it live, and they edit it live. This thing's true 48-bit. You only have
Where's
a
your proof that's edited live?
They do it edited live. They show it doing it live. It's a video toaster. You don't have anything like it. Okay. You buffer. This thing doesn't buffer. There's no cache.
I mean,
And the
so what is
video
your
demo was your globe.
awesome, dude? What is your I guess because you didn't bring anything to the table saying that it is true and it cannot be faked. What did you bring to the table that it cannot be faked? Because they're showing right now that it can be.
I'm
Because
saying this is fake. I'm saying this is fake. This whole thing is fake because but the
do you
video
not,
showing it
wait,
actually
hold on,
doing
you
it.
guys not trust NASA?
What?
You guys
What'd you
think?
say?
Are you guys thinking NASA is a lie? Like,
No,
I know
no,
it's
no,
a-
no, no, no. Wait. No, what was in question is the live stream video that you said you were going to present as evidence, and now there's some
yeah, because
information
experts can verify that it's an
here.
unedited
Wait a
video.
minute. Wait. What experts? Now you're adding another layer to your evidence was that there's video live stream. That was your evidence. Now there's experts added on top of the video evidence. Now
Yeah.
where are the Okay, so where are the experts? Can you post them in the live stream so we know that it's going hand in hand
I
with
can't
the story?
post anything. You guys don't want me.
Wait a
saying-
minute. So you're saying you can't post anything, which means you do not have evidence.
No, because I don't have the ability to. I don't have permissions.
What do you mean you don't have permissions to put things in the chat, in the text chat?
No, I don't have any permissions.
All right. Can we give this guy? Is there any way to get him to get like some posting permissions? I'm curious if he's got not just video evidence but also experts that are speaking on the video being true. I mean, I think it's worth a look. Or should he just hand the information to somebody else? How do we do this in here? I'm not too familiar with this stream.
All right, he should be able to text again. Don't waste it, son.
All right, awesome, dude. Post the experts that are gonna detail that the live stream footage is true.
I mean, experts there, yeah, like videographers, people who have expertise in editing.
that are talking about those live streams from NASA specifically. That those are actually true.
There's like tons of there's
Awesome, dude.
tons of
No,
like,
no.
you can just search it up.
I don't care about tons, and I don't care about searching it up. Now the burden is on you because there's evidence of information showing that they can be faked. I need you to present your experts that are going to show that the video from NASA, the live streams, is not fake. That's what you made a claim of. So I need that evidence right now.
I mean, I just need a quick Google search. Like, there you go.
A quick Google search.
Yeah.
That means you didn't have the information on hand, or you don't know where it is.
Do you not know that experts verify that?
No. You're just making a claim that's baseless. Awesome, dude. You don't have the information on hand, do you?
No,
Okay,
I could just
so
quickly
that means,
Google
sir,
search and
no,
find
I
tons
let
of
you-
videographers.
No, awesome, dude. I let you answer. So the important part about what I'm doing right now is I'm exposing you to the audience that you are a liar and a fraud, sir. You said you had experts to verify that the video from NASA is true, and you don't have that.
Who are you
Now-
exposing me to? Your flat Earth friends?
It doesn't matter. We have a live stream on 24/7 and it's being recorded. Everybody that's listening to will play this recording back and be able to listen to how you said you had evidence that the live streams are true. Now you said you had experts. And on top of that, I asked for the evidence and I allowed you to post it in the text channel, which you did not do. You said, let me Google it, which means you did not have it on hand. So now you are a liar and a fraud.
Well,
So you
the
don't have-
majority, the
don't have it-
majority of the world believes the Earth is round. You guys
I
are the
don't care.
minority, so
I don't
you're
care. You know what
exposing
a
me to
belief-
your friends.
Awesome, dude. You know what a belief is? That's acceptance without evidence. That's what a belief is. Look it up. Acceptance without evidence.
No,
which is what I was asking for.
Look, I've literally taken a physics class, and I've proved
Oh,
it's
really?
part of the class to prove that the Earth is round.
So
and
physics
I just
and chemistry. You said you had you had some credentials in chemistry, right?
well,
Isn't
I
that
mean,
what you said?
okay. Do you think
You're
a
credentialed
college
in
board
chemistry.
score counts as a credential or not?
I don't care what you say is what I'm going to take because I don't know what you've done or what you haven't done. So if you say you have chemistry credentials and now a physics class on top of that, you're adding something to your repertoire. So now we have chemistry and physics, and Mr. Chemistry and Physics has no evidence that the Earth is a globe except for a live stream video, and you said it cannot be faked. Obviously, there's information by Constantine that proved you were wrong, and you said I have experts And on top of that, allowed you to post your experts in the text channel, which you did not do. You said, let me
Dude,
Google
I can like go through my old notes or something. I just don't remember everything from my class.
it.
It's
So that
like,
means that you're lying until proven innocent. You
no,
have
that
to,
doesn't mean I don't have
Yes,
evidence.
it
I can
is.
go through my notes again if I want.
Okay, then go through your notes, come back to the channel, and then present it. Because right now, you don't have shit. You have only your words, and your words don't mean anything.
But you
because
don't
didn't
have
back
shit
them up.
either. Everything you've said, every physicist ever has like refuted.
Yeah, those
I've
are
With
those are
evidence.
more words.
So you
those
don't
are
have
more
shit
words.
either.
You are multiplying words now without any evidence to back any of your claims up. So I don't believe you now because I gave you the chance to make me a believer in you, and you didn't do that. You failed. You showed me that you're nothing but a liar and a fraud.
No, you
So-
did not give me a chance to make you believe. I know
Okay,
for a
then
fact you
go-
would never change your
Awesome,
belief.
dude. Awesome. No,
It's
it's not about
because-
that. In this argument, the only thing you have to do is produce evidence of your claim. So you can right now go and look for that evidence, come back, and then we'll have a discussion once
Okay,
again.
well then, wait, hold on. How about you prove me that a NASA live stream is fake? Because
I don't
this
need to.
ditch
The
is not
gentleman-
enough proof.
The gentleman already told you. The evidence is in the text channel that proves that what you're saying is not true. That video
isn't
footage,
proof.
live stream footage cannot be faked, is what you said, and that was evidence that it can be. Also, Necros
It's
came
because
through
it's
and
not
said that you can have
Premiere. It's a live
augmented-
stream.
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference, dude. He even said that. It doesn't make any difference. Necro said it as well. You can have
Okay,
a
I have
live
a
stream and have
question then.
augmented reality. No, you need to go and search for the evidence that you said you were going to bring to make your point clear. Right now, you don't have that. So you got to go and search for evidence, then come back while we talk to somebody else.
But
Like
how
your
could he
guy.
possibly think that someone at NASA is actively
I
like
don't need to
editing a
answer your
live stream
questions.
every
I
single
don't need to
frame
answer
every
your
day?
questions.
Excuse me.
I don't need to
I've
answer
been
your
approached
questions.
by every Mason since I was 5. They are Masons. They know me. They know my family. And the irony is that you worship the elite, and they are taught that it's a flat plane underneath a dome. And that's what they're taught. So stop worshiping them, because they teach you it's not. I'm taught since I was 5 that's a flat plane underneath the dome, among other things. So just stop worshiping the elite and open your eyes, okay? Just give it up.
Go ahead, Jedi. You want to?
Oh no, you're fine. Sorry, was I mumbling in the background? I do apologize.
Oh, I thought you were gonna come in. Awesome, dude. Go look for your evidence. Present it in the text. You have the permissions. I think Matrix gave you those permissions. And once you do, we'll discuss those. Until then, you are a liar and a fraud, sir. So let's see if somebody else. How about Beyond? Have we talked to him? He's red mic. Beyond, are you there? Beyond?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Hey,
You
so
doing?
do you think that the Earth is a globe?
I used to think the Earth was a globe, but now I don't really care if it's flat or not. But I'm more towards the flat Earth now.
All right. I don't know why you were muted. Maybe you just were a bit belligerent or something. Who knows? All right. We got Lur guy in the chat. Lur guy, you were muted. I know why you were muted. But do you think that the Earth is a globe? And if you do you have any evidence to support your claim? I give everybody a chance, Lur guy. Everybody has a fair shake. If you're able to do it, do it. If not, that's up to you. Do you think that the Earth is a globe, Lur guy? Nothing from Lur guy, huh?
What's up?
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Just taking a piss. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to assume so.
All right,
Based
what
on all
is
the available evidence?
what? Don't go through like 10 different things. Just give me one. What's the strongest evidence you have for the Earth being a globe?
One of the strongest evidences for me is probably the pictures and the videos.
Okay, so pictures or videos? Which you think is better? Videos?
I guess videos, yeah.
Okay. If you've seen a video that makes it look like the Earth is a globe, what is the altitude above the Earth's surface at which that video is taken from?
I have no clue.
Okay, so geometry is not being able to be verified by you based on mathematical data. So how do you know that the Earth is a globe based on what you see.
It would be some pretty hard geometry to pull out there.
Well, no, it's not the hard geometry. It's that you don't know it. Period. No
Yeah,
mathematics are involved.
I failed geometry in
I,
8th grade.
I know, but that's not the point. The point is that there's information that would claim the Earth is a specific size.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
If you look at a picture or video, you could you'll show like a
What?
continent in North America. You don't see other continents in these very clear pictures and videos. The only geometry that I know purports to that, in which you cannot see, which we know China exists, in which you cannot see a certain portion of the geometry, is a sphere or some sort of 3D object, not any 2D physical flat plane.
Okay. So you see continents, therefore Earth globe. Yeah?
Yeah, you when NASA takes pictures or videos, you see only certain continents or certain sides of the Earth, and only 3D shapes have that ability. Anything that is 2D would show all which is pertaining to the geometry at one look.
Are all continents proportional to every other map that's been presented to you?
Just proportional? No.
Yeah.
Some maps are projections and such things.
Right. But whenever you see videos from space showing the continent sizes, are they proportional to the exact size of the Earth?
Well, they're proportional to
The
your
landmass?
perspective.
What does
but
that
that's
mean?
not its actual perspective, right?
So it's not the size that we're being represented on those videos then. It could be different sizes.
Sure. I mean, if you look at the video, the size of the Earth is apparently 3 inches long, right?
No, that's not, you know what I
'Cause it's a
mean.
video.
Comparing it to what do you? Because that's the other thing. What are you comparing it to? I asked you because you didn't know the math at which the altitude was where the picture was taken.
Sure.
I
I,
think
mean, it's
that's-
probably variable.
Well, that's important though, Lur guy. You have to have some type of mathematics that accompany the visual. You should be able to represent it in a way that you can tell me at what altitude is being taken. Then you can match that up to the size of the Earth, which would be like known by you because you know that the Earth is a certain size. It's not. You can't say things like, "Well, the Earth's too big" or "the Earth's too small." You
Mhm.
have to say a specific number to the size of the Earth
Well,
that is known.
I am using mathematics in this case. It may not be a mathematics you're familiar with because it's not numerical, but it is mathematically proven that if you take one side, or if you look at one side of a 3D object, there are going to be portions of this object which are not visible from this side. This is probably in topology, but it is a proven fact that we know about mathematics.
Okay, but
It's not a
nothing to do-
numerical fact.
But that's nothing to
it's-
deal with the Earth. What's in contention right now, whether or not the continent sizes are proportionally the same. To say that you can see a specific amount of continents on the side of the Earth being a globe, versus when the continents are much larger or smaller, depending on whatever size you think they are, to the size of how many continents you can see on a globe that you think is a sphere.
Well,
Because
this
here's
is the
the- here's the-
conversation that you want to have. You're talking about the proportionality. I'm talking about the basic fact that you cannot see China if you're looking at the opposite side of this object.
Yeah,
right?
but
Why
we're
can you not
talking-
see China?
We're not talking about that because you're only looking at
that's-
one aspect of the conversation. But you still have to face the facts that you don't know the size of the Earth right now, right? Is that correct? You don't know the size of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the number.
Right. But don't you think, as somebody who believes that the Earth is a globe, should know that information?
I mean, do you believe that your car can run in the morning?
Yeah. Don't ask me a question.
Oh, no,
just
no, no.
respond
This is
to what I
this
said.
is directly. This is
No,
directly.
this isn't a
analogous.
response. This is an evasion tactic. It's what
Well,
people
I'll-
do when they
I'll
don't
go
want to
back
answer
to it.
questions.
I'll
Yeah,
go back to
it.
the question if you just answer
Yeah,
one of my
please do.
questions. And
No, I
I'll show
don't
you.
because you need. It's not conditional. It's for you
So-
to know. You need to answer the
Okay.
question that I've given you. It's not conditional on basis of whether I answer one of your questions. Just
So
answer my
repeat-
question.
Repeat your question and I'll answer it.
See, this is the reason why I think you guys cannot follow a train of thought. Is because you derail the train of thought to this other non sequitur that didn't need to be asked.
I'll get back on track. I'm sorry. I went off.
It's not
track.
the listen. All right, so just pay attention. If you're
I'm
telling me
paying perfect
that
attention.
if you're telling me that the size of the Earth needs to be understood as we
Mhm.
can only see China from another side of the Earth, I'm telling
Well,
you.
No, I never said anything about the size of the Earth. You asked me about the shape of the Earth. That's
Yeah,
the
you
only
don't
thing I've
know-
answered
listen,
to.
okay, so there's a couple of things that are involved, right? Shape, size,
Mhm.
all that stuff. It's all it's congruent. It's all this like it's
No,
you're gonna
these are not
yeah,
congruent.
Yes,
No.
yeah, it is because you're gonna one thing leads to the other. If you tell me that you know the size and it's a specific type of shape, then that size and shape have to be understood to be something, right? Like
You could
what is
deduce that something
what
is
is-
of a particular shape without knowing the exact size of it.
yeah, but you have to know the size if you're telling me what it looks like from a specific altitude.
No,
Because you can't.
I
if
never said
told you-
anything about a specific altitude.
Yeah, I did.
I just mentioned
You
the
didn't say that. I
videos.
did. You did. Yeah, because the
Well,
videos.
then you're trying to put all your junk of your argumentation onto my
Okay,
argument.
Lurgai,
When my
listen-
argument is a lot more resilient
No,
than yours.
it's not resilient. It's redundant.
Mhm. No,
Because
it's
you
resilient.
didn't get. It's redundant. You didn't give any information of how you know that the Earth is a specific size to know that the altitude
I never
at which
said
these.
anything about size.
I know. Would you shut up? You're derailing. So
I'm
if
sorry
you're
that you
telling,
feel that
if you're
way.
derailing,
Sorry
so you're
that you feel
telling
that
me, dude, you need to shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
You don't need to be sorry. Just fucking clam up for that's
I
5
don't- I don't-
seconds.
I don't know what
Clam
you're
the
saying,
fuck up,
Brittany.
lord guy. So if you're
Sorry,
at a
man.
specific altitude, god damn it, just shut the fuck up. So if you're specific altitude above the Earth's surface and you know the size of the Earth, you would know what the Earth looks like in regards to how it would be represented taking a live stream image. You know, if they're taking a live stream footage or taking photos or whatever it is, you'd be able to tell me that this is exactly what the Earth should look like at that specific altitude, which number one, you don't know the altitude. Number two, you don't know the size of the Earth. You don't know any of these things that should be applicable to the data that would support the evidence that the Earth is that specific size from that specific altitude. You don't know any of that because the curvature of the Earth, according to you, is able to be witnessed at whatever they're taking a picture of. And your only argument that you're saying is that we can't see China when we're looking at North America. That's all your argument is. It's super redundant. It has nothing to do with you knowing the size of the Earth or the shape thereof. So all we're dealing with are your feelings.
Yeah. So if you look at a ball from one side,
I don't
you
give a
cannot
fuck.
see the
I
other
don't give a
side.
fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
then you're not willing to argue. I won.
No, no.
You
No,
lost.
you won what?
Sorry.
You won a
You
Cracker
conceded,
Jack
man.
prize.
You don't give a fuck about my points. You can.
Yeah, your points are shit. Nobody talks about not seeing China, you fucking absolute retard. Nobody's talking about not seeing China. We're talking about the size of the Earth. We're talking about the altitude at which those images were taken from, or the video footage, whatever you want to go with. And you don't know either of those, which would substantiate at least that you have knowledge of how the curvature should look like from that particular place they took the photos from, or the live stream footage. So you don't know that relevant information. So your argument, like I said before, is redundant. So do you have anything else? Because if your whole argument is based on you can't see China, you're not worth the conversation. You're basically a low tier globe Earth believer. That's it. That's all you have, man. You're low tier.
Okay. Yeah, I'm low tier, man, for sure.
Very.
So just so you know, Alpha, just to put this in perspective for everyone, at a distance of 250 miles elevation, in order for you to look straight down and see both the United States and China, which is a distance of 7,297 miles approximately, you would need an angular view of 172.16 degrees.
When I look at pictures of Earth, I can't see China. Therefore, it's
Yeah,
a ball.
you're a fucking dude. You got
I don't know why you're so angry.
you
at me,
got
man.
rocks in your brain right now. Their pebbles
Yeah,
are just
I'm-
rolling around in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
slow.
you-
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, no, I know. So
I'm aware that I'm slow.
knowing being fully aware of that,
Yeah, I
you
try
just
to
clam up,
counteract it.
clam up, and let everybody else who can speak on this topic, because at least some globe earthers can bring the information forward. That's how they know the size of the Earth.
I
what
think
it
you
is, what it
scared
is.
all the Globers with your anger.
No, yeah,
Like,
sure.
honestly.
If they're all melty little snowflakes like you, probably.
Hey, I'm a conservative, man.
Yeah, I'm
Not
sorry
a
to hear that.
snowflake. Yeah, I'm a conservative. All right. Talking about
Yeah.
those liberals, not me.
Nobody gives a shit. We want the evidence for the claim that the Earth is a globe. Not about scaring people away. It's about, look, man, if you say that you know what you are, don't be a liar. Don't be a fraud and stick to the information. It sucks when you start talking about things that have nothing to do with the argument. Seeing China from the other, like, what kind of, guys, isn't that a stupid argument? We can't see China. We can't see China, therefore the Earth's a globe. That's so stupid, dude.
Yeah, we went over it earlier, and we started talking about angular size, and he said that we were railroading him with questions.
His only argument was that you can't see China when you're looking at North America. That's how we know the Earth's a globe. Because China's not visible.
And what is China, like 10,000 miles away, almost? Who thinks we can see 10,000 miles? Only people that think that stars are quintillions of miles away because somebody in a lab coat told them so.
We do have some people in here, though, outside of him. I don't know. And like I said, maybe are these guys like a different... I don't know who all the flat earthers are in here. But we got Pseudo Kill, AJP or something. Killa. Pseudo Killa. If you're someone who thinks the Earth's a globe. Him, and we got The Law. A few names that I've never seen. Vom. You guys tell me if they're flat earthers.
But yeah, definitely a flat earther.
Sorry, brother. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm a part of 24/7, just not like a part of like this specific
branch.
Discord. That's cool. Beyond was in here, but I don't think he had much to say. Awesome dude was gonna look for information. I'll unmute him.
By the way, I watched that video that the guy posted about Amiga and NASA, and I didn't see anything about changing things live on live television, but they did have the equivalent of a television studio back in like the 80s. I noticed one thing, all those guys looked really well fed.
There was, if you would have gone into the last few minutes or seconds, he was going into the video toaster. The video toaster was in the room, and he was showing it. There was a live feed as they were launching a rocket. Okay, and that's what I was talking about, especially that one. And they were doing live feeds, and he did say live feeds going from one area to another area, and obviously that was telling people there was no satellites, because if they would use satellites instead of transferring information, they were using Amiga to Amiga instead of transferring information using satellites. That was also another jewel. Okay, so that was also.
Okay, well, I just looked at it and I did see that part, and they were talking about adding like text to the screen, but they weren't actually talking about like editing things live with like, you know, I guess I misunderstood. I was thinking more like, you know, superimposing like planes, you know. I don't really want to get into that, but you probably.
That is adding live. That is like adding live text, because they have the toaster, and that's what it does. That is adding live text. That's also graphics and everything else. The demo actually shows what they were doing live. So.
Okay. Any Globers in here got any evidence for the globe other than why can't I see China?
I do remember that guy, Lur guy. He's been either a part of this group for a while, or I've seen that avatar, that cat with the glasses? Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like I don't like. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I wasn't going to say much. Just the anti-flat Earth cope has taken over him. Go ahead, Larry.
I was going to say that, you know, I didn't mind the conservative guy so much. His arguments were shit, but other than a few weird things that he said, maybe a few outbursts, he wasn't too bad. He maintained his composure pretty well, and he was not a snowflake. He just needs better arguments. Unfortunately, there are no good arguments for the globe other than I saw it on TV. Because nobody experiences the globe.
Yeah, he
outside.
says he has 3 hands, Larry, and psst, it's his dingling.
Yeah, that, you know, maybe he's young. I don't know. I said that he said some weird things, but who doesn't say weird shit from time to time? But if he could get better
Larry
arguments,
guy?
go ahead.
You like him? Like, has he been like a good chap in the channel or something? Like, what is he?
I would be sad if somebody muted him and or banned him.
He's muted now.
Well,
Let
long
me
term
unmute him.
mute.
Maybe.
I would be sad if somebody banned him. I think he could learn if he could stick around and stop
I
talking
like
about
this.
weird shit.
I respect you, Larry, as a human being. You're a cool
Right.
guy.
As
Get
a
some
human
better
being,
arguments.
what if he's not a human being?
Yeah, I'm just a man.
Well,
Only a
I
man. How
respect
could I
him
be
as
anything
whatever
else?
he is. Then.
I don't identify as a human being. But
then-
yeah, get some better arguments, man.
I think I have the best arguments.
Delusion.
How come you're bringing
I
up
know.
Legai? We had a really good conversation for hours, right? And you
Yeah.
conceded to the China from like we went over the whole China thing earlier, and you conceded. I don't know.
Well,
why you
I
brought that up
conceded on
again.
the premise that it was a flat plane. Like, I don't think it's necessarily true that you would need to see China from a flat plane. There would be some.
Conceded that you wouldn't be
There
able
would
to,
be-
right? Because
yeah.
I looked it up, right? It's 8,000 miles, right? We said, okay, if the ISS is above Florida, and you're looking at China, and you draw a line from your eyes to China, right? You're having to look through thousands of miles of atmosphere, right? Where if you look up how far you can actually see through the atmosphere, you'll get an answer of around 185 miles. It's impossible,
So-
even if the Earth was flat. And then we also told you all of the other reasons why you can't see it, with the angular size, the angle of perspective, right? And you conceded.
As
Yeah.
as
Let's
viewed
not go
from
over
a,
that
like,
one
from a
again.
higher enough like vantage point on a flat plane. I agree with you. I don't think you'd necessarily be able to see China. I think you'd see some sort of.
You'd see exactly what you
for,
see
like,
right now.
You'd see like a very far
No.
distance away, like you see as you see when
No,
you
you
close enough to
wouldn't.
the Earth.
Where'd you get the reference from? Magical, whatever you're talking about.
Okay. As like an airplane, you'd see it like you would. As an
So what would we see if we were on a ball? Not
where
what
it
we see
appears
right
flat.
now.
Well, the pictures,
We'd
the
see
easily
flat if we're on a
lookable
ball.
pictures, you could see like a clearly circular shape. There's a real delineation between what's the space
Circular.
behind it and what the
A
matter of the
circle's
Earth
not
is, and you
not a
can't see
sphere.
China from those images.
So what you see right now is what you see. That's never going to change. A circle isn't a sphere. You know that, right? A quarter's not a sphere.
Oh yeah, a circular is a two-dimensional version of a sphere.
So you think your little circle of vision is the whole Earth?
Yeah, it's your vision of it, which will be circular because your vision is two-dimensional, kind of.
So you already think you can see forever?
I don't. That's a hard question. Can you see forever? Probably
I don't
not.
know. You're saying you can see 12,000 miles if you go up and left and right to see the whole half the globe. That's pretty
12,000
far.
miles isn't
Left and
forever.
right, 12, huh?
12,000 miles isn't forever.
It's pretty fucking close.
Not to a mathematician.
So you can see 12,000 miles is what you're saying, right?
I don't know. Maybe.
You don't know. So you have no reference of whatever you could see in reality. And then you say reality changes because the earth and dirt's flat all of a sudden.
Synthesis.
Are you okay? So your eyes don't work right now because the earth's flat or something? You're Superman?
Well, the flatness of the apparition of Earth is probably, I'll say probably, although it is, caused by your relative size to the curvature of the Earth.
There is no curvature of earth. So when you go underwater and you dive a little bit down in water, in the light, it turns jet black. Why is that? Why doesn't the light go forever into the bottom of the ocean?
I don't know if I can give you a good answer. I think maybe because it's blocked out by the material in the water. is what I'd
Right.
say.
So the atmosphere is the same material, just not as thick. So you'll need more atmosphere lined up in thickness versus 1 mile of water. So 1 mile of water is kind of like you could say, I don't know, 500 times as thick as the air. So now if you're saying I'm looking 500 miles away, I'm not going to see shit there. It's going to be black to them, even from the sun. Do you comprendo?
Yeah, you turn on the
Sí,
Weather
yo
Channel and they
entiendo
give you
tu
visibility in
mensaje.
miles, right? And the Weather Channel, don't they
Hmm?
tell you visibility is 10 miles today, visibility is 9 miles?
Right, as viewed in the atmosphere, which has certain things which would cloud your vision, such as fog. But when we
Right, so
take
how are we
pictures from
gonna see
outer
China?
space, We could see.
We're on a
clear-
flat Earth right now, is what we're saying, and
Okay,
you're
but
seeing this
can't go
amount.
We go
space,
to outer
bro.
space, though.
You're not going to space. Can we go tonight? Like,
We
no.
have reputable organizations and individuals that
Oh,
go to
the
space all the
government's
time. And if it were
Reputable
false,
organization.
Dude,
if it
how is
were
the
false,
government
then you would
reputable?
almost certainly have whistleblowers.
What?
Hold
There
on,
are
Mark.
whistleblowers.
You've already claimed that they're reputable, but we've already demonstrated with images and video that they're not. They're falsified. So you've sunk that one already. So try something else, please.
So I didn't have this conversation with you, so maybe somebody else sunk it. I think you mentioned like stitching or something.
That's correct. You only have to look in the text chat and you
Right.
can see it.
So if something is stitched, that doesn't necessarily mean that what they're trying to portray with the image is the opposite of reality.
Well,
Where's the
claim
real one?
is that it's live footage. So if it's live, there's no reason to stitch it.
Exactly.
Where's the stitch? Let me see.
Dude,
Let me
if I'm
see
buying a
why
pistol
they
from
would
you
do it.
and I
but
give you a
don't have-
$100 bill and it's stitched,
Okay, Lurgai, I'm going to post undeniable proof of the stitching in the side chat.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like. Maybe they're stitching. I don't deny it, but there's probably a cause or a reason for
well,
it.
that's counterfeiting.
It's not necessarily counterfeiting.
Stitching? It's
You
called-
don't stitch your backyard. You
They
don't
might
stitch
just
a
have
picture of you.
switched cameras, or they might have just switched. They lost footage and started playing other footage. There's a million different reasons why they might do something over the very illogical and unreasonable reason that they're faking it.
Said the guy who thinks you can see forever.
Yeah, I think I could see forever. I'm
Logical.
Superman.
Brother, the Earth's not changing. It's flat. Just because you think it's round and you can't prove how round elevation works or prove anything about a curve or prove any globe physics at all, fucking none. I mean, so what are you left with other than you hope?
Well,
you hope globe.
all of the data and the science that I use to correctly predict the things around me lead to the Earth being a globe, and so
No, they don't.
I've seen nothing
What
but
science?
evidence-
What science?
primarily just physics, which we've had this.
Yeah,
What
physics.
physics?
Okay. Yeah, show me that gravity holding gas pressure.
Gas pressure. We've
Physics
had
of a
this
globe.
conversation.
Yeah, this is the same guy who went on for hours
Yeah,
trying to claim that gravity
Yeah.
does this and that for hours.
Physics,
He's a single
science.
experiment. He's a bullshitter.
Physics, science. Show me.
So physics.
Show me.
Okay, so I will.
You have an experiment of it?
I don't have an experiment. No. I
So
don't
it's
have-
pseudoscience. You are talking about pseudoscience.
Sure. If you define science as rigorously only experimental,
Writing
then
numbers
it's
down on paper is
pseudoscientific
not
to you.
science. Mark
How
Twain.
about show me that gravity holding and curving water? You have that?
Yeah, probably. Take an image.
You have gravity holding and curving water? You have that?
Yeah, you, take an image of the Earth, and you'll see
What are
that
the physical
water
properties
follows
of
the curve.
water at rest?
You have a picture. Show me the picture.
Well, I don't have permissions.
Picture
to
of
post
dirt.
Yeah, post send to someone or send to me. I can post it.
You said picture of
I-
Earth.
Yeah,
What do you mean,
it's
like a
pretty
picture of dirt
reproducible.
outside?
Picture of Earth.
So I can just go outside and take a picture of the part of the Earth, and that's going to demonstrate your claim.
Mister, show me your
No,
picture.
if you go a high enough distance, like NASA has done, you could see that. The
Bro,
No,
we
no.
can't see that. That's not
Show me your picture. Show me
Well, I
your picture.
don't. My picture, the one that I would reproduce.
Show me your picture. Your gravity holding and curving water. Show me.
Do I have perms? Image perms?
Hey, Lurgai,
Because
isn't it
you
interesting
can-
how everything you've done refers to back to NASA? Back to NASA.
Sure.
Have you got any
I
other
can show you
proof?
NASA. I
Well,
can show you
NASA
NASA how they are faking. I can show you NASA showing a window. And
I mean,
you think that's Earth? I'm gonna show this from NASA. Okay,
If
this
I
is a
had
window.
a bunch
No,
of
no,
money-
no. Let me see.
If
Let
I
me
had a
see
bunch of
NASA.
money, I'd get in my
Yeah,
own
but
rocket.
who
and I'd
cares
go to the
about
moon,
bunch,
but
bunch of money?
Bro, you
unfortunately, I'm
cannot do
limited,
that.
so I have to
Bezos-
rely on certain
Bezos
certain
has
Okay,
aeronautical
let's see.
organizations.
Hold on, time out. Bezos has unlimited money, and he couldn't even go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. The other guy who's
Why
been
couldn't
promising
Bezos go to
space
space?
because he didn't go high enough. Even if you have unlimited money, you can't go high enough.
What? So are you
Bezos
saying
did
that
not
they
go-
stopped Bezos from going to space?
No, his rocket didn't go high enough.
Probably because he didn't want to go all the way to outer space.
So
What's the
I'm gonna
point of
post
going
this.
Not to outer space.
What
if
is
I
this?
had a
What?
lot of money, NASA type money, and I wanted to prove this.
Lerguri.
Yeah,
What is this? What is this?
What you posted, it looks like a image of the Earth.
Oh yeah, so it's an oblate.
What's an oblate? Could you define that for me?
It's
I don't know
oval,
what it
like
is.
on oval, like that picture. Not
Yeah, that
circular,
looks pretty
not circular.
ovular, you'd say.
So
Pretty ovular.
you have something like this from NASA.
So this is the real photograph of the Earth. Then the blue marble pics, where it's a perfect, nice round sphere. Those are all false, then, right? Because they can't
This
both
is
be the
this,
real
this is a
one.
window.
They would probably appear perfect to you.
No,
because
this is a
far,
window.
Far away.
Listen,
they're-
listen. This
they're
is
oval.
a window. This is an oval window, and then they did add a semicircle something at the right to fake it to appear like a circle. You know that black? It's just turn off the lights and you are in space. That's it. Okay.
I think it's not
You want to see the movie of this? This is from NASA. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all
A
good.
film,
I'm
a
happy.
film
Yeah,
from
that's
NASA.
football shape.
A film from NASA, and they are showing this.
My thing ain't working.
A window, and you think this Earth? You believe it?
Huh? The guy who made this said it is Photoshop, but it has to be Robert Simon.
No, my
Mason.
friend, I'm showing this from Apollo 11.
This film was produced.
Yeah.
as a report
So
from
you can watch it. Go watch it.
Not for.
Go watch it.
What? That's just like a red picture.
No,
Go
this
watch
is a film from NASA. You know.
Yeah.
You
It's
have
not
to watch.
showing as a film for me. It's a
Yeah,
static
it's a window. So it's a window. You believe this is Earth. It's a window, and they just turn off the lights, and you think it's space. You
saying
think
it's a
they cannot
porthole.
fake it. It's a window.
Sure,
It has some clouds, and you think
I'm
it's Earth.
well aware they have the capability to fake it, but the level of organizational like capability that you would have to have to cross nationally fake going to space,
Yeah.
which has been
So-
something that's been verified for decades, would
Look,
be
how was it
would be
verified?
in magnitudes
Yeah, that's a
never
claim.
seen
Yeah, stop.
before.
Stop. How was it verified for decades? Go ahead.
Well, it's never been disproven for decades.
Oh, so it's never been proven?
Well, yeah, it was proven when we
How?
saw
Okay,
it.
yeah, that's your claim. It's been proven. How?
Yeah, well, we
How?
took images of it.
You took images of a lack of matter in a vacuum.
Lack of matter in it.
Well, that's what outer space is. It's a vacuum. So what image? Show me the image that proved this vacuum in the sky.
Well, they didn't. What do you like? Prove space?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were talking about proving Earth. This is totally different.
Okay. So what? The Earth's been proven to be a globe for decades. I thought it was thousands of years. I thought you were talking about NASA
Well,
shit. Going to space.
We have video and photo image of the proof of the spherical shape of Earth for decades.
What? What videos? What photos?
The videos sent by NASA, the videos of us on the moon, the blue, all these images.
We have
Really? How did you validate? So you said, aside from those videos, it's already been proven for decades.
Well, no, I said that it's been proven for decades in reference to the video material.
To the videos. Okay, post the first one that proved it.
I don't think I can. I don't have those permissions.
Okay, so you never have the perms to actually post anything to back up your shit that comes out of your mouth.
No, I just don't have the perms.
Send it to me.
Well, send it to somebody. Figure it out.
I mean, sure.
But you agreed that there could be
I'll send it to you. If you're
faked.
the one going down questioning.
Yeah, like what imagery do you think proves that you're on this spinning ball that you don't experience, you dumbass?
Sure, the blue marble. That's what I think.
The blue marble. Okay, so what? The one that he just posted for you, the one where it's an oval?
No, that was a separate one, I believe.
Okay, well that was from a moon mission allegedly. Why can't
Huh?
we use that?
Say
He has the perms now, by the way.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No
that's
more
just the one I was
excuses.
thinking on.
It's
Oh,
the
they're not
blue
excuses. They're just.
That's
The blue
2012. that one?
marble is real.
2012. So that's a composite image.
The blue
Sure, but
marble
that
is
doesn't
real.
necessarily mean that
This
it's
one, I'm gonna
false.
post
No,
it.
it does. It necessarily means that that's not what. Well, that does not demonstrate that that's what the Earth is, and that's what you said this was going to do, because you said that this was proof.
No. So
Yeah,
an
you did.
image could be
Yeah, you did.
altered or doctored.
All right, now you're going to shut up because I'm tired of you running everybody's wheels here. So you said
Yeah.
that you had proof of it being a globe, and this is what you were supposed to post was the proof. That's a composite, according to the guy who made it. Took a bunch
Yeah.
of flat pictures of the surface of Earth, stitched them together, wrapped them around a ball. Is that what you're going to say is proof now of the ball Earth?
Oh yeah, I will.
Well, you're a
Did you
goddamn
not-
idiot.
Did you not understand what Heretic just said?
It's
You said
Photoshop.
it's composite, but for it to be composite, it needs to be globular.
No, it's stitched together vertical images that are then wrapped around a ball model in a computer. So there's no picture of the Earth being a ball. These are data streams taken by very, very low altitude satellites because they can't see the entirety of the Earth because they're too close to it. So they take lots of pictures and then stitch them together and wrap them around a computer model that's got a ball in it. This isn't a picture of a ball, it's a computer model.
Well,
This is from NASA. It says Photoshop. This is from NASA. It says Photoshop.
If you're sitting at one stationary spot and wait and see the Earth rotate, and
not
you
what
take
happened.
pictures and then you see it loop around, that's definitive proof that the Earth is.
I didn't post
No, it's not, you stupid bastard. I'm going to get the quote from him exactly. Do you know who Robert Simmons
Is he the
Everybody
guy
got
that
quiet
took
when
the
he started
image?
talking.
Oh my god, shut up. Do you know who Robert Simmons is?
Robert Simmons, see if that name.
No,
I
you
saw him in a quote here. Here's,
Yeah, he's the guy who
Somebody knows people that live in England.
Now, here's what he said
Australia.
about it. You, whoever you are, keep quiet for now.
I like British accent.
For fuck's sake, I've got a different screen open. Can someone mute that
He's
cunt?
smarter, but they sound smarter. I know. That's what I was saying.
equal EN.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Doves. I'm sorry, Doves. You're hot micing. My bad. I thought you were one of the interjectors. Sorry. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. Guess I should back up a little bit because that quote started with, then we wrapped the flat map. Better tell you how they made the flat map that they wrapped around a ball. That would be by compositing different flat pictures of the Earth's surface, low altitude pictures like Jedi told you already, stitching them together. That's what compositing means. You probably all know that. And then mapping it around a ball.
That's why I
So
clown
for
on you
them
guys
to
when
have
you
a
say that you
composite
saw it on
image of
TV.
that nature, it would need to be that the case that the Earth was globular and it was spinning
How?
around.
Explain that. Explain that.
Well, because it was flat and stationary, there'd be nothing to composite.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? Define composite.
Composite is to paste something together, to create something, to compose.
You're going to take multiple images or just multiple snippets of something and stick them together.
Yeah.
Well, I
You
can't
can do
take
it with
multiple-
images, you can do it with visuals, you can do it with all sorts of different things. Why does that have to be contingent on something being a ball? You fucking fool.
Because you're composing something which is rotating in a circular
No,
fashion.
nothing to do with that.
Well, yeah, because if it was
Dude,
flat and
dude,
stationary,
dude.
there'd be nothing to composite. It would just be a
No, that doesn't make any sense. I just take different pictures of the same flat stationary surface and stick them together. What doesn't
If you were
compute
sufficiently,
for you?
if you're at the distance which you compose those images, you would probably see just a stationary.
It didn't look like a ball after they stitched it together. It didn't. They had to then wrap it round a ball.
Well, what did it look like?
Yeah, have a look in the
yeah,
side
that's
chat.
it.
Hold on a second. Have a look in the side chat. Right, this is the link. Right, it shows you the NOAA pictures that they used to stitch together. Right, it shows you the map, and you can see all of the pictures they used. None of them show any curvature.
Right.
Literally, go in and have a look at it right now. Links
And the
underneath
argument is terrible
and show
that it's proof that it's a sphere because it's a composite. I can't take a bunch of pictures of a pool table and stitch them together. Does that prove the pool table's a sphere?
Well, if you took sufficiently large enough pictures of this, you'd get the whole pool table, right?
But you don't have to fake a pool table.
What do you mean you don't have to fake a pool?
You don't have to Photoshop a pool table. You could just
Where's
take a picture
the
of the pool table.
Where's the image of what it looked like? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So they stayed. So how did they take these images? Were they up in orbit?
We just told you by low altitude satellites.
Okay, so they were up in orbit and they
No,
had
no,
the
Dude, they're just
no orbit.
up in the sky and they're taking
altitude.
strips. So as they fly from one location to another, they leave the camera on and they take a data strip. They get thousands of these because they're not far enough away from the Earth to see it in its entirety, and then they composite them around a sphere within a computer.
Which all of this is accurate to our depiction of the Earth as a globe, and we've taken pictures of the Earth as a globe from even
They're
further,
not.
just like the moon.
Those raw pictures don't do anything to show it as a globe. It just looks flat from the altitude that they take those pictures. Then the composite they get looks flat.
By the nature of 3D geometry, because you can't see the other side,
Where did,
therefore
hold on,
this
where did
object
you get
is
this
3D.
from? Where did you get this from?
I just pulled it from Google.
You just pulled it out of your ass.
Well, from Google, I guess if you consider that my ass, go ahead.
He's an idiot.
So they take flat photos, they're flying along, they take photos of a flat plane, and then they stitch them together in a computer, wrap it around a ball, and you're telling us it's because of spherical crap that it is a ball.
Well, it purports to the Earth being spherical because for them,
No, it doesn't. Shut up, dude. A minute ago, you said the fact that it's a composite then tells you that it's a spherical thing they took a picture of. That makes no sense. That's like saying, I think Larry said this already. You can't just take multiple pictures of a pool table and composite them together because it's flat. According to you, that's the logic that you offered us.
I want to temper down a little. I'm being very civil now. I don't want
shut
the
up.
mutes to come out.
No, I'm just going to mute you because you said that. So I'm muting you just for that reason.
You have to concede when you make a bad argument and someone calls out your logic. If someone says, hey, that's illogical, you made a logical leap there, that was a fallacy, the correct thing to do is say, okay, how? And then go on mute. And then when they're done, then you can address what they just said and let the audience decide. You can't just, double down. But the thing about counterfeit is if I give you a counterfeit $100 bill, you would know it's a counterfeit if you examined a real $100 bill. The thing about space is we didn't go to the moon unless you identify as an astronaut. Maybe there's special surgery that you can get for that. But we didn't go, hold on, we didn't go to the moon. You can't tell if space is counterfeit because you don't know what the real thing looks like. You think the Earth is a globe because allegedly the government went to the moon and halfway there they turned around and took a picture of the Earth as a object in space, and you believe what you saw on TV, and your grandparents believed it because they heard it on the radio.
Is that why he thinks that? I don't.
Well, he didn't go outside and experience a globe, did he?
It's hard to experience a globe. From
Right, because it's not real.
Not because it's not real. It's just because you don't agree with basic facts.
Like
the basic
Sorry.
facts that if you're close enough to a curved plane, it will appear flat.
Okay, so things don't disappear bottom up when we look out across a body of water over the horizon.
Things don't disappear bottom. Say that again. Sorry.
So, according to you, because the Earth's so big, we don't experience curvature, then it's not the Earth obscuring my ability to see the bottom of a boat as it goes over the horizon, then?
It's not that we don't experience curvature. It's that we don't.
Just said we don't experience the globe.
Well, no, it's not that we don't experience curvature. It's that we don't perceive curvature.
So let me get this straight. You don't perceive curvature, but you believe there is curvature.
Well, yeah, because there's mounds of evidence otherwise.
We still haven't seen any legitimate evidence.
Well, the evidence is the pictures that I've shown you.
Because everything we've brought up, or everything you've brought up, I should say, has been easily falsified.
Well, no, you haven't falsified it.
You just failed to accept it.
Yeah, you haven't falsified it, but you said that.
Yeah, you're doing that thing again where you have been rebutted that was just pointed out, and then you just turn around and just reassert the thing that's already been dismantled.
Well, you understand that you're going to think I've been rebutted because you're biased against me.
No, you've been rebutted because you tried to make the claim that composites equal spheres. That was nonsensical. You tried to make the claim that those were photographs of the Earth. That was shown to be false. You've made all kinds of faulty, fallacious claims and arguments. They've all been pointed out as such, and now you're just respawning.
Blue dot, whatever you call it, the one that was taken from the moon, is that a composite image?
Which one? Earthrise?
Yeah, Earthrise. You're correct.
Yes,
That's composite.
Yes, it is. If you overexpose the image, you can see the black box around the Earth.
One of them was actually a photograph of a paper
So-
mache model.
You didn't answer my question. I asked if it was composite. That's not composite.
Yes. So it's you overexpose the Earthrise image, you can see the black box around the Earth, demonstrating.
And what do you think caused that?
Why are you talking?
What do you think caused that? I'm asking you a question.
That's two separate pictures being put together.
Is that what you necessarily think the cause of that is?
What, the black box around an object in a picture?
Sure.
Yeah, because it's demonstrable to be true.
What's demonstrable? Demonstrable.
That if you put two pictures one on top of another, and and the background is black for both of them, when you overexpose the image, you will see the difference in the black contour, showing that one picture is on top of another.
I don't follow. I don't necessarily.
Rob Skiba demonstrated it live in like 2015, 2016.
So it
Okay,
may be
before you jump
that
onto
the
a new
reason-
subject,
Oh, no,
have
I
you
was
used
saying-
Photoshop and used the exposure before? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure if I use Photoshop, I'd be able to disguise
Excellent.
that.
If
little
you've
black
used
box.
Photoshop, just grab yourself any random image off the internet and adjust the exposure. If it's legitimate, it will white out. If it's illegitimate, you will see boxes and weird shit appearing around anything that's overlaid.
The photo that you posted, look at it now.
Oh,
Yeah, look what Miguel posted.
Look at it. Your photo that you did post. It's from 2050. It's a fake. Right there on your face.
Well, they use different.
No more
what is that,
stories
Earth
making
Glass
up shit.
2015?
It's a fake. Okay, you did present a
Whoa.
fake thing.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
No, you did present a fake thing. So your photos are bullshit. How about you, Proof Carpenter?
I just have a question. So, what do flat earthers say about the edge of the Earth, or is the Earth
Bring that
not
up.
planet?
That's straw man from Google. We don't talk about shit we don't know about.
No, he's asking a question. It's not a
I
straw man.
just answered. We don't talk about the edge of the Earth.
But it wasn't a straw man, though.
Well,
Yes, it
bro,
was.
I just said we don't make arguments about the edge of the Earth. What we're making arguments about is the edge of the curve that blocks things out from the bottom, like ships, right? But that's your argument. We're addressing that, right? That's what we're talking about. So where's your edge that blocks off the bottom of the ships?
Are you talking to me?
Anybody who's a glober. Where's your edge? How come you don't fall off of a spinning water ball? Do you get me?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, how come you don't fall off?
I'm gonna have to do this homework assignment real quick, so I'll have to go on mute for a little.
Peace.
Well, I'm not a glober. I just want to understand like the flat Earth concept and like how it works exactly. Or like if the Earth is finite, then like where's the edge of the Earth? If
We don't
if
claim
there
stuff
is
we
any?
don't know about. I can't go to an edge to tell you about it. So I'm not going to make shit up, right? I'm not the government asking for your tax dollars and force it on your children. So I'm not going to bullshit you, right? You want to know where the edge of the dirt is? It's called the beach. That's all I know about. Next question.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we never discovered the edge of the Earth, or they're just
Troll
hiding it?
from the Glober
We?
trying to make fun. Go ahead.
We? What do you mean by we? Larry hasn't. I haven't. So me and Larry and everybody else in here who hasn't isn't going to be able to tell you what happens when we go to a place that we haven't been.
Okay. Well, like while I'm saying like all the government, like I'm in the researchers, I'm in all of that, and like the people who created the maps of the Earth and all of that. I'm in different lands. Like, have they never discovered the edge of the Earth?
I don't know. The government have never turned around to me and told me we've discovered the edge of the Earth, Chris. They never said that.
So the only edge that we ever talk about is in order for you to have gas pressure, there has to be a container. And sorry if I came off a little hot a second ago. It's just the same questions day in and day out. Because whoever is giving you guys these questions, they're trolling the fuck out of you. Because first of all, we didn't claim an edge, right? But there has to be a container to have gas pressure. You ever seen gas pressure without a container?
No.
Right. You need a propane tank to have 250 psi, right?
Right.
Right. So if you remove that seal and you open up the nozzle, the propane is going to spew straight up out of the nozzle and then in all directions, right?
Right, right.
So gravity can't hold it down.
Yeah.
So how are you
I'm
breathing
out.
right now?
Through oxygen. I'm breathing through oxygen.
Right. So if there's a steak on your plate, then a cow must exist. If there's oxygen in your lungs, then there must be a container to have gas pressure, right? That's the only edge we ever talk about. But
I mean,
if you look on the TV or the internet, they're going to tell you that we think the Earth is a disk flying through space, rising up at 9.8 meters a second squared, and you could fall off of that bitch if you're not careful. No, that's not what we claim.
So a container only works through forces, and gravity acts as a force containing the gases.
Demonstrate that.
Yeah,
I can demonstrate
showed
it
you how
by
it
the
doesn't
very
work.
nature of our atmosphere.
Then
Show me.
demonstrate it.
Go
Scientific.
look at the gas molecules up in our atmosphere.
No,
That's
that's a
the
gas
very
pressure.
thing in question. You go ahead, Jedi.
That's a gas pressure gradient. You said that the cause of pressure is gravity. Can you show that in an experiment?
Well, the cause of the force keeping them
No,
down is the gravity.
no, dude.
I don't know
We're
what
talking
you-
about gas. We're talking about gas pressure for one instance, and the other instance, gas not expanding into an available volume. That's the vacuum of space. You're saying that gravity is the reason why gas is not expanding, right?
Yes.
Good. Can you show that in an experiment?
Well, go look at the atmosphere. It's observational. You need no experiment. It's right in your
Dude,
face.
excuse me. That's gas pressure, isn't it?
Yes, which is a
Good.
force. The same
Now,
thing as a container.
hold on. I can demonstrate gas pressure by putting gas in a container because of the fixed volume, the gas pressing on the inside of the walls of the container and the amount of gas in that volume, gas pressure. When I open the door or remove the container, entropy will increase and the gas will fuck off.
Yes.
Now, I can experimentally validate this. Can you experimentally validate your claim where you cause gas pressure with gravity, please?
Well, the very fact that gas is not escaping out into the vacuum. Which
Excuse
is
me.
something-
Excuse me.
Yeah,
I'm asking for an
You're excused.
experiment. I'm asking for an experiment. That's not what you're giving me.
I mean, I'm not sure if I can give you an experiment. It's a pretty monumental
No,
thing.
but the thing is, you're going to have to if you're going to go against a law of nature that can be experimentally validated.
So that's not how science works.
To make this
Yes,
claim
it
and
is.
then fail to back it up over and over and over again, huh?
Well, the backing of my claim is the fact that we can breathe and we exist.
No,
in
it's
an
not.
atmosphere.
Because you beg the question of the vacuum, the very vacuum that is impossible due to gas law because of the nature of gas and how it expands within its volume. So unless you have the experiment we're asking for, you're just spamming the same flawed, fallacious, debunked shit that you've been doing for hours.
You say is nuh-uh, and there's no defense I have against
No,
it.
there's nothing to say nuh-uh to. You haven't provided the experiment for us to nuh-uh. We've been trying to get it from you.
Observation.
The observation is not an experiment, you dumb prick.
What is an observation if not, or what is an experiment if not an observation?
No, an experiment. An
You
experiment
think it
is
needs
when
to have
you
a control
Excuse me.
because you're a baby
Excuse
with no
me.
understanding?
Excuse me. An experiment consists of three constituent parts: the dependent, independent, and control variables. Control variables all say the same. Your dependent variable is the observed phenomena you witness in nature, and the independent variable would be your presumed cause of that phenomena. Now, I can cause gas pressure by putting it inside a container. By consequence of the fixed volume, the gas is pressed on the inside of the walls of the container, causing pressure. Now, I'm asking you, can you do an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure, please?
Or misunderstanding of science, which leads you to believe that you need all those factors. That's not how science works.
Sorry, observation of a phenomena, my prediction of what caused that phenomena, which would be my hypothesis, and then the testing of that hypothesis in an experiment. Now, I can demonstrate gas pressure within inside a container. You're saying that we don't need a container. Can you scientifically verify that?
Well, I could give you the analysis, which I did earlier. A container is
I don't want
nothing.
the analysis, I want the experiment. It's a cause and effect relationship. I can demonstrate gas pressure is caused by containment. You need to demonstrate that gas pressure is caused by some other form of containment like gravity.
Okay, there's no way I could reach you. in this.
There's
Stop
no way
making the
you-
claim, you doofus.
Because
Stop
you're
claiming
just-
it.
you're just-
It goes to this place every single time. You make a cause and effect claim, a scientific claim. We ask for scientific validation of it. You tell us you can't possibly provide that. Then you just rinse and repeat, make the same stupid fucking claim again that you couldn't back up.
Yeah, you
So,
keep responding.
yeah, I can't
right,
give
and spamming this.
an experiment of the.
Then it's not real,
I'm not-
right? If it's just imagination, then it's not reality, right? I could tell you all kinds of stories, right? But what I can't do is put gas pressure around my rim without a tire on it. Do you know why I need the tire? Because gravity ain't going to take me to work. I got jobs and bills in real life, right? I know that you're used to being in a college or a classroom setting where it's a safe space and you can come up with your crazy wackadoo ideas and nobody's ever going to challenge you on it. But in the real life, I got to go to work. I got kids. I got to eat.
Can you
And guess
show
what?
me?
I need gas pressure around the rim, and the only way I can do that is if I have tires. I
Can
can't
you
use
show me
gravity,
an
right?
experiment as to why I'm not going to turn into a dinosaur in 3 seconds?
Oh my goodness.
You are a
me.
Can
dumb
you show me an
thing.
experiment?
It's not my claim.
Hold on.
Sorry, science deals with the phenomena, that's things happening in the physical natural world. You turning into a dinosaur in a couple of minutes' time is not that. You fucking idiot. We're trying to figure out the cause of phenomena. In
Well,
this,
it's a
in this
phenomena that could occur.
It's a modern phenomena.
Dude,
Sorry.
you got psychosis. If you think you
I
could
do,
turn
man.
into a
I'm
fucking dinosaur,
retarded.
you've
What a
lost
modern.
touch with reality.
My simple point is that not all phenomena or
You are a
not all
modern
explanations
style
of phenomena
dinosaur.
can be deduced through experiments.
There's no
Some
phenomenon
things
there,
are
you
not
idiot. That would
approachable
be a
by
lack of
experiment.
something. That would be something not happening. You not turning into a dinosaur. So a phenomenon is something happening. That's what you'll be testing the cause of, not shit you're just hallucinating and imagining about. Dumbass.
I gave you a pretty bad example. I'll agree.
Yeah, that's all
Looking
you've
at
done this whole
things-
time.
So let me
It's
ask you
funny,
something.
though.
Is the
My
sky
initial-
blue sometimes? Is the sky blue sometimes?
Yeah, it's blue sometimes.
Okay, so objective reality is real, right? It's a real thing.
I mean, that's a philosophical argument.
No, it's not. Is it?
Objective
are there things that are
reality is real?
objectively true?
You understand the philosophical, like sorry, I can't say that. Philosophical trappings of that.
No, I do not. Please explain.
Okay.
Are there
Well, it's
things
kinda-
that are true? Have you
it's
ever
tertiary
eaten food?
to this argument,
Have you
so it's
ever
not really
eaten
necessary.
food? Have you ever eaten food?
Well, I believe I have. Is that real or actual? I don't know.
Okay, well, if you don't know whether or not you've ever eaten food, how are you going to understand the nature of reality around you?
Do you understand the philosophical trappings that I'm not willing to go down? I hope you understand. Because I'm being good faith. I hope you're being good faith.
I am being in good faith. You're not.
You
don't
understand
know whether
Descartes'
you've eaten
demon
food.
and all this stuff that's tertiary to this?
Yeah, that shit has rotted your brain, and your mind is inadequate to process the ability to recognize whether you've eaten food or not because of the bullshit that you've entertained by philosophers.
I believe I've eaten food. Do I have any definitive 100% proof? No. I could be a brain in a vat.
No, you couldn't, motherfucker.
You are a brain in a jar. We've
Holy
already established
shit, this
that.
kid.
Yeah, that's what.
I like
why we've been talking for
exposing you guys to
hours,
the
he hasn't
Descartes
learned
argument because
anything
you
yet.
all lose your mind. Like
No,
I'd show it to all the
frustrated.
like.
You are a
let me ask
dino
you
moron.
question.
You are a
Is
dino
it-
moron.
Is it objectively immoral to delete innocent people from the earth? You know what I'm saying, right?
Are you? I don't believe in objective morality. Or I
So
have no evidence to believe
it's
in.
okay to genocide people then. So I
Well,
guess
according to my
I guess
own
we know what Hitler
sociocultural
was
norms, no.
thinking, right? At least we know what Hitler was thinking, right?
Well, we could
Well,
have this
Paul-
conversation in the philosophy chat. I think we should keep this conversation
Well,
too.
if we can't agree on objective reality, then how are you going to say the Earth's objectively a globe?
Well, I'm never making the claim that it is objectively 100% a globe.
So is it?
I don't
kind
have
of
that
flat
knowledge.
on Sundays, or is it? What do you believe in? Like married bachelors too? Do you believe in women that are kind of pregnant?
So there are certain logical things like that, which is
You're
pretty
double
clever of
thinking.
you to mention that up. Certain
You're
things
double
within the
thinking.
logical realm, like A, which is defined as not B, can never be B. That's true. Yeah.
Right. So the laws of logic are real, right?
Yeah. I
So
mean,
Descartes was a fucking idiot.
Law. That's something to unpack there.
Okay. The law of identity is real, right?
Is it law of identity is real? I have no clue, honestly.
See, that's why people believe in bullshit like 9/11 and Kennedy and moon landings and shit like that, because they
Is the
can't
flat earther
decipher. They can't
saying I'm a
decipher.
conspiratorial guy?
Listen, bro,
This
you
is quite
cannot
rich.
decipher reality. You don't know that it's objectively wrong to delete people off the face of the earth? How do you
It's
not
that it's
know that?
objectively that there's no objective morality, or no convincing argument, I should say.
Well, I
Once again, I
would
love this
challenge.
argument
I
because you
would
guys all lose your
challenge you.
mind.
No, I'm not losing my mind. I'm
You
the one
are,
who
man.
knows that there's objectively real things. When
Oh,
you
you
are,
do?
yeah, when you
Go
are
publish that
insane.
in a philosophical
Listen,
argument.
bro,
They
if
would
it's
love
not,
to hear about it.
listen, bro, if it's not objectively real that it hurts, why don't you remove your fingers, all of them? It's not real, right?
Well, I would feel it.
I mean,
Right?
subjectively, you would feel it,
Subjectively, yeah,
right?
subjectively, I would feel it, but that
Oh,
doesn't give
yeah.
me the view into the objective reality of it. I could
Well,
once again be a brain in a vat, and I have no
I'm not
fingers.
going to remove any of my members because I know that objectively it's going to hurt. You're
Hey, if
like,
you
look at
believe you
me,
have objective knowledge, go to a journal. You have some real knowledge to disperse.
See, that's why y'all have psychosis. Y'all believe in shit y'all see
Yeah.
on TV.
I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough of listening to dribble.
Yeah, y'all can do whatever you want. I'm passing the mic.
Are there any people that have to that want to actually ask sensible questions in here? Please.
Yeah, are there any Globers under the sound of my voice that can say for certain that the sky's blue sometimes? And they're not in the middle of the Pacific Ocean right now. And that they've eaten food before. If you can answer yes to all three of those things, you
And that
might
aren't
be
going
a
to turn into
sane
dinosaurs.
sober.
They're
Yeah,
not going to turn into dinosaurs. Don't forget that bit.
you might be a sane, sober, moral, prudent person if you could answer those questions. Might be. The colleges, I get that they teach you a lot of stuff that's good, but there's poison in the fucking apple, man.
Very
You don't-
interesting what they do teach them lately at school. I'd like to know how all this crap that he's got stuffed into his brain is going to help him change car tires at the local tire mart.
Well, he's just gonna pray for gravity. Like maybe his gravity god, and he said that Newton was a god. He'll pray to Newton that he won't have to spend $400 on tires, right? That the gravity will just create enough air pressure around his rim that he can get a girlfriend and take her out on a date and reproduce and make children. I mean, fuck, man. I got bills and shit. I ain't praying to no gravity gods. I'm spending money on tires because I got to go to work. This is the real world. Ground yourself in reality. Get your head out of the fucking clouds and the idiot box. And no, I'm not angry. I'm just being real. Like as real as I could fucking be. This is the real world. Go put your feet in the fucking sand. That's the earth. The shit you see on TV, that's cartoons. And I got a meme for people like this. Perfect. Double thinking. Dialetheism. Where's it at? There's no Globers that believe in objective reality, but the Earth is objectively a globe. Are there no absolutes? Is that an absolute statement? See, that one question destroys that shit.
Only Sith deal in absolutes. I thought we knew this.
Well, maybe the Siths were the good guys.
Maybe they were.
Holy shit, maybe everybody just misinterpreted the film because of the music.
Although
Okay,
my
guys.
statement was
At Computer Chronicles, I found it. This is real live. They did it live in Computer Chronicles switching. So it's called the switcher.
Thank you, brother. I will watch it tomorrow at work.
Okay. There you go.
Appreciate
Download it.
No.
There is a company that has developed non-pneumatic tires, so you don't have to worry about having gas pressure anymore.
Well, I'm sure you understand this meme right here. I'll post another one for you guys. How about that?
And by the way, I think it only had 6 megs of RAM on there. Yeah, megs, not gigs.
That must have been like early 90s technology, like 91.
1987 still can't be beat. So
1987 can't be beat.
yeah, still can't be.
Okay. But yeah, I posted a meme here. It's Hank Hill trying to sell some propane, but this Glober is like, gravity's my container. And Hank is like, this is like stupid. Like, I can't believe you just said that. So, like, how much propane is the Glober gonna, take home without that container and put in his grill? Because, he's got to feed his children. They're actually hungry, and all he has is steak, and the electricity's cut off. So, is he going to be able to feed his children with gravity as his container? Because we're talking about the real world, right? This meme is just, demonstrating the reality that we live in, right? He's got to feed his children. They haven't eaten in days. And little Timmy, he's sick, right? So they need to eat something of substance. But he says that he's got enough money to buy the propane tank, but he believes in gravity. He just wants the propane. So can any Glober explain to me why this is not going to work, or why it is going to work? Because maybe I just don't understand gravity and how it works. That's a possibility, right? Any Globers want to speak up now? I'll go on mute.
I think the Indian Space Agency still uses the Amiga video toaster.
I guess we still only have this one dumbass.
Well, if he had children, he wouldn't be betting their life on gravity as a container.
Oh yeah, he got no children. Quite a young guy. I think we've bore out all the arguments. What do you do for work, Larry?
Irrelevant.
Oh.
I do real life stuff.
I just
products.
wanted to ask about like personal. See how you're doing.
It's not really relevant.
Okay. I disagree. I think gravity can be a container, but we're in impasse there.
No, please go ahead. Explain how.
I went ahead and we circled around and did all that.
So you still believe that gravity is a container, but you can't demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to revolutionize the propane business if you can demonstrate it.
I'll just harness the power of gravity and eventually I'll get there.
Harness the weak-ass power of gravity, huh?
Yeah, I'll do a lot of concentration on it.
See, at the end of the day, your gravity's a joke. That's all it reduces to.
Can be a joke.
I mean, you're joking right now. It's as close as you can get to demonstrating it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't demonstrate it, low-key.
Right. It's just
I don't think I have the instruments or the
No
capability to
shit.
do so.
Nobody does. Yeah.
Can't
that's why he says propane accessories. Go ahead.
He can't even point to a phenomena. He can't even tell us that it's taking place by pointing at something in the natural world and say, "Look, there it is.
Well,
There it is happening."
I say an apple falls due to gravity, and you say it's density, but then that relies on gravity.
No, that was me speaking earlier about that's a solid object which isn't comparable to gas expansion.
And then I say that the gravity enacting on the expanding gas does not allow it to escape the atmosphere. It does not reach the terminal velocity to escape.
So
Due to
you're
some
saying
complicated math that I could never
you're
understand.
saying that gravity slows gas expansion down?
I mean, does this? Yeah.
Good. Can you show that in an experiment?
No, I cannot.
Right. Okay. So again, another claim that you can't back up with an experiment.
Yeah, I back it up through observation.
So you observe gravity changing the vector of gases, do you?
The vector.
Yes,
Yeah,
going
you
in
do.
direction. So where do you observe this?
You observe this in the atmosphere.
No, that's just gas, dude.
Yes,
You need to be. So let me put it like this: you've got a belief that there's a vacuum up there, and the gas that we're breathing isn't expanding into that vacuum, which is the violation of that second law that we're talking about. Gas not expanding. So your observation is your belief about something that's happening.
The gas does expand up there, but the majority of it doesn't build up enough escape, or it doesn't build enough energy or velocity to escape due to Earth's gravity.
Due to Earth's gravity. Okay, so again, another story that you can't verify.
But the propane tank disagrees with you, bro, because if I open the nozzle, despite all that gravity down here at the surface, it spews out.
Oh yeah, it would spew out and go to the top, but it wouldn't be able to escape with enough energy.
Prove it.
I'm breathing.
That's circular. That's circular. That's the thing in question.
Well, how do I it's like I said this before. Like I can't show you like I mean, maybe I could search up.
Then why do
an
you
experiment?
keep saying it? Why do you keep saying it then?
Because I don't have experimental
So you
evidence
said
directly
Newton's
to
a
everything
god,
I
right?
claim.
Newton is your god. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I
so-
love Newton.
Yeah, so Newton's razor says that if something is not capable of being proven with experiment, it's not worth arguing about. So why don't you read Newton's fucking Bible, bro?
Ah, that's true. That's true. That's interesting. He says it's not worth debating. Not that it's necessarily true or false.
Right.
Yeah.
Not worth debating because it can't be proven. So it's a science. It's a scientific.
Well, it
Or
can be.
if you're passing it as science because you only need observation, then it's pseudoscience.
Passing as observation. I wouldn't say that something that's observationally verified is pseudoscience.
Okay. So in order for something to be scientifically proven, it requires certain things, like an experiment. So the Big Bang Theory, that's not scientific. The multiverse, that's not scientific. It's a story. The first one's a creation myth. The second one, you might as well be talking about multiple layers of heaven or some shit.
So the Big Bang Theory is scientific.
Okay, so what caused it?
We don't know what caused it, but we know
Then
that
it's not scientific.
we know by the direction of travel, the way the universe is expanding, that it seems to point to that it originated from a point. And this point is what we consider the origination of the Big Bang. We don't know what caused it, of course.
But where did it originate from?
We don't know.
Oh, we do. That would be in the cosmic microwave background. The cosmic microwave background suggests that the expansion started from here.
Well, you understand why that is.
What? That the universe started expanding from this point because this is the point that we're taking the measurement from.
If I ask you where in your body were you born, would you give me a good answer?
Where in my body was I born? No, that would be a category error. Just
it's analogous to this situation.
I'm just pointing out, according to the model, the expansion started from here. That's why they don't talk about it.
Of course, we originated from here.
No,
Where in
the
your body were you
expansion of the
born?
universe.
You were born everywhere on your body.
The expansion of the universe. The Big Bang cosmology, where everything sprang into existence from an infinitesimal point.
Infinitesimal. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what people point to. That's what they say.
Yeah, and
That's a
yeah,
good theory as to why everything has this sort of motion.
yeah, and that point of expansion is here.
Yeah, and I explained to you why you don't understand, but you don't get it.
Sorry, you pointed out. Sorry, you explained to me why I don't understand.
I said, where in your body are you born?
Oh, dearie me. So,
Right?
what is the first organ to be produced? That's your
No,
heart.
like where? The location.
That's your heart.
No.
You're not quite following this, are you?
The answer, in more succinct terms, is that when matter was condensed to like a single location, right, and it expanded, the point in which it expanded from is going to be everywhere because it was once in one area.
Oh, okay.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
I don't know if I put that in the best way, but
you did
hopefully.
then. No, you did then, and now I understand what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And so that's analogous to the questions like, where in your body were you born? It's
Yeah,
like
now
you were
I
born
understand.
technically everywhere, every part of your body.
Okay, now I understand what you're talking about. Fifth time I said it.
Oh, that was I had a lovely astronomy professor that put it that way once before. So I figure it reached me, it would reach you.
Good, that's fine.
Yeah. He was a great guy, Dr. McKay from USF. Amazing guy. If you guys are ever in the Tampa area, should
Have you ever
sign up
heard
for a
of?
class with him.
Have you ever heard of Arthur Eddington?
No, I have not.
Okay, so he was one of Einstein's peers back in the early 1900s.
Yeah.
Cool. He says that if your theory is against the second law of thermodynamics, it can offer you nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. You understand that, right?
Yeah, and I think all physics prior to 1901 is false.
All physics prior.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
you're
think
saying if they
Einstein was one
prove
of those
something
people.
scientifically, like after 1901, then it can't be true, even though it was proven with a scientific method and
Well,
validated.
I think the physics of that era was heavily controlled by money and by who the people in charge were at that time, which was them.
Okay, so I got
Yeah.
something for you.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you're going to love it. It's a newspaper clipping from around 1901.
Well, obviously it's not like a hard and fast delineation.
Well, then it
There's
should be
a
okay
specific
then, right?
era of science which I disagree with, and it's anything really past Newton and the people who propagated Newtonian mechanics.
Should be good then, right? I got too many. I think that's it. $1,900, ha! Within your parameters, right there.
As I said before, it's not a hard and fast rule.
I get it, so it's in your parameter then.
No, because it was.
So it's
Let me see. Who
outside
was
of your
it?
parameter?
Was he one of those people? If you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Was he controlled by one of those people? That's a thing to really question about these scientists.
Sir John Gorse, the head of the British Educational Department.
Ooh, the British at that time were a little.
Yeah, I agree. But
Yeah.
he's saying it's a globe.
It was the origination of Zionism. I want you to know.
Yeah, we're not getting into political conversations.
We got into philosophical conversations. What's the difference?
All science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science.
Sure. Politics is science. That's why they call it political science.
Well, it's a terrible name.
Well, disagree with the people who named it.
Matt, can you cite your source for that? Was there like a survey that was done? Matthew Learns? Would you like to show me?
Every geography textbook, science textbooks of the era, like they're universally in agreement that the Earth is not flat; it's a globe.
They were in
the year
agreement with their
1900.
Jesuit council. I get it, but can you show me like the everyday guy taking a survey?
Well, I mean, most people were fairly educated. So you're saying you want some surveys?
Yeah, you claimed this is the 1900 era clickbait. Back then, almost everyone
Yeah,
believed the
that's right.
shape of the Earth to be spherical. But what does this article say? It's like this troublemaker is talking about globe Earth over there in England. It seems that the schools of Portsmouth have been teaching the damnable and heretical doctrine of the Earth as a sphere.
Yeah.
So I guess not these guys, right? The old newspaper, the Cook County Herald from Minnesota Historical Society. Not
So
those guys, right? They hadn't been infiltrated by the Catholic Church yet.
So let me just get this straight. You think the authors of this article believed that the Earth was flat?
No, you made a claim that almost everyone believed the shape of the Earth to be spherical, and I said,
Right,
"Do you
historical
got a
fact.
survey? Do you got a survey or something you could show me?"
I don't have a survey. It's just common knowledge that everybody knew the Earth
Common
wasn't
knowledge.
flat.
Let me
back
guess. You learned it at school, where the Jesuits have all the colleges, right?
then. No, I don't go to a Jesuit college. I don't know what you're talking about. What Jesuits are like Catholic? That's over in the Vatican and Italy.
Oh,
I'm
are
talking
they
about in the
are
U.S.
they regulated to the borders of the Vatican City? Is that what's
You're
going on?
talking about a small portion of the Catholic Church. I'm talking about the majority of people in the United States.
Okay, show me that they were globers in the 1900s.
It's common knowledge. There's nobody who says otherwise.
Common knowledge.
Sorry, I came across an interview maybe about a year, 18 months ago, where a lady who was, I think she was reached a grand old age of like 115 or something.
The David Weiss interview?
I think so, yeah, if that's the one that you remember. She said
I
that
do.
she was out the flat Earth and not the globe Earth when she was at school.
She's incorrect.
Oh, okay, cool. But the earliest recollection that I know that people still believed in the flat Earth was up until the 1700s in China. That was before the Catholics got there. Jesuits that you were talking about earlier, up until that point, they believed the Earth was flat.
But the Jesuits didn't start until the 1500s, right?
Yeah, and I said 1700s. So 200 years after they started. So Catholic missionaries and so on. So it wasn't up until the 1700s where China decided to change their cosmology.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I don't know anything about the Chinese history.
No, that's fine. And all I said was that's the earliest recollection that I know of people believing the Earth was flat. It's only 300 years ago.
What's up with this Amiga video toaster thing? What does that mean? Oh,
They were
Constantine's
taking the
name.
school board to courts, using the law of the day to stop them from teaching the Earth being a globe in school. So apparently it wasn't a consensus, and scientific consensus is like a married bachelor. There is no consensus in science. The science is never settled. So if someone's claiming the science is settled, the Earth is a globe, Matthew, I just don't think you understand what you're talking about.
How about this? So I guess I could say the current scientific consensus is that the shape of the surface of the Earth is roughly spherical.
Okay. Scientific consensus. Science deals with cause and effect relationship and the shape of the Earth. Matthew, aren't you a math guy? Isn't that geometry?
Wait, say that again?
Matthew, the math guy, isn't the shape of something geometry, and that would be a category error to say that there's a scientific consensus over a shape?
No, it's not a
No.
category error.
Oh, okay, so how did the Earth become a sphere?
God created it as a sphere. Jesus Christ is the
So
creator
you
of the
can
universe,
manipulate
and he
Jesus
made it.
Christ to show the cause of the effect of the Earth being a globe.
No.
And
You
that's
can't.
not a
You can't do.
category either. Category error either,
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. You can't do an experiment to prove that
So
the
it's
Earth is
not
square.
science, right?
It's not observational experimental science. That's correct.
Not any kind of science.
It's observational science, but not experimental science.
Observational science. Do you drive your alternator to work?
No.
I don't either. I drive a car, right? But a
Right,
part
right.
is not the whole, right? Nobody's going to give me thousands of dollars for my alternator, and I'm trying to pass it off. Well, the part is the whole. What do you mean the part's the whole? You said you had a 2001 Corvette for sale. Well, I got the alternator right here. I'll take, $3,000 for it. Oh, wait a minute. The part's not the whole, right? So how
This
could
is-
the first step of the scientific method, being observe a natural phenomenon, be the entire scientific method?
I don't think the scientific method is equal to science.
Huh?
Excuse me, is it natural science that we're dealing with?
I guess I would just say sort of the modern conception of mainstream science. What
What is
science
that?
is.
What's
Is
that?
it natural science?
I don't know what you
Well-
mean by natural science rather than just science.
That's dealing with the physical and natural world, right?
Okay. Oh, you mean
That
as
will
opposed to like
involve
political science or
experiment.
sociological science or something? Yeah.
Will involve experiment.
Professor, can I get you to write that and put it down, David? That scientific method is not science or something. What did you say?
I said that the scientific method is not equivalent to science. Scientific method can be a part of science, but it is not identical to science.
Can I get you to put that in
Excuse
the
me, can you?
affidavit?
Yeah, put it in an affidavit and give us the definition of pseudoscience, please.
Oh yeah, pseudoscience is like science that pretends to be science but isn't really. It's sort of false science.
Can you give me an example?
Specifically, it is a collection or a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
Matthew, can you give us an example of pseudoscience?
Sure, astrology, alchemy, and the crystals, like healing crystals. Those are examples of pseudoscience.
So who claims it to be science?
The practitioners, they say that, hey, this
They?
is scientifically proven.
They say this is science that we're doing here.
And the other scientists as well. The ones engaged in observation and experiment.
Observation and experiment. Okay.
Yeah.
Do astrophysicists do both observation and experiment?
I don't think that all of them do observation and experiment. I think some of them would be only engaged in observation. And some may be able to practice experiment, depending on what they're
Okay,
studying.
so would that mean there would be a viable hypothesis within the realms of astrophysics? Something that could be observed, where you make a prediction of its cause, and then you test that out in an experiment.
Sure. Yeah, like you could make a certain claim about the spectroscopy of a certain element, and then experimentally do it within a lab. That would be in your peer review.
Okay, so what would the phenomena be?
The way light changes throughout a certain light interacts with a certain, what do you call it, material.
Okay, so spectroscopy, is that solely in the realm of astrophysics?
Solely, I mean, it's a huge part of astrophysics, but of course not. It's not solely in the realm of astrophysics.
No, so we're not necessarily determining cause and effect based on, well, apart from what is causing the light to display itself in the way that it does.
Well, yeah, we are engaged with cause and effect here.
So, okay, but that would be within spectroscopy, right? Now,
yeah.
stellar spectroscopy is not the same as natural spectroscopy, right?
What's natural spectroscopy? How does it differ?
That really wasn't a good way of explaining it. Spectroscopy that we do down here on Earth, So where we can validate and verify the cause of the Fraunhofer lines within the reading from the spectroscopy, right? We can confirm that. We can go up to the object and say, yes, this most definitely is the thing that caused that Fraunhofer line, right?
Yeah, we can.
Good. Can we do that with astrophysics?
No, that's why it's only observational.
Awesome stuff. That's all I wanted to point out.
Yeah, but it's like, what else are you going to do? Like, you know certain materials give off, and I'm not very good at this, know certain materials behave certain ways with light, and you could observe it far away, right? You'd have to be presupposing that there'd be some alternative thing occurring there, right? That's anti-scientific. Just presupposing that there's some sort of magical thing changing that. That's not the presupposition you enter this with.
No, but we also understand that certain phenomena can cause Fraunhofer lines that aren't necessarily something that we can verify, right?
Sure. Sometimes what you observe can be contrary to reality.
Not contrary to reality, it's obviously happening, but our assumption is of what is causing that.
Our analysis of certain things can be misled due to certain phenomena. Yes.
Okay, cool.
But right? That's the follow-up from that. And do you have a better, more rigorous method through which we determine what's out there? Do we just hope and pray?
Being as we can't go and verify the results that we've got, then we've only got the results. And we can interpret those results based on any bias that we have.
If people... say that again. Maybe I didn't catch it fully.
We can't verify. We can't go to space. We can't go to these places and say this is exactly what it was.
So therefore, we shouldn't try to make any reasonable...
No, we can make reasonable guesses and assumptions, but we must understand they will be guesses and assumptions based on the limited evidence that we've got. Limited because we can't go there.
Yeah, and science agrees with that.
Cool.
Science knows that we don't have all the evidence at hand, and sometimes the models we make and predictions that we make may not be accurate. That's why the Big Bang Theory is...
science. It's not science. It's pseudoscience.
Okay, you feel it's pseudoscience, but the scientists
it is
who are
by definition.
practitioners
By the
within this field-
definition of pseudoscience, it's pseudoscience. You've just declared it to be so by calling it science when it doesn't involve the scientific method.
So not all science, like Matthew said correctly earlier, and I've let Matthew take over at this point, needs to be engaged with the scientific method. Some is observational.
So pseudoscience is defined as being a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
I'd like to see that definition. It's very specific, and I don't think it's applicable.
What?
Who made that definition?
So how come alchemy is not considered science, right? Is it the lack of experimentation or hypothesis testing?
It's what would make alchemy not scientific is the fact that it's not engaged with truth, in the sense that it says something, but it doesn't seek to verify it, right? So somebody who's engaged with spectroscopy, who knows that what they perceive may not be actual, is not just making up claims willy-nilly as they would in alchemy. They're saying that it's reasonable to think that the light would behave in certain ways, but we don't know definitively that it would.
You guys are so scientifically illiterate, it pains me. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you guys the truth. You can accept it or deny it. In order for something to be considered science, let's take it from the top. It has to be a naturally observed phenomenon for it to qualify as natural science, right? You can't science the shit out of shoes to see what caused them, right? It has to be a naturally observed phenomenon. So that's just the first step. So nobody observed the Big Bang, so it doesn't even qualify as passing the first step.
So the first step is that it has to be a natural phenomena?
That's why it's called natural
and
science.
And the Big Bang is not a natural phenomena?
Sorry, did we observe the Big Bang?
No, just because we have observed it or not doesn't necessarily mean it's not a natural phenomena.
Well, no, natural phenomena, something that we observe in the physical and natural world. The thing that we're going to ask, what caused that to happen? This must be observed.
Before we saw the pictures of black holes, was it not natural science to be
More
engaged in the
pseudoscience.
hypothesization of what a black
What
hole
caused
is?
black holes?
I don't know. You'd have to consult Stephen Hawking.
Right,
But would you say he was
right.
not engaged with natural
It's not
science?
science. It's not science. Black hole
Okay,
is
we
a
call
theory.
Stephen Hawking's a scientist for a reason. I'm sorry.
Not everything a scientist says is fucking science. If he says, hey, if there's a cat in the house, flip the toilet paper roll around so they can't string it out, is that science because he said it?
See, that's
No.
pseudoscience.
Oh my god, that's not science, bro. He's just saying.
If we can agree that the theories that Stephen Hawking was making about black holes would be considered science, then I'm not the dumb one here.
Then give me the scientific method. I need the independent, dependent control variables so that we could do what's important with the scientific method, right? Peer review. So what is the cause of the black hole? So I need
I have no
your
clue.
independent. Oh, well, you claimed it was
I
science.
know they exist. We
Now
have
you have
pictures
no
of them.
clue. What's the independent variable that I must manipulate? Please.
The independent variable is space. Yep.
So space. I'm going to manipulate space.
As we
Well,
said earlier, or as Matthew correctly said, science does not solely depend on the scientific method.
Okay,
Right?
read the
You don't need
definition
an
of
independent
pseudoscience.
independent everywhere you do science.
Then how do you know what the variable is if you're not controlling for them and only manipulating one of them at a time?
That's
you
an
ever,
illogical
you ever
question.
had a car? No, it's logical. You ever had a car? You drive?
It's the process of elimination. Like
Yes,
you gotta.
exactly. Do you have a car? Do you understand much about
no, I do not have a car.
automobiles? Okay.
Yeah.
You ever worked on a computer? You ever done diagnostics of any kind?
Yeah, I do computer engineering.
Okay, perfect. So your computer won't start. What
Uh-huh.
do you do? Do you replace like the motherboard, the memory chips, and the hard drive at the same time?
Well, you do
No,
an
I start
observance.
with the power supply.
Yeah. So,
Why one thing at a time? Why do you have an independent
Larry,
variable?
I
Answer the
agree with
question.
you. You use the scientific method to fix your computer, but that doesn't mean that science is solely the scientific method. This is a non sequitur.
Answer the question. Why do
You're
you
asking a
do
non
one
sequitur.
variable at a
The
time
question,
about
the answer to your question is obvious.
diagnostics?
I agree with you, Larry. I would use the scientific method of controlled variables to solve what's wrong with my computer. But
Well,
that
how come
doesn't
you don't just
answer the rest
theorize?
of the question, which is
How come-
that what
how-
science solely pertains to? And that
How come
the
you
answer
don't
is
just
no.
theorize maybe it's the battery on the motherboard?
I could.
Well,
I could say, well, I could observe that my battery blew up, and by that observance, I would make a reasonable suggestion to say that my battery is my power
Can we
supply
take like
is the issue of my
two
PC.
levels off of this and just like talk?
Would you not agree, Larry? If you observe your PSU exploding, right? Would you not say that it is reasonable to suggest that it's your PSU that causes your computer not to work?
Right, and then you're going to replace what?
Your PSU.
Yeah, then you replace your
So you
PSU.
vary the PSU independently. Why? Why do you do that independently? Why don't you have
Well,
like
no,
a bunch
Larry,
of different causes?
I think there's a defeater to your argument here that you're not addressing.
Go ahead.
The defeater is that I didn't do any sort of experimental analysis. I observed something blowing up, and I made a
observed the
reasonable suggestion
phenomenon.
that my PSU is my issue.
Hey, that's
It's
just my
a complete and total defeater.
No, excellent. So whilst you're along that line, when did you observe the Big Bang?
We didn't. We made
Oh
inferences of
Excellent.
our
So it's
model.
all pseudoscience. Thank you
It's-
very much.
You bring up one problem and then you go to another. So you don't know only
Because
need
it's
to
analogous.
observe.
That's why. You didn't observe it. You observed your PSU exploding. Therefore, it's a fair assumption your PSU exploded. You did not observe the Big Bang. So
What?
If a lady goes
Exactly.
into a room with nothing in it, right, and she takes off her clothes and she passes it under the door, so you grab it. So you have.
So
her
now
clothes.
you're going to try another analogy
Why does
to
it have to
outdo the
be-
last one that just got served to you
No,
on a silver platter.
I'm giving you an analogy to show how you're wrong. You didn't
Okay.
observe
You've
the
already
lady
proven
undress.
yourself wrong, son. You've already
didn't
proven yourself
observe
wrong.
the lady undress, but you know
You have
that she
already
was
proven
undressed.
yourself wrong, and you're too stupid to understand it.
I'm afraid I'm the smart one here.
I want to hear this because I want to like wrap my mind. I want to
Yeah.
try to wrap my mind around it.
So,
all right, go ahead. There's
Yeah, okay.
I don't know why it's a lady taking her clothes off, but
It's
go
just an
ahead.
idea. So if you go into a room and verify that there's nothing in it, it is a blank room, nothing, and you
Are
know
you
this
doing
100%.
Schrodinger's right now? Like that's the weird thing.
No, it's completely separate. But if you have a lady friend, she goes in there and she takes off her clothes and then she passes you her clothes under the door, all of them. You know for a fact. You didn't observe her being naked, but you know she is naked. Yes?
No,
My
because you
God,
could
you
his
do
clothes
not. That
underneath
is
the
stupid.
fucking door.
I don't know how that's stupid. If you think that's stupid, you are working
Dude,
on some
You
very
don't
logical
know.
pieces.
No, it's
You don't.
observed like perception of reality.
Yeah, but
Like,
even your observations could be faulty, right? As
Excuse
we
me.
discussed with spectroscopy, even if you
Excuse me.
observe that a certain material may give off a certain light, and this light is from this material, it's not necessarily the case. So
Excuse
the
me.
disqualifier you give to this is not the it's not the
well,
defeater.
dude, I think
Put
that
the
you're
load on.
like,
I've said
I
excuse
think
me
that
like 10 times.
you
So
have a
shut up.
lot of like potential to be like.
Thank you. So I do apologise for interrupting, but could the lady have given you some clothes but still be dressed?
Still be, I mean, sure,
Okay, cool.
she could be undressed.
Okay,
Or-
cool.
or
And we've
could
got
be
people.
dressed.
We've got people involved in this. This isn't
Now just
natural.
add another stipulation. You know that
Excuse
she's
me.
only wearing one
Excuse
set
me.
of clothes.
Yeah,
You know
look,
it. You
breathe.
could see it.
Okay, cool. So you brought people into this equation, but this wouldn't be natural science then. Natural science is a study of the physical and natural world.
Is her
Right?
body not physical and natural?
It's at the moment, yeah, it's part of the physical and natural world, but anything that you do from this point onwards is going to be, well, the man or the woman caused that. So it has to be outside of man's influence. We have to let the physical and natural world do what the physical and natural world does without man's influence. Right? We're not
No.
talking about people's behavior and them taking their clothes off.
This is talking about the presence of clothes. I cannot magically disappear clothes as a human
At
being.
the moment,
So the
you've
study
tried
of whether
to
or not
remove
clothes are present
observation.
in a certain
Dude,
room is a study of
dude.
natural science. You playing word games does not
Dude.
disqualify this, all right?
Dude,
All
you've
these
tried
games
to
have
move-
just shown that
Excuse
your
me.
arguments are
Excuse me. Excuse me. You've tried to have an argument about the observation by putting a woman in a dark room and a person outside of it and shoving the fucking clothes underneath the door to remove the observation. We have to observe something happening if we're studying the physical and natural world, because our hypothesis is going to be about that thing that happens and what caused it. We're doing natural science here, Sunshine, right? The study of the physical and natural world.
How could I put this into a way you would agree more? Because the principles are sound. You just don't agree because you don't agree.
The principles are sound when you start bringing people into the equation of natural science. Are you stupid?
Okay, so what would I say? What would I say? If there's a certain area of space, right, and then you leave that area and go back to it, and now there's a star, it's reasonable to suggest that there's either material in the area that formed a star, or maybe material from another area moved to that area. You cannot say in the
you
realm
don't know
of
what a
natural
star
science
is.
that it just
Don't know what a
appeared
star
out of nowhere.
It's lost in it.
I'm giving you valid arguments, and I've defeated all of your arguments, but you guys are just
not
ideological
really.
in nature.
Think that you have. You don't understand what science is. So, okay, we've got the phenomena of a star appeared. Okay, what do we do next?
It's unreasonable to say, it's unscientific to say that it just appeared out of nowhere.
Okay, so what's the cause of star appearing?
No, we don't know. We'd have to look at the evidence here.
Yeah. So I'm using very specific words. Your phenomena dependent variable is star appears. You're going to make a prediction as to what caused independent variable star to appear.
Well, you just claimed it was a dependent and an independent variable. You have to choose one here.
What the dependent variable will be the phenomena, the star. The next question in the hypothesis is what caused the star to appear. That's the independent variable.
So, can scientists make claims about what makes stars?
What makes stars? They can make claims, but they would have to back those claims up with an experiment.
Yeah. Do we have any knowledge on what makes stars?
Do we have any knowledge on what? Sorry,
as
we're trying to
as a
figure out.
society, as humanity, do you think we have knowledge of what makes stars?
Yeah, there's a story out there. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
Don't have.
'Cause
No,
of
we
course,
don't.
we have no
Nobody
experimentation to
knows.
prove stars. We've never made one.
You've made loads.
We've made loads of stars. Are you talking about nuclear bombs?
No, you've made loads of assumptions. Sorry.
I guess my resting assumption is that.
Dude, when you try to give me the phenomena as a star appears, right? That's the phenomena. A star appears. Well, what caused the star to appear? Are you talking about its creation or because of the rotation of the Earth? I couldn't see it 6 months ago, but now I can.
Because it cannot reproduce an experiment of a star reappearing, I could never know.
Okay, cool. So we have no scientific verification for the claim. Just a guess. Cool. So we haven't.
Well, that's what you agree with, no?
haven't. We
This is your
haven't.
position.
We haven't completed the scientific method. We've just got to 2 points of it. One, the
Right, but
observation of the star appearing.
Any
and
observational
you're still
analysis of why a star would appear cannot be backed up by experimentation. Therefore, it's invalid. This is your logic.
At the moment, I'm trying to point out to you that we're not using the fullness of the method. We can't.
Some things are not subject to experimentation. I don't know why you guys have a brain aneurysm trying to understand this.
On that note,
But I rest my case. My gavel is hit. I'll let Matthew if he wants to engage.
Citations. On that note, I've posted a couple of citations in the side chat. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments, and you can't do that in cosmology. And the other citation says, unlike the other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work.
So if you're done, I'd like to get in for a second now that he's quiet. Not that he's capable of listening, but he's at least quiet. So this is for the audience. I use the analogy of the car or the computer, depending on the person's level of understanding, because, yeah, it's not natural science working on a car. But if you need your car to go to work, it ties them to reality a little bit better. Or if you work with computers and you need it to make a paycheck. So you only got $500 in the bank account. You need to fix your car or your computer, right? So it's not working. So you're going to do a systematic experimentation, right? And the best way to do that is one part at a time. Because if you replace the video card, the motherboard, and the power supply, and it turns on, you only got $500. So which one are you going to buy? It's not a very good educated guess. So you need to do one at a time until you figure out why it's not starting. So if you replace the memory chips with some older memory chips you had laying around, and it boots up, it's a high chance that if you buy new memory sticks and you put them in, it's going to work. Now you can get back to work, earning that paycheck, because you got bills and shit. Real life, right? That's the independent variable that you've manipulated. You've only varied the computer chips. Why? Because it turned on when you put old memory chips in, showing that you got bad sticks. And then once you put the new chips in, you varied the machine, but only one thing, and now it works. So there's like a 99.9999% accuracy that it was the memory sticks. That's how the scientific method works. Now that's an analogy, right? So if we eliminate all that man-made stuff and we just go back to the natural world, it's the same thing. It's a repeatable process that you can use for many different things, including working on cars and computers. It's
Excuse
very
me, Larry?
valuable. Go ahead.
We've got a fucking idiot in our midst. Anon, are you a chat skank or do you actually talk? Oh, Anon, which part of the Black Swan butt hurt you the most? Anon, grab your microphone. Come on, step up. You want to hide in here?
Well,
Here we go. Now,
calm
just so
down,
you
calm
know,
down.
it's not a MS Paint bullshit. It's actually
Obviously it is.
it's actually video footage. That is one frame out of video footage.
Yeah,
You do know
yeah.
that, don't you?
The same frame has been used by everyone in this channel 700 times before in his arguments.
Well, the reason
you
for
want
that
some-
is because dumbasses like you, it doesn't sink into your fucking head. That's why.
Bro, you're literally.
So,
I'm
how
asking
about we
you,
do some
calm
basic
down.
mathematics? Instead of you talking shit, at 1 foot of elevation, your geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles. Now, you've
Bro,
already claimed the
listen,
horizon
listen,
is beyond the
listen.
oil rig. Why is
You have-
that?
You have to understand that sentence on that image is not part of the screenshot and the evidence. So just someone has
Which
written
part
that
don't you like?
sentence. Okay,
Which
calm
part don't
down.
you like? The 1 foot of
Calm
elevation
down,
or the
calm down.
1.22 miles horizon?
Calm down.
What don't you
Bro,
agree with?
I ask you for if you want to share your evidence for the flat Earth, and you are arguing now with an MS
Okay,
Paint image.
let's go back to the picture. I don't want to hear how
No.
you're hurting. I want you to tell me which part of Black Swan you do not agree with. Which bit don't you agree with?
Man,
Which bit do you not agree with? The elevation of 1
can I
foot?
make a sentence, then I explain you? Okay, but
Go
you
for
have to listen then. Okay. You are making your assumption based on an image you have found on the internet. Second, you cannot describe in detail technically what the words mean you are asking me to define for you.
So
Listen,
I can't
what the only
describe
thing we
what?
see
Well, hold
on
on,
that
hold on, hold on.
image.
You've called me
What
out for
now?
not
I
being
want to
able to
finish my
describe something.
sentence now. I
Hold
want to
on.
finish my. No, you hold
You
on.
called me out for
You-
not being able to describe something. Elevation, the height above the plane that you're standing on. To elevate, to
Man,
raise up.
everything is measured flat.
So
What
1
is always
foot,
level? Shut the fuck
12
up. You all know
inches.
your fucking stupid arguments. You're not new.
The square
Calm
root
down.
of the observer's height in feet times
Bro, you're mad.
1.22 equals what? 1.22. You don't have to be a genius to work that out.
Okay,
That is
so
all
what?
based with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, where is the horizon in that picture?
Man,
Up the back,
flat
in the
Earth
middle,
is
down
literally.
the
Shut the
front.
fuck up for a second. Flat Earth is literally argue all day that we cannot observe anything further than 50 miles because some
Hold on a
imaginary
minute. There's
field
nothing
of
in that
you.
picture.
Shut
We're
the fuck
referring to the
up.
picture.
You
We're referring
are
to the picture, so
saying.
you talking other shit is just
Oh
nothing
my
to
god.
me. So go
Bro,
back
you are
to the
so
picture.
dumb, ball. It's crazy to me, man. I want to cry. Listen.
So let me get.
listen.
Hold on. No, you can just hold on a second, Sonny. Stop crying. I know the Black Swan hurt you. So where in the Black Swan does it mention anything about 50 miles?
One of the flat earthers want to explain him why we cannot see further than 50 miles because you know the answer better than I do. Everyone in this channel outside of you knows the answer, dude.
What altitude?
What?
What altitude? You said that we can't see any further than 50 miles. I'm asking you from what altitude?
Bro, if
No.
you can see if you're not saying if you say you can see further than 50 miles just by a telescope, go to the Burj Khalifa and then zoom to fucking Canada or whatever, and then you have your proof of flat Earth. Okay? If you have not the argument
Hang
that
on.
you have,
I can ask you a question, dude. You said that we can't see any further than 50 miles.
man,
I
that's
asked you
the flat.
from
Man, I tell you how it's called. Second, that's what you are always arguing. Are you crazy?
No,
Oh my God.
I'll ask you again. What altitude?
I don't know what the altitude of that. We are discussing an MS Paint image. How should I know what the altitude of that fucking MS Paint image?
Paint. I'm trying to follow what you said. You said that we can't see any further than 50 miles. I'm asking you again, from what altitude? The reason why is because I can go up to 35,000 feet and see just with my eyes a horizon that's over 250 miles away. So what are you talking about? You said we can't see further than 50 miles. I can see further than that in an aeroplane. What are you talking about?
Give me 1 second, okay? I have to literally
Just
Google it up.
fucking be more clearer.
I have literally Googled it up.
Ask you questions.
Okay, listen. It says here I have literally Googled up that 3 times a day because you are all asking the same bullshit questions. Because of atmospheric conditions, which every one of you is arguing for it in every other debate, which I have with half of that fucking server already debated 700 times.
Well, you're not
That's
doing
the
a very good
reason
job
why
of it.
flat earthers cannot just go to the top of a building, put a very big telescope on it, and zoom somewhere really in, and no one has ever done that. That's why you are saying we cannot so far.
Anon, stop dribbling. Do you know why somebody has not gone onto a building and looked a very long distance? Do you know why?
No, tell me, please.
because they'd be killed by George Soros.
I love you, dude.
Yeah, that one can go away.
No, it's going to be an optical limitation. So it's going to be
thanks,
the
brother. No, so we are on point. Now you are telling me, listen,
I
we
know.
have an optical limitation. No, I finished now my point. We
No,
have now an optical limitation, but on that image you're
All right. So you're asking how far we can see the limitation of the horizon. It's going to depend on the height of eye. That's why I asked you, what's the height of eye? The technology that you use, because your eyes aren't the same as a fucking high-power telescope, and the atmospheric conditions of the day. Those are going to be the things that are going to help you see either more or less. Now, stop being a fucking prick.
listen. We
No.
can see 50 miles for okay, we acknowledge that now. On that
Okay.
image, the horizon we see is the horizon of 50 miles distance.
Okay.
It doesn't prove anything on your image.
Where should the horizon be if the Earth was a globe,
Man,
though?
I have no clue. I can only see 50 miles. How should I know? No, because of that image, tell you where the horizon is.
Shut up.
Hold
Do you
on a
think
minute. Hold on a minute. If he's saying the horizon in that image is 50 miles, I'll have that.
I mean,
that just-
he does.
Me too.
He has no idea what that means if the horizon's at 50 miles.
Doesn't even know what the
No.
Black Swan's about.
That's not
Doesn't
what I'm
even know the
saying. Are you even listening, you Australian people?
Hang on. Stop spewing shit out. How
No
far
one is
should the...
spewing shit out. You have no
Stop
clue what you're
Shut up
talking
and
about.
listen. Alexander, shut your cake hole and listen. If you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, you tell me, if you hold a camera at 1 foot high, how far should horizon be? You tell me that, please.
I don't know. You tell me, please.
1.22 miles.
And who has done that measurement? You?
You can work this out yourself, or if you're really lazy, you can use Earth Curve Calculator to do this.
I have done the
It's not a measurement, you
curvature
dummy.
of that image.
It's derived from
Are
the
you
radius
understanding?
claim, you dummy. It's not a fucking measurement. That's the whole point. Nobody's ever measured the horizon to be at that distance. That's the entire goddamn point.
Bro, are you all mental?
Yeah, it
No,
would be a
that's why you have
geometric
Wacko, obviously.
consequence.
Listen, the image shows an oil island, and it says under the oil island is 9.7 miles of distance. I have done the calculation for that, and we should have a curvature of 27 meters.
It's not
I have
about
no-
the curvature. Hang on. You're
I
missing the
understand
point.
because you have no argument there, so you're just being
Okay, hang on.
You don't
You're
even
not
understand
listening.
the argument that's been made in the first place.
Oh my god.
It's
Bro,
not about the curvature. It's about
Okay.
the distance. It's about the location where the horizon should be and is not. Horizon should be 1.22 miles. Horizon is behind 10. So it's out by a fucking long way. Can you
What?
explain
Where
why?
should the horizon be? Where should the horizon be? How far away from my point of view?
1.22 mile.
So you think I can only see 1.22 miles?
If you live on a ball with the given radius of
Are you crazy?
3,959
1.22
miles.
miles is a quarter of an inch curvature or whatever. Are you even crazy?
We're
Do
not
you-
worried
have you
about the
ever
curvature.
done-
You're not listening.
It's 1 mile. It's like 8 inches. What the fuck, dude?
Have you ever done any
He's still hung
research
up on
by
curvature.
yourself,
All he
or are you
wants is
just
curvature.
repeating what
Curvature.
you're reading on
Hang
a
on.
fucking MS Paint?
Hang on. You're
You're
hung
dumb
up
as
on the
fuck, dude.
curvature. We don't care. We
a
want to
geometric-
know why
Bro,
the
you sound
horizon.
dumb. Even to the
is
flat
up-
earthers, you
Easy.
sound dumb. I'm telling you.
No, you're dumb. You sound dumb. I'm
Yeah,
listening
same
to you, and you're
reason.
a fool. You don't understand what you're engaging with. It's a geometric horizon distance that they're talking about. Do you even know what that is?
Yeah, so it's easy. It's easy, Anon. Okay, just to go to just type into Google distance to horizon calculator. You do that
Bro,
for
you're
us?
coming up with new bullshit every day. It's crazy.
Are you going to do it or not? You obviously need to be walked through this, so why don't you try to follow along?
He doesn't know. He's an idiot.
Yeah, you just come in here all
Yeah.
smug and like you have
definitely know.
like you don't even understand what anybody's talking about. for
So
fuck's
the
sake.
distance to the horizon depends on your height above the ground for a person
Yeah, no
standing.
shit, dude. Yeah, so at 1 foot, that's going to be 1.225 miles.
It is 4.8 kilometers. It's 2.4 miles. Or whatever, 3 miles, right?
Where'd you get that
Whatever you were
from?
saying.
2 point what miles?
From 1
What
foot.
height?
It's literally 3 miles. It says. I'm just
What
saying.
elevation?
For a 6 foot
That's for 6
observer.
height. The formula is 1.225 miles times square root of observer height in feet. So at 1 foot, that's just 1.2.
So what does us tell that now?
Well, that if you're at 1 foot height off the ground and that's curving as it would on the sphere with the radius of 3959, then that should be a 1.2 mile distant horizon, except the horizon's way further than that. So draw your conclusions.
Yeah, I have seen way more. I have seen so often in my life of a fucking horizon further away than 1 mile when I
Welcome
have
to
been
Flat
on the
Earth.
floor.
There you go.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, he's there, buddy. Yay.
Bro, are you crazy?
Crazy
Sorry,
how? What the fuck, dude?
Alex, sorry, you don't seem to understand the claim, right? We're talking
I
about
understand the claim. You're thinking you're proving.
Excuse me. We're taking away the claim that there's a geometric horizon. It's not geometric because if it was, it should be at the calculation 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. As you've just admitted, you see it further away, which is demonstration that the geometric horizon doesn't exist.
Okay, first we have to admit the number you are repeating all the time from the picture is the wrong number. You are right, something is calculated, but I'm just saying the number is wrong you are repeating all the time, just by fact.
Sorry, what number is wrong? Is that the radius of the Earth?
Well,
Or is
bro,
it the formula that's used where we plug in the numbers?
do you understand that when I zoom in into a picture, I also zoom into the horizon? Do you understand that because the horizon for me with my blanket eye might be 5 kilometers, but obviously if I put the fucking camera lens into full zoom, I am loading, I am literally zooming into the horizon. Can we agree that you are
we get that.
talking?
Yes, we understand and agree. You just don't seem to understand that you shouldn't be able to do this if the Earth was a sphere.
Of course, I should be able to do this because the distance is not high enough that the curvature makes the fucking ship disappear.
Hang on. I'm going to ask you
No.
something. If you've got a hill, can you zoom behind the hill with your camera? Yes or no?
Bro.
Yes or no? You're looking at a
didn't understand
mountain.
the question. Please repeat.
I'll try it again. You're looking at a mountain with your naked eye, right? You pick up your camera. Can you zoom and see behind the mountain? Yes or no?
I cannot see behind. I mean,
Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
I cannot see behind the mountain. We cannot
Excellent.
see
So you are
through
being honest.
objects.
Thank you. So same thing for the ground. Where the horizon is, you can't zoom behind it. I'm sorry, my
Of course I can.
Well, this conversation's over.
Yeah,
That's literally what all your image shows when we are zooming back into the ships, which
You
has
got a
already
magic
disappeared
camera, it's
behind the
okay.
horizon. All your images you have
Where'd
as
you get
proof actually show exactly that we can zoom
Where'd you
into
get
the
your
horizon.
You're just a fucking troll.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The whole flat Earth community is built on images.
You don't
showing-
understand what you're saying
Okay,
yourself.
no, let me finish my argument, please.
Yeah.
The
I
whole
understand that
flat
you're
Earth
missing the point
community is
probably on
basically
purpose.
built. Bro, it's basically
Just fuck
built
off.
on images which
Shut
show
up,
that
dude.
we can zoom back into cities and ships we should not be able to see.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
now
hang
you are
on.
saying
Hang
we
on.
cannot
Stop.
zoom into the horizon.
The distance to the horizon has a geometric limitation on a ball. If you can't get this, just shut up. You're wasting everybody's time.
Bro.
And your camera's not zooming to the horizon. Your camera's staying right the fuck where it's at. I don't know who told you your camera took off out
The
of your hand.
definition of
Just
zoom
put
is
yourself on mute,
exactly
Alex.
that.
Alexander, just put yourself on mute, please. You're making everybody dumber.
Bro, you're crazy.
Seriously, dude, you don't understand what we're putting down, so put yourself on mute. Do yourself a favour,
I
shut up.
understand completely. I've put it down as well.
Good. Put yourself on mute then. Shut up.
How can you come to that conclusion?
What? That the horizon isn't geometric? Because as you
That
keep pointing out,
everything measured.
Excuse me.
Listen.
How can we come to the conclusion that the horizon isn't geometric? Well, you demonstrated that where you said you can see a horizon further away.
Okay, so no,
Good.
you
So the
now know.
horizon's not geometric then, as in a physical curve for things to hide behind. If you see it getting further and further and further away, depending on the atmosphere and the technology, you demonstrate that it's not physical, right? Do you get it yet, you stupid cunt?
You understand that there is literally tens of thousands of
You
people
debunked the
working
globe.
in such fields who are
Thank you,
saying
Flat
we
Earther.
constantly measure the curvature, the radius, the
Oh,
equator.
how do we measure the curvature of the Earth? How do we do that? Give me that.
Well, today probably most likely, if you would
Give it.
Google it up once in your life,
No,
probably the
you said
first
that
link
they
would
say
show
it,
you any
Alex.
satellite project who does that.
Alex wants to avoid his humiliation. Let's circle back round to your claim. You said that they say that they've measured it. Well, can
Yeah.
you get that then?
Well, I can get you 100 links. Can you get me one link that one of my links will
Hello,
be
stop
missed?
reversing the burden onto me. You've made the claim. I want evidence of that claim. That would be a measurement of curvature. That will shut the server down. We won't be here anymore. So can you go and get that, please? Get me the measurement
Are
of
you
curvature.
saying now? Are you saying now
No,
that?
I'm asking you for
What?
that measurement of Earth curvature.
Yeah,
Go and get it.
I can show you how the official narrative. Okay.
I don't care. I want to know about the measurement. How does curvature of the Earth was directly measured? Can you give me that, please? That's all
Do
we
you
need.
think when we literally fly?
All we need.
Do you stop rambling one time? Are you stupid, man? Oh my
No, I'm asking you to provide the evidence that you've made the claim to. You seem to not be
Man, there
doing
is
that.
literally people on this earth who are saying we are professionals. We have university done for our position to do
Thank you,
what we are
French
doing,
man of
and
wee
we are
wee.
telling you.
Okay,
Listen,
can you give me
we
the
are
measurement,
telling
please?
you. No.
Just get the measurement. I want
You
to know
are
how
telling
it's done.
us then people
Hello,
don't
Alex.
exist.
Alex, you've been stupid. Just get me the methodology of how the curve was measured. I just want that. Don't need anything else.
Show us what they did.
I have researched that also 15 times today. You people
Provide
repeating
it.
yourself.
Provide it.
Yeah, I post you the same fucking ChatGPT fucking shit into the chat like everyone else.
I'm not surprised everybody rejected the chat GPT
Bro, you
shit.
arguing with MS Paint.
Excuse
Are you
me,
serious?
young man, Alex, shush. I want the measurement by people, not what ChatGPT says, not what Google says when you fucking put in a search term. I want the measurement of drop over distance that you said had been done. Yeah, you're going to be able to give it?
Just for you in the side chat.
Is this going to be the ChatGPT thing?
Yeah.
I don't
Brother,
want
you have MS Paint to offer as an oppositional argument. You understand? You could do that research by yourself and you would find, like every glober in this room,
You go do it.
you would
Go
find
do
a
your
lot
own
of evidence that it's not so unlikely that they have measured the Earth.
God's sake, can you just give me the fucking measurement and
It's
methodology,
inside,
please?
okay? Just for you, brother.
Thank you fucking very much. At least we're going to
Yeah.
get bloody somewhere. Right, so you've got
Do you think when
several...
we are navigating with GPS in our cars all day,
No,
that the GPS is not
navigate using the
accurate?
stars, dude. We navigate using the stars. So let's go through these one by one, shall we?
Oh my god.
Is that okay? Being as you seem
Yeah.
to have
Can
prepared a
you
list.
wait? No.
God's sake. So geodetic surveys use high precision instruments like theodolites and GPS to measure angles and distance over large areas. It helps to confirm that the Earth's surface curves by this is a claim. Can you give me that measurement, please?
You have, if your claim is different, please show me your measurement.
Excuse me. You want me to show my measurement? That's what I'm asking you about your claim, number one, geodetic surveying. So I get the claim, which you've written down in point one. Now give me the measurement that goes along with the claim, please. I want the geodetic
Oh, I don't know
survey
if I
that
should
measure
love you or
curvature.
hate you.
Excuse me.
I
I
like
want
your
excuse
principles.
me. Excuse me. I want the geodetic surveys that measure curvature. Can you get them for me, please?
What do you want from me? Tell me again.
Number one, it says about geodetic surveying. Now that's the claim that you've written down in point number one. I want the measurements that verify that that's true, please. Very simple. You've made the claim. Now give the evidence.
I didn't make the claim. ChatGPT made the claim, but
Okay, then. So there's a claim here. Where's the evidence? This is your claim that you've got from ChatGPT that's supposed to shut us down. Good. So we've got the claim. Can we have the measurements, please? I told you ChatGPT wasn't good enough.
So do you want an actual experiment, or what do you want?
I want the physical methodology, the results from a physical measurement of the surface of the Earth that shows that physically the surface of the Earth is curving, obviously.
Yeah, you can have that in a second.
Thank you. Finally, fucking 10 years later.
Yeah, bro,
Why is it
listen,
funny,
I'm
dude?
not gonna lie. Most people are
why
not
is this funny?
asking reasonable
Hang on.
questions like you do,
Alex,
and I had used 5 minutes to understand that.
Alex, why is this funny? I'm just asking you to prove the claim. That's all.
Okay, just for you.
Okay. And it's not just for me, dude. It's
Yeah,
for
I
everyone.
understand.
You can't, Alex, you can't just make claims without any demonstration that this is
Wait, I want
factually
to say
true.
something to that before
Why
we
you
move on.
talking, Alex? I'm trying to help you. Why are you talking?
I
You
understand
fucking
that
idiot.
now.
Don't understand why you keep fucking talking through somebody who is clearly speaking to you about something. Just get me the fucking measurements, dude.
I already posted it, how it's done, okay? As exactly as you wanted, and now I want to say something.
Okay,
For
let me
all
read through
the
this. So you're
questions,
not gonna let me read it then?
you can read it while I
Survey.
speak, no?
Okay, this isn't the measurement.
Bro, it says exactly how it's done. Triangulation, trilateration, leveling, based on measurements. Exactly the
Yeah,
theoretical...
that's awesome. Anon, it tells us how it's done, so there should be a number there. What's the measurement?
Yeah,
Oh
go and
my
get me
God,
the
bro, are
fucking
you
paper.
trolling me? Stay serious
No.
at least if you play that
Alex,
game.
you really don't get this. You've now just gave us the methodology. Good. Now, using this methodology, get me the measurements done by the surveyors, whoever they were, at a particular location, time and date. You'll notice that there isn't a single number in here. Not one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the point is...
Sorry, are you laughing again? Because I just keep asking
ChatGPT
you for the
answers.
same thing.
Let
Can
me
you prove
speak
the
1
claim that
second.
you
Shut
just
the
keep
fuck up or
asserting?
I'm
Why
not
are you
talking to
talking,
you
you
anymore,
stupid
okay?
idiot? Why are you talking? You keep doing the same thing.
Because
giving
you
us...
asked me a question, are you dumb? You asked me a question and then I should shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you keep imploding. Why have you not given me what I've asked for then?
Bro, stop trolling now, okay?
What,
The
the
answer
measurement, the
is...
measurement of the claim? I want the measurement, please, of the claim. You've given the methodology. You've given the claim. Oh dear, I know it's terrible, isn't it? Just fucking prove
Just
the
show me
claim.
the anti-proof. You have the anti-proof already.
No,
You're saying, so just show me the anti-proof. Are you stupid? Don't make me Google it if you know it's wrong.
Excuse me, you haven't given me the proof yet to give you
Bro, I have literally
anti-proof.
given you what they are saying.
But Alex, you're doing it again. You haven't given me the proof yet. You've just given me
Okay,
the claim.
tell me what I should enter into ChatGPT. What is the question you are asking?
Why are you getting it? Why are you getting it from ChatGPT? That's probably going to be
because it's the
fucking question.
fastest. Can you give me a
It's the
site where I can
fastest.
find the
Sorry,
solution?
do you think that ChatGPT's a
Hey, I
citation?
apologize. I don't know
You,
that.
you
Can you
should.
give me a site, please, where I can find the solution?
You're an idiot. So can you
Can you
just
give me the site,
method?
please, where I find the solution? Would you, everyone
I'm
in the
just
chat,
going to
give
give up
please
with
the
you.
site to find the solution?
Fucking typical Germans. Shut up. Just
He'd
give
be
me.
fucked if he was asked to
measurement.
articulate any of that in his own words.
So based on all this methodology, I said I stand on my head and stick my tongue out of the left side of my mouth. That would prove curvature.
If ChatGPT said it.
As much as I want to try entering that into ChatGPT. Oh shit. Oh man, head spins. Awesome.
Where's the curvature?
Yeah, even I don't think that the curvature can be directly measured.
So then the only way you know it's a globe is because you saw it on TV.
No.
Well, if you can't directly measure it, then how do you know?
Inference to the best explanation. The observations are best explained by the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so if I saw, hypothetically, somebody's mom standing on the corner of Harry Hines Boulevard, right, and she was dressed, very nice, but not church nice, you know what I mean? And I were to infer that maybe she was a prostitute. What if she was just standing there because she was just at Parkland Hospital?
But yeah, you would need to look at all this all the different.
But it would be the
factors.
best explanation that she's a prostitute because Harry Hines Boulevard is known for something. And the only reason I know that, by the way, is because I used to go to Children's all the time.
Yeah, but you ignored the fact that it was so and so's mom and all the other things you know about her character, and so you take into account all of those different things before you make the inference.
But you see how inferences can be wrong because you can't, you can't do anything with an inference, right?
Yeah, inferences are just to the best explanation. They're not like the truth.
Nah.
Not inferences
Story.
to truth. They're not proofs of truth.
It's just a story.
Yes.
What would qualify them as being the best explanation is if the Earth's surface was actually curving.
If you could come up with a better explanation, then we should use that one instead. So obviously,
The validity of your claim doesn't rely on the absence of mine or the presence of mine.
It does. Mine would be completely false if you
No,
come
it
up
doesn't.
with a better one.
No, it stands out alone, all by itself.
Right, and then we could
Independently.
deem it false. We could deem the globe Earth false if it's
So
not the
come
best
up with a
explanation.
better one, Matthew, or validate what you've come up with.
Yeah, the explanation that the Earth is a globe is the best explanation for all kinds
Yeah,
of natural
now-
phenomena.
Which is better, to validate it or to come up with another explanation?
To validate it, to look at all the
Excellent. So I
evidence-
want you to validate it now. Thank you.
Sure, sunsets and moon
But you
phases
said,
and
and I quote, I'll just scroll back up here because I don't want to mess this up. The truth is that drop over distance has never been directly measured, so I won't be able to give it.
right, it's not going to be directly measured.
So you can't give it.
The validation would be that it's the best explanation.
So it's
I'm
just
giving-
an explanation then, so
Right.
no validation.
Yeah, I would say the explanation is the validation, but
No.
No, that's affirming the consequent.
I'm saying here's all the evidence. Let's look for the best
Saying you
explanation.
can't
for
be
this
sure, but I feel like this is pretty good, but I can't be sure.
Bingo.
So that's
Yeah.
how you're escaping the logical fallacy side of it, right? By saying it's not definitive proof.
Yeah, logical fallacies only
Yeah.
apply
What would validate any of those arguments would be direct measurement of the Earth's surface, which you've said you can't do.
If that's your standard for validation, then okay, I
But
would
that's
say
not my standard. That would validate your explanations.
yeah, I can't validate them by direct measurement.
So doesn't this really good book, full of wisdom, say that a man who speaks on a subject that he has no knowledge of, it's a folly unto him,
Yes.
right? And then also it talks about backbiting and talking about people. So like what I talked about, inferring the thing about somebody's mom being a prostitute. Wouldn't inferring stuff about the globe be akin to that, right? Because we're supposed to be honest and truthful in our dealings, but talking about things that we don't know about and just inferring things as if it's reality, I mean, that seems like it would be a folly to a person who's trying to be a good, upstanding, sane, moral, sober, prudent person.
Yeah, calling someone a prostitute is not the moral equivalent of saying that the Earth is not flat. They're different things.
Right, and making stuff up about inferring realities that aren't verifiable independently by the average person, that would also be kind of a weird thing to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. If you're telling falsehoods and getting people to believe it just because you're saying it and it's based on false ideas, then yeah, that's not very good. We want to look for the truth, not just some idea of somebody making up stories.
Right, because the truth is the highest order, because it literally says know the truth and it will make you free.
Right.
So there could not be a higher aim than the truth, because we want people to be free, right?
Yeah, and I actually think that learning about God's creation tells us about the Creator some. So I think that there's actually a spiritual component to, fulfilling our mandate to subdue the earth. Part of that is knowing the earth and knowing creation. So I think it's something more than just the secular sciences.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to make sure that you knew something before you went around saying it, right? And maybe
I
I'm
agree.
guilty of this too, right? Because nobody's perfect, so I could be preaching to myself a little bit there. But if you're going to claim that it's like settled for sure, well, it should be something that you could go check for yourself. And if you can't go check for yourself, then we can't go to space, right, Matthew? You and I, not even
Right.
Bezos and what's that other guy, Richard Branson? Not even
Yeah.
they could go to space.
Yeah,
But
I think there are other ways that you can look at the evidence yourself. I mean, I tell people do your own research, look at the evidence.
well, we tell people to go out and check for curvature yourself. Do globe earthers ever say that? Do globe earthers ever tell, like, people who wander in here, brand new to the conversation, do they ever tell them to go and make some measurements with the Earth curve calculator and decide for themselves if the
No.
reality that they're seeing, that it looks flat, is more important than the inference that it must be refraction? It has to be.
Yeah, we never tell them to go measure that because obviously we say that nobody has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth. So if some newcomer isn't going to, it'd be a fool's errand to tell them to go try.
But we tell people you can see the actual Earth itself and whether or not it's curving.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah.
Go validate the claim whether it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, or go validate the claim that it's curving 8 inches per mile squared, but it looks flat because of refraction.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it looks like based on squinting at the horizon isn't going to help either side. So that's why I don't recommend that. I say look at the other evidence. The other evidence is more clear.
Have you written to the lawmakers that write the indoctrination? I'm sorry, it's called what's it called? The curriculum, to get them to remove that. Boats going over the horizon proves the Earth's a globe. If you tried to stop them from putting out, false information, because the shit that they come in here with, bro, they go to the internet, they go to Google, and they say, well, the stars rotate in the opposite in the south, right? They say stupid shit like that. Eratosthenes.
Wait, it's not true?
No, they all go east to west.
No, they don't.
Are there stars or moons or other heavenly bodies that rise in the west?
they rise in the east and go set in the west, but those are the stars that rise and set. There are some stars that don't rise and set that are traveling west to east, and some that are going east to west.
Which ones go west to east?
The ones directly under Polaris.
So if I was over there in Siberia,
No, right
looking
here.
up, hold on,
Tonight.
hold on, bro. If I was over there in Siberia and I was looking up at those stars that you say are going from west to east, is that an objective reality, or does it only appear that way because of our current location?
No, you look north and you can see them moving in direction. It goes from west to east.
Are they on the opposite side of Polaris?
They are, so that's why you'd have to wait 12
Excellent.
hours.
So we all know that they rotate with Polaris as center, and now you're being sneaky and saying something that's on the opposite side, knowing damn well that it turns in a very particular direction, is now actually the opposite direction.
No, I'm saying that the ones above Polaris go east to west, the ones below Polaris go west to east. Like I posted at 45 past the hour.
Do they all turn in the same direction around a Polaris, yes or no?
Yes, they all turn
So
counterclockwise.
stop being a weasel, Matthew. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, we can talk about clockwise and counterclockwise, which I think is a better way to describe it than east to west.
Yeah.
It's better to be subjective than having objective reality. If all motion is relative, don't we need that reference frame to be objective as possible?
Yeah,
Matthew?
counterclockwise is an objective observation.
Yeah, we know which way the tap turns. That's not subjective.
That's why I think you guys are obfuscation experts.
Really?
Like,
It doesn't
instead
matter
of
which
just
side.
agreeing that the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east, you guys actually took the bait as if this is going to prove the Earth's a globe.
It does.
I wouldn't say prove. I'd say it's a strong evidence. It's an observation that
True.
matches. That's why I put it.
Yeah, matches exactly
Your
the predictions
standard
of
of
a glide of a
evidence-
given radius.
Your standard of evidence is so low.
Wait, so Larry, if you look at my
I'm looking
at 45 past the hour, my
looking at
picture, are those white? The white arrow, is that pointing from west to east?
It is, but this is an apparent.
Yeah, those
thing.
stars are moving west to east.
No, they're not. It's
Yeah, they are.
apparently moving west to east.
Oh, so west to east doesn't mean anything. It's just apparently west to east. Okay.
Hold on. If you're looking at the star in the middle, right, Polaris,
Yeah.
right? If you're on that side of the Earth in Siberia, that is pointing which direction? That arrow.
The same thing. You could take the same picture in Siberia.
Yeah, and that arrow that you put there, if you were to put it at the same spot, that would be going from east to west. If you're in Siberia looking up at Polaris, that arrow would be going east to west.
The arrows would flip position,
No,
I
I
think.
don't think
The
so.
yellow would be on the bottom and the white would be on the top, is my guess.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So it's apparent. That's why we don't like.
No, it's still doing the same direction. It's
Yeah,
just
east
which
to west.
Yeah, we just figured that out, east to west.
Well, east
So
to
wait,
west is also
yellow, is the yellow arrow pointed opposite?
East to west is relevant to north.
Subjective. Okay. Go ahead and explain that, please, Eggshells. How is it subjective?
Relevant to
because
north.
in your model, in fact, in any model, but you can get a line that points east to be parallel to a line that doesn't point east in any direction, right? What is east if you're at the North Pole, right? You can go to places where there isn't a direction that is east, clearly showing that where the subject is, who is asking the question of what is east, that is subjective, right? In most cases, it is objective, but if you go to the poles, it starts becoming subjective. Whereas your one, does something go clockwise or counterclockwise? That's objective, right? All screws that I put in my motorbike, even if I'm undoing them with the wrong hand on the opposite side of the bike, screw in clockwise and screw out counterclockwise. And you know that because there are some weird ones, like on tappets, that screw in the wrong way, right? And it's objective, right? The bolts don't change depending on my perspective, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about how things rotate with relevance to north.
Sure. Still clockwise is
so with
as
relevance to
subjective
north.
as north,
So
south, east,
with
west.
relevance to north, we would use the cardinal directions. So east and west, because we're talking about north. If we're going to start talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise, yeah, we can bring it in, but it's not in direct relation to north. That would be east and west. As
I
Larry
have
just
a
pointed
test
out, what
for
he
flat
wants.
Earth that I've just come up with that I think would solve this.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, the first question is: do people here think that we, as the human race, as map makers or whatever, are roughly correct about the length of the equator? It's meant to be around 40,000 kilometers. Do most people here think that's probably somewhat close to correct?
What we've been told.
Sure.
Well, yeah, obviously, I think it's correct.
Yeah. So Matthew thinks it correct. Larry says it's what we've been told. So it's got a radius, right? And if all verticals are parallel, and we are all looking up in the same direction on a plane, then that's the other bit to the proof that I skipped past. Do we agree the equator meets itself in all directions? It is most probably a circle because it has no vertices, but it is enclosed. It keeps mapping out the same path, which is just basically what is dead under the sun at the equinox. Right?
Yeah,
it's pretty much circular.
Yeah.
Sure. So that's got a radius of 3959. The flat Earth's equator curves with a radius of 3959. If you're still sticking with the current equator, otherwise it changes by a little bit, but not much. And that is a testable amount of curvature because left to right curvature is very easy to detect. So plus, flat Earth hasn't solved what the center of that circle is, right? The center is either the North or the South Pole. What happens if they go out to test this left to right curvature and they find heading westwards they're doing a route that curves left? They're circling around the South Pole. You could have fallen for a psyop this whole time because you don't know which way the equator curves. Does it curve left or right? The globe, because it is a great circle route, defines it as a line that cannot curve left or right. It must not curve left or right and still meet itself, and the only way to do that is to be a great circle on a sphere. And the flat Earth says it must curve either left or right and meet itself back where it started by doing a steady curve in one direction or the other.
Wait, so how would you test to see if there's a left to right curve?
Well, I think picking points along the equator and flying along them for one. Sighting mountains, you could do it a million different ways because there's never any claimed left to right refraction. So if you could see mountain peak to mountain peak in Brazil from a couple of 100 kilometers and line that up, they don't even need to be bang on the equator, right? Where you go, is this line curving, is it north or is it south, or can I not detect that 8 inches per mile squared curvature? That's what I love. It's the same radius. So the flat Earth has a radius to prove, and through that prove which is the center. Is it the north or is it the south?
I like thinking about the idea that the south could be the center. Because
Good.
from here in Texas, I don't fucking know where the center is. If there is a center.
Well, the case for the center being in the south is pretty strong because there's already massive military build-up in the north. Or basically, it's like a psyop. It's like all of the things that flat earthers have been telling me about Antarctica are true, doubly true of the north. Basically, nobody can go to the North Pole directly with vehicles except the military. Loads of military take photos there. Anybody who goes to visit the quote-unquote North Pole goes to a different place on the ice and brings their own flag. You can find photos of this. And the only people who really go to the actual pole supposedly are submarines and military-level icebreakers. So it's... If one is sus, is it the one that has permanent structures and multiple people going down there and people taking holidays and 360 footage of, or is it the one that nobody has taken it? Somebody said this today. I've never seen any. Has anybody seen any North Pole Starlapse footage?
You mean like
yeah.
From the North Pole or from looking at the north, looking towards it?
Oh, not directly underneath the North Pole. No, not seen that.
So we do have that of the South.
Do we?
Yes.
When was this taken?
Wolfie's got it on his channel.
Okay, when was this taken? And
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know, but probably 3 or 4 years ago before I got into it anyway.
Yeah, I'm I'm more interested in the time of year that it was taken.
Oh, probably like not peak summer because it was dark.
Cool. So not peak summer in the winter. So there's only really around about 1,000, 2,000 people. Can we confirm that this was actually taken by them at this time?
Well, we've got one that's claimed to be. You don't even have any that's claimed to be. Like
What
what you
from-
can see are the stars and the same sign everybody stands in front of. And then for the North Pole, have you just Google a photo of people standing at the North Pole? Just go Google images, people standing at the North Pole. And go to Google Images and let me show you the photos. It looks like a Masonic psyop. They all bring their own one. They all go to a different place.
Well,
We've
the
got
North
no
Pole-
way to validate that this is the same place the last group went to, or that two groups couldn't be quote unquote going to the North Pole and never see one another because it's not the same place. At least in the South, it's fixed.
I remember QE asking the idiot with a drinking glass in his pitcher, Rumpus, has anyone ever been to the North Pole directly under it? And he couldn't answer. So if you look at the Google Earth, it doesn't show an ice cap there. Ever. Like Santa Claus is in a submarine or something, right? There is no North Pole that, you can land on. So what's the reality? Is there land there? Or is it just ice there sometimes?
Permanent ice. Apparently they claim, and there are photos showing icebreakers going pretty much to the pole.
Well, that may be
And-
true during the winter, but what about the summer? Are the polar bears just like aquatic animals? They got gills now? What's going on?
I mean, polar bears do swim quite a distance. Yeah, I think that's key to how they survive. But it's just super interesting that the South Pole has way better claim to, like, what's going to be the place that the people guard militarily and don't let the secret out? The place that we already know they've got military, or the place that they've all agreed to never put military? And nobody's ever seen
And the
armadas
Pope
of
and
ships down in
Obama
the
and
South.
like, they always go to Antarctica. Not always. They go to Antarctica.
Anyway, the point
People talk
remains: the
about
flat Earth
terraforming
has the
Mars.
same radius to prove.
People talk
They've
about
still got the
terraforming
39,
Mars.
59 radius
It'd
of
be
their
easy
own.
as fuck to terraform Antarctica. All you need is geothermal activity. Iceland is evidence that it's possible. And Iceland is to the ancient Europeans as Antarctica is to the rest of the world today. Hey, where do you guys live? Oh, we live on tundra. Oh, okay. Sounds boring. I wouldn't want to go there. And Iceland is like a beautiful paradise.
Hmm.
And all that military and U.S. government and UN showing
Russian,
the center
China.
as Mark Sargent showing the center as the North Pole. What if the center is down there?
Exactly.
I like entertaining that, but if you want to go ahead and finish up, it's your argument. I just like entertaining it.
Well, that would be one thing that fixes it. But yeah, the whole argument is the flat Earth has claimed for a year, where's my curvature? And I think detecting curvature up and down is quite hard. That said, I will agree that detecting whether you're on the equator is not super easy. But I think if you go, am I on the equator now, and figure out what your error bars are. And then if you travel in a path going one direction or the other, you just need to travel long enough before those error bars are something you should be able to detect. And so it gives the flat Earth something that that isn't necessarily must be so if the Earth is flat.
I know
That
how
the
to test
equator
it.
is curving left or right, despite the fact that all modern navigation equipment says it isn't.
I know how to test it.
Okay.
Line of sight radio communication. If you had a bunch of ships and they were far enough apart, you could do line of sight radio communication. Right? And if it deviated left or right, the radio signal,
Mm.
then that would show that they're going around a turn.
Perfect. Yep. works.
But if you could constantly detect the radio signal hitting the back end of your boat and so on, like a train, right?
Mm.
Like a centipede or whatever, then you would know that it's flat and they're not turning.
Yeah. You should even do a laser test, actually, now that I think about it. And that is two people on the equator to within a high degree of like accuracy, separated by a great distance. And they shine a laser along a line that is due east-west. And you just go, is that laser line aiming at me or not? You know, and then you go, bring it in left, 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 left. Okay, that's pointing at me now. And then they can measure the difference between that. And they can be like, yep, it was out by the projected radius. If we apply a assumption that the equator is curved, then suddenly these lasers line up. That's what I think testing this would look like. You could do it a bunch of ways. Just fly a plane along it, and over time you should see. You know how everybody's always for years been saying, well, pilot would be dipping their nose down at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, the same would be true of a pilot flying due east on the equator. Would be subtly turning right or left, so the landscape would have to pivot in front of him at quite a big rate in order to follow that bank that's going right, that he thinks in his head is going down around underneath him. So it's an objective test that one could do to prove the flat Earth and prove which is the center of the flat Earth. And that's what's got me so excited. And it's the same radius.
But I told you before that you can't conflate the radius of the equator with the radius of the globe. And that's why the line of sight or laser tests would be necessary at the equator to determine not only where the center is, but if the center is below our feet or to the north or to the south.
Yeah. And it would become more pronounced with lower latitudes, as Daz has said before. Like if you go down to the Tropic of Capricorn and you can test that with a sun transit on the solstice, which is how it's defined, so you know you're on that line. And then, yeah, does that line curve? Because in Australia, that should be curving fairly sharply around the South Pole. And for the flat Earth map, particularly if it's north-centric, it should be doing a really long, lazy circle the opposite direction around a central North Pole.
Are there any Globers who would like to speak up? I'd like to hear what the rest of you guys have to say.
Yeah, it sounds like an interesting argument to me. I like it.
So I think, wouldn't you be able, Matthew, you would already know this, I think you'd be able to just sight mountaintop to mountaintop across Brazil or somewhere.
Well, it would be nice if there were such thing as 3 lined up on the equator, and then you could see if they line up on a straight line or if they're curved.
Hmm.
That might happen in the Andes somewhere. There's a lot of
Yeah, but
mountains
nobody's going to argue left to right refraction. So the equatorial line of sight test, you're either hitting the target or you're not. Kind of like the alleged communications between the Earth and the Moon. If it wasn't pointed directly at the Earth, then the signal wouldn't be strong enough.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if there were mountains, let's say if they're in a perfect world, if there are 3 mountains that are exactly 50 kilometers apart and they're all the same altitude, and they're all exactly on the equator, the peaks are exactly on the equator, then you could go up to the top of one of those mountains and look at the other 2 and see if they line up on the equator or if they curve to the left or if they curve to the right.
Couldn't these line of sights be done over land too? Because we're not
Yeah.
measuring topography. If I'm on the 33rd parallel and I send a signal line of sight due east, Phoenix, Arizona is on the 33rd parallel, then if I'm shooting it directly due east, that's got to have already had been done before. Any flat earthers want to chime in on that?
So I think it's the left to right curvature is much easier to detect than up to down curvature.
Yeah, and I think that it would be easier to do on the equator than using one of the other parallels too.
Yeah. And because those lines are definitionally due east, not magnetic east, obviously due east, you can keep checking it. You've got multiple different things you can keep checking it off against. So even if you go, I want to shoot my last target, and you go, well, I could just be, shooting through the Sagitta. You can go, well, actually, does my last target, can I line up with it, but can I line it up due east? And if he's looking due west and he can't line you up, and you're looking due west and you can't line him up, you're like, well, might be around a curve. You'd start getting good information with just 2 points, and then 3 or 4 points along the equator. It'd become pretty clear, I think.
But does anybody see anything wrong with what we're talking about? Why would it be incorrect if I shoot my line of sight, let's say sideband CB radio transmission towards Arizona, which is really far away from Dallas, pretty far. In fact, I think that's the farthest I could get it to go off of off a car battery. If I shot it directly west and I hit it, would that tell us something different than if I had to tweak it just a little bit to the right to hit it full signal strength?
Don't know. I would need to understand more about how radio works, I think. I don't get it.
Well, CB radio isn't line of sight radio, so I would have to change that up a bit. Because CB radio goes out in all directions.
Right.
How narrow is that band of light that comes out of those special antennas that are line of sight?
Yeah, because I think it's just total stations and stuff would give you a pretty good idea of this, wouldn't it?
Who uses line of sight anymore? That's old technology.
No, maybe. I thought they still did it with.
What would
I
be
mean,
the
one of the
point
ways
shooting towards the moon. Yeah, obviously, that's not reality. But what would be the point of using line of sight technology these days?
Because you didn't trust something that was, not something you could do yourself. Like, I'm happy trusting most of the model, right? I just make an argument from utility. I'm like, well, if it tends to work, then I think it's probably true. That sometimes might lead one astray, but generally I think it.
The people in Louisiana teach their children about Jenny Green Teeth, right? Because if that water wet, it got alligator in it, right? But Jenny Green Teeth isn't real, but it's, utility to keep the children away from the alligators.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the challenge is, are you good at taking on new information when you get it, and can you, can one tell the difference between their own biases and good critical thinking? But yeah. Like, for one, you're showing a pretty good amount by weighing this properly, where a lot of people that I've presented this same, essentially saying flat Earth has a 39-59 radius to prove.
Yeah.
Sort of balk at it and don't want it to be testable, and I think that's one of the ways in which we hide ourselves from.
I'm just trying to let you get your argument out so I can hear these guys attack it.
To me, it's close to a geometric proof than it is between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, saying I'm only considering left to right turning, I'm only considering X, Y, I'm ignoring the Z axis. So if something is a circle and it does not turn through X and Y, therefore it must be turning through Z. Therefore, we're on a sphere because sphere is the only way to make a line that doesn't turn left or right, come back on itself.
But then the natural physics of light, when you send out light, even if it's, collimated with a laser, it still spreads out. So
sure.
we
But it's
would
that
have
thing
to
of
have
like, it's the same amount of, I would say, I would caution you for being, to not do that too much, because if you start saying with lasers, it's very difficult, nigh on impossible to detect curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, you will start to run back into discrediting flat Earth.
Well,
evidence.
light, the physics of light is what it is. It doesn't matter if something is true and it goes against the flat Earth argument. You think I'm just gonna sweep that under the rug? Like, I would like to believe that.
No,
I
but
have
I would expect
integrity.
your other arguments to respect that. It sounds like it's pick and choose epistemology when it comes to the physics of light.
I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm saying that light spreads out, even if you collimate it.
Sure.
There's no collimated light. Like, video games isn't reality.
Sure. We don't need to use lasers. I think just line of sight, just video record a plane that's flying along the equator, and you will see if that's turning left or right over a few hours. If you speed up 3 hours of flying footage.
So even if there is a mountain that's like due east of you in appearance, but it's slightly south, the closer you get to it, no matter what model you're on, left, right, or center, it's still going to appear to start deviating to the left until you pass it. Because obviously you're not sailing through the mountain. You'd be sailing north of it, it's to the south, or south of it, it's to the north. So it would appear to do the same thing. And if that's your objective location, there's still perspective to take into consideration, correct?
Sure, always.
How would you work that rub out?
Well, you don't. I don't think you need to. If you're saying, am I currently on the equator, then perspective will shrink things. But there's no known suggestion I've ever heard from anybody with a straight face who would claim that perspective is going to alter the position of things left and right. I've heard people say the ceiling ramps towards the floor and the floor ramps towards the ceiling. That's fine. I don't care about vertical displacement. This test would be about left to right displacement at 8 inches per mile squared. Some of what I'd be concerned about is how accurately can I tell if I'm on the equator? Like, it is a theoretical line that we are trying, that is defined by some things that we can detect, but how precisely can we detect them is a bit of a question. Because if you've got an error bar of somewhere within this 10 meters is the equator, then you have to go, well, what if he was, what's the worst those error bars could do to how we how precisely we can measure a curve.
So imagine you got two tracks that are oval shaped, like a football field in the middle. And the cheerleaders usually stand at the 50-yard line and they face away from the football players towards the bleachers. But instead of having bleachers there, you got another track. So it's like a figure 8, but it's two ovals on their side. You with me so far?
I think so, yeah.
So if I'm running down the track that's on the south side, as I pass the center, I'm going to see the cheerleaders go from in front of me to beside me to behind me. But then the next time I go around the track, let's say I switch over from the track that's on the south and go on the north side, I'm still going to see the cheerleaders in front of me, beside me, behind me, right? So how would you tell which way you're going just by the only
Because they would have
objective
appeared from
reality?
your left or appeared from your right. You'd tell but through the parallax and that's why you got two eyes, right? So you can sort of pick what objects are dead ahead of you, or around there, so you can, I presume, run at speed through bushes and stuff to get
around
food.
around the bins, but in this case of the Earth, there wouldn't be any bins. It would be just
You're
a track
constantly
around.
turning left or right at 8 inches per mile squared. The question would be like, yeah, how precisely we do it. But I'm not saying people are going to like feel it like, ooh, oh goodness, we're turning left so noticeably. It would just be that a path that followed the equator would mean that all of the landscape was constantly slewing in front of you at this predictable rate. So a mountain that you're aiming at 15 minutes ago is now, you're about to pass it. It's out now past your wing at your 9 o'clock. Right, and you go, okay, obviously I'm not staying straight. I'm doing this long, subtle turn. Have I responded to what you were saying?
I'm just trying
I
to,
feel like
trying to get it in my head, and I'm thinking while you were talking, so I probably wasn't listening.
That's all good. I mean, for me, I think one of the simplest places to start is go, what's the best way I could detect if I'm on the equator? And then have people use those methods independently and checked, those plaques and stuff that are on the ground that say, here's the equator, and people have their photo in front of them, just to test if those are accurate. And then if those are accurate, you can go, okay, well, I can start lining those up with one another based on how much I trust them. So you could sort of, do it from home.
So the Pacific would be the best ocean to do it over, except for the lack of GPS.
Lack of GPS?
Yeah, does GPS always track the flights over the Pacific?
Sure, yeah. I would be astounded if there's anywhere. I've heard of stuff at the poles gets difficult, but I think
Malaysian
even there's
flight
got
that went
GPS
down?
coverage now. I haven't lost it anywhere ever.
What about the Malaysian flight?
But that, so lose transmission, yes. Lose an ability to share back to base its location and intent and what's going on with it. That often goes. But GPS is just the plane. You just have a device that knows what time it is and listens to pings from satellites. And the satellites are sending out the pings. So he doesn't, it's not a transmission broadcast channel that he can dial back and say, I've been taken hostage, or I'm doing this for money, I'm committing suicide, or whatever he's doing.
First pickup truck, I had a sideband radio, and it had a 9-foot steel whip, and it was just on my toolbox. I didn't even put plastic or rubber washers in between it, so it was metal on metal. But I could still get signal all the way out to Georgia and Arizona.
Yeah, it astounds me, those things. I had lost my antenna and still got a signal from 80 kilometers away. It was line of sight, but it was still 80 kilometers.
I could hear people from New York talking to people from California, but they couldn't hear me, or they couldn't make out what I was saying.
Right.
They could hear me, but they couldn't understand shit I was saying. I haven't heard anybody else say shit. Is there still anybody in here?
I think they got stumped by my flat earth proof.
No, they're thinking about it. Proof. It's the concept in its infancy right now. That it would determine something. The thing that I find most intriguing is Antarctica being the north. And the compass is always pointed towards Antarctica, but us being on this side of the world, isn't 90% of the population on this side of the world?
think 70 or something. It's a fair whack, yeah. But we've still got all of South America. Polynesia's got fuck all people. Might be. What percent of humans live above 90? Okay, there you go.
You guys that are allowed to live down there, you can't just go wherever you want. Just like us up here, we can't go.
We're not down there. We're in here. We're in the center, right near the middle of everything. You guys have grown up. You're rim dwellers. That's what we call you. No, that sounds a bit gross. I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, I didn't take it like that. But 90% of the population is in the northern area, and then 95% of the population of the world is on the coast. So there's a lot of fucking land that we're not using.
Hmm.
Think about how big Africa is. 5,000 miles. I've only driven like 2,000 miles. So to think about 5,000, that's just Africa. That's not even like South America or India or Australia. Like what? There is so much freaking land here, and they tell us that we're overpopulated and we're breathing up all the rich man's air while he's flying around in jets. But the runaway greenhouse gases are going to kill us, but you better not grow any of that marijuana. Not around here, partner. We'll put you in the cage and take all your stuff.
Yeah. Yes, if hypocrisy had a Flat Earth had a monopoly on hypocrisy, it would definitely be a flat earther. I think they just keep showing themselves to be crooks and in it for themselves.
Flat earthers?
No, I mean like politicians, people in charge, people who claim to have your best interests at heart, just always invariably show themselves to be frauds.
I was like, what are you talking about? So it's really bad to make generalizations. You're making a fool out of yourself when you do that. But when it comes to
always,
yeah, pretty much always. When it comes to, I don't know, like someone who takes that Jesuit oath. I don't know if people actually take that oath, but if they do, kind of fucked up. Or if someone takes an oath to uphold the Constitution and arrest people for having a gun. I don't know how that makes any sense, because if we're going to have a free state, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. So if they're swearing that they want to have a free state, yet they're doing gun confiscations at the same time, that kind of reminds me of that Jesuit oath. Like, how could you take both of those oaths at the same time and still consider yourself legitimate? And you ask any cop, hey, are politicians corrupt? Yeah, well, politicians will be completely powerless if you didn't enforce their laws. Well, I'm just doing my job. Anyway, are there any flat earth conversations? Because I could go on. Probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I guess because I used to see the same thing the whole way with the sort of Bohemian Grove and these sort of people taking oaths to one another. And because I think I've said this before, I was a mad into 9/11, being an inside job, sending aggressive emails to my family. He would get so angry at my dad because he was a pilot, being like, "Come on, look at this." He's like, "It's not. It's bullshit." He'd get so angry at me.
I don't pretend to know what happened on 9/11. I couldn't tell you what happened. I wasn't there. But I do know that it was not worth us giving our consent for the blood of 500,000 children. And what
Yeah,
was
and
it?
that's
Albright,
con-
Madison. What was her name? Madam Albright, Madison Albright. She said, "Well, we think
Madeline.
it was worth it."
Yeah, of course they do. They were itching to do it. The difference is, I don't think they need to fake an attack. I think they just need to wait for one, underfund a couple of departments. The chance that they let it happen is possible. It just seems like it's like some guy's trying to break in and punch you in the face every day of the week, and you're the security expert, and you're like, we've got to let him in one day so that we can validate our own budgets and incursions upon the liberties of the people, such as the Patriot Act, which they already had drafted.
You
But
mean Hitler
just the
drafted
thing for me is, it doesn't require that they then get into this massive sort of Ocean's 11 style caper to fake an attack when people are busting into your house every day. Just let one of them through, just switch the alarms off, or
But you believe the
be a
official
little
9/11
careless.
Commission report? You believe that to be true?
I haven't read it end to end. I think it was weird how it didn't deal with the anything after the fire or whatever it was in the collapse of the building. No, that was the NIST report. What you're essentially doing with a investigation like those things is saying to the people who fucked up, please give me a detailed description of how you fucked up. Do I expect that to be honest? No. Neither if it was done by themselves or if they fucked up. I don't expect it to be honest in either case.
Henry Kissinger was the original chair of the official 9/11 Commission report. He stepped down about halfway through and didn't put his name in there. Wonder why he didn't make the book. But anyway, the official narrative is, to the best of my knowledge, that this guy, he didn't want Western interference in his Muslim countries. So Osama bin Laden hatched a plot and conspired against the U.S. government. And the theory goes that because he didn't want them interfering in his country, he went and kicked the shit out of the hornet's nest. So, hypothetically, Eggs, if you didn't want the cops fucking with you, would you go egg the police station?
But that's not at all. So, that's completely painting Osama bin Laden and his recorded utterances with the opposite to what they were. His plan was very clear, which was they're already funding Israel to crush the Palestinians, and they're active in all of these places economically, crushing the will of the Muslim people and reducing their ability to make a caliphate. But because they're doing so in peaceful ways, we can't really cause a uprising against them. So our intent is that we'll keep smacking them in the face so that we're forced to respond, and then people will see the violence of their regime because it will be in blood and bombs this time, because they'll be forced to attack us, and then the Muslim world will realize who they are and rise up against them, and then that's our only chance of establishing a caliphate. And he was pretty much word for word bang on correct, right? Step by step by step, they got to their caliphate from his first foray. So it could still be that he's fake and that's a planted story, and his family had all sorts of funny connections, and the suggestion that he was at one stage a CIA asset or operative or something like that, completely wouldn't be surprised. It's just, it could be on either side, right? So one of the things I got really big on after being a 9/11 truther was go check which data only stacks up on one side, and you find a lot of your data falls away. A lot of your support points for why it was an inside job actually don't support that side at all. They support the idea that somebody intentionally caused mayhem on that day, but it doesn't say who caused the mayhem.
So, over the years, people have called me a sovereign citizen. That bullshit. I'd never claim to be a sovereign citizen. I don't teach people to travel without a license plate. But I got to ask the question again. It's a two-part question, compound question. If you don't want the cops fucking with you, would you go egg the police station? And if you don't want to get pulled over, would you drive around without a license plate and insurance and a driver's
It sounds like you didn't listen to what I was saying. He did want the cops fucking with him. He wanted them coming in and murdering
Afghans.
Afghans.
Coming into the Muslim countries.
Yes, he
That's
wanted to create a
opposite of what the
war
official
against them.
9/11 Commission report says. So you don't accept the official 9/11 Commission report.
What? Oh, what? I don't know what the 9/11 Commission report says about him.
It says that he didn't want Westerners getting involved in his Muslim country or countries. So I asked you.
Does it? Yeah, I'll have to check it again.
Yeah,
If you can give me
I've
the
read the whole
quote that it
thing
says, that
front
sounds
to back.
interesting.
Yeah, he was tired of Western intervention in his Muslim countries.
Sure. Like it still kind of tracks with what I said, right? He was upset that they were economically involved in all of these places and caused suffering, but they weren't seen to be the active player, right? The Russians were killing the Chechens for ages. There was this stuff in Bosnia and places. So there was like battles with the Muslim world. But leading up to 9/11, aside from his previous, or like his gang's previous plots that had failed, there was virtually no violence against the Western world, but the Muslims were really shitty about, or some groups of the Muslims were really shitty that America was basically jacking its oil money and not giving them much for it. Pretty easy to do if they're a bunch of Bedouins who can't get along.
Well, I don't believe everything Noam Chomsky says, but he did write a book about manufacturing consent, and I look back at, PNAC, Project for New America, and I look back at Henry Kissinger, and I look back at Michael Bolton, and seeing that he was still in power because Trump made him part of his cabinet in his first term. So I look back at these players, and I just have no faith whatsoever in the system anymore. And I've tried. I've gave it a good, honest go. I've tried to believe in the system, and I've tried to believe that the courts were just. I just have no faith in men at this point, and my kingdom is not of this world. I did honestly try. I listened to Issa's arguments. He's a statist. He loves Trump. But I just... If they were only doing common law, like someone signs an affidavit telling where the harm, injury, or loss was, and then and only then can a warrant be issued for arrest. If they were doing that, and everything was, somewhat affordable with the 7th Amendment to go to court any matter over $20 in the common law court, if that's what was going on, like I would be like 100% behind the government and believing it was instituted by God. But arresting people for plants and stuff like that, I don't know. I get the fentanyl, right? But mushrooms, like scientifically, psilocybin mushrooms are like the safest thing that you can do. But if you get caught with those, they'll take your freedoms away.
Sure. Okay, I think I agree ideologically with a lot of the things sovereign citizens say. It's like whoever is the king is whoever everybody thinks is the king. Birthright, anointed by God, none of that stuff really actually exists or matters.
Over here, there's not supposed to be any kings or titles of nobility.
Sure, but what I mean is whether laws exist in courts or the idea that does to me sound sovereign citizen, but I get that you say that you're not. I would just also say it's like a feature of the pseudo law, pseudo legal movement, as it's sometimes called. Is it's just got to be tested, and if it can't be tested, if it's only in theory, then what happens in reality trumps that, and what happens in reality, I think, gets recorded in courts, and that's
I can't tell you how many times I've seen a journalist get arrested for something like disorderly conduct or obstruction. And obstruction's a physical act. You know what obstruction means? Like if you're trying to drive down the road and there's a tree down the road.
No, I think obstruction can also be refusing to give up documents under subpoena, or refusing to divulge information
Yeah,
to the police.
that's under subpoena, right? That's a court order.
No, I think
talking
if the
about-
police say we're trying to look for somebody who just shot somebody as your son at home, and you say no, I think you can be charged with obstruction.
If there's a warrant.
Well, yeah, like if
Or
the
the
police
son.
have valid reason to ask for
Yeah,
somebody and you don't,
but-
and you obstruct them in there, I don't think it means something physical.
But,
It could just
but
mean
hey, you
like
look
deliberate.
suspicious. Let me see your ID.
It's a-
No? Okay, I'm going to take you in. But wait a minute. Under the Supreme Court, it says we have to be suspected of having in the process or about to commit a crime. And it has to be a reasonable, articulatable suspicion. If they arrest you, like they've done in the past, regardless of being told, hey, this is what the Supreme Court says, and you bet your ass every cop knows about Terry versus Ohio, because they use it every day. Terry stop, Terry frisk. They use it every day. How could they not know that they need a crime?
Because I think that they can often fudge that later on. They just go, I just need to be able to articulate that by the time it comes to write my report. And I'll chat to the other guy and I'll go, what are we going to say? Odor of marijuana and stuff. So stuff that's harder to prove against them, like, is getting much easier now with body cams and stuff like that. Because otherwise they would just, I'm sure, carry loads of drop weapons and drugs and stuff, so they could toss people and do all sorts of stuff. Yeah. I'm not going to be playing an argument for that we've got a perfect legal system.
Terry versus Ohio is like the biggest case for cops because it circumvents the Constitution, but it has to be under certain parameters. But if the cops are just, getting your ID under threat of arrest, even though they know that you haven't committed any crime, you're only recording in public, and they know that they can't convert a right into a crime. Who's the sovereign citizen? The guy with the camera standing on his rights? Or
No, I agree with you. I've been stopped and asked for my ID because I saw a cop car outside my house and the guys next door were scrote. So I turned immediately around, looked down his front hallway to see if he was getting arrested again. And this plainclothes detective, pops out of the car in front of me, comes over and grabs me by the wrist, and I'm like, "Excuse me." And then he saw the look on my face, let go, and he's like, "I want to see your ID." And I was like, "Okay, I just live here." And he's like, "I'd like to see your ID." And so I did hand over my ID, but I was like, fuck you a bit. But they just know they can do it. Like most of the time, I think the thing is they're trained one way at the academy, particularly in America. Like they do fuck all training in America. If you look at the stats, how much training, like ongoing, what do you call it? CPD, continuous professional development, and judo courses, and nonviolent communication, and all of this kind of stuff. The British are doing it constantly. They've got weeks a year. The Americans do 6 weeks total, and that's it. They're a cop for life. So yeah, I think I'm not at all surprised. I see lots of examples of cops doing dodgy copping in America.
So
not saying Australia's much better, but our cops are good. It's just they're corrupt as fuck. Which your guys, I don't think are on the.
I've seen
organised
probably
level.
10,000 audit videos of different kinds, right? And when I see somebody standing on their rights and they're willing to comply within the extent or the limits of the officer's authority, they get called a sovereign citizen, which is basically a terrorist. And if you know anything
I
about,
don't think it's basically a terrorist. I
Well,
think it's a derogatory term for somebody who doesn't understand the law.
no, it's considered a terrorist. Someone who's a sovereign citizen is someone who thinks the law don't apply to them. But I'm trying
According
to
to one definition that 99% of people don't go by, it means terrorist. It's been listed as a terrorist organization by some crackpot group I forget, but nobody thinks sovereign citizen and thinks, oh, they mean terrorist.
Okay, well, anyway, Jeff Gray, standing at the steps of City Hall, is forced to show his ID, and the cop calls him a sovereign citizen. He doesn't have to show his ID unless he's suspected of committing a crime. When he was asked to leave under threat of arrest, because anytime a cop tells you to do something, you just say, I'm willing to comply.
Oh no, to
But
enter a site.
If I don't? What happens if I don't? If they say you'll be arrested, okay, I'll comply. I don't want to be arrested. And then the
But
court
to
can
go onto a
decide
site,
later.
you can be required to show ID. There can be conditional, like you can't just walk into Parliament being like,
I don't know
I wanna
about
check this
Parliament,
place
but I have
out.
the right to do a public records request at any government public agency.
It doesn't dictate how you get to do it.
I have a right to do it. If they deny
Yeah,
me
but
that
how?
right,
I mean, it's email them and set up a time
no,
for a
in
meeting,
person.
or doorstep them with a GoPro.
If there's a public counter where there's a receptionist and it's public all the way from the street to that door, accessible to the public, I have the right to do a public records request, especially if I see signs around that say employee access only or key cards or waiting rooms. If I see that sort of thing where there's like chairs and public information on the walls, then I have the right to do that public records request, regardless if they demand whether I fill out the sign-in sheet and surrender my driver's license. Because what if homeless people don't have driver's license? Does that mean they don't have the right to have the law? It's the Freedom of Information Act. You know what an act is, right? According to them, that's the law. That's the law, right? An act. An act of Congress, right? I don't know. I just think that the cops think that the law don't apply to them because they have qualified immunity.
Sure. I mean, I think there's a whole variety of reasons. I think that people are naturally inclined to end up seeking more power and taking advantage of it. I think only good oversight reduces that, but training can help, rewarding good behaviors and punishing bad behaviors.
Yeah, but when cops do bad things, they get paid vacation.
Right. And I think with a few things like that changing, like what a major one I think is start at the carrot end and then go to the stick, and start tomorrow and go, everybody gets really, really good judo training and free judo lessons for life. And we create this like jujitsu judo ideology within the police force. Where the whole idea is like calm them down, keep your heart rate low and subdue them. And you're still going to blap off because there's still going to be an inordinate shit ton of guns in the world. But just the number of times you're dealing with a mental health case and you can kind of see some guy staggering around looking a bit confused and you just sort of go, oh, and do a little roll and a tumble and he's out cold on the ground and he didn't even know what happened to him, rather than blasting 16 holes in him.
The civil rights lawyer did one not too long ago where a kid had an accident on a dirt bike on a public road. His brothers came along after the cops did their investigation and picked up the dirt bike and put it in the back of the truck. And the cop came and said, hey, take it out. And they were like, no, if you want to take pictures, go ahead, take pictures. He tried to slam that kid on his head, dude. And if that kid wouldn't have had one arm free to hold onto the bed of the truck, that cop would have face planted that kid. But the kid wasn't stopping the cop. But what did the cop say? Can you guess? Obstruction, right? The cop said that he was trying to leave. The kid was trying to take off. Well, everything said and done, they arrest the kid. I think he was a young man. He was a kid or something. They arrest him. Guess what the cop never did? Never took pictures of the motorbike. It was never about the motorbike. I think it's civil rights attorney, civil rights lawyer, civil rights attorney, I think. Anyway,
Still
long
sounds to me
story
like an
short,
argument for a shit cop rather than.
well, where was the good cop to stop him in every situation that I've ever seen? Where did the good cop say, wait a minute, this guy has the right to film? What do you mean you're going to
I've
arrest
seen
him?
videos like that. I've seen that.
I've only seen like one where the female cop tries to stop the other cop and then he starts attacking her when she tried to stop him.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I've seen another one where he's like, this guy's got his body cam on the whole time, and it's from a FOIA request, and he's like got angry at this First Amendment auditor and said, I'm going to I'm going to confiscate your shit, and I'm going to charge you with a crime, and puts the guy in cuffs, and I think takes down his phone, something like that. Then goes back to his sergeant, and his sergeant arrives and goes, what was he doing? He goes, he was filming me. And he's like, he's allowed to film you. Did you say that was
He filmed
wrong?
me
He goes,
so
get him
hard.
out.
They've learned their lesson on that one.
I'd have told him he was filming me so hard, officer.
Yeah, it's like he's allowed to film.
The cops have learned their lesson. Anytime that they're not wanting you to be there because you're filming, the first thing they say is, look, you're allowed to film, but go away the fuck over there. So it's all about, you're allowed to film, but you're not allowed to stand here on the sidewalk, the public sidewalk, where you have the most amount of rights beside your house. Of course, they don't say it like that, but in reality, the only place you have more rights is in your own house. So the public sidewalk is the place where the news media can go, the press, and have the most amount of rights. But the cops are like, well, you know, for my safety, for officer safety, right? And that's what Terry versus Ohio gives them. It gives them that carte blanche. I don't like the way you smell. For officer safety, go over there. I don't trust you. You're distracting me. I looked up at you twice. Go stand over there. Oh, you're not going to go stand over there?
I agree
Obstruct.
with that. I do think at the same time, I see a lot of videos of the cops just trying to calm down a situation. And particularly if they're drunk, people be coming up and being like, down, down, down. And they'll be thinking they're trying to help. And they'll be like standing there holding their friend and going, don't stop it, don't stop it. And the cop will keep being like, can you please stand over there? Can you stand over there? Can you all please just stop talking? I just need to find out what's happened. Da da da. And then the person, they're staggering around, they get drunk, and then eventually they're like shove, and then suddenly everybody's, you know, particularly when people get the camera out and they're like, I'm allowed to film. It's like, fine, absolutely record what's going on, but don't get up in the middle of it anywhere near it. And I think, yeah, if cops are like coming over I think they're massively overreaching if they're coming over the other side of the road to go, don't film me. They do not want to be seen doing this. But I sometimes see people getting like they're going to bump into one another, you know, as this scrum of people moves around, they're going to clatter into one another, and it's going to become a big, confusing, difficult thing. And in those situations, I think absolutely bang that person up. They are hindering, they are obstructing.
Yeah, if they're within arms
He said
reach,
bang them up.
if they're within 6 feet or arm's reach, I agree with you. They need to step back, 100%.
Yeah.
But this guy got arrested, and this is so crazy. You're not even going to believe it if you actually let me get it all out. He was more than 20 feet away from the cop. And the cop said that the flashlight was using force against the officer. And in this guy's court date, he's, you know, pro se litigant. He has to explain to the court that photons have no mass. And that the case, that's the landmark case, is showing how the guy locked the door and locked himself into the car. And that was using force to cause obstruction. So in the law in that state, there has to be force used to cause obstruction, because Houston versus Hill, words alone cannot be obstruction. So it has to be something physical. Well, the cop arrested him for the flashlight because the photons was the force that he needed. So he has to explain that, you know, hey, yeah, I was like 20-something feet away from you, but I had a flashlight. But that's no different than cars driving down the road. If cars are allowed to drive down the road, then I'm allowed to shine a flashlight from 20 feet away.
Yeah.
He could spend some time in jail for that. He did like a couple weeks, like half a month.
Good on him for fighting it. Sounds like a good one to fight.
Would you like to see that video?
Sure.
I can find it. Give me a second.
I like those ones. I also saw one about a guy who argued he was driving without a number plate, which I know you said you don't encourage, but he was driving without a number plate, and then he got charged with not having a up-to-date number plate on and not wearing a number plate. And he said, actually, these two laws, the way they're worded, argue with one another, where if our number plate is out of date, you should not be wearing it. So you can't in order to stay in line with this rule, have to break the next rule. So he won that in court. And I was like, that's pretty clever. But yeah, it wasn't all of his other arguments about what's your jurisdiction and this is a maritime case and that kind of stuff, which I know you're not saying. That's what I normally think when I think sovereign citizen. Stuff to do with everything's corporate, everything's commercial. Bang. What a dickhead.
So there it is. This dude's going through some shit. Like, he is seriously going through some shit just for recording in public. So when people say that, like, you know, he's the frauditor, like, he's not committing fraud recording in public. So first of all, that's a stupid thing to call him. Second of all, for someone to say that, you know, he's a sovereign citizen, like, who has authority over him if he's recording in public and doing nothing else?
Yeah, like I think some do it well, but I think many like quickly learn that if they don't kick up something or have some massive, you know, be a big asshole to people, then you know, then they get police being reasonable and not a very big channel. So I end up seeing a lot of them. Just like one guy was like showing pretend shooting guns at the police, or like continually turning up out the front of the police department. I love the guy who went out and just tried to get a complaints form from a bunch of different police departments and he got arrested 3 times.
It was mainstream media. Yeah. That was like local news station KRFT or some bullshit.
Yeah,
That wasn't
that
like
was really good.
Journalist.
Great bit of
Yeah,
investigative journalism.
See, that's what. Okay, so the press is supposed to be the fourth arm of the government. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand, but they're supposed to expose what the government is doing with your tax dollars. And it drives me crazy when I see people like the everyday average person who's ignorant and thinks that, well, I only like CIA Mockingbird mainstream media, right? You don't have, you know, a permission to be press. You're not the press. That's like saying, you don't have permission to have a Bible. You can't pray here. Like, what the fuck do you mean you're allowed to pray, but go do it over there for officer safety? Like, you know how stupid that sounds? Because it's all in the First Amendment. Right to press, religious freedom. They're right next to each other in the First Amendment, the 5 elements of the First Amendment. Like, can you imagine arresting a Muslim for reading his Quran in public, on the sidewalk? I can't imagine. That'd be some bullshit. I've literally seen them in public, like right next to the sidewalk, because they don't put their rug on the sidewalk. Not that I've seen, praying in public, and I didn't think anything about it. I was just like, oh, that's cool. That's how they get down, literally. Like, I definitely didn't think you can do that. You just gotta go do it like 20 feet over there, or you should go to jail for obstruction. That's why they weren't on the sidewalk. They didn't want to obstruct the sidewalk. They're clever. I'll give them that. They were not on the sidewalk. They were right next to it. Probably still on the public easement. They're clever. I'll give them that. They were doing it perfectly. Those Muslims were perfectly within their rights. But a guy holding a camera is no different than the Muslims. Protected by the supreme law of the land. The supremacy clause in the Constitution. The supreme law of the land. Madison versus Mulberry, there can never be a law passed that's in contradiction with the U.S. Constitution. But if you're recording in public, it's obstruction. Disorderly conduct or trespassing or whatever we want to make up. And you can, you know, pay $10,000 to a lawyer, to our legal society, to an officer of the court, or we're going to put you in a cage and make sure that you're homeless when you get out. And they're the sovereign citizens, the people that are recording in public, being arrested by the people that swore to defend the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic.
No, to me, more sovereign citizens, like somebody who gets very caught up about a particular definition and isn't able to say why that definition works, or should be held to, I think.
I literally seen a cop the other day pull this guy over for riding a motorcycle after dark.
Without light, sure.
No, because he had a permit, not a license. So the guy on the motorcycle shows him the law, and as it gets to the part where he's reading it out loud, and it pertains to if you're under 18 and you have a permit, you cannot be out on your motorcycle after dark. When it gets to that part, the cop utters out loud, blah, blah, blah. Makes the arrest, and now he works at Walmart as a sandwich
Rita.
maker in the deli.
Oh.
And I feel sorry for the cop because it was the upper management in the police station who told him to go do this thing. Because
Yeah.
apparently the guy had just left a city meeting. Left on his motorcycle. Perfectly legal. The cops impound his motorcycle. So they stole his property after reading the law that he's allowed to do it. I mean, think about that. You're depriving someone of their property rights. You know how fucking serious that is? What's it called when I deprive you of your property rights? Oh, that'd be Grand Theft Auto, right? If I stole your car? What is that, like 30 years in prison? It's big, right? Like it's not a little deal if I steal your motorcycle, right, Eggs? Even if it's under the color of law. Right?
Well, yeah, that's the bit that matters, right? Does this?
Well, there's laws
There's
against
this guy who's never worked a day in his life, and we just busted him with, 20 million in imported pills, and he's got a garage full of Bugattis and stuff. Do we seize those as the proceeds of crime? America sounds pretty bad for civil forfeiture. It seems like local sheriff departments can take that money and stuff it in their own pockets, and that sounds horrendous to me, but...
But if I represented the case thoroughly, just now, hypothetically, if I got it correct, and I parroted it back to you, like, I told you that I felt bad for the cop, and you know that I don't like government, not illegitimate government. If I let's say I ruined somebody, and I were to be like, I didn't do that, and then I get brought into court with a summons or a warrant, like that's legitimate authority. I'm all for that, especially with a harmed witness, someone who's harmed, injured, or suffered loss. Like I'm all 100% for that. I don't think you should steal people's stuff. I don't think you should harm them or injure them in any kind of way, whether it's through contract or through bodily harm. I'm all for that government. 100%. But throwing people in a cage over herbs? Who the fuck do you think you are? Depriving someone of their rights because of commercial crimes? Where's the contract? Who do they harm? Where's the injured party? Where's the impartial third-party witness? Basically, where's the fraud? Because it's got to be somewhere. I just don't get it. Crazy to me. Something ain't right. I ain't got it all figured out, and I don't know what it is. And I'll do my best to follow the laws, because I do not. Unlike Osama bin Laden, I do not want the cops fucking with me. At all. Do not. I do my very best. I don't even want to get a suppressor, even though I can legally have one, because Texas law has allowed it. But federally, I'm supposed to have a stamp. I don't even want to play that game. Even though I'm allowed to do it, I could make one out of a flashlight. It can't be that hard. Did you know we're allowed to have suppressors now in Texas?
Usually you can get, like, we've been pretty strict on guns for ages, but even Australia, my brother's got an AR-15. He's got all sorts of guns, 50 cal. He loves them.
Good for him.
You can always get them. It's just like, how many hoops do you want to jump through?
Right. Well, they relaxed the law as long as the parts are made in Texas, assembled in Texas, and stayed in Texas. The federal government can't do anything about it because there's no interstate commerce. They have jurisdiction over interstate commerce. So if my marijuana was grown in Texas and stayed in Texas and never left the state of Texas, how the fuck do they have jurisdiction over me if it's in my house? I mean, there's no marijuana in my house. I haven't smoked pot in over 3 years. Maybe 4. Can't remember. But I still don't understand. Like, the judge is always like, do you understand? Like, no. Like, who did I hurt? I don't understand any of this. Where's the victim? I have the right to face my accuser, do I not? No, not in a kangaroo court, you don't. Anyway, like I said, I'm willing to comply with the cops within the extent of their authority. If I get pulled over, I put my hands on the steering wheel, the base of my wrist, and I put my fingertips on the glass of the windshield. And I ask for permission to hand them license, registration, and insurance. And I don't fucking move again until they hand it back. So, I'm not one of those crazy people where the law doesn't apply to me. I'm like, yes, sir, no, sir. Except for the last time I did break character a little bit. He pulled me over for running the stop sign, but at that particular stop sign, I lit a cigar. You know anything about lighting a cigar with a butane lighter that only has one torch? So it didn't have 2 torches, it didn't have 4, it had 1 butane torch lighter. Takes a few seconds. You don't light a cigar evenly in a few seconds. It takes a little, you know, I was there for close to 30 seconds. And he said that I ran the stop sign. So when he pulled me over, I broke character. I shouldn't have done it. I should have kept my mouth shut, but it kind of triggered me because I knew it was a damn lie. He said, you ran that stop sign back there when I asked him what was I pulled over for. And I said, bruh, I got a dash cam. I lit my cigar at that stop sign. He gave me a warning. Man, I should have kept my fucking mouth shut and exposed that guy to be a liar in front of the whole world.
Yeah, just record the thing, record the conversation with him, then go to court. Record him, like, make sure he has to turn up and say, yep, I saw him on the stop sign. And then be like, Your Honor, I enter exhibit, blah, blah, blah.
I should have.
You know, did you observe on my dash at that time? Because you could force him to enter it. Did you observe on my dash at that time a dash cam? Yeah, have you ever asked for that dash cam footage? No. Would you like to see that dash cam footage?
Because mine has the GPS, the speed, everything. Because I'm not fucking around. I'm not trying to play no games with the government. But he triggered me because I knew it was a lie. Because I literally lit my cigar. So I responded like I was in a debate room instead of on a traffic stop. I know better next time. Next time I'm going to plead the 5th and I'm going to shut the fuck up. Like, I'm mad at myself because there's a maxim of law that says if someone commits a crime and you don't expose it and report it, you're victimizing the next person because you've enabled that criminal to continue. And we have a saying for it because maxims of law, they're written in Latin, but they kind of go through time, right, into the future. the maxim of law is basically evil can only prosper when good men do nothing, right? So I believed I actually broke the real law when I said, bruh, I got a dash cam. I was supposed to expose that guy for being a perverted criminal. That's what I was supposed to do, but I fucked up. Because now he's going to think he can just pull people over running stop signs that they didn't run because he outsmarted me, because he triggered me, and I responded that way. So that's what I would call a sin. I sinned that day. I missed the target. Because how many more people is that guy going to victimize? Because if he was going to do it to me, you know, make a complaint, swear under oath of perjury that I ran that stop sign when I know I didn't, because I was taking the street that no one else takes because I know how to get through town. And I was making sure nobody was behind me on that street to light my cigar because I was on my way back. So I screwed up that day. Won't happen again. But he hasn't pulled me over since. But that's the same cop that gave me a ticket last time. If I just would have kept my mouth shut. Because he was going to give me a ticket. He gave me a ticket last time. He was gunning for me.
I'm gonna go pick up the missus.
Have a good one. Sorry I talked
See
your
you, mate.
ear off. Don't break the law, kids. Follow the pirate's code. And bow down to the earth. If it's legitimate. Anybody else in here? Anybody want to talk about the flat earth? Kind of went off topic for a while.
Hello?
Somebody say something.
Hello, Mr. Unknown.
Hello.
What is that, MASH?
Something. Army.
What is your avatar, Mr. Unknown?
It's a German soldier.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yes, yes. That is actually is that France or Poland? This is actually Poland that'd be taken. I think 1939.
So you got Nazi soldiers in Poland as an avatar?
That friend was taken from Poland.
So are they Polish
Uh,
soldiers?
they- No, Wehrmacht.
So Nazi
The
soldiers.
No, not Nazi soldiers. The Wehrmacht. There's a different.
Okay.
That's I think that's the 9th Army and 12th Army. I can't remember.
So I'm a stupid American. I don't know the difference between Wehrmacht and
The Wehrmacht, the whole garrison.
so
Yeah.
they're not Nazis, but they're under Nazi regime.
Control, yeah.
Okay. Why do you have that as
But
your
they,
avatar?
it's kind of cool. Germans had the cool stuff. Not the bad stuff, the good stuff they did.
Okay. I was just curious. I'm
Yeah.
not judging.
Yes. Yes, there's a problem.
No, no
There's
problem.
two.
I don't care what
Yeah.
your avatar.
I like Germans. I like weapons.
You could grill me on my avatar just the same, and I'd be perfectly okay with it. You know, it's just curious.
You know, like Americans actually joined one of those armies division called SS SS division. Ah, I never knew that.
The SS.
Yeah, American. Yeah.
I know that the oil was coming from America, and Prescott Bush, George Bush's grandpa, was involved somehow. And they said that, well, the Nazi war machines had to run off American petrol because their tanks wouldn't run without it. You believe that bullshit?
You know, Henry Ford was kind of supplying trucks to German.
And IBM
And
was
that's why
supplying stuff for the camps as well.
Henry Ford supplies trucks.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of crazy.
We always fund both sides.
That's kind of.
That's why Tulsi
Mr.
Gabbard proposed the Stop Funding the Enemy Act.
Why don't they give trucks to the German army? What are they sold?
I can't pretend to make sense out of any of that stuff.
Trucks. It's like
Why
giving
did
Dodge.
Why did ISIS end up with American vehicles? A guy.
Toyota. No, Japanese. Wait, hold on. Sorry, Japanese. Oh, Toyota. Pickup trucks and stuff.
You mean Toyotas?
Yeah.
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 There was a guy who sold his vehicle here in America with his business on the side of the door of the truck, and when it got to overseas and ISIS pictures showed up on the internet, people were calling him and blaming him, and he was like, I have no idea how they
Was
got
that a 450 truck or something like that?
What?
Is it like a Ford truck or something?
I don't know what kind of truck it was, but it had his business name and number on the side of it because that's how he sold it.
Yeah.
So who
Did you
took
see
that truck and sold it to ISIS?
Probably got stolen. Probably got sold. And then probably a black market, something like that.
So it got sold and then stolen, and then
No, it got stolen in America and then kind of sell it overseas and probably end up over there.
Anyway, Russia.
Do you know Tesla? Do you know Tesla was at Tesla started truckers in Ukraine right now?
Really?
So that was the name that.
Who would want one of those
Alright.
in a war zone? Those things
What's
are
his
like
name?
walking, ticking time bombs.
Yeah, you've seen trucks, American trucks are used by the enemy. What's his name?
What do you think the Earth's a globe, Mr. Unknown? I don't care what you believe, it doesn't matter.
Well, Donald Trump just won the war, or Donald Trump's
I don't
gonna
care.
end the war. Oh,
I don't think so.
you're a Republican? Are you both not?
I'm sort of outside of that paradigm.
Ah, I see. He's just like, I don't care. Is it?
I don't care.
I'm just gonna live here.
I don't like slumlords or district attorneys.
Oh, what's? I see. Yeah.
Do you
Because
think
you're
the
like, huh?
Earth's a globe?
The Earth is round.
Like a penny?
Are you like those conspiracy guy, or no? You're not the.
Well, you mean
Jar Jar.
conspiracy, like people that get together and commit crimes? Like, yeah, I believe that people
Yeah.
get together and plan to commit crimes, like organized
Like-
crime. And yeah, I think there was an American politician that got arrested for conspiracy. He was one of those California extreme left politicians who wanted to pass the toughest gun laws, but he got arrested for selling guns to the Chinese here in America. He was running
Alex
guns.
Jones style.
No, that's not Alex Jones. That's reality. That actually happened. And they charged and convicted this politician with conspiracy. So yeah, I believe that people get arrested for conspiracy, sure.
When you think about that, the suicide election victory, and everyone committed acts of crime.
What?
Oh, you heard about the news that a guy who killed their parents, or they killed their children and their wife because Donald Trump won an election?
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yep. I think he was mental ill.
You don't say. Who could have guessed that?
Yes. Sad. Everyone's committing some.
Anyway, we
some
probably
act.
shouldn't talk about that on YouTube. You know, we're live in this channel.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
It's alright. Just avoid certain things like that.
It told me. Yeah.
It's alright.
Oh.
It's not the end of the world.
You gotta edit that out.
Yeah, right. I don't even know whose channel it is. But yeah, so do you think the Earth's a globe, or
I think so.
yeah,
Earth is round.
like a penny?
Yeah. Definitely agree. But I would say Earth is round.
Like a pizza?
Pizza, man. Kind of depends. Gravity, something like that.
So you went to government school, basically.
Government school? Wait.
Public school? You went to public school?
Private school is better?
No, did you go to public school?
Yes, I do.
Alright, so the government told you what to think, right?
What this? Well, it's just like, for public school is kind of different to view.
Well, it's still what the communists wanted in the Communist Manifesto.
It's
They
like
want-
what you say, you kind of believe. Kind of how do you say totalitarian? Like a regime.
What?
Like a regime, like a totalitarian school system like that. Like the school's teaching you some different ways of you believe in. If like ideas like some what do you call it? Subjects like um um that like different colors are like right colors is wrong. Like how do you say like people say you're right, but the teachers say it's actually you're wrong. I'm right, but they're wrong. Something like that.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Um, how to explain? Like, so school is actually kind of a how do you say propaganda?
Propaganda.
Yes, the school is propaganda.
Right.
Cause you really know what you trying to do. Like, you really know in your head. But why is teacher get some knowledge and give some like ideas to other students? You really know what you're doing, and you know how to like know everything. Like, you know how to do English and maths, so you really know what you're doing. Why? There's no point to teach the students about like maths or English. You get it? The teachers gaining pay, not the students.
I gotta
Hello?
tell you, it's hard for me to understand what you're saying sometimes, and I'm doing my best.
Oh, sorry. The school is actually propaganda,
Yeah, I got that part.
and
They
there's
do
no
teach some
point
things that are
is
correct,
like
but
teachers teaching you like a lot of stuff, but you really know about it,
they don't teach you how
like
to run a
skills.
business. They don't teach you how financial instruments work. They don't teach you about Roth IRAs or
So
life insurance policies.
like you know the skills, but there's no point the teachers telling you like you know everything.
They don't teach you about trust law, private irrevocable trusts. They're not interested in teaching you that. They have
Larry,
no interest. Yeah, can you hear me?
can you hear me?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I just told you.
Is
The school has no interest in teaching you stuff that you can actually use. They
yeah,
just want to keep you busy during the most creative years of your life.
So you think it's a propaganda school? Um,
Yeah, some things they teach you is propaganda. Didn't they teach you that Columbus discovered America?
no, yeah, but it's like the Viking. Well, who's that?
Well, weren't there 500 tribes already here?
Something like that. But some of them are incorrect.
What about JFK? Didn't the public school teach you that Lee Harvey Oswald took out JFK?
Yeah.
You know, in
But they
America,
say
you're innocent till proven guilty. Did Lee Harvey Oswald ever stand trial?
no. He got assassinated.
So everyone that's ever told you that he's the one who did it was a conspiracy theorist. And
But
there's
they don't
no
just say they. Yeah, there's no. It is a conspiracy, but they didn't say it was a conspiracy. Who actually shot JFK?
Now, if we go by the American legal standard that you're innocent till proven guilty, everyone who's ever said that he did it, that was a conspiracy theorist, right?
Right.
So teachers are conspiracy theorists by that logic.
Hmm. Right.
Because my teacher told me that that's what happened.
Oh, what did you believe in? Like, everything they say it's kind of believable. Like you know, like I know a lot of, I kind of I know everything what they said, but there's no point to telling us to what we're trying to do. Like if you want to build something, you can build something. Yeah.
Can I build a rocket ship to space?
Yeah.
I can.
You need the skills. Well, the teacher's getting paid, so he said,
Those communists would probably do it for free.
yeah, I agreed.
So what
They get
country
paid.
are you from?
I'm from Australia.
So Australia, you're going to be kind of neutral on communism. Do you like communist?
Communist, socialist,
No, just
Karl
communist.
Marx. Communism, like
Do you like Marxist communists, neo-Marxist?
no.
Good.
It's
So
like
you believe in the
so
free
you want to browse. Yeah, I'm really pro capital, uh, free market and stuff.
So in an idealist world, we would have a free and open market, and there would be supply and demand, and we would have freedom to do business instead of so much war, right?
It's like you don't want a country being controlled.
Right. So
in
in
the
an ideal
system.
world, we would have private property and private property
Yeah,
rights,
right.
correct?
Yes, yeah. Without being like earned government earned state. Say your land is under this control, under this government control system. It's like everything you produce is like from let's say North Korea or China or something like that.
Yeah, North Korea sounds like it sucks. I listened to that lady that escaped, and she talks about what it's like in North Korea. It sounds really bad.
North Korea is really terrible.
Like you can't even
See,
turn on any lights in North Korea. Like when you look at it from high altitude, like the whole country's
there's
turned
no
off.
really the only lights that they can get is like kind of like wealthy people like top class elites can get electricity.
Right, so the elite in that country are socialist, but the everyday person is a slave. That's what communism is.
I see. So like the general people who is loyal to the government can get that privileges.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes, this is. Oh yeah.
Not the chosen ones, right? Not everybody.
Not everyone.
Right. Chosen ones.
The
ones
those what the chosen one who are like kind of loyal to the state.
the ones that are allowed to be, socialist. That's what the world is kind of headed to today. Like the elite have, socialist funding where, people can get these massive loans if you're an elite person, but the everyday person, they can't get these kind of loans.
Do you think that we can be like China? If you want to buy something, you have to scan.
The
Do
social
you think?
credit score. I
Yeah.
think that's the banker's wet dream to have everybody
Well,
on
the
a
bank.
digital currency. Because if it's digital currency, right? Let's say I have a garage sale and
Yeah.
I sell an old book for $20. Well, I
Yeah.
take that $20 bill and I could take it to the bike shop and get, my tire patched, and it's still a $20 bill when I hand it to him. And then he could take it and get dinner, and it's a $20 bill when it goes to the next guy. It remains a $20 bill. But if it's digital
Whoa.
currency, there's a 3% tax. So it goes from $19 to $18 to $17. So the guy
We're
who
good.
has a food
Yeah.
business, he doesn't have a $20 bill. He's got $15.
That's crazy. Yeah. Imagine that happened. Well, see that and in other stores they had like scanners and they scanned your face to like an entrance to get into the store. You have like a kind of a facial like a facial scan. Um Something like that.
Well, I definitely understand why the communists don't want private property.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Because if
It's
they
kind
outright
of
told you that they wanted you to be a slave, that kind of sounds bad, you know. So they say, "Oh, no
I
private
see,
property.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't own your body. That's private property. You don't own that. We can't have anybody having private property because then that would be the bourgeoisie, and we gotta, get rid of those people.
Right, yeah.
We want everybody to
Uh,
be equal in their
so
service.
everything's being owned by the government. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Communism is bad.
Yeah, I believe
Uh,
that you have a higher claim over your life, liberty, property, including your body, than anybody else in the world.
am I right? Whoever's right, blah blah blah. Yeah. Interesting. Communism. Do you think communism would be everything like if someone say I'm gonna own someone or they own someone own the land?
What'd you say?
Like communism is bad, but like owning like property is by earned by someone. They say I want to buy something like I want to earn a land that's under control. Oh, hello.
Yeah, to me, like, owning land is no different than owning your body, because when your mother ate food, the nutrients from the soil, whether it came from plants or animals, started to create your body. And those
Right.
nutrients from the land created your body to what it is today when you continue to eat. So you literally are the soil walking around calling itself, Mr. Unknown or whatever you call yourself. You are the
Yeah.
soil. So the very fact that you can own your body means that you can own the land because your body is the land.
Right.
That's why you're tied to the soil.
So, when you think about when you think about democracy in this country?
Democracy is mob rule. So if 51% of the people decide that a certain group of people need to be excommunicated, right? Then that 49% of the people have no rights.
What
But
do you
in a
think about the 50? Oh
hold on,
yeah.
hold
Would
on,
you?
hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
In a republic, the individual has rights regardless of what the other 99% do.
I see. What do you think about like liberals and people in America? Say California have like more liberals than the United States. Is
As,
it
as,
true?
as someone who's a nationalist, I believe that the people can rule themselves however they want. So if the people in California have that government and that's what they want, and their government's doing what they want, I think it's legitimate. If they want to take their guns away, if they want their government to take their guns away, and that's what they all want, that's fine.
Yeah.
But the 1% that don't want their guns taken away, I don't think that they should be made criminals because that's not how the law works.
Yeah. Like, I would say,
You have the right to rule yourself, but you can't take someone's rights away.
well, it's your constitution right to bear arms.
Right, so there's limits to it. That's
What's
what a
this thing?
republic.
There's
That's what a republic means. Like you can regulate the shit out of commerce, right? But you can't take my Bible, right? You can't say that my Bible
yeah.
is a crime, and it's the same
It's
law
a-
that says you can't take, my gun as a
Guns
crime.
away.
Yeah, go ahead.
But you can't rewrite history. It is part of your constitution right to bear arms. It's your First Amendment. Second Amendment.
Right.
Second Amendment.
Yeah.
But it's you have the right to bear arms, and you have the right to self-defense.
Everybody
Depends on where you're
has.
from.
Everybody
Yeah.
has the right to self-defense.
But it's
Even
self-defense,
dogs. Yeah, even a stray dog has a right to self-defense, right? Like if some cat walked up to a dog for no reason, minding its own business, and the cat started slapping the crap out of the dog's nose and eyes, would you tell the dog it was a bad dog if it bit it one time until the cat stopped?
Kind of a self-defense
Right.
scenario.
One snap. Yeah, that's a good dog. That's a good dog. The cat was the bad actor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have
Uh,
self-defense too, no matter what your government says.
Yeah, but every state had different rules and different laws about guns.
Correct.
'Cause you think that like say California is kind of a liberal state that they won't have guns in different areas.
Well, that's California, and that's up for them to decide. It's none of my
Yeah.
business because I have no interest in their laws. But I do think that Texas oversteps their bounds.
That
And
they
I
have.
think they're wrong
Yeah.
about certain things because it's like this. If you live in Texas, guns are A-OK, but marijuana's bad. If you live in California, marijuana's A-OK, but guns are bad. I have this notion that you should be free enough to smoke marijuana out of your shotgun and not go to jail for it. I don't
Yeah.
recommend that you do that. That's not something that
Weird.
I tell people that you should do. In fact, don't smoke marijuana out of your shotgun. But should
It's
you be
kinda
put in a prison cell for it?
kind of strange. It's kind of like so strange that other states is actually allowed.
Well, each state is its own
Kinda-
country. Like Israel's a state, right? The state of Israel.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Republic of Texas is a state.
Texas have his own country. Yeah, I get it.
Like when you ask Americans, are you from the USA? Most Americans say, yeah, but Texans say, no, I'm from Texas.
I'm from
So-
Texas.
Yeah.
Imagine they have their own country. That would be so. That'd be different.
Our Constitution's pretty badass. The Texas Constitution,
Yeah.
pretty badass.
Oh, the the borders and oh yeah, crazy.
I
I
love
would
the
love in
American
Texas.
people. The American
Where?
people are
What state
amazing.
you? Yeah. Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
I
What state you
love
from?
Mexicans. I love Canadians, and everybody in between. I love American people.
Oh, where you from? What state you from?
Texas.
Oh, Texas. Oh, what's the situation down there?
I think people are caught up in the cult of personality of Donald Trump.
I thought it was kind of turned to a Democrat. It's
No,
kind of a.
the cities are like Austin, Houston, Dallas. They're extremely democratic, but there are also cities that are not, like Tyler, Longview, Fort Worth. Those are still Republican cities, but they're not big cities. The big cities are taken over by Democrats who have fled from places like New York and California.
Hey, that's the. Oh, your government's so great.
I don't
He's
know
doing
about
a good
that.
job.
I don't know about
Over
that.
the. With the governor. Governor of Texas.
Oh, the governor. Yeah.
Yes. That was a song.
They,
Eyes
they,
of Texas or
they
something.
passed tyrannical laws.
So when they're gonna build a wall? I mean, I'm waiting. If they build that wall today. Hello. Welcome. It's kind of crazy because Texas kind of a situation right today. Yeah.
I just want peace.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get
That's
involved
really
in the
good. I
conversation
appreciate
about
it,
our
and I'm
Earth.
glad it goes both ways.
Be sure to bring
It
your
does. It does
verifiable
go
Earth
both ways, for
curvature
sure.
evidence, though.
We don't listen, man. One thing that I think that's why we catch
AI
flack
enters
from
the
both
VC.
sides, because this is what me, Flatsy, and the rest of the gang we usually, well, at least me and Flatsy anyway, we call them esoteric flat earthers, because they're way too far on the left with all the crazy ideas. And what I'd say like this, man. There's a lot of what we considered applied science, right, to what we understand the physical and natural world. To abide by the laws, and the people that have already went through, and there's a lot of good things to know about it when you look at physics and such. So we don't have to say like all of that's no good, man. We can't use none of it. That's fallacious.
Alpha,
That's stupid.
I have to tell you this before you get too far from when you said it, but actually, the coined term esoteric flat earther that you came up with has already leaked over to FED. Now everybody over there saying it.
No
But,
shit.
yeah, for real.
Hey, tell them they're gonna have to owe me some trademark charge, because
Yeah, I told
I've
them.
coined it.
I let them know. The reason why they said it is because I told them about it. And now
Yeah.
they use it because I introduced the term to them and told them that it was you that came up with it.
Yeah, I'm the originator. Always remember that. It started here first. You heard it here
Everybody
first, guys.
likes their. Have you noticed that people are fighting over what they come up with?
Yeah, dude.
They
'Cause
do.
if
They fight for it.
If I hear somebody say that they came up with it, I'm gonna be fucking pissed, dude. Like, I'm the one that said it, but we came up with it, and it fits the bill. It does, because that's who they are, dude. Like,
They know
that's
you
who.
over there. I was telling them that you're the one
Yeah.
who coined the term, so you got your credit, buddy.
Thank you.
You got
I'm gonna put that in the bank. We put that because of the fact that, man, we deal with so much stuff, man. Like, I can't even, like, to debunk the things, like, and most of the people, they think that, oh, these guys are anti-science. They're anti-physics. They don't. Well, how could it work on a flat Earth? Like, dudes, we're not talking about crazy things here. It's actually the opposite. We agree with a lot of the physics that are out there, but then there's this fringe pseudo-scientific, pseudo-physics kind of understanding of how things could work if the Earth was in a galaxy with black holes and all kinds of stuff. That kind of stuff is not real. Doesn't exist. So
Yeah, we got to keep
this
it
is what
real.
we're talking about.
Yeah,
We're talking about the physical and natural world for how we understand it and the real physics, man. That's what's applied.
If you really want to know, Mark, because you were asking earlier, if you really want to know QE's MO, his MO is he's out here to expose any pretender clowns. It doesn't matter who they are. So he loves all of his arguments are something that you're plain Jane walking down the street, your Carpenter Joe that is hooting and hollering at plain Jane, like whatever.
I gotta say two more. There's Joey Bag of Donuts and Sally Six Pack. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so these guys can understand all of his arguments because they're not complicated. He's not trying to appeal to some sort of extra knowledge that he has that you can't have. But you'll find a trend with a lot of these people out here that are pretenders. They have something that they want to give you scarcity of it. Like you just can't quite get it, but you see that they have something and you're just like, I'm going to go with it because they seem like they got it. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I'm just going to follow in line. That's not any way to go about it. See, this is what attracted me to the FED panel 24/7 and QE especially because I'm a ball buster, so I have to do those shows with him on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and stuff like that. I've even started sneaking into Nathan Oakley's show here and there because hearing Nathan sometimes is a little too much for me. Like he's not very cordial. You think QE is bad. Everybody
Yeah.
thinks QE is bad, but Nathan, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But sometimes
the style,
Nathan will get confused or he'll think that somebody's interrupting him and they're not, and he'll berate them for another 30 minutes after. Well, like, dude, that dude didn't even interrupt you. Like, come on. But
Yeah. We call it flowery language or just being verbose, like when you don't need to be. Like this stuff is like Flatsy was saying, plain Jane. We're just talking to you straight. And there's a lot of things in physics that can explain things, right?
Mhm.
It's got explanatory power for how things occur. It doesn't need to be all this like
simple, concise,
mystical.
Yeah, simple, short, concise arguments are our love language, okay? We want everybody to be able to understand it. It's not something that's hidden. You don't have to interpret something in your mind and be in your imagination about it. It is what it is, and this is what it is. Simple.
What we were going over just before you entered the chat, Mark, or at least when you were here, is we're talking about like different ways that people propose these question proofs. You heard because you heard me say about the contract that you people like will agree with. But the moment that you give a question proof or burden of proof reversal on top of the question proof, you're locked in because you can't get away anymore. You've just said that it's got to be something. It can't be nothing. What else can it be? Now you're in for the long haul. The guy's going to roll out with ether and all the philosophical ramblings of a madman. And next thing you know, you're talking about ether yourself. You're bringing it into your spaces. Not you. It's a royal you. I don't say that you're actually that way, but I'm saying.
Can I say something?
Yeah, what's up?
When you said before, we might be on a bigger ball. Like, is that what you're thinking, or is that what other people are thinking?
Me? Hell no, I didn't say that. No, we're talking about David Weiss had made the statement on I forgot what show it was.
Jesse Lee Peterson.
I just wanted to.
Peterson,
it was just in the back of my mind. I just must have heard it wrong because I just didn't know what you think. All as far as you're concerned, all you think is that we're on a level, flat, so to speak, surface, and that's all. That's as far as you go. Is that sort of kind of thing?
Yeah, anywhere there's people.
I'm the same, dude. I'm the same.
Yeah, the Earth, because it's like, well, where else can we go? Everywhere people have traveled, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Everywhere. There is nowhere that we haven't been that the Earth isn't that. So everywhere you can go and you can see the Earth is flat. So that covers just about every place we've been, right? Where else can we not be that we have already been?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, wherever we've been, there's no surprises here. I guarantee it. There will be no surprises. I am not going to say anything surprising to you. And like a week from now, I'm like, oh, but by the way, I believe the Earth is hollow inside, and you can also go find some tall giants down in it. Like, I'm not going to be saying that
Yeah,
shit.
no, I get it, and you know,
I'm not going to surprise you in any way. Like,
look, the main reason I bring up this other stuff is that I know that this is an intelligent group, and it's no BS by what I can hear, and it's really I'm not sort of making any huge claims. I'm just saying, okay, look, I can observe these things in very basic experiments, and you know, have you guys seen this, or have you? You know, I just wanted to kick it around a bit and see if you guys have thought about it, or whether you'd
yeah,
seen it.
what we do is we test everything that can be verified. So if a claim is being made, we always ask the person, how is it possible that what you're saying is true in any way? Has it been verified? Have you falsified that information? We go through the process. There has to be a process. If there isn't one, and you just propose a claim and say, well, here's my claim, and Bob's your uncle. All that's all there is to it. And we're just going to be like, whoa, wow, that's a nice claim. I guess we can all believe it now. I don't think so, Buster. If you're a flat earther or you're a globe earther, everything you say, I'm going to say it like when they're reading their Miranda rights, can and will be used against you in this
Boom.
court of law.
Exactly.
Oh,
You will
definitely.
not escape
Yeah,
the
these people
clutches
have to
of-
be attacked aggressively. I agree.
Yeah, and like Mark, listen, it doesn't matter who they are. It's the individual, the argument that they say, the individual's argument, and listen, I don't see any colors anymore. It used to be globe Earth and flat Earth. No, it's just the person saying the argument. Is it a reasonable argument? Is it fallacious? How is it formed? The structure of the argument, is it malformed? You can identify that, like Flatsy and me, and Mick is also like, there's a bunch of people identifying what type of arguments are being had here. We can easily spot, wait a minute, yeah, you're a flat earther, but check this out, man, you got your structure wrong, how you said it. So it's important that maybe you know or not. I think what we're doing is bringing it to light, so now you know.
Can we nana boo boo CB because he missed QE being here?
Wait, is he not here? He's not here.
Oh man, you missed him by like a country mile.
Where is he at though?
You don't see him in the listening panel?
Is he sleeping?
He's
Is he in the
sleeping. It's way past bedtime.
Is he in the listening panel right now for you, CB?
Yeah, he says he's the co-host.
Oh, he's co-host. It looks like co-host right now.
It says he's a co-host still for me too,
He's
even
listening
though I
for
know
me.
he left.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
listening for me.
man. I was like excited to see him in here. I was like, oh shit! When I opened it up,
Oh, he passed out, bro.
Damn it.
You'll have to go back and listen. It was pretty.
Damn.
Yeah, he was doing it. He was doing a real good job because I named the space coup de grace, so that means death
Yeah.
blow. So
By the way, Mark, don't be disheartened with your interaction with QE. By the way, because next time you talk to
I
him,
know he's a prick. Oh, don't worry about it. I've seen him on.
Next
and I
time
mean
you
that
talk
in
to
the
him,
nicest.
God.
I mean that in the nicest possible way.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I've been following. I've been following Nathan Oakley since he first came out. I don't watch him anymore because I basically know the arguments. But I've seen him on there, and he's a prick. Like I don't give a shit. But like he didn't let me finish. He just kicked me like a like a bitch or whatever. But he's
You gotta
not.
let
He
him
can't. He
cook,
can't
bro.
get back at me now. So yeah. And I
gotta
was
let
just
him
trying to have a
cook.
bit of fun. So.
oh, it'll be water under the bridge next time. He never holds it. Like maybe sometimes he'll like provoke you a little bit, but if you're just like, nah, dude, I like you and whatnot, and I don't want to.
Yeah,
Like,
look,
yeah,
I
yeah.
honestly
He'll be
wanted
like, okay, fair enough.
I honestly wanted to get his his take on the whole thing because it is a rising thing with Dal and everything and level-headed William, and I just wanted to get his take because I see, even though he's obnoxious and arrogant, I do see him as a logical mind, and I really thought, wow, this is a great opportunity. I want to see what his take is on it all, what his sort of thinking is on the whole question of gravity and everything. But anyway, as far as I
Here
knew,
we go.
It's funny because a lot of times people don't realize he is one of the greatest logical thinking minds of our time. I categorize him as that. I mean, be it what it is, like he is who he is, but he is logically consistent. He's basically a steel trap, like a bear trap for any wrong logical arguments. And if you're saying a illogical argument, look the fuck out, man. You're gonna fall right into the trap, bro. It'll snap shut on you. No matter if you're a flat earther or a globe earther, it'll snap shut right on your foot. You're gonna feel the pain because you're gonna have to stand for what you're saying, and it's not gonna be nice. It's gonna be like fucking a gauntlet.
Well,
dude.
any flat
trust me.
earther has to concede that all of our really good arguments have come from him.
That's why I was a little bit disappointed because, he just wanted to kick me 3 times, and I'm like, dude, really? Why don't you just listen for a second, and then we'll have an argument? But yeah, it was just a bit frustrating. But anyway, I'll catch him next time.
Yeah, it'll be all right, man.
I'll be a bit
Don't take
nicer
it to
next
heart
time.
too much.
No, I don't give a shit.
Hopefully you do take it to heart and come back filled with a lot of vigor, wanting to come up and.
No, I'll just
grab-
be a bit nicer. I'll just pump him up a bit next time,
I mean,
Well,
you
we're
just-
looking. Yeah, go ahead, CB.
I mean, just look at like some animals. Where 2 dogs come together, they sort of nip at each other's necks, or 2 crabs, they start dueling it out. Like, it's nothing. Y'all be all right. Y'all be cool after this.
Hey, I'm gonna shoot you, Coles. The meantime, you're here, so. CB.
What'd you say? Oh, cool. Sweet.
I
It's been
like
a good day,
I like the Alpha CB duo.
dude. It's a
Yeah, we-
W combo. We go way back.
Yeah, you can basically count on Solakins happening. Oh, the soundboard. Let's go.
Oh shit. No, dude, I remember like the mornings, Miggy, bro. I'd like wake up, you'd be cooking, I'd jump on, co-host, and like, everything was
them's-
groovy. Those are good
Them's
times.
was some good days. Yeah, that was some
Those
good days
are
right there.
good times, man. So we're back
Yeah, you're
we're
ju-
back at it, baby. Season 9.
Hopefully you're not. You don't. Hopefully you don't have me on a speaker right now because I was gonna say you came from Homegirl's house and we were just like it's just.
I like the CB Heretic combo, but you guys don't have that combo
Ooh.
anymore. Like
That was such a good combo, bro. I missed that combo too. Don't let me and Heretic come in. Pause.
But we're waiting for the guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe to come up to the panel right now. I think we're not gonna let Get Vaccinated come up here. He's just gonna play that.
Hell no, bro. Who's the Glober?
Right now, we don't got one, but I'm
Peter.
pretty sure.
Peter.
At like around
Peter.
in 1 hour, we'll have some coming up here. So hey, if
In
you're
1
listening
hour.
right now in the panel, come on up. It doesn't matter if you're globe or
yeah,
flat.
Peter.
Come on.
Peter's not a globe earther. He's an anti-flat earther.
Whatever that means. What's in 1 hour?
Usually 3 o'clock, dude. That's when it starts getting popping up in here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, everybody's coming from Homegirl's house. You know what I'm saying? Just like-
Oh,
they're
She
getting
was-
off of work. They're just,
They're euphoric.
they're euphoric.
We're ready
yeah.
to shoot them down from their pedestal.
Oh, dude, you missed it. I want to say on Discord, they gave me the ant on a basketball analogy. I was like,
bro.
oh, dude.
Oh man.
It's like an ant on a basketball. I'm like, dude,
so
shut
wild.
the fuck up, dude. Like, fuck.
Oh man.
Like ants on a basketball.
So if you think about it, really, it's a big ball. And then we're like ants on the ball. It's like who
You
do
feel
they
like doing that one meme? Shut up, bitch.
For real, like who do they think we are? That's it's crazy. It's almost like they think we're like children, you know? That's part of why it's annoying.
Hey, you want to get them hands on them, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, bro, you got the wrong guy.
Oh my god.
So if you have 2 and you take 2 more, you have 4. It's like we're way more grown than that. At this point. But these are some new sounds. Are these some new sounds?
Yeah, you have the ability. Are you on your phone, CB?
Yep.
You have a soundboard. Everybody does.
Bro,
It's on the speaker
it's
system.
nothing can touch me and Matrix custom soundboard.
Yeah, that's the only thing, dude. We don't have that here. I think he's
back to
Elon's
Yeah.
Elon's the richest man in the world, man, and we got this like this.
Was this cap?
Oh
This
no, bro.
This L soundboard.
This is like an L like freaking thing altogether.
This is just we need custom sounds on here, bro. Put me in charge,
Dude,
Elon.
if this was like Discord, like if this space was like Discord, dude, this would be so it
This would
would
be lit.
dominate. The popularity of this place would dominate every other.
That's loud.
God Lord, man, don't do that again. Damn, you scared even
Oops.
CB away with it.
I'm sorry.
He kicked him way the hell out of the space.
I'm sorry,
Dude,
CB.
what was that? Was that my? I thought my audio was fucked up for a second.
Nah, that was the sound of a sound of
I thought it
bro,
was
that's
gonna
hurting
be.
my ears, man.
I thought it
I
was
was
gonna
like,
be thunder, and it was just rain.
Oh, so it's
no,
flashy
those
over
rain.
here. So listen. Back in the kitchen, we'll handle the soundboard. All right.
Damn, you got CB all the way out of the game,
I'm out
man.
of
He was
pocket.
like,
I'm
fuck
out of pocket
this.
tonight.
I should have.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to get my old soundboard back or some shit. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, as
I
long
don't
as you
know,
can
man.
play it through your
That's what I'm
speaker.
saying. Yeah, I used to
Yeah.
rock around with the iPad Mini. That was the secret. I had an iPad Mini. Just play the sounds from the iPad into the microphone, and boom, that was like how the soundboard thing got started. So,
It's gonna be lit, man, because I'm gonna do another space tomorrow and probably the
ooh.
following day. So
You know what's so funny? I like literally logged in tonight, go to politics, nobody there, 24/7, nobody there. Politics and religion, not a couple people there. I'm like, they better be on Twitter, bro. And I go to 24/7 live stream chat. And what do you know? There's a link. I'm like, it's go time, baby. We're live. We're live.
we're live, baby.
We
I
We're all
bet.
the way live.
live.
I bet you got so excited when you saw QE.
No, I did. I was like, oh, I literally vocalized that. Oh shit.
CB was popping and locking, man, where he was at, and he's
I'm like, let's go. So
I
he's
got
like getting
good.
his
I got excited
midnight
too.
snack. Dude, what are you? Are you seriously, dude? Are you working or something? Like, what's? Why are you a night owl like us? I know why I'm up and why Flatsy's up, but
Oh,
why
you're
are you up?
oh well, bro, it's midnight here. I'm on prime time.
Oh, you're on
I'm
prime.
wondering
You're
why
on.
you guys are up right now. I'm like, the hell y'all doing up?
Yeah, no, we're. It's
Flatsy, like when do you sleep?
Never.
I don't know. I don't know,
Like,
man.
dude, you are on
That's
here so late. I'm like, bruh.
that's Indio's time right there. Indio is operating like that.
Really?
Man sleeps
Where's
like
he at?
3 hours a day.
Jeez, he's on that Byron sleep schedule.
Yeah,
Three
I
freaking
sleep
hours,
about that.
bro.
I sleep about like maybe three to 5 hours a day.
I need to do that. How do I do it? What's the secret, guys? I need to I want to sleep less. Doesn't that sound crazy?
That
Well,
does
when
sound
you're
pretty nuts, dude.
going over like physics lectures in your mind while you're going to sleep, you tend to wake up thinking about it too. So
Oh god, damn, I'm not doing that. But no, I need to sleep less. I need to do more stuff in the morning. But
I just
I
want
go
to
to
learn.
bed so late. I'm tired.
I want to learn so much so that
Me
homeschooling
too.
booger won't be an issue.
I just want to go to the beach like more longer.
One of the things I'm gonna be doing also is to push for this platform to get more followers.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
get bigger spaces, more followers, and I just want to
Dude,
keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'll drop
At
a
some
link.
point, yeah, man. At some point, I think once I pass the threshold of 500 followers, then we can start, making monetization a real thing. So where people can actually start jumping in, and also anybody else who's in here, because I've done social media for a while, so I know how it works. So what it is basically like your time is money. Like your efforts and everything you put in on this is the reason why people want to come and follow who you are as a character, as an individual. So everything's worth it for you, right? Nothing that we do should ever be looked at as just like a waste of time. Everything should be an effort that you put in. It's kind of like sweat equity, right? This is the effort that you put in. This is your passion. This is what drives you. And if by any chance people like to follow, because you're coming up, man, like with some insightful things, Flatsy, and I think that's nothing to shake a stick at, man. You should be one of those that are getting some followers. So like that's why in a group like this, you can actually be like a prominent figure. At some point, people will start like DMing you or start getting to know how much information you know, and they'll start looking up to you and stuff like that. Like it all works out that way.
Dude, you know, it's such a good feeling when they're like, "Oh, Flat T Klein? Oh yeah, I've
Yep.
heard that name before. Yeah, like, oh, I've heard you before." That's pretty cool. It's like a good reminder that you really truly never know how far out you're reaching or
Yeah.
how many people you're reaching. Like they may never DM you, right? That DM might be like a one out of however many people you've touched. Pause. But
For
that's
sure,
we
for
should
sure.
all Miggy, you always do this, but like
Yep.
you always keep going no matter what. And I think
No
that's a
matter what,
great
bro.
mentality. It's a
Hey
great
guys,
mentality.
sorry to interrupt, but was it just? I just wanted to clarify. Was it just me, or was AV roboting for a second?
Was that roboting for you
No,
guys?
it was good for
No,
me.
you're good. You sound good.
Really? Okay, it's probably just me. That happened a bit earlier
What?
too. I was like, oh shit, is it me or I don't know.
So
Maybe.
I think
Anyway.
my dream, my vision is that to become extremely popular on this platform and every other platform that we're on, and then I share that popularity with everybody that's my friends, you know, that I've grown to know, like been real close with, and that way everybody comes up at the same time. Because at some point, like at the beginning of all this, I had the show Flat Earth Initiative, and I wanted to be like where all of us became popular, you know, icons on the internet because of the fact that we are challenging the narrative, right? So yeah, that's what I aspire. I want that. I do. Not gonna lie, man. That's what I'm looking forward to. So once we get to that level, it's like the thing that you love to do is now supporting you. And I have like what I do, I have multiple streams of income. So it's not just one thing, it's many things. And I think that's the winning mindset. You got to be winning at all levels. It doesn't matter what you do, win at all levels. And don't let nobody stop you by thinking, you know, small, put you in a box, that you got to be just a 9-to-5 wage earner. You can do whatever you want. You set your mind to it. Expand your horizons. You know what I mean? Like just keep going. That's me. I want to inspire people to think that way. Don't ever think that you're just going to be some 9-to-5er. Think of yourself as a like person that has multiple ways to like continue to do the things you're passionate about without being restricted by like, well, man, I gotta eat, so I can't really be online. And you know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Oh, this is a great time for people to start really knowing who I am, anyways, because I'm still learning, so they can kind of get a bit
Yeah.
of like my humility and
Growing up with you,
being
basically.
humble. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is a really good time for people to be listening and getting to know who I am, because you know I'm no better than anyone else, and if anybody wants to, you know, like I hope to be an inspiration, not someone that brings them down. I want to raise people up. Yeah,
Yep.
but anybody can know the truth. It's not something obscured. Somebody doesn't have information that you can't have, and
Exactly.
if they
Exactly.
act like they got it all figured out, you should be worried about somebody saying that. So
You know what's trending lately, and I think CB can concur with this, is that people are now following the red pill conversations. Any red pill conversation, whatever it is that's going to get people to realize, like, shit, maybe I don't think correctly. You know, like putting their own kind of a logical framework into put to the test. I think that's what we do here. We challenge people to think, you know, outside of the narrative, and so thereby they can start to realize their true potential. And that means that in every way possible, you need to be a winner in every way possible, in who you are as a person, how you talk to people, and how you perceive your finances, like every single thing. I think that encompasses who you are. Like it's just like this is just one, like, you know, being on here doing these shows is a tiny aspect of my character, of who I am. But I am many ways like I am like a chameleon. I could be this, I could be you know, something else in finance. I could, you know what I'm saying? But I am a 100% true in every way possible when I'm speaking about everything of who I am. I don't hide who I am. I'm not gonna be like, well, I don't like money, man. I just like hanging around and speaking. No, fuck that, dude. Money buys a lot of things that keeps us comfortable, but that's only because people care about like supporting you. That's the only reason why. There's no such thing as like e-begging or doing any stupid shit like that. People like what you produce, and because of that, you can do it, you know, in a way that people vibe with. They like your style. I've always been a big proponent of that, and that's never been something that I'm like, not saying like, no, man, I don't like that. Like, fuck that, dude. Everybody's got to make some kind of living, and if you can passionately do things you like, and then make some money off of it, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. I agree with all that. I agree with all that. So, so can you see the sky right now, Miggy, or
I'm
cloudy?
in my room.
Oh, okay.
But what do you got? You got some phenomena going on?
I've just been asking the chat, the community, what percentage of the sky they think they can see. I mean, it's kind of more of a speculative thing. I guess we are on Sunday.
Oh, I got tagged the other day by Ralph. He tagged me in a post. And I think he's an anti-flat earther. Anyway, he just put me in like, what do you think about this kind of a tag?
Yeah.
And it was something that happened over Oklahoma. So I don't know if some of you guys in here are from Oklahoma or Texas, but they were watching the skies, and there was like this, like, I don't know what it was, but it was a bunch of lights looking like they were streaking across the sky, like if something exploded in the sky and was falling. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like if you were to see, you seen that movie with Gerard Butler where the world was ending, like the meteor that was coming down and killing everybody? Like what's it called? Greenland, I think is the name of the movie. Remember that big giant meteor that was about to crash into Earth? I don't know if you guys know what I'm
Nah,
talking
I'm
about.
so bad with movies, bro.
Anyway, it had like
Bad.
the meteor that was gonna crash into Earth or some shit, and they were looking at the sky and it looked like it was coming down in pieces, and then, like the way it looked, like streaking across the sky, is the way this thing looked over Oklahoma and Texas, and it was weird because the way it looked. And then he was like posing the question, "What do you think this is?" I didn't comment or anything back to the post, but I'm just bringing it to light to like what goes through their minds about this kind of a topic when they ask us, well, what do you think it is? When it comes to like, because they have their idea, like, stuff breaks apart and, it could be space debris or, you know what I'm saying? Or just meteorites or some shit. But I don't speculate. So I don't say anything on those topics because I don't need to. I don't make claims to stuff like that.
I've never seen anything like that, so how could I make a claim about it?
Yeah, it's basically going around the internet at the moment, but I was tagged in it, so it's one of the things they tagged me in. But yeah, if you're in the group, if you're right now in the listening panel, man, I'd like you guys to come up here and have a chat with us. We get to know us a little bit more and maybe ask some questions and just hang out with us.
Yeah, we got time.
I've lived out in the boondocks, and out in the sticks before, where when you are outside at night, you can see so clearly the sky without any light pollution and stuff like that. And I could see what you'd call shooting stars, but they're always in the same area. They're
Oh,
never
shit.
somewhere crazy, But that's about it. Like I don't see anything. I've never seen anything crazy.
Dude, there's a lot of light pollution, but like, oh my God, the skies are so clear. It's so cool to look at the sky. Shooting stars, like, what is that? I guess that's not really the best question to ask.
Hey, what? I had a question that I was gonna mention too about like the guy that was in here, Mark of Melbourne. When he was talking about the slinky, what do you think about his argument? Like, because it was I honestly think he really wanted to say more about the upwards moving Earth, because he was speaking. I heard him the way I always listen to what they come up and actually start stating. He was talking about that, wasn't he? Isn't that what he was stating?
He was making like I guess the argument that Dale makes with dropping the water bottle. I think Dell did something like that, and he explains it as the Earth is accelerating upwards, or I don't know, something like that. But yeah, it does kind of give credence to that upward rising Earth type um, argument, which there isn't one, because you can't observe such a thing. Dropping something isn't going to help you observe the Earth moving. That's just crazy the object
That's
is.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, you see this, the object moving? Yeah, but that's actually the Earth moving.
Yeah,
No,
it's
buddy,
like
the object.
it's like a magician. It's like they're look over here. That's what it is every time.
I was so upset whenever that whole argument came out. I was pretty pissed, dude. And we're like, well, it's Dell, dude. It's Dell. I'm like, give a fuck who it is. Who the fuck is Dell? He's some angry dude. So every now and again yells and he berates some of the Globers. Okay, yeah. But what does that mean about his argument? Because he berates Globers, then therefore his water bottle dropping over a second-story apartment building means that Earth is moving up? What the fuck?
What?
I can't help but always think, like, it says to be sober-minded in these times. That is giving, like, go back to your axioms. Stay out of your imagination, guys. Like, stay sober-minded.
And a lot of them, I think I don't know if you guys think about this or not. Don't you think it's like replacement theology? They want to replace the thing that they're tearing down. I mean, don't you agree? That's what they're doing.
It's exactly what it is. And
100%.
everybody always tries to use the Bible as some sort of like evidence towards some doctrine that they're pushing, and there's none. There's nothing supporting anything that you're saying. Like, you can't take it back there. You can't take it to reality. You've got nothing like holding up your doctrine, except a lot of people believe it and they're behind you believing it with you.
Yeah, that's
Just
what
like
it
the
is.
globe all over again. Like, this is why I'm even bringing the topic, like the rebuttals and stuff to X, to the people here, the esoteric flat earthers on here. The only reason why I'm doing that is so that hopefully somebody that's in the crowd can see what's going on and be better equipped to deal with it when it happens again, because it is just like the globe was proposed, and it seemed like they had some sort of special knowledge that no one else did, and everybody fell in line. That's exactly what it is with all of these other doctrines, with ether and all that other stuff. It's just like a belief system that you fell out of one and you fell right into another.
Yep. And I think that's willingly, if you ask me. It wasn't like they were like, no, there's evidence. Of course I had to go with it. No, there wasn't. You love the story about the mystery of what something could be, that you debunked the thing that you thought, maybe not, they didn't debunk, but maybe they changed their mind on what could be the leading theory. How about that?
It's like they say it's some sort of way of the way that the creator, the spirit of the creator or something, how he creates. You're attributing something that is contingent upon the creator creating, which is nonsense. You can't attribute anything to the creator creating, because you are the creation. You can't be the creator. You can't understand the creator that way, like how he creates. You can only see the result of it, and
Yeah.
that's just the way it is.
Wasn't Mark on about debunking? Like, he's like, well, we got to debunk gravity.
You
Like, we
debunk
gotta-
gravity by taking it through the scientific method that it claims to be a scientific theory, and it isn't. That's how you debunk it.
Yeah, because he was really bothered by the fact that we weren't claiming that the cause of the effect is being. I didn't want to take him down on that because I already had something. I have something in the hopper to actually take it down. I didn't say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm actually gonna reserve it for the next interaction. But if it continues, then there definitely will be me using this point that I have reserved. Because there's a point that I have reserved. And I could tell you guys, maybe not on this space, but perhaps one that I hear when it comes up again. I do want it to come up again so I can use this against them. But I always have something, like it's like an ace in the hole. Like when they want to take it to the extent that they want, just like the slinky. Like, dude, that's a bad argument, bro. That's so horrible. You're dropping a spring that's like, you're decompressing that spring, and then when it's compressing back to its original state, you're saying that they're just moving up to catch up to it. How stupid is that, dude? Like, that's like trying to make it sound something mystical is occurring. Like it's fucking physics, dude. Fuck's sake, man.
It was really good that you brought up the spring and how it works. So
Yeah, my God, it's like
it's not
maybe sometimes.
Yeah. So go ahead.
You know, it's just like they want to make it sound like it's something. Well, you gotta think about it, man, because what else could be going on? The Earth is jumping up to catch up to it. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. It's not that. It's so horrible, man. Like, I don't know. You can't continue to keep saying these bad arguments, man. That gets me kind of riled up, man, because I hear shit like that. I'm like, no, fuck, dude.
You should have heard AI go off. You guys missed it. You missed it because last live stream that QE had, there was a point at the end of the stream like where AI finally just went off. Like he keeps himself nice and composed most of the time. You see him go off on Globers here and there, but it's never too bad. But I'm gonna give you a reason to go back and watch that episode, the last one that we put out.
Oh, because he was messaging about this in the chat. He messaged something about going back to watch it. He said it was worth watching, and that's what you were talking about. He crashed out on somebody.
No, he
What'd he
just went
say?
off. He just went off. Like he's had a lot of this on his mind, and he's kind of let it be known here and there. But at this point, he was like, "I'm going off." He went off. His righteous indignation showed. His utter contempt, like
Yeah, it's like for me, it's all cool, man. We just got to keep it cool in the chat. Like, all right, I'm indulging some of the little bits of shit that you're kind of throwing our way, but all right, cool. All right, let's simmer down now. Let's simmer down. Oh, we're not simmering down. Fuck. The moment I know that it's not gonna be simmered down, I jack that bitch up to volume 10. Like I don't fucking and I don't.
11.
I hit the gas. Yeah, I hit the fucking gas because it's gonna be it's all or nothing at this point. Like if you didn't understand that we're like okay, but you don't have any evidence, all right? So we get it. Like that's fine. And they want to continue to bring it up. Okay, now it's fucking on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna happen now because we gave you a chance, we gave you the out, but you didn't want it. Now you're gonna stand on all 10 of your fucking toes and talk about how you know this is true. And like you're not gonna like, dude, every time we do that, we press them, and it turns into an interrogation, like we know, right? And then it never comes out that we come out with the answer. Never. Ever. Question proofs come out and like fucking affirming the consequence comes out, pragmatic fallacies, or well, it happens because it works. I mean, fuck off, dude. Like you can't use a fallacious reasoning to have your point be true. Like just because you think something works, therefore the premise is true. Then how do you know it's not something else that makes it true? That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. One thing that I like to do to keep myself sharp is I will write down all of the logical fallacies. It's also for reference if something ever happens to me and Booger needs some sort of reference. I've left something behind for him. So I'll write these things down, the things that I think are important, like the scientific method and logical fallacies and logical forms, syllogisms, and cognitive biases, and pretty much all that. I'll write it down because those are the main things that I think that people need to know these days because they can easily be tricked into believing something that isn't true.
Yeah, the law of non-contradiction, law of excluded
Principles
middle.
of logic, yes. This
Yes,
is
you
one.
don't.
Take it back
Classy, you know how many times you've shellacked people with just the principles of logic? The 99%ers
Shellac.
cannot stand when we talk about the principles of logic. There's no way. No 99%er can stand whenever you talk about that. None. Zero.
Yeah, and it's just taking it back to basics. That's what's so beautiful about where we stand. Everything is so basic. You just have to take it back to basics like you're a child. Take it back to like you're a child and you need to learn basics. That's what it is.
Hey, what is QE always saying? Drop anchor in a basic reasoning course.
Yes.
He's like, you don't know anything about reasoning.
I take that to heart, man. I think that everybody should do it, even me, you, anyone.
I guess it's not something that's taught when you're, you're growing up as a young person. So I think really people they have a position that they think is true based on, illogical reasoning. For sure. I would say. And if you don't, if you think it's true, all you got to do is challenge yourself. Either come up here to the speaking panel and then see if any of your reasoning for what you think is true actually stands.
In a room, I've visited spaces for I think, what's his name? The Conspiracy. I really like joining his spaces. I need to get back to doing that, but I'm always so busy during the day. I like to go back and listen sometimes. I need to actually catch up, I guess, on some of their spaces. If they're having problems with their spaces getting taken down too, from what I can tell.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it happens because a lot of the people that are upset and they don't have any arguments. The only thing they can fight back with is mass reporting. That's it.
Right. And
They can't do anything else. They can't take
That's
you down
terrible,
logically.
bro.
Yeah, it's called cancel culture, and it's a scourge. Anybody who
Yeah,
has that
freaking
mentality,
mob.
yeah, that's a mob mentality, brother. Like anybody who has that kind of mindset, they don't have arguments to rebut anything that we say. None.
Yeah, I remember what you call shellacking, I guess. I remember shellacking a
Shellac.
lady, a lady that came on there to one of the conspiracy spaces, and I shellacked her on the principles of logic alone, just the basics, because all I got her to do was prove. I just exposed her for uh, violating the basic principles of the laws of that establish logic. So I was like, "Do you adhere," or something like that? "Do you adhere to the principles of logic?" She was like, "I think I kind of do." And then she said something else that completely showed that she didn't. And I laid it out for her. I was like, "Well, that violates the law of identity, the law of non contradiction. So you're not actually you don't adhere to the principles of logic." So that's all I needed to know. And then I put myself on mute and I just let it simmer. It was great.
Damn, you needed Creation Bear to come with that soundboard right behind you. Damn, you
Oh,
got
man,
knocked the fuck out.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good pregnant pause there. That's a good move right there. Just like go back on mute and enjoy the silence.
Just have them simmer, like it stew in their own juices. I mean, that's what I like about this group, man, is that, it's really a no nonsense group. So it helps people kind of hanging around with us and maybe asking some questions if they don't know, or just being a part of the spaces and just a vibe, dude. The vibe is what I think is most of all like what attracts people to like hang out with us and just be a part of the group. They want to be a part of
Yeah.
that. They don't know how. They're trying to get their feet wet. They're dipping their toe in logic, trying to see if it's possible they can, participate. What we want is we want to have like a platforms with, plural S, curated so that people can come in and enjoy spaces like these. So wherever we are, like my name, Flatsy, Creation Bear, wherever we are, like you can know that the brand is carrying wherever we go. Like that's the thing. The brand is the people that make the brand. We're the 24/7 group. So because
So true.
that's what I mean. It's like they know what to expect. They know that the quality of the conversation will be around what we always do. We're not going to be talking about like, ether conversations and forever be
Hell
talking about
no.
like outer pond theory, freaking domes made of Libyan glass, and I don't know what,
Hell
brother.
no.
It gets all over the place. Everybody's a hot mess with those groups. And you know what? I was telling the group here earlier. It's like, man, those groups are populated with a lot of people. You know why, right? Because people love stories. They love their ears to be tickled and hear about all kinds of stuff. Well, what else do you think is outside of the flat Earth? Let me hear it. And the guys are, well, let me tell you. The other day, I was sitting on my recliner, and I actually had an epiphany. I thought that possibly we could have more land out there. And when I thought this, I said to myself, "Self, there is more land out there." Like, dude, shut up, man. Like, nobody needs to hear spaces like that. They want to hear logically consistent arguments. They want to know what people have to bring to the table. in the fact that if they think the Earth's a globe, how it is a globe. That's what they want to hear. The meat and potatoes. What do you got to bring to the table? Anything? I mean, anything. Do you got anything? Because I challenge people. I'm like, my contention is, you don't have any evidence. None. Zero evidence. You can't justify the Earth being a globe. You don't know how it's a globe. You just believe it's a globe. And I go over this a lot. Belief is acceptance without evidence. That means you're accepting whatever they're telling you, and they don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence. You're just believing it. How crazy is that? It's all a belief system, man. And the only thing you can do is like one of those, evangelical, guys that are just raising their hands. You the same way with the globe. It's like a religion, the globe religion. You're getting your hands up in the air and you're saying, I believe, my brother, the Earth is a globe. I say it, I close my eyes, and I can believe. Like, dude, it's not like that. If there's any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe, don't you think there would be some hard evidence? None of us would be here. I mean, come on. It has to make some logical sense in some way for you to think, oh, well, shit, if there was scientific evidence, then, and I'll say it now because the conversation has moved on past like what we were talking about earlier. But the answer to that question is there is no scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe. You want to know why? Because the question is malformed. That means that I can't state that there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe because science and the Earth being a globe are two different categories. It's a category error. It's a what is question. What is the Earth? Not a how I question. That would be a question for science, not for the geometry of the Earth. What is the Earth?
The difference between
Hey,
the difference between descriptions and explanations. This is so fundamental. Everything always goes back to basics, man. So what people don't know the difference between descriptions and explanations, and that explanations require demonstration.
exactly. Yep, exactly. It's the way it goes, man. So I'll say it like this, brothers and sisters: surround yourself with people of like-minded and intellectual, conversations. Because if you're around there with those, esoteric ideas about fringe topics, you're never gonna know about the truth, man. And I think the only thing you're in for this is for good story time, good storytelling. It's a nice story. Okay, what else you got? Well, we got outer rings, outside of this Earth. We got more rings outside. There's like
More
seven more suns out there, 6 more suns. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Nobody's even talking about it. How are you gonna prove that shit? Wow. Like, I've heard of some whoppers, man, but you saying that there's 7 suns as a flat earther, that's far out, man, far fetched.
And if somebody claims something and their evidence is anything but the thing that they claim, there's probably a problem there. Like I get my asking what the ether is. There is never just actual evidence for the thing being claimed, only other things that are supposed evidence for it. So that already makes me think, okay, this is like Globeville. I don't, and then I get charged with being a glober. Like I can't imagine with you. No, I'm not going to imagine something with you.
I got pressed today. This is how the chat got started in 24/7 because someone was like, "Well, you're not going deep enough." Pause. He's like, "Oh, you're not questioning everything." Like, well, why is it flat? And you're not like speculating more. Well, what does it look like from the outside? You're not a true flat earther unless you like, speculate about everything. Where's your model? And he was trying to press me on all this stuff. Yeah, it's like, no, we don't do that, dude.
Yeah, you didn't want to speculate with them. What's wrong with you, CB?
No, I don't know. I mean, you make a good point. It's kind of funny that I wonder how that got started or who started that, but it did this culture of like, we're gonna stick to what we can prove. That's It's like an unwritten rule almost. It's like this. When you come hang out with us, that rubs off on people. We're like, yeah, chill out with the speculation. Like we usually kind of shut that down pretty quickly. So it's funny how true that is. But yeah, he tried to press me today. He's like, speculate more, and if you don't, you're not a real flat earther. You're just like a basic level if you don't speculate and provide models and stuff. I'm like, what? Nah, it's way deeper than that. It's way deeper.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe the model of the Earth as an ant on a basketball. Perhaps you haven't thought about that.
Lord. So if we're like ants on a giant. Oh.
Hey, speaking of ants on a basketball, I think Taylor is a small ant on a basketball. Go ahead, Taylor.
Taylor gang.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just gonna ask a question about the ether because I was learning about the
Oh,
Michelson.
here we go.
Don't mind
Morley.
CB. Just go ahead. Sorry.
And it was basically saying like they found that the Earth was not spinning, but in that like there would have to be an ether, but then it was like they rejected that the Earth was. If they rejected the ether, then they could say, okay, well the Earth is not spinning. So basically, from my understanding, like they had to accept the ether to say the Earth wasn't spinning, right?
Yeah. What? Okay. So
What is the
yeah, let me just lay it out. What is who are they? I guess in the way that you're framing this, Taylor, because I think what we're gonna do is examine how you got this.
Oh,
to
please
this.
don't examine me on that. I'm
I'm trying to
telling
figure
you
out
what I
like
heard.
what perspective did you hear this coming from? Like what did they give you names or like Sir
Okay,
Eddington
so
or like you know what I'm saying? Like who's the guy or the girl that said
let me look it up. Okay, so wait, I learned about the Michelson-Morley experiment because it was proof that the Earth isn't moving,
okay?
right? But then to say, okay, well the Earth is still moving, they had to reject the ether.
I would say that
Am
it
I
didn't
wrong?
prove anything. The Michelson Morley didn't prove anything because think about it like this: what if it's an experiment? What was the naturally occurring phenomenon? You know, so
Something was moving.
I mean, something was like the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so what would be the hypothesis?
That the sky is moving
Well, you would
or the
need
Earth is moving.
to like the constituent parts of a hypothesis would be like you would have an independent variable that you can vary and manipulate to cause the effect that you see. So the sky moving. So what are you going to vary and manipulate to cause the sky to move?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. I really am honestly about to go to bed,
No, that's
and
fine.
and I'm not a big
That's
expert on
fine.
this experiment.
So we'll just
Classic.
frame it this way. So when it concerns something that is in the physical and natural world, we call it natural science, right? Natural science is going to have it's going to concern itself with things in the physical and natural world. So when a researcher or an observer is trying to ask a question about something in nature, we want to know how and why questions, right? How is this happening and why? You get what I'm saying? Like there's some questions
Yeah.
that are being asked. So when a researcher is looking over the topic of like maybe something moving, what is moving? Like in this framework, what is moving in the case for Michelson Morley? What were they seeing moving?
The sky.
Right. So well, the stars, right?
Oh yeah.
I guess you could say like the stars. Okay, so if the stars are moving and they're asking the how why question, they're trying to figure out what causes the effect. There's a cause and effect relationship, right? So we see an effect, but they want to figure out what's causing that effect. So there's three parts to that. So I don't know. Jedi's here. Jedi, you there? If you got
I
just a
am.
moment, Taylor, I'll let Jedi walk you through the scientific. He's really good at explaining it.
Sorry, dude. I've only just joined. What's the question?
Taylor's looking at the Michelson-Morley experiment, and we're walking through what a natural science observation from an scientific experiment standpoint, just laying it out to Taylor what it is. So the constituent parts of it being, independent, dependent, and controlled. So that she's going to formulate a hypothesis test. So
I'm
I'm
not
just
formulating nothing right now. I'm honestly
Right.
No, I know,
looking
but
at
Well, we haven't
I
even gotten past the hypothesis yet. So for
yeah.
what I was saying, it's okay, Jedi, because you just got here. All I was saying
Thanks,
is
mate.
that you don't have anything to vary and manipulate to cause the things in the sky to move. So it would be a category error. It's not actually an experiment. So
Yeah.
that's a contention with certain flat earthers versus other, like what I guess what we would call esoteric flat earthers. They would say that it is an experiment when it actually isn't. You're not varying
Mhm.
and manipulating anything to cause what you're seeing.
Yeah, so the word experiment has been kind of bastardized in the colloquial sense. So that's we're gonna get that down the road. We're gonna explain to you why it's not an experiment, but Flatsy just kind of went the short way around. Anyway.
I'm sorry. I like just cutting through it and getting there.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't know.
just
I
go
don't know
to
how much
bed.
time you have, because you probably don't have too much time. But anyway, yeah, it's not an experiment. We could actually dive into why it's not, but
And
a
I
lot of
thought the
flat
Mickelson
earthers
Morley
will
kind
say
of proved flat Earth, though.
no,
no,
I'm sorry, proved the Earth was not rotating.
it
no,
didn't. Yeah, it didn't prove anything actually.
no, yeah, no.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess I mean, I kind of just used AI to ask about it. I haven't read the actual paper itself, but it was saying basically either the Earth's not rotating and there is an ether, or the Earth is rotating and there's not an ether. So they went with the Earth
That's a
rotating.
hell of a false dichotomy if I ever heard one. That's
I know, right? Maybe
one
it's
hell
like
of a false
misaccurately
dichotomy.
representing it.
Actually, I can give you a statement here, if you would, and if you'll humor me, because as a matter of fact, Einstein, he built everything in his general and special relativity based off of the ether, and I can prove it. If you'll give me just a second, yeah, okay. So right here, this is from his. This is Albert Einstein, Ether and the Theory of Relativity, 1920, republished in Sidelights on Relativity, Methuen, London, 1922. So I'm citing it for you, and then I'm going to give you the citation here. We may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities in this sense. Therefore, there exists an ether. So this is from Einstein's mouth. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable, for in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space time intervals in the physical sense. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with quality characteristics of ponderable media. Oh my goodness, what a stupid statement. Sorry. And as consisting of parts which may be tracked through time. So the idea of motion may not be applied to it. So the only thing that he did, he reconstructed a whole idea around the same basis of ether that was already like I guess what they claim to be a consensus back in the day, which I don't go with consensus. Just because everyone believes it doesn't mean it's true. So he actually structured. I've got another citation that proves it too. That he used the ether. So if you think that that there is an ether, then you're right on board with Einstein and his general and special theory of relativity. Here's another one from Maxwell James Clerk, or James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, Ether, in Baines, T.S., ed., Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 8, 9th, ed., New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, page 568 through 572. Ethers were invented for the planets to swim in to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia, to convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on until all space had been filled 3 or 4 times over with ethers. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented by Huygens, it's some German name, I can't pronounce it, to explain the propagation of light. It always goes back
Okay.
to, in the beginning, God created light, and all esoteric beliefs have stemmed from that one thing. It
Wow.
seems to me like uh, anything that is centering itself on giving you some explanation for light, I would be weary of it.
That's cool. Well, I don't have really a strong opinion one way or the other. I was just wondering because I've heard like a lot of flat earthers talk about it. Um,
Fair enough.
let's see. Okay, I do have a question for you. Okay, hypothetically, if you had a vacuum chamber, like, do you and we can I think we can kind of make like not full vacuum, but like, do you think like a radio wave could propagate through that?
As long as it has a medium to propagate through, it can, and we can't actually construct or achieve a full a vacuum, like what you would consider
Perfect
a
vacuum is what
perfect
you mean.
vacuum, exactly. Um, so there is still media given the walls of the chamber, and there's still gas in the chamber. You can't evacuate all of it, or else the whole thing would collapse under the differential of gas pressure outside of the chamber. So there is still media within such a what we would call vacuum chambers, but those things don't exist in nature because nature abhors a vacuum. So anyone trying to, start off with a vacuum being some sort of way to prove anything, then already it's lost my interest, because that's not something that you can uh, you can't really go off of anything. You're not achieving a perfect vacuum, so there's still media.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
No problem. Yeah, energy would propagate through matter. So I would say that if there's matter present, there's also energy, and that just goes hand in hand. It's kind of like horizontal and perpendicular are intrinsically linked. So is matter and energy.
Yep. Hey, we thank you for stopping by too, Taylor. I know that are you kind of new to the whole argument side of things, or have you been doing this a while, or?
I've been kind of hanging out like in some of the flat earth spaces for like the past like 6 months, I would say. But in terms of the whole argument side of things, not really.
Yeah, because I mean, not so much to like be arguing with people, but just to have a means to have a consistent worldview that doesn't contradict itself. And that's what we bring to the table. We bring that consistency, that logical, where reason meets people that are intelligently being able to think about this, not incoherent babble that you're on with some spaces that just they're talking about things that they don't go in depth about, or at least articulate to how they know what they know is true. So it's important, right? We all want to know the truth, and the only way we're gonna get there is if we're being honest with each other, right? Because if we're not doing that, then we're not gonna ever find out.
Yeah, I just believe in the Bible, to be honest. So that's kind of where I stand.
That's a
Well,
good.
it's good. I mean,
That's a good
you have
foundation.
I was gonna say you have a good foundation, but at the same time, the Creator endowed us with the ability to discern what right and wrong is, right? So in order for you to know that physical and natural world coincide with the ability that He's given all of us, that rational, common sense understanding of the world that He gave us the perception to know by our senses, is the real way to perceive things. So if somebody's telling you, well, you can't trust your senses or some other nonsense like that, then that becomes antithetical to what the creators endowed you with the capability of knowing, right? Sober-minded, critical thinking. He gave us all that.
Honestly, it goes back to basics. Like, take it back to, like, I think I know it says it in the Bible to be like a child, and taking
Yeah.
things back to basics is the best way. And you can destroy grown men and women's arguments with just basics. It's beautiful.
Yeah, for sure. We got Jedi into space. Brother, what you been up to?
Trying to find some excitement, dude. So most of the Discord servers are now empty. So I'll pop over here and end another 5 conversations.
Jedi, you miss QE being here.
Hey, I noticed he was in here. He was in the other day, but yeah, I'm sad I missed him already. Was it fun?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
he's just shutting it down always.
It was funny because he jumped into space and a Mark of Melbourne jumped into. I don't know if you've seen that character here before, but because we were talking about the title of the space being coup de grace, and it's like translates over to death blow. Like what is that death blow for the globe? And Mark of Melbourne, it said, well, my coup de grace is the analema, and again. QE's like analema. He jumped on his ass about it, man. It was funny. He's like, "Shut up, dude!" Like, anyways, Mark was like, "What do you mean? Well, that's my coup de grace." And,
Just classic
you
QE, honestly.
you wouldn't say that to my face, and QE. He's that you don't tell him that, dude. I put my foot up your ass.
I was
He
like,
went all
dude,
over. He was all over.
QE is like Red from that 70s show. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I get you.
Well, I just want to thank y'all for sharing with me. I do think it's important that we try to like kind of not go hard against each other on the flat earth side. Like, I get it 100%, but like, I don't know. I just feel like we should stick together as much as possible. That's about it.
Yeah, it's good that you have that feeling, Taylor, but you have to speak, like, let's put it this way. When you speak truth about the biblical matters that you talk about, are you in that same mindset, wanting to win people? Like, are you placating to people? Or are you speaking truth? Because the creator, the way he spoke truth, he didn't do it to win popularity contests, Taylor. He did it to discern what is right and what is wrong. And when people heard him speak, crowds vanished, Taylor. They weren't there to listen to him speak about things that weren't tickling their ears. He spoke hard truths. But this is the most important part about speaking truth, is that it's not going to be easy. And when you speak it, it's not to make friends or to placate or for any other thing, but it's for people having the ability to discern what is true and what is not true. So we're not in here for popularity contests, Taylor. Just like the creator endowed you with the ability to speak truth, you have to do it. It's a part of knowing truth, speaking it.
And no one is
I got you.
and no one is above reproach, even on our side of things. See, when you can't challenge something, even on our side, I mean, that's a red flag to me. So I think that there's some deception going on within Flat Earth, and it needs to be addressed. And it's not going to win you followers, and it's not going to win you the popularity of all the flat earthers. Like, some people have a huge following, and they're spreading this craziness out there. And that people need to be able to discern what is going on, because you're going to compromise yourself just to fit in.
That's right. That's a good word. It's compromise. Once you compromise, Taylor, then you've given in to placating. Well, let's just try to keep it civil, because we don't want to ruffle any feathers around here. That is what's going to keep the truth from actually getting out there. The truth that you know to be true about what the reality of the situation is. And so therefore you can't be that person. You have to be one who can speak the truth and be bold, be unashamed of it. But the moment you start to, I think that's kind of a warning sign that you should maybe think about, like, not wanting to do that. Because if you do, the moment you do, it's like a capitulation to the powers that be. Because they want everybody, let's just be, common decency. Let's just agree with everybody. We can't do that. That's a compromise.
Yeah. Well, the whole ether thing, that doesn't really disagree with anything in the Bible. If you disagree, I'd love to hear it, but I don't see any
Yeah,
contradiction
well,
with that in the Bible. So
yeah.
I don't really care that much.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like being indifferent is also like you listen. Everything
Lukewarm.
that speaks, yeah, that's a great way to put it. So it's lukewarm. So you gotta have some way to discern what is real and what is not. And if somebody's propagating lies about something that the Creator didn't speak on, and saying the Creator did say, well, it's not in the Bible, so I can say it all I want with whatever veracity I can. No, dude.
Yeah,
It needs to be.
Globers like to rationalize that the Bible doesn't speak necessarily that the earth is flat, but that it can still work and they can compromise the globe to the Bible when it's just there's nothing in there that would ever give you that direction. Just like I said, all esoteric beliefs have come from in the beginning when God created the heavens and the earth. He when he created light, like a lot of esoteric things have come, religions and mysticism and all of that have come from that creation of light, and they like to interpret it, and there's nothing to interpret. You just say it is plainly what it is. Speak plainly, and like concise.
It's not easy being this person, Taylor. That's all I'm saying. It's not. And that's why it's the hard road. The Creator endowed somebody that knows truth to walk the hard path. The path is not easy. If it was easy, it'd be the broad path where everybody's on. That's why not a lot of people choose this path, because it's harsh. You have to speak those truths when it's supposed to be spoken. If somebody's speaking against the Creator's what He made, then that's, I mean, unless you stay silent and you don't say anything. I mean, but it's up to you. That's what you have to deal with, I guess, internally. But that's not our battle. That's maybe your battle. I'm just saying for the outward battle, like the one we're in right now, we're in the front lines with all the people that have this, this idea of what they think the earth is. And everything that's not true can be, put in a, go ahead, Flats.
I just wanted to say this one thing. Ether is being proposed as some sort of way that the Creator creates, as if the Creator needs something contingent upon, like something that's contingent upon that He would need to create, when that is usurping the glory of the Creator. So I want you to, hopefully, if you take anything away from this conversation with us about it, is that if the people who are trying to push this belief system out here, if all of their proofs, supposed proofs, quote unquote proofs, are anything but the thing that they're claiming, then they're not. I mean, there's nothing there. It's a big nothing burger, which is funny because they use a straw man of the nothing and then replace it with ether. So there can't be nothing, therefore there's something. When nothing, nobody, like, are you they're presupposing that there's some vacuum of space by saying that, and I don't say that. I don't presuppose a vacuum of space, but they're saying that I am by default, which is a straw man of my position. So it's a false dichotomy, and all of it is just based on whether there's nothing or something. And the whole premise of it, there is something there. There isn't just a void of emptiness. Nobody's claiming that. So by nothing, I would say that, that we're not using that word the same. So it's actually a fallacy. It's sort of a bait and switch, where they use a word out there and they define it differently than the way that you use it. So
Yeah, it's a hijacked term. They have hijacked the term to mean something else, like the word level. That's as an example. Like the word level, they will hijack it and say that it's actually following the curved liquid parts of the earth. as an adjective from Merriam-Webster's dictionary. But then only in that one place it says that. But it still contradicts the previous sentence. So that it's weird. I mean, when you examine it. But yeah, what
I
she
was
was
under
saying
the
was
impression that
go ahead.
that they wanted to believe, in the ether because with that experiment, it showed that the Earth was not rotating.
No.
Yeah.
It's a position I think. Well, we started what I don't know, Jedi. If you, I see you popping in and out, you might be having connection issues, but it started back in 2017, 2018. Like this whole idea that was actually proving something, but they really harp on it. Like I hate to say this, but etherites, they harp on this kind of idea that they're using that as a catalyst for their argument. The Michelson-Morley. It seems to be like spoken of a lot when they're in, any of the context of their spaces or anytime they're speaking to Glovers.
And you can liken it to, say, the Foucault's pendulum, or let's say the Cavendish. Like those
Yeah.
things are it's the parlor trick. They're using something that's not well understood, like light, and then they're making some sort of they're attributing something to it that they can't prove. It's
Right.
doctrine right there. That's how you start a doctrine.
It's the hat trick. That's the hat trick. People don't understand what light is because I'm saying it like this, man. Even when science describes what light is, it's the answer for it is convoluted. It's energy, no, but it's physical, but it's energy, but it acts like something physical. Like it's so convoluted when you get the answer. So people, even right today, they're still debating on what light is. So it's a hot topic. Nobody understands light. There's these like theories about what it is and how it affects things, but there's no real way to put on like what it actually is.
If you like watching lectures,
Still debated.
Taylor, I would say if you would go watch Professor Shankar from Yale University, he's got videos of his introduction to quantum mechanics and how he introduces it. He's like, the more you understand about quantum mechanics that I'll be teaching you in the course, you'll realize that we don't know anything. So he's humble and he shows humility right at the beginning. So and I've been watching a lot of his physics lectures myself. So they're kind of old. I think they're like 13 years old.
No.
But
Do y'all
if
believe
you
in
like,
quantum mechanics?
what's that?
Do y'all believe in quantum mechanics?
Well, believe?
Yeah.
No, I don't accept anything without evidence. And
Yeah.
there are so many things that you have to take case by case when they're
Yeah, I agree.
so everything is a case by case scenario. There's some things that have validity in quantum mechanics and there's some things that don't. Just like any other.
You gotta have hyper specificity when it comes to this, Taylor. Like, what exactly do you mean? Like,
Do
what
y'all believe
test?
in quantum entanglement?
No.
Yeah, that's more of a theory, isn't it? So let's, I guess, focus back onto like, I'm gonna take it back because really what Flatzy was saying, if you caught it, she was talking about like when they're bringing up Michelson-Morley and like light, and so that not being understood was they were using that information to kind of put forward kind of a hypothesis, right? But they still don't know even today, what light is.
Yes.
So
The idea that they were able to discover how a like a, let's say, a discrete like a small quanta, of light hits a photographic plate. That, I mean, the whole, you don't have to understand every single path that each photon takes here and there. You just get the effect, which is the photoelectric effect. Understanding it more, being quantized, was how they were able to develop like how to isolate electrons. They used the same type of double slit for electrons, and they were able to invent the semiconductor. And from the semiconductor, you've got a straight up shot up in technology. The way that we have our phones, our TVs, our computer
It leapt,
screens,
yeah,
everything.
technology leapt and forward, and like how we created things, and it was
Right.
a grand leap. I was like the early 1900s, I think, when this happened.
1920s. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that right around in that area, that's probably the only thing that Einstein ever contributed is to quantize light instead of thinking of it as a wave, to think of it as that, and um, and he got the Nobel Prize for that, not his special and general theory of relativity.
Yeah, what's happening nowadays is that more of the philosophical interpretations are being discussed as proven facts when they're not that. And so what you're dealing with is people that are mishandling information and putting it forward like in certain flat earth spaces as if it were true already, a foregone conclusion. And they're starting from a premise that already has a baked in understanding of this already being solidified as a scientific evidence. So when they're having their conversations, they're already, well, we know Michelson Morley was a great experiment. So now we're going to prove how the baller, understands or not understands something. So you're taking something from a standpoint of already giving it its like its foundation, and then you're going to move forward and make your argument on top of that. But it's fallacious reasoning that they're doing it on top of,
And
not something that's understood.
yeah, and every time I'm asked if I believe something, that means I accept. That means, like, to me, I hear, "Do you accept without evidence such and such?" No, I don't, and that's why I say that. If you adhere to the Bible, so do I, and faith defined in the Bible is evidence based. So I can say for 100% fact that proven to me, and you can prove it to yourself. Anyone can prove it to themselves. Um, the having faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. He is our Lord and Savior first and foremost. Like that is the foundation that I stand on. So and he says to prove all things. Don't let people feed you doctrines and let them tickle your ear and all of that just because they may sound like they have some sort of grasp on a concept. If you're having to imagine with them, then it's not. You're not. It's not a sound argument to base anything off of.
I think Kingsley wanted to say something. Kingsley's already there. Maybe not, because I saw his hand like light up, like he was trying to speak.
I don't see any hands up. Is Jedi here with us now?
Did are you there? I guess not. You probably want to go get some coffee or something. He's usually getting up, going. He's getting going in the morning.
I just, man, I don't know. I just really wish that it's just like when I first came into flat Earth, and which hasn't even been that long, but I guess I've been here longer than Taylor said. She's been here about 6 months. I've been here for about 2 years now, and really learning these arguments and how these things can't be answered when you're proposing a question on its foundation to the globe. So I appreciate Miggy or Alpha Veritas. I appreciate your 3 points. I think other people are catching on to your 3 points. They're finally like sticking to those 3 points are where you break down the globe religion completely. There is no curvature, no axial rotation, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, period.
Yeah, it's really simple, and I think that now we're a lot better for it because now we have ammunition. Whenever somebody has like hard understanding about like complicated, math or something, you're like, okay, so you seem to be very advanced in your knowledge. Maybe you have some, because earlier we had some people that were on Discord talk about this guy who was a chemist. He had some academic background. He had some credentials. He was a chemist, and I think he had a background in physics. But yet, I asked him for evidence of the Earth as a globe. You know what he gave me? Videos from space. Even though he has an academic background, that's what he said. That's all he had as somebody who's learned. Only a video about, a live stream video from NASA. How embarrassing, right? From anybody who says that they have academia behind them. They have some years. They have some years in academia, and then all they have to give you is live stream footage from NASA. Like, I mean, facepalm, right? Like, wouldn't you think that they have some great way to articulate the point of how they know the cosmology a little bit more intimate? They don't. That's alarming. Why doesn't somebody in the academic realm be able to articulate the point a little bit? I would give them this, man. Just say a little bit more verbose, a little bit more with like knowledge that you have backing up the idea that the solar system is something that's solidified in like real science. But they don't have that, and it's alarming to me. I don't see how people aren't like, man, this is awful for a guy who's claiming to have all these credentials and he's not able to tell me how the Earth is a globe. Like, that should make more flat earthers on its face just listening to him do that. Like, he's not able to respond. It's crazy. But I already know that I put out to the spaces or the live stream wherever we're at. I tell them my contention is I know that these guys do not have any evidence for the Earth as a globe. They can't justify it. There's no way they're gonna bring any evidence. You guys have nothing but a story. That's it. But like what we do at 24/7, Taylor, is like we want to empower the individual to have the ability to go out by yourself and be able to just challenge people. Be like, look, I just have some questions for you. I mean, just if you can answer them, and maybe not. So the 3 questions that I ask them, I don't know. Maybe have I told you, Taylor, the 3 questions that I ask people, like what Flatsy was referring to?
Yeah, I've heard you ask people that.
Cool. So if it's possible that they did have those answers, and if it doesn't matter who they are, I mean, basic knowledge of the Earth as a globe, they would be able to tell me, like, without a doubt, just real quick. But the fact that there is no answer to these questions is built on the philosophical interpretations. And that's what we all have to understand too. It's like, if they have nothing better, no demonstrated like empirical evidence of like measurements of anything that would show that the Earth is curving, I think that's really good for us, because they're just never going to have it. Unless there's some magical guy out there that we haven't spoke to yet, Flatsy, perhaps maybe then. Like maybe we haven't spoke to everybody yet. There's this one guy out there that knows the answer.
Maybe. Doubtful.
Appeal to future fallacy much?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, exactly. So just foundational things, simple things. A simple triangle alone can disprove the globe. It's so simple.
Yeah. No, Jedi. Yeah, we always say that. Like Jedi, what was like a couple months, I don't know, it was throughout the whole year, but he was saying that he's debunking everybody with just a simple triangle. Because every time we asked him, what's a triangle? Well, I mean, a spherical triangle, and no, not a spherical triangle, a triangle. What is a triangle? Like, define it. It was really hard for a long time. They didn't want to define what a triangle was. And then for them to draw what a triangle is, like, it was everything but a triangle. It looked like 2 lines, within the other 2 lines were curved, and like 1 line was curved. It was like, I'm serious. That's how bad it got at some point. So you can destroy them with a triangle, even.
Another term or another thing that I would say that you need to get familiar with is when people come out of the gate with a question proof. We went over this for a while in here in the space. You got to learn that when people present you a question proof, something's amiss.
Yeah, give them a demonstration of a question proof, Flatsy. Like the one that we used earlier.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah. If there's there can't be nothing, so there has to be something. Like, what else can it be? Oh, it's ether. That would be a question proof.
We got 2 mock in here, and his name almost gave himself away already.
No, stop saying that. That's not at all true.
But Yeah. We want to know if you know if, according to what we say in here, is that no one has any information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, Tuma?
Not personally, no.
So you don't know what it is right now.
I can't say for sure. I mean, I like to believe NASA.
Okay, so you just believe that the Earth is a globe. You don't know it.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good rap. They're pretty convincing.
Really? Well, how did they convince you?
Oh, with the movies,
Movies?
film scripts. They just say it's a globe, and I kind of go along with it.
Okay, you just go along with it.
So they're your priest, and you're an avid follower of their priestly
Well,
beliefs.
I don't worship them. I mean, I have my doubts.
Are you sure?
But, I have my doubts.
What do you constitute as doubts?
Well, I mean, they're in bed with the media and with Hollywood, so maybe they're lying. I don't know.
Well, we don't have to go based on that. We have to go based on the evidence. We go based on evidence, Tumak. So what evidence do you think they presented to you that, obviously you said videos, like the production value of something gives it its merit? So because you've seen a video, therefore now you know the Earth's a globe.
I don't know it. I suspect
or believe it.
Right? Hey, they're probably right. I don't know. I don't know. Stop yelling at me.
Yelling at you, man. I mean, wow. If you think someone's yelling at you having a conversation, I think there's bigger problems you got, my friend.
I think he's just kidding.
Don't yell at me.
Yeah, we get people to like use their noodle a little bit while they're in here, and it seems to kind of bother people. I don't want to think about that stuff.
I don't want to think about it.
Because, man, it's interesting. You know why it's interesting, Tumak? Because a lot of people just go along with the world just the way it is because it's easier for them to think it like that. And we're asking the question, why? Why? Why do you have to accept the world for how it is? Why do you have to just agree with everybody? Why can't you give a little pushback and say, wait a minute, how do I know what's going on here? Can I ask some questions? Sure you can. Who said you can't? That's what we're doing. We're asking you questions.
I agree.
So I don't think there's nothing wrong with asking questions.
I should push back more on a lot of things, but I don't because I'm just I just go along, get along.
But I mean, okay. I mean, you do you.
That's
but
the majority of people. And also, have you ever seen that video?
No, I admit it.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video? Is it lemurs? Where they were led off the cliff to their death? You just follow along to get.
Oh, are you talking about? Shoot, are you talking about Ice Age, like the dodo birds?
No.
Anyways,
no, there's a video. There's a video of some people. I guess they watched these. I can't remember what the animal was, but they followed the herd off of the cliff and all fell to their death because they were just going along to get along. No pushback.
It's like when your parents tell you that if he jumped off a cliff, would you do it too? Like that kind of stuff. But it's like real life.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we're having the conversation with people that were willing to engage with these questions, Tumak. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the world is just, it's got too sensitive these days. People don't want to talk about subjects, and let's just.
I didn't say I didn't want to talk about it. I said I've just been kind of going along. They told me the Earth was round and that the moon was not made of cheese, and I just went along with it because I wanted to advance to the second grade. And
well, the people that are saying that the moon is not a cheese are the ones who proposed that it was in the first place. Nobody else is even proposing such a notion. That's crazy.
It's just an example. I mean,
just a way to think about it, I guess, if you're going to use that example.
No, it's just an example. I don't really believe the moon is made out of cheese.
Yeah, but nobody said that. You're the one who said it, and it's like you built up a straw man and you burned it. Like,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. So it's easy to do that, and then act like you make some sort of profound point, but you don't.
I didn't think it was profound. I didn't think it was profound. The only point that I made was that we're all taught certain things, and if we're to get positive reinforcement, we have to go along with what they're teaching us.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like, I think your mind is a sacred space, man. It belongs to you and you alone. You shouldn't have to give your mind to somebody like who you just believe is telling you something. You should challenge whatever it is, and then see
That's
if
what they teach us from day one. To get positive reinforcement, you have to believe what you're told by your elders. I mean, Santa Claus
of
is
course.
real. The moon's
Yeah.
made.
But what I'm telling you is, it sounds like you're of a certain age where you can actually critically think for yourself. Not unless I'm wrong about that. You're not a child anymore, are you?
No, I'm 57. How old are you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm old, but I would say that if you're that old, then you could at least critically think for yourself. You don't owe anybody any explanations to why you think something. You can think whatever you want. But that being the case, why can't you just challenge narrative and say, well, how do I know what I know? Right?
I challenge narratives all the time.
All right. So when we're challenging the narrative that if the Earth is a globe or not, what do you think we should ask? What are the questions we should ask?
Well, I never really thought about it. So give me a second here.
Well, if the Earth is
We can help you.
if the Earth is
We can help
supposed to be a globe, then what would the Earth need to be doing to be a globe?
You're asking math questions now.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can think of it like math, but
like
if they're proposing the Earth is a spheroid, right? How did it get like that?
Well, supposedly it spins.
Yeah.
If it's a sphere.
What else is it?
That's not the same. No. Hold on.
What?
We got to stick to one point at a time. So, what?
You've never seen
what is an
centrifuge?
attribute? What is the attributes of a sphere?
It's it's round.
Yeah, but also you got to be more specific because round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. So something can be flat and round. You know, so what's something that
3D
is
shape.
required for the Earth to be a sphere?
Well, as you stand on it, there is a horizon.
Yeah, well, that doesn't indicate anything about it being a sphere because horizontal lines are derived from horizons, and horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that would not fit a globe. So that would be the coup de grace for the globe, the death blow. So you can't have horizons in a regard.
Hold on, Mark, listen. Flatchy, how you doing? And Alpha and Peter. I put a link up. I'm not gonna take the floor for too long. Just hear me out. Just one point that Flatchy made. I want to clarify. But first, I want to let everybody know that there's a half-hour video up in the Jumbotron where Peter gets demolished. Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, just give it a watch. A whole half hour that he gets completely demolished. I recorded him. He's contradicting himself. He's using incorrect terms. Everything. There's a guest appearance by you as well. Flatchy, if you will, imagine yourself on a desk or like a really long picnic table. You know, I guess we'll give it like 10 feet. Like you've seen those tables like at flea markets or whatever. And you're in the middle of that table, okay? And you know that you're looking at a little army man height. And you're in the middle of that table. Now, if you're that little army man height and you're looking off into the distance, that flat table, you know, just imagine that your height, you're a human in the middle of space, you're just that army man height, just for argument's sake. And you're looking straight ahead. There's no horizon. In other words, you just see forever. Okay, you can't see the floor that you're on because the table's in the way. Now, if you're able to like go up in the air high enough to where now you're able to see the floor at an angle, and then you see the floor down there, that's a horizon. But being that you're on a flat surface, you just see infinitely straight ahead in every direction, and there is no horizon. You just infinitely see straight ahead. So that's the difference between the globe model that they say is because things disappear behind the horizon, is because there's actually an edge over there. Where on the flat Earth, if that was true, then like the sunsets and things, they'd be like falling off the edge. So literally, if you actually research it, as far as the way the host operates, and you guys operate as I understand it, is there's no physical proof that there is a horizon. In fact, mentally, physically, and even, chronologically, and any history of all mankind and the definitions of the words and the processes that we see with our eyes, there literally is no such thing as a horizon on a flat surface. You would see infinitely. So,
Are you done?
you see my point?
No.
You see my point?
No. I don't see your point, and I do not agree. You need to make it analogous, okay, to it's being a person on the earth, so that you have what you would call your angular resolution, and the angle of incidence. Hold on one second.
Yes, and that's what it is. That's what it is. Angular resolution means how far you can see something with details far away. The angular resolution also dictates that something disappears behind something. Okay, now because it's on a flat surface, I'm not done. Nothing's
No,
going to
you said
disappear on a
you
flat
wanted to
surface.
say about the horizon. Let me at least rebut it. I just needed to cough, so I had to mute real quick. So yeah, your angular resolution and the angle of incidence means that on a flat surface, you would still get bottom up obstruction being on the surface and it being huge. You have the same effect, and you can replicate this effect on a known flat surface, and I can post it for you up in the Jumbotron or Nest,
Yeah,
where
but
this
that's just an illusion. It's really not happening, though.
I'm gonna
Is what I'm saying. It's not happening.
does.
I know. Sure, with some atmospheric refraction and no telescope,
Well, I'm just
but I'm talking an ideal situation.
I'm
I'm
telling
talking. It's a physical. You're not missing the point. It's a physical impossibility.
point, buddy. You're missing it. I'm trying to give you an example of bottom up obstruction on a known flat surface. This is the way that we see, the way that our eyes and optics work is that you definitely cannot see forever, especially given the air quality that you're looking through. It's opaque. So after about 300 miles, it's like a brick wall. You can't see forever. And the way the horizon is constructed in our vision and the way that we see is not contingent upon the surface curving, but the angle of incidence that we can see. It's that minimal angle that you can't see further past. Has nothing to do with the earth being a globe. It's just the limitations of our vision. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
the horizon
I thought that was my turn, but go ahead.
as a matter of fact, the horizon is a result of us resolving the earth as flat against the sky because it's a horizontal line.
Okay, now if I could just have the floor, because that's what I was trying to let you know earlier, and just let me finish. The word horizon is actually derived from horizon kyklos, which means separating circle, and it literally means, just don't cut me off, is that it means where the apparent horizon meets the curvature of the earth. That's the definition of the word. Horizontal is a straight line, and if you would hear me out, I'm telling you that not physically, that's physically and philosophically, literally, that when you have a flat surface, nothing can disappear from the bottom up. I didn't say visually. I'm talking reality. Something does not disappear on a flat surface from the bottom up. And the word horizon means something goes beyond or under it with angular resolution. In other words, a hill or goes behind it. That's what horizon means. So that's why flat Earth doesn't have a horizon. Sure, it has with, angular resolution and attenuation, things disappear, but that's not a horizon. It's just
Can't have a horizon
All right.
on a globe.
Let me
It's
just ask
literally
something
what
real
it was
quick.
invented for. It has nothing to do. No, it's not. You can't have something.
I'm gonna have to insist, Crush, that you put yourself on mute for just a moment so I can come through. I'm gonna unmute the space, but just keep yourself on mute. I'm gonna speak. Just hold your horses. Taylor, do you have any images of something you've done with this argument? If you're still on right now, I don't know if you've taken a okay. If you look at the Jumbotron Flatsy just posted an image of exactly what she's talking about. It's all the way to the left, so you have to hit the arrows to the left. You'll find it all the way to the left.
Yes, sir. But my argument is that it's not physically possible for one thing, and my second argument is that the sun is so much taller than us. It has what
So
you're
you didn't
talking
see
about.
it.
Hold on, wait a minute.
No, we're not waiting a minute. I need you to go look into the Jumbotron, identify the image that Flatsy Klein posted, and you need to deal with that because that's evidence of what her claim would be. That's evidence. Now, if you're not going to deal with it, then we're not going to deal with you. So we need you to look at the Jumbotron, identify what she posted, deal with the image, and then tell her what's going on in the image that she posted in the Jumbotron. All right.
Yes, I can't identify what the product is, but yes, I understand the concept of something on the ground disappearing bottom up. But something in
Yeah.
midair, like in the middle of a hallway, you know, if you're looking at it, it's not going to disappear from top up or bottom up or side to side, backwards, sideways, up, down, left or right. It's not going to disappear.
What are you talking about, dude?
He's just I can't like it's
You're all
just a
over the place, dude.
contradiction after contradiction. Like you can't have a horizon on a globe. You have a horizon with if you're going to use math like the y equals mx plus b, the slope intercept formula, you know? So you can't have a horizon that has zero slope and curvature would need to be applied here. So that would be a rate of change of slope, and the horizon shows a rate of change of slope of 0. There is no curvature whatsoever.
Yeah.
So there's no indication that what you're saying is that it's contingent. The horizon is a contingency of the globe. That's just a paradox. So you have to reconcile that paradox.
You'd have to have a rate of change of slope of non-zero in order for your claim to be true, which means that rate of change of slope from left to right would have to be done in a way that you could measure that there is a rate of change on the horizon, meaning that it wouldn't be horizontal any longer. It would be a curvizon, if you wanted to say it that way. Yeah. Curvizon.
Okay, that's cool. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you have something not on the floor, it's very simple to visualize, okay? Just don't mute me. If you have something in the middle of...
Oh, yawn. We're talking about things on the floor. So if we're talking about things on the floor, that's what we need to be talking about, not up in the air, on the floor. So what we're talking about is off in the distance when we're looking at the horizon, which is, we've already went over the definition of horizon, where the sky meets the earth. So where the sky meets the earth, that is the horizon. Now where they meet, that's where we're going to talk about that convergence point. Not something above that. We need to talk about that horizon point, the convergence place. That's
Well,
what we're talking about.
exactly, because I'm trying to, but you're just not understanding that things that are up in the air
I am.
that aren't on the ground are also go beyond the horizon. They do. Planes do
Now,
it.
going beyond, hold on a second. Going beyond the horizon means that you're describing something that you can't see. It's beyond the thing that you're saying is there. You can't see it. Beyond. It's in what you're describing. Beyond. You're using terminology that denotes something very specific. It's beyond the horizon, meaning you can't see it anymore. Well, I got a request. Somebody's requesting. A second. Mark of Melbourne is coming up. All right, give me a second. I'm going to give the space back to Starcrush. Beyond the horizon, Starcrush. That's what he said.
Yes, sir. And planes and the sun sets behind the horizon different. A plane disappears as a dot, and the sun disappears as a half circle behind the horizon, proving that the sun is going.
You need to provide evidence that it's beyond the horizon, as in obstructed or beyond the place where you can't see, by way of either you're stating the Earth is in the way. That's the only way that you can state it. The Earth is getting in the way. Now, if it's the Earth getting in the way, or is it some perspective phenomena that's occurring? Something to do with how your vision is interpreting what you see. So it's something either blocking it, like something obstructing it, or it's because something to do with your vision that's converging everything to your eye line, and that's why it's happening. So the Earth's curve is in the way, Earth curve, or your vision. What is it?
What we know is with telescopes, they don't have a problem with their vision, so you can use a telescope and have it film it, like that, and then watch it on a monitor and see that.
How far?
And what I'm telling you, it's not on the ground. It's going beyond the horizon, just like a plane.
You're a runaway train, and I need to stop you every time, but it's for your own good. I have to do it. So when you use your telescope horizontally, how far can you see off into the distance, straight on? As in a line of sight, straight on to the horizon. How far can your telescope see? What is the distance, the maximum effective range of your telescope?
All the way to the edge of the known universe.
So if your telescope can see all the way to the edge of the known universe, what type of telescope is that? Because I need to get me one of those, baby. A telescope that can see all the way to the edge of the universe. That is insane. How much did you pay for that telescope?
The most insane thing is to claim that like the Earth, the flatness of the Earth, would somehow mean that you can see forever. Like, what a crazy statement! No,
His telescope can see to the edge of the universe, Flatsy. I think Clipcord, where you at, my brother? Can you clip that out for me, please? I have one that's claiming with the telescope you can see all the way to the edge of the known universe.
I wonder if Star Crush even has heard of the cosmic rectangle.
No. Flatsy, I think honestly, if we give him any more information in his brain, it's like when a cup of water gets full of water, it's full. It's just when you keep pouring water into that mind, it's just gonna spill over. He won't retain any of that information you're giving him. It's too much. It's too much information. He's already thinking his telescope, whichever brand that is. I haven't even told him what model of telescope that can see all the way to the edge of the known universe. Like, can you give me the model of that so I can go into wherever place you bought that telescope? Because I'm going to tell them I need the telescope that can see all the way to the edge of the known universe. That's the telescope I need. I don't need your rinky-dinky $50 telescope. There's a guy that I spoke to on Discord, or excuse me, on X, that's claiming that there's a telescope out there that you can buy. You can see all the way to the edge of the known universe. Yeah, he said that. I want that telescope. How much does that cost?
No clue.
Here.
Don't know of such a thing.
Did you get it at Walmart or Home Depot? Where did you get it?
Well, can I answer? It's
Where'd you get it?
The reason how we see with it the James Webb and you get that Hardware Hank is because
James Webb. Problem with the James Webb is that you don't have it in your backyard. You just said that you didn't use a James Webb, you used your telescope. So you know what I do, Star Crush? I don't think you know me very well. I've been doing this for as long as I've been having these conversations with people such as yourself who think the Earth is a globe. I expose them. I expose them because they think they know what they're talking about. Now, you just made a couple of claims that you use your own telescope and that your own telescope can see to the edge of the known universe. Now, problem is you switched it. Now you move the goalposts. Now you're using the James Webb telescope, which you didn't make in your previous statement, which now you're making. So it sounds like you're changing your argument to suit what best fits your argument on the fly. Well, see, we don't do that here. You have to stick to your original claim that you made with your telescope looking horizontally straight on, and you said I could see clear over to the known edge of the known universe. That's interesting. You can do that horizontally when you're making your observation here on Earth, and then you switched up your argument. The old 23 skidoo, if you will. You said, I'm using the James Webb telescope. Wow. What a hat trick. Nobody recognized that, but I did. That's what I do, Star Crush. I expose pretender clowns like yourself.
I keep thinking of Blue's Clues when you say
Okay,
skidoo.
my telescope. I'm sorry. I thought when we were speaking we that we meant as a human species. My telescope, even with my naked eye, I can see, our sun, for instance, 93 million miles away, as confirmed with an
Yeah, you can see 93 million miles away. Now that's important because, okay, now I got one more question. This is important. This one's actually, you can answer this. I think you could possibly answer this. If you're looking at the horizon and you see the sun at the horizon, are you seeing 93 million miles away? I'm gonna unmute you. Go ahead.
My math might be wrong. It might be 93 billion. I'm not. I'm
Well,
having
no,
a
you
brain
make the
fog
claim.
here.
No,
How
you make the
far away
claim.
the sun is?
You make the
Yeah,
claim, Star Crush.
it's pretty far away. Yeah,
Now you
I
go
can
on.
see it with my eye.
Listen. You make the
And
claim.
galaxies
I'm not gonna put words
disappear
in your mouth.
out
You
of the
make.
known horizon. They disappear all the time, and we can't see them anymore because the universe is expanding at the speed of light, and that's how we
Really?
know there's an edge of the known universe. Yes, sir. It's not going
I
slow.
mean, no. You make the claim. You said 90. It could be 93 billion miles away. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
but you
suck
make the
at
claim.
math.
Yeah, but you make the claim. I'm not gonna speak for you. Obviously, you can say what you want, but are you claiming it could be 93 billion miles away?
Yeah, I can't remember right now because
Okay.
I just know it's in that general ballpark. I mean, I know the other
Ballpark.
stars are a lot further away
And
than that. And when I see a star, I don't know how far stars are, but we use parallax to figure out how far away they are, and they're pretty damn far away.
Wait.
We know
Yeah, I
how
know,
far
but
away stuff is.
that's antithetical to what you said. We don't know how far away stars are, but we use parallax to find out how far away they are. That's
No, I didn't say we. No, I didn't say
in
we. I
one
said I. Now you're changing the words around.
and okay, you. So you in one single breath you took down you basically gave a paradox. So you said we can't know how far away they are, but now we can with parallax. So we can't, but we can. Do you see what's happening here? There's a clash of ideas happening. It's like a train wreck. It's happening when you speak every time. That's interesting. We got somebody else that came up to the panel, so we're gonna allow them to speak. We got Tom Crean, I think is in the panel. Go ahead, Tom. Well, sorry, Chris. Just put yourself on mute for a little bit. Let Tom come through. Go ahead, Tom.
Just let me make my final point, please. That other people know how far away they are. I personally haven't looked
Where
into
are
logs
you?
lately.
There you are. Okay. So go ahead, Tom.
How's it going? Cheers for the mic. Yeah, interesting discussion here. Check this one out. So you can go backwards and forwards on loads of this stuff. There's one interesting one that I've never heard addressed, and it's one that people don't know. So I want you to go back to World War II, and I want you to go to Peenemünde, which is where von Braun was working with the A4 rocket. Now, the guidance system on the A4, it was a series of gyroscopes that controlled roll and yaw. And the amount of fuel that was put in the rocket was the thing that set how far it would travel. Now, the distance from Peenemünde to where they were trying to hit in London, it's different if it's flat compared to a globe. So if it's going around the globe, the radius of the Earth makes the journey longer by about 90 miles. These figures might be wrong. I haven't watched the documentary in years, but so either the Earth is round, in which case the rockets were being fired from Peenemünde and hitting London, or the Earth is flat, and they were aware of it at the time, and there was a conspiracy by the Nazis, and they had to mess around with the gyroscopes and the whole thing because I missed the part out. They had two different ways of incorporating the radius of the Earth. They could have made like a little computer, or they just made the gyroscope flywheels a certain weight, so that they incorporated the radius of the Earth in an analog sense in the gyroscopes, in the control mechanisms. Do you know about that? Have you heard anything about this?
No, this particular argument is new. Flatsy, did you hear anything about this argument before?
Well, I know what a gyroscope is. Okay,
Yeah.
so a gyroscope's function is to keep its rigidity in space. So it references a horizontal. So horizontal would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. So you still have flat Earth. I don't really. If you're talking about a radius can be on any circle. So you've got a circle of equal elevation around a certain point, which would be Polaris in this case. So the circle of equal elevation being the equator, yeah, you could figure out the radius of that sort of, with calculations here and there. But the main thing is that you figure it out with elevation angle measurements to Polaris, which gives you a straight baseline from your observer's position all the way to the ground position of the star, which is at the base at the star. The ground position is a 90-degree angle all the way to your position, which would be at the equator. So that is a flat Earth measurement. So I don't know where you're getting. It's got to be this false dichotomy of something else, because that debunks the globe even being a viable option at that point.
Yeah, 1 second, Mark, before you jump in. I know you're going to say something, but just give me a moment. I'm going to give a quick plug to the space. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 18, Coup de Grace. So for anybody that's in here right now, that's what we're doing. We're showing people that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe, and we have a lot of ball believers that come in and try to give us this evidence that they have. But nonetheless, the coup de grace for that being the case, that we're going to develop within the conversation of coup de grace to show that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe, and the death blow is going to be presented whenever 24/7 gives the I guess the response or the rebuttal to what they're bringing forward. But if you do like what kind of conversation we got going on, go ahead and give us a follow. Everybody in the panel from 24/7 is myself, Flatsy Klein, Jedi. We're on the panel at the moment, but give us a follow. And if you see John as a listener right now or in the co-host spot, that's QE. Give him a follow as well. And we'd like to say that if we're doing a continuing series, we're on episode 18. Just make sure that you continue to follow up with our other spaces that we've been doing. Listen to the other recordings. You'll get a feel for who we are. But this Flat Earth group here is a no-nonsense Flat Earth group. We go straight to the argument, the heart of the argument, whether it's malformed, whether it's a fallacious reasoning, illogical thinking. We're going to identify what it is and show you exactly where you went wrong thinking that the Earth is a globe. But as it unfolds, guys, if you like what we're doing, give us a shout out on spaces. And we appreciate everybody who's joining us right now. Like I said, we're really trying to get more prominent here on X. So we can, with all your help, we'll be able to do that. I'm going to kick it back to the space, and to Mark of Melbourne wants to go ahead and speak.
Well, I was hoping to get a response from Tom.
Oh,
if that.
Sorry, I didn't understand you. I didn't. You lost me a little bit. So the argument I was making was that because the Earth is a globe, and because the rockets that were fired from Peenemünde did in fact hit London, and there would have been a difference of 90 miles. So if you're traveling around the globe, it's obviously further than a straight line. So they had to fuel the rockets for the correct distance, given the calculations and the radius of the Earth. They fired them from Peenemünde. They did hit London. So was there a conspiracy back then to manipulate all this, or what?
Right. Okay. So see, you're talking about some parabolic arc of travel from one space or from one area to another using the let's say the equatorial plane, because that's a simpler way of putting it. You're still measuring the Earth flat. Your radius comes from flat Earth measurements. There is no conspiracy. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you can try to address that, or maybe Jedi can expound more on it.
Well, I just want to back Tom up that I have heard that argument. It's the difference between the distance on the surface. In the case of the globe, it's the difference between, of course, the surface of the Earth and the distance when you're up in the air. And Tom's saying it's a difference of about 90 miles. Okay, because obviously the arc is, a greater distance. So I've actually traversed the Pacific Ocean in one slingshot across the world, so to speak, from Melbourne to LA, one way, non-stop. And that's a long way. And, you know, the distance on the surface, in the case of a globe, is quite a bit different than if you take that same distance at 30,000 feet. So that's what Tom's saying. Tom's saying that, you know, did they measure the distance on the ground or did they measure it in the air? And if they measured it on the ground, the rocket would have overshot by 90 miles. So yeah, I wonder about, and I haven't done the figures on my trip, but at 30,000 feet at such a long distance, it's quite a bit longer. So I don't know whether they measure the plane distances on the surface or at 30,000 feet, but they're
Well, I
quite
think
a,
I think Jedi's got a response. So let's get Jedi on here.
I mean, it's an interesting conversation, but it was kind of ruined as soon as somebody said gyroscope. Gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space, which is what Flatsy pointed out earlier. All aircraft and missiles in the other instance will be referenced to that horizontal that is produced by the gyroscope. So there's no curvature if we're maintaining a horizontal with reference to the gyroscope. So it's horizontal then, not curving. But the evidence is right there in front of you guys. I don't know what to say. You used a gyroscope.
No, you've missed the point. You've missed the point. If the Earth was flat, the rockets wouldn't have landed in London.
Okay, you used a gyroscope, right?
But it's not there's not one article which is a gyroscope and everything else is different. They used a gyroscope, the flywheels of which were.
it's more a question of the fuel.
What do gyroscopes do?
They spin.
Okay, why are they useful?
Because they balance and damper out movements. Plus, you can. Well, I'll tell you how the one on the A4 worked. So, whenever the rocket rotated, the gyroscope obviously wanted to stay fixed. Now they had one going one way, and then one. Imagine the Earth north to south poles. They had one spinning that way, and then another one spinning. Imagine like the equator. So the second the rocket like yawed over or rolled, it created an electrical impulse that ran a motor that was like a plane wing in the thrust of the rocket. So the thrust of the rocket's coming out the bottom, and this thing was like a plane wing. And so as soon as the gyroscope moved, it ran the electric motor and it corrected the course of the rocket. I'll actually post this video.
Corrected for what?
Say again?
Corrected for what?
It's motion. So if it was going to go off course,
so the rocket corrected to maintain its plane with the gyroscope, right?
No, it's not a plane though. A plane's flat. This was on an arc, a parabolic arc.
Yes, but it's got to be in reference to something unless you're saying that over distance the gyroscope is moving, changing its direction or orientation.
Well, the gyroscope had two flywheels. One axis, as I was saying, was like equatorial, if you imagine a globe, and the other one would be north and south. So one of them was controlling roll and one yaw.
Right, you understand that gyroscopes are useful for flight because they maintain rigidity in space, right?
Again, these terms, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you don't know what a gyroscope does then?
Well, do you use gyroscopes?
Well, you have.
Yes, I know how a gyroscope works.
In this example, so why are gyroscopes useful when, for example, we're talking about flight?
But we're not talking about that. We're talking a specific thing about the A4. So the Nazis, do you accept they did fire those rockets at London?
Yeah, they used many different ways to blow up.
So if the Earth was flat, would they have landed in a different location compared to if it was a globe?
Would the distances have been different? Yes, but I'm pointing out the technology that was used, which maintains rigidity in space.
But again, we're using this terminology, so it's very straightforward for me. The Nazis were smart boys. You're not dealing with idiots here. They were legitimate rocket scientists. They engineered the rockets to travel a certain distance. All the calculations were correct. They had to weight the flywheels a certain way to incorporate the radius of the Earth. It's right there in the document. You can actually go and get the old PDFs and stuff of this. So it's one of two things here. Either the Nazis knew the Earth was flat, in which case, how do you explain
Okay,
all
I'll
this?
answer that question. I'll answer that question. Yes, they knew the Earth was flat because of the technology that they used. One of those targeting systems is known as the Nickelbine targeting system, which is a direct signal crossover over a city, which requires the Earth to be flat. So yes, in this instance, the Nazis knew the Earth was flat.
Right, but then the rockets would have landed 90 miles away.
Really?
You're affirming
do
the
you
consequent and begging the
Do you,
question.
do you understand what I've just said to you?
It doesn't make any sense to me. You're
So
using
you
these
don't know
terms. I
what a
don't think that you know what
gyroscope
it
is
means.
then? Would you like me to explain to you what a gyroscope does?
I know what it does.
But I asked you that just a minute ago and you said you didn't know. I'll ask you again. What does a gyroscope do? Why is it useful for flight?
You're using this term useful for flight. It's not useful for
Yeah,
flight.
why do we use them?
But they're used for lots of things. They're used to
Why do
regulate
we
mechanical
use them
systems.
specifically with flight?
But again, this in your opinion, I don't even know what question you're asking me.
Not an
We're
opinion,
trying to
dude.
unpack something complicated.
Yeah, it's not an opinion. I'm asking you if you know what a gyroscope does. You seem to be dancing around the question.
But it does lots of things. So we'll take this one specific. We'll take this one specific example of the A4. So if the rocket yawed or rolled off its intended trajectory, it created an electrical impulse. Okay, so the gyroscope moved in its housing, creates like a potential difference, which is then made into an electrical impulse, which then gets amplified and sent to the motor. So the second it rolled or yawed, it meant that this little fin interacted with the exhaust gas of the rocket, and it corrected its flight. So that's what it
What's
that's what it did.
What's roll and yaw in relation to?
Well, whatever set reference they had, reference to the rocket,
yeah,
reference
good.
to
What's
where they
the
left, the reference to where it was going.
My God, you keep talking. What's the reference?
But I just explained that. You said I kept talking. That's what I'm explaining.
Yeah. It was the gyroscope, dude.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying. They have the place where the rocket takes off.
What does the gyroscope do?
Yeah, you're missing the point here. I'm going to leave you to it. I thought I would give you this input, but you're not getting it.
Seems like you can't follow a logical framework. So I'll just tell you, the gyroscope maintains rigidity in space.
It doesn't.
That means
what does that mean? What is rigidity in space? It's not rigid.
I'm just about to fucking tell you.
You've said it a couple of times. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm just about to explain it to you. So that rigidity in space, this means that the gyroscope, when sped up and spinning, it doesn't deviate from horizontal, which is perpendicular to vertical, 90 degrees.
Only if it's set that way.
It's a horizontal reference frame.
No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. You can spin a gyroscope any direction or angle you want, and it'll try and maintain that. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, exactly. So when we use it for flight, we spin it up in reference to being perpendicular to vertical, which is what? Horizontal.
Well, it depends. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it depends. It doesn't have to be. But when you spin it up, that's exactly the same orientation and it will be when it lands. When we're talking about flight, whether that's a rocket or an aircraft, the gyroscope is spun up to maintain horizontal because your pitch, your yaw, that's all in reference to a coordinate system, that being horizontal.
You're making my point. My point is they set it up to incorporate the radius of the Earth. You're making my point for me.
Sorry, they set up a gyroscope which maintains rigidity in space to a curved function.
Again, you're just using language there. They had the setup.
You don't understand, and I'll explain it to you.
You're missing the point. They set the gyroscopes up to incorporate the radius of the Earth. That's the point I'm making to you. Did the Nazis think? Well, you would need to talk to your rocket scientist. You don't know how. You don't know how. Even if I explained it to you, you don't. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't know how. You don't have the knowledge of that. Neither do I.
So why have you brought this piece of evidence up then? I'm asking you questions about it, and you're not going to be able to answer. Why are you talking?
I find it interesting.
Why are you talking?
Right, so we're having a flat Earth discussion here, and it seems to me that either the Nazis knew the Earth was flat or round, and the British either knew that the Earth was flat or round, and nobody wants to talk about that. You want to talk about rigid planes, but you don't want to answer the question there. Did the Nazis know it was flat or round? Was it a
Sorry,
conspiracy back then?
I answered this 5 minutes ago. Can you remember my answer?
Oh, you said both. You said that they used their technology at the time and they knew it was
No,
flat.
you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You asked the
I've
question.
got a question for Tom.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead, Jedi.
Still want to know the answer to the question, right? You asked us, did the Nazis know the Earth was flat? Do you remember my answer?
I just repeated it already. So go ahead, sir. We're just butting heads here. Maybe we could have a new speaker.
Yeah, maybe you need to speak to somebody else.
I feel like I explained it very well. It's pretty much it's basics. So
I got a question for Tom.
he's arguing from personal incredulity. He's also affirming the consequent with if it's proposing a false dichotomy if it's flat or round. You know, all of these things you're already baking your conclusion into your premise, which is already a flaw in reasoning. So I wanted to point that out. If you're wanting to maybe form an argument, try not to affirm the consequent and beg the question.
Yeah, Tom. So just for a bit more information on this particular missile. Tom, is the missile like a ballistic type of missile where the rocket just provides thrust and it lands where it lands, and that it's the fuel that is the determining factor, or did it have some sort of a control mechanism that actually dipped the rocket down when it got to its desired destination?
Yeah.
No, it was the fuel. They set it off at a ballistic trajectory, and that was the whole thing with the gyroscopes. Apparently, it incorporated the radius of the Earth, and then when the fuel ran out, it just continued on its path.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll tell you just briefly why I'm here. So see after the Epstein Island thing. So I'm 99% sure the Earth is round, but the 1% I have left looks like Epstein Island, because that's what they would do. They would get every head of industry, every head of a university, and they would corrupt it that way. So that's what it would look like.
All right,
So
but just hold on a second. Just hold on, Tom. I got to jump in here because I'm gonna allow Jedi to come forward. But before I do, I'm just gonna correct something that was said. Flatsy, you said incredulity. I think it's just credulity. People usually get incredulity mixed up. I think he has credulity about the Earth being a globe because it's a tendency to be ready to believe that something is real or true. That's credulity. So
Well, he was saying that he didn't know for sure. Like
his
a lot of
bias-
the things he was presenting, he was like, I don't know all of it, like the rocket science behind it. And
Yeah, but-
go ahead.
You know, it was just his tendency to believe that it was true. That's the reason why he's believing that the Earth is a globe based on what he's saying. And what Jedi was proposing was the opposite information, that it's holding rigidities in space, perpendicular to vertical of the plane of the horizon, which is what it was going to, which is Tom's point that he's not really focused on that point. He's focused on the reason why it was baked into the information of how they made the way he was reading it was that it was factored into like how the missile went from one place to the other. And Jedi was addressing that. I think Tom is whistling past the graveyard. He's not really understanding what Jedi is saying, which is the most difficult part here in the conversation. So Jedi, if you wanted to...
Let's put it like this. If a gyroscope is spun up to maintain rigidity in space, that's horizontal. How do you set up a gyroscope to change over distance around a curve? How do you do that?
And that would...
It doesn't change. That's the thing. It's set off at a specific radius.
Thank you. It doesn't change its orientation. Is that what you're saying?
You got this, Tom. Come on. You got this.
Here, I'm just busy here at a minute. Just give me a minute. Let me just post something to here. I'll come back in a minute.
That's fine. Take your time, man. Take your time.
Yeah, no worries. No hostility.
I've got to fill in for Tom a bit.
Understand it.
I've got to fill in for Tom for Jedi that you've got to remember that in the globe mind, it's relative. So in the
Mark,
mind,
we understand. 24/7. Let me just put this out there for anybody listening. 24/7 team doesn't need any pro tips. We give the pro tips. We instruct people on how to create their arguments. It's not the other way around. We know what we're doing in here. We're situationally aware. We know our arguments. We know logical fallacies. We don't need to be instructed by somebody telling us what our argument's about. I'm sorry, Mark, but you're out of line.
Just for the audience.
Yeah, but you're out of line, dude. Like, you can't correct Jedi, me, Flatsy, people
not
that are way
correcting Jedi.
advanced. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, I think that right now we should be admiring the fact that the gentleman was already conceding before he left. So we already know how to do this. We've been doing it for a long time, and it to me, it's kind of like to me, it's a big disrespect. Hold on, Tom. Hold on. It's a big disrespect to the team that we've been doing this for years, and we know exactly where we stand doing what we do.
Listen,
Just saying, man.
I knew Tom was listening. It's a way of pointing out to Tom, using a third person, Jedi, that perhaps Tom needs to consider that, yes, in his mind, if the world is a globe, that he's sort of correct logically because he thinks that it's relative to the center of the globe. The globe.
No, he's incorrect.
I know he's incorrect, but what I'm saying is,
God,
what
no,
I'm-
we're not
what
gonna.
I'm
That's
sa-
enough.
Hang on,
That's
hang on.
enough. That's enough. There's no hanging on. 24/7 team's got this.
Here, I posted that. Check it out anyway. So you might have some explanation for it. The other one that I hear is that Antarctica isn't real, and I have mates that have personally been there. So do you know anyone that's personally been there?
Yeah, but Tom, I get what you're trying to get to right now. You want to see if there's any more questions that can be asked, and that's fine. But let's try to appreciate what Jedi was saying before, because you got busy and that was fine. You got. Do you remember where
ask
you?
him just to do that for me again. Just explain that for me again. I'm listening. I'm not being facetious. I understood
All
some of it. Just give me that again, Jedi.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, guys, got some background at the moment, so I do apologise for that. My question was, with regards to the gyroscope, does it change orientation over distance? Or does a gyroscope, when sped up, maintain rigidity in space?
Well, I don't know about this rigidity in space, but they intended it certainly to maintain its course. So I don't know what that's set to. I don't know. I don't even know how they regulated that. Do they? You would need to watch that documentary. Maybe they were speeding it up slightly and slowing it down. I don't know.
No, they don't speed it up and slow it down. The reason why we use gyroscopes for flight is because of what you brought up earlier, pitch and yaw. Right, so within an aircraft, the gyroscope gives you your artificial horizon. You understand that, right?
Yes, definitely. That it could certainly be used for that.
Well, that's what it is for. It's the IRS system, the inertial reference system. So the gyroscope is part of that inertial reference system. It makes sure that the aircraft is horizontal. So you can be pitched up, you can have yaw to the left or right, you can be pitched down, but you'll know this because the gyroscope maintains rigidity in space, which means it's horizontal. That's your reference, the gyroscope. So if the gyroscope maintains rigidity in space, it allows the aircraft or the rocket to use that as the reference system. So it's knowing when it's tipped, when it's yawing. But the entire flight of the aircraft or the rocket is in reference to horizontal.
No, you could change that though. You could slightly retard the flywheel that did roll, and that you could incorporate the radius of the Earth in that. It just because something's spinning, the flywheels, it doesn't mean it's a plane. They could absolutely set it up in a certain way to go around the globe. See, you're
how do they do that then?
I just explained they would retard one of the flywheels slightly over time. So whatever the radius is of the Earth, whatever the degrees are, you could get a value for that, and you could
citation of that site. We need some. Listen, man. People throw a bunch of ideas of what could happen, but we seldom have no information to back up those claims that people make outside of the one that you made. That this is exactly what's happening, which is it could be with the article that you read, the case, but what you just added as an addendum is not proven. Can you prove what you just said right now that they did? They retarded that flywheel back. Can you prove the citation? We need evidence, Tom. We need evidence. We can't just take your words that you're saying in this call that this is exactly what's going on, because you're making a claim, stacking it on top of what you've just said, that they're taking into account the Earth's curvature, and on top of that, you're making another claim that they're making it seem like they're doing something to make it adjustments for that.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that just because they were using flywheels, it doesn't mean that they had to follow the horizon. It doesn't mean that things had to be linear.
How do you know that, Tom? How do you know that?
But that's a fact. You wouldn't dispute that.
No. We're disputing it right now. Information,
Right.
please.
Yeah, that's a strange one. You must accept
strange
it.
one. No, I'm challenging you right now. You just made a claim, and I
Here,
want you to
listen
put
to
your
me.
money where your mouth is.
I will.
Show us.
Just be quiet. I'll tell you right now.
No, I
Right,
don't need
want-
you to tell me. I need you to show me. Post it in the Jumbotron. What you're saying is true by way of citation, that this is exactly what they've done to adjust for the curvature. They've did a specific maneuver, like you said, to adjust for this. I need that information for everyone to hear.
Here, listen to me.
No,
Have you ever seen a guy?
no. Are you going to
Have you ever
post
seen a
the
guy do
information?
it? Ahmed, you're not listening.
Are you going to post the information that they've done this, sir, or not?
I don't need to. I don't need to.
Yes,
It's
you
easier
do.
than that.
No,
It's
you
easier than
do.
that.
You absolutely have to, Tom. This is your claim. You're going to stand for it, or you're going to fall by it. Either one. Do you have the information to substantiate that they've done this? Post
Yes.
it in the Jumbotron so we can all see.
No problem. You ever see a
Good.
guy do a jump on a motorbike? The wheel spins. You can
No,
rev the
motorbike.
throttle
We're
to
not. No, motorbike.
It's
No.
gyroscope.
No,
It's a gyroscope.
I don't care. We're not talking about motorbikes. We're talking about the missile that you said went from one place to the other, and they've done a function to correct for that. The function. Did he leave? Wow, what a beta! What a beta, dude.
It really shouldn't bring up gyroscopes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to address first. I thought that I had put the very clear and concise point about gyroscopes out, and then I addressed him referencing the circumference. So
yeah,
that's kind of.
But he just claimed
I guess,
stacked right
the way
now. He just
Yeah,
said they
he
have
did.
adjusted for the curvature of the Earth, and this is how they've adjusted for it. And I called him out on his bullshit. Post where it says they've done this adjustment to, compensate for the curvature, and he couldn't do it. He appealed to some motorbike flywheel. That's not what we're talking about. You're just talking about a missile. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, is it me or like?
No, it's not just you.
Let's bring the 137 IQ up here.
Well, oh gosh, please
You can
don't.
mute him if you want, or kick him back down to a listener. That's it, you have the power.
I forget. Yeah,
Seriously,
I
you do
don't
have the
use.
power.
I don't use it too much.
Wield
I
it, man.
accidentally-
That's why you're a co-host. Wield it. You fat fingered Jedi earlier, so you can fat finger Star Crush too.
Sorry about that, Jedi.
You
just
muzzled
need to
him,
be
man.
a co-host. It still says that QE is a co-host.
Yeah, I don't know how that's saying that. I can't. He's not. And so, for some reason, there's
See,
friendly fire between Star Crush and Peter. Star Crush is trying to obliterate Peter in a Jumbotron. I don't know. Oh my God. Are you serious? Look at what Peter put in the Jumbotron. This telescope that observes the edge of the universe.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's good. But I didn't try to obliterate Peter. I did in a 30-minute video. I obliterated him. Sorry, Peter. You'll apologize if you want to be friends.
Damn. Peter got in a world of mess now with Star Crush. There's some, I don't know, some kind of daytime drama going on there. I don't know what's that about, but
It's up to at least 200 views already. He's obliterated. Sorry, Peter. Don't try it again.
he had to take one for the team, huh?
No, I'm on everybody's team. I'm an Earther. This is planet Earth, and the angle of resolution. If you look at the one, not the London survey grid, which is called physical proof, and if you look at the sun, and you're calling about the what do you call it? That not the angular resolution, but angle of incident. Okay, that would cause the sun to disappear straight on as perspective which it's not doing. It's going to be on the horizon, which if you learn to use the English language, literally means beyond the curve. That's what it means. That's what the word means. So that's why I'm telling you that on a flat surface, there is no such thing as the word horizon.
No, it isn't. Doesn't mean curve. Your circle of vision is your limitation of your vision, the limitation of your view. Please, my goodness, you're just begging the question. We just need direct measurement of curvature. If you're going to apply it anywhere, show us that monkey.
That's the way.
I have. It's called spherical geometry, and it's 8x2, which is at 8 miles to. It's a formula where you put the x, you put what you want in there, and you get the curvature. But I mean, you guys.
So you can just willy-nilly always just have your curvature. If you want your curvature in your imagination, buddy, you can have it. I don't care. You're not proving it here by just asserting it and not proving it.
Well, if you would want to come to Florida, I have friends down there with boats. I mean, are you willing to go that far? I have a lot of money.
Oh,
I'm
come
offering
on, man.
$250,000, literally
hell no.
$250,000 to someone to prove the Earth is flat. But I'll go on my dime.
Dude, you don't need to go.
Who
You
wants to
listen.
go to Florida
All right,
with me?
all right, let
Out
me-
on a
let me-
boat. I'm
listen.
dead serious. I'm
Me
dead
too.
serious.
Listen, here's the thing,
Yeah,
man.
well,
We
you
can
want to go?
settle
You
this.
got some free time?
Yeah, we can settle this out of all that mess. You don't have to go all that far. We can demonstrate that the Earth is flat right here in this call, and you
Well,
can
how
just
about
pay.
the London survey
You can
grid
just
right up there with 3 different coordinate
listen, dude.
systems that proves it's curved? You have no flat Earth proof, or you'd have a
Oh, yeah.
$250,000.
Yeah, you don't.
Sorry,
You
you
can't.
don't have it.
You listen, dude. You're just gonna be like every other glober that puts up money. You're not gonna pay when you find out you don't have the
Oh, really?
evidence.
It's a legally binding contract. I'm a lawyer too, by the way.
Really, I don't think you'll pay up. That's just what I'm saying. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I've got a lawyer disbarred before. Look up Paris Getty disbarred in Minnesota. All right.
Okay.
I'm,
All right.
I'm a savant. Remember, 137 IQ. Yeah.
Wow, you just won't let us forget, will you?
No, you won't.
Like you're like a vegan.
Go ahead, Jedi.
You
Well,
know
I'm
they're
trying to
vegan
offer you a free trip to
2 minutes
Florida.
from the
I'm not going to pay you to go all the way to Antarctica like Witsit's going to see the 24-hour sun. I'm not going to give you $30,000, but it's a drop in the bucket. Have my driver pick you up in my limousine, and we'll take you to Florida and take you out on a boat and show you how triangulation and trilateration.
Goodness. I can't do it.
You can kick him down to listener if you want.
Yeah, Witsit doesn't let you go too long without knowing he has an IQ of 160. So,
Wait.
whatever. You guys are alike in that sense.
Yeah, they're measuring weenies. We don't need that. All right, so you can kick him up to listener if you want. We can let Jedi speak, or
Well,
you can
I'll
have him up
stop
here if
with
you want. I
that,
don't care.
but-
No matter.
He's in the video too, where I own Peter.
We're gonna have to move him. We're gonna have to just remove him.
All right.
Thank you.
He just said triangulation and trilateration. That's angle measurements. That requires the Earth to be a horizontal plane for you to measure angles. So you have just demonstrated. You should pay yourself your own money, mate. You've just proven the Earth to be flat. Soon you should said triangulation and trilateration.
He flat smacked himself. He didn't even know it. Oh shit! We got AJ in here.
Yo, I was just going to say, if he'd like to fly me from Australia to Florida to take me out on a boat and show me how to triangulate and show me the Earth's flat, mate, fill your boots. I'll give you my details. Book me the ticket, buddy.
No, AJ will not back down from your little challenge here. So this is gonna be scary for you, man. Because Star Crush, you're not gonna put up, man. You just won't.
Hey,
do
I'm
it.
not far. I'm not far from Florida. I'm a bordering state.
We'll get Star
What's he-
whenever Star Crush comes back, and we'll tell him, AJ.
Shh, I want a US holiday for free, man. Shush. Don't butt in.
Yeah. No, but
You
listen,
got
we'll
it,
give it to AJ. Plus, he can donate to your crypto fund. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A win is a win. But
yeah.
I mean, he's
100%.
offering. Nobody made him do this. He just wanted to put it up for himself. That's fine. Shit.
My wife
You know
would
what's
be quite
weird?
happy to do a trip to Florida. That'd be awesome.
It's recorded too, so that'll be even worse. We're like, dude, we got you on recording. It's on episode number 18, man. That's what it said. Shoot, man, he'd put you up, and you guys go look for triangles on the sea.
Yeah, he'd take me out on his big yacht, teach me how to triangulate, and show me the Earth's flat, and yeah, that'd be great holiday.
You'd be drinking you'd be having a beer on the boat. He's all trying to like figure out complicated geometry. You're like, yeah, man, that's all right. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a globe, man. Give me another wine. Give me another beer.
Oh, well, we proved the globe. And you come back home and you get all settled in and you're like, nah, dude, Earth's flat. Freaking AJ. He's offering, right? Like, shit. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, maybe.
Yeah, 100%, man. I'm all over that.
I can only handle so much chanting from a zealot, you know.
Yeah, we got Libra of Eden is in the chat too. Libra, if you're there.
Hey, well, how they think we can see something that's 93 million miles away, but they can't understand we see too far beyond this minuscule sphere, backwater sphere. So like how would I see a sunrise through 3,000 miles worth of curvature? Like at 9 a.m., I'm on the East Coast. The sun is up high. It's high. Well, it's not that high, but it's slightly towards the left. At 6 a.m., though, it's far, far off and very low. So at 9 for me, they're seeing that they're seeing a sunrise in California, 3,000 miles away, but it's low. How would they see that through 3,000 miles of curvature? That makes no sense.
AJ, did you get my request for co-host?
No, I didn't. No.
Man, I don't know. It's got this place bugged out because it has QE as a co-host, I think.
No, I got QE as a listener. I got yourself and Flatsy as co-host, Jedi's a speaker, Taylor speaker, Peter's still a speaker, Libra, and John's.
Here comes Star Crush. There you go. Maybe you can tell him, AJ. You can remove him again, Flatsy, as soon as AJ has his interaction.
Star Crush. Right.
Yeah, it's the edge of the observable universe. Hey, AJ, how's it going?
Good, man.
I enjoyed doing the space with Apocryphon the other day.
Yeah, yeah.
And this one as well.
Yeah, I was just going to take you up on your offer. I want a trip to Florida, mate. Just, I'll give you all my details. You can book me the ticket. I'll do my visas, and I'm quite happy for you to fly me to Florida. And
you're not in the United States?
Show me how to measure triangles, man.
Oh, you want to learn nautical navigation and nautical identification?
Yeah, man.
Are you up for that?
Yeah, man. Just fly me out. Yeah.
All right. Well, send me a DM. And but are you in the United States? Because you got to get at least there for me first.
No, man. I'm in Australia. I was just taking you up on your offer to Florida.
Oh man, no. By the time you got here, you'd be upside down, bro.
What are you gonna give us 250 grand as well?
Well, yeah. If you prove the Earth is flat, you get 250 grand. It's a legally binding contract. You just got to prove it's flat. It's that simple.
All right.
You did.
I mean, we literally have 6,000 years of proof, and not evidence, by the way. Evidence is different than proof.
We're used to him.
Proof is a different word. I'm a lawyer. You have to prove it's flat, okay? And we proved it's a globe for 6,000 years. Literally, quite literally, we have billions of pieces of proof that we live on a globe. You just don't want to accept 9,900 satellites, 30,000 planes in the air right now. We've had 12 space stations. There's 2 up there right now. We have the Voyager that's left the solar system. You don't want to accept that, but the rest of the world does. It's called proof. It's not speculation like back in the Wright brothers when people on other continents could say, no, they're not flying, and they probably died thinking we can never fly around. And we know that's common knowledge now. We know you can fly in planes now. But back then, it's okay for them to say you couldn't do it because they couldn't see it, but you have no excuse today.
You proved the Earth was flat when you said triangulation and trilateration. You know that, right?
Yeah, they no pilot thinks that the Earth is flat. They don't train them that way. It's just bullshit.
Star Crush. So with regards to what you just said, I can give you interviews with almost 20 aircraft pilots that say the Earth's flat, which destroys your claim
Oh,
just
that's
then.
20
Hold on,
versus 8
Starcrush.
point. That's 20
Starcrush.
versus millions, literally millions.
Starcrush, do not talk through me. So going back to the first point about proving the Earth was flat, you did that when you mentioned triangulation and trilateration. Do you want to know why?
So you've actually done triangular and triangulation. You've actually
I know
done that in
about
the Gulf of Mexico,
yes,
and
I
you've
know
done
about
it yourself. You have done. Remember the rules. You have to have done it yourself.
Yep.
On like the Gulf of Mexico or a really big. You have to prove. I'll take that as a no.
What's the process that you use when you, what measurements do you make when you use triangulation and trilateration? What measurements do you make?
Well, as I said to the host AV when he's able to repeat those words back to me, you're going to have to tell me.
Sorry, I asked you a question. If you don't know, just say and I'll tell you.
I just asked you, have you actually done it? Not know what they are. Have you actually done it? Explain to me how you did the process. Otherwise, your argument is the non sequitur. You know what a non sequitur is? You're not providing any context. It's a logical fallacy.
Excuse me. I answered your question. I said yes. I was a member of the Royal Cadets.
I asked you the question.
I said yes.
You're not going to play devil.
I said yes.
When I asked you,
done this.
You answered the question. I asked it. You don't reverse it on me.
Excuse me.
Answer the question.
I answered
Have you done it? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. See, Peter tried to play this game with.
I said yes.
Oh, you've done it.
Yes.
Well, explain how it works then, and how and where you've done it. Have you done it on the Gulf of Mexico?
Starcrush, shut up, please.
No, Starcrush. I haven't done it on the Gulf of Mexico. As you can probably tell by my accent, I'm from the UK. That's when I answered your question, have I done it before? Yes, I was a member of the Royal Cadets. The Navy?
Go ahead and explain to me how you did it and how you came to the conclusion that it was a flat surface. I'm all ears.
Because you're making angle measurements, elevation angles from the plane of the horizon with your sextant. You know what a sextant is, right?
Glorified.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm asking
Tell everybody.
you a question.
Put it in layman's terms for everybody.
Excuse me, Starcrush. I'm asking you a question. Do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, I know what a sextant is.
Good. What does it measure?
Are you looking
It measures angles. You can use it with parallax to get the distance of the sun. Do you know what an SDS sextant is? Yes or no? An SDS sextant. Do you know what it is? Yes or no?
SDS. No, I don't. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, it's one you use for astronomy, and that's how you use parallax to get the distance of the sun. First, you get the diameter using the SDS sextant to get the diameter of the sun, not the angular diameter, the actual diameter.
Okay, that's all.
All right, not that it looks the same. And once you got that, then you use parallax and you get the distance of the sun. It's common knowledge.
Okay, that's awesome. But that would be a slight red herring because at the moment we're navigating on the Earth, not trying to figure out sizes of things in the sky. So when navigating,
well you asked if I knew what one is.
Starcrush, don't interrupt me, please. So you were correct when I asked you the question, what do sextants measure? You were correct, and you said angles. What's an angle? There's a question there, Starcrush. I'll ask it again. What is an angle?
Well, an angle is a measurement that's used to describe, like, pieces of a pie. All right, you got your 180-degree angle, for instance, which is how you use longitude and latitude and things like that. For instance, you start with a great circle and you go around the equator, and then I'll take just two more great circles, and you take another one and you go all the way around the North and the South Pole in another great circle. So now you got basically a cross pattern. Well, you do a second one actually from the the north and the south poles, and you go 180 degrees with that. So now you have 3 great circles, which is what I was showing Alpha B earlier. It's how you get your 90-degree angles on a sphere, is you use great circles. So bear with me. So now they have one going all the way around the north and the south pole, and then you took a 180-degree turn, which is an angle, and now you have another great circle going all the way around to the north and the south poles. Now you have 2 great circles. All right, so you have those, and then you draw another one around the all the way around the equator, and I'll spoil it for you. Now you have 8 triangles that you just created on a sphere, and so that's 8 times 3 is 24. You now have 24 90-degree angles on a sphere. So now, do you know what angles are?
Yeah, the separation of 2 straight lines that meet at a vertex.
So do you realize that on a flat Earth map, they're using longitude and latitude, that if you take it and put it on a globe, it's still a globe. If you take the longitude and latitude and you take a sphere and you put it on a flat map, it's still a globe. It's longitude and latitude if you understand angles, do you?
Yes, so latitude specifically. If I'm to use my sextant and I'm to measure the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon at 45 degrees, what's my latitude?
What's your latitude?
Yeah,
what's your longitude?
If I measure,
what's your longitude? What do you think you can't have longitude in there on a sphere?
Excuse me, stop interrupting. I'll ask the question again.
We're talking spherical geometry.
Excuse me. If I measure the elevation angle above the horizon of Polaris at 45 degrees, what is my latitude? So you need to answer. Don't waffle on about anything else. Just answer the question.
Okay, run it by me again.
If with my sextant I measure the elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon at 45 degrees, what's my latitude? You really don't know what you're talking about, do you?
You're asking me how I measure it, or what the angle is going to be?
No,
you just told me the angle. You sight the horizon. Listen, I'll tell you. All right, I got to understand. I don't.
That's a fucking idiot.
Yep. That's the shrimp boat captain who was a lawyer and whatever else profession he has.
That's how you do it. Did I get cut off? You adjust the sextant until the object you're measuring is in the mirror. You look in your little mirror, your little telescope, as you call it. And I misspoke before. It's the observable universe, not Peter put in there. He's wrong again. It's not the universe. The edge of the universe is the edge of the observable universe. All right, now that gives you the elevation and the angle above the horizon. Is that how it works? Yes or no?
Have you been doing some research in the last 3 weeks? Because we had a discussion about the sextant 3 weeks ago, and you knew absolutely nothing. Not one question I asked you. Sounds like you've been doing some research, buddy.
Well, you just said 45-degree angle, and I told you how it works. You said 45-degree angle. Do you understand how it works? And I told you, and I know how it works. That's how it works. I just described it.
Ask you the question again. Let's see if you can give a straight answer this time instead of waffling on. You've measured an angle with your sextant of Polaris above the horizon of 45 degrees. What is your latitude?
Hold it like a lawn chair, bro.
Like
That's what I gotta say.
It's like a fucking red hot Mars bar.
Yeah, I thought you answered your own question already. It's 45 degrees.
Bingo! Thank you. We finally bloody got there. Yes, by measuring.
I said it 3 times. I said 45 degrees 3 times, and then I described how it worked. Was my microphone muted or something?
Okay, dude. All right, you're becoming intolerant.
I mean, look, it took 3 days to convince you guys that you could have a 90-degree angle on this. And now you're trying to educate me on longitude?
Yes, I'm trying to point out that when.
Yes. So you're telling me after 10 years, when I that you can have a 90-degree angle on a sphere, you're going to educate me on spherical geometry. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Go ahead, talk all you want.
Yeah, then you can just go away then, dude, if you're not going to engage in what I said and just waffle on to yourself about nothing.
Well, I just told you, 45-degree angle, and I said it like 3 times. And like I said, it took a half hour, but at least AV understands that you can. He's on my side. You can have a 90.
You don't need
that
to waffle
longitude and latitude. So,
you don't need to waffle
if you're invoking latitude, you're invoking the globe. You are saying the globe.
No,
you're literally doing that. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. It's an elevation angle measurement taken from the plane of the horizon. You already identified an angle as the deviation of 2 straight lines that meet at a vertices. To measure an elevation angle from the plane of the horizon, also known as mean sea level, that angle measurement requires mean sea level to be a horizontal reference. You're measuring up from that horizontal reference, right? Elevation angle above the horizontal reference. The horizontal reference being mean sea level.
Yes, sir. And I'll answer that for you. Sea level is the midway point between the mean low tide and the mean high tide. In other words, that's the tip of the 2 bulges of the high tides that are around all the time. And the word horizon means curved surface. The elevation angle is measured. Hold on, let me finish, please. I didn't interrupt you.
Like every
I'm telling you that the word horizon, what it means is that it's the reference point. Hold on.
He's just wrong.
I can't. I had to remove him. I'm
He
sorry.
won't answer anything at all.
Horizon means curved. The fuck? Horizon does not mean curved.
Well, Mr. Shrimpboat Captain, by the sounds of it, Jedi's destroyed any chance of me having a holiday, and you owe him 250 grand. Better cough up, my friend.
I want my money.
He was trying to say I agree with him. How the fuck is he roping me into this shit? I'm just sitting back, bro. I'm fucking roping me into this shit.
Sitting pretty.
He was like, nah, AV agrees with me. The fuck I did. What the fuck is going on?
I really dislike how he
Horizon
doesn't answer
means
anything
curved.
and he just
Fucking
unloads.
citation, please. Hell.
Check. Is this working?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Okay, I was wondering if I'm lagging or something. I always lag on this app for some reason.
Yeah, I was just going to say my wife's listening on her phone, and there's at least a 30-second delay between my headphones and her phone.
Yeah, I had that too. So I was like, oh man, I might be going to be coming in like 30 seconds after I tried.
Yeah, as a listener, you will have a lag. That much I can tell you, but not as the speaker.
That's what it is. Okay.
Okay, because it did skip for me at one point. All right, that's what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lag as a listener, but not as a speaker. Or I should say, not too much as a speaker. Yeah, so I guess everybody's out of a holiday from this guy. He was trying to put somebody up in the States. I'm in the States, man, but I really don't want to go meet up with this guy. I have no interest. You can keep your 250 grand.
My gosh, he's so hard-headed. And, like, talk about claiming every single credential under the sun. It's like, are you a jack of all trades?
He's a
but
Zanuck.
master-
That's exactly what
master of
Zanuck would do.
none? Yeah.
And by the way, there's some kind of friendly fire going on between him and Peter. Competition for they're racing to the bottom for the.
Wasn't Peter, like, trying to take up for him in one of your...
I think so, but he's trying to.
Yeah, when you were away and AJ kind of was, like, listening in, but he started saying a lot of things against you and whatnot.
Yeah.
Peter, he was taking up for that guy.
Yeah, now the same guy. It's like, you bite the master's hand. He done bit his fucking hand off, and he's taking his place. So he's now competing for the top baller, which is like a race for the bottom. So.
Yeah, but I spoke to Mr. Shrimpboat Captain a few weeks ago, yeah? He didn't know what dip or eye height correction was. He didn't know how you leveled the sextant. He didn't know anything. And then we had this argument about trilateration, triangulation, and he was talking about buoys, yeah, and finding distances to buoys. And he was destroyed on all of this 3 weeks ago. I can't believe he's back with it. He's obviously done some more research.
Well, he doesn't know what latitude is either, and he lied about that. He said he answered it 3 times. He certainly didn't.
I posted a definition of horizon up in the top there, the Jumbotron. Maybe Starcrush, you'd like to read it, or somebody else would.
Can you read it out for us?
I can't
I
right now.
can.
Thank you.
Yeah, Harvard. Altitude, azimuth, coordinates. The horizon system is the most intuitive when we first begin to discuss the positions of the stars. Here, the fundamental plane is the plane of the observer's ideal horizon. In the horizon system, altitude is the first coordinate we need to uniquely identify any point on the sky. Altitude is the angle that the observer would measure from the horizon to an object in the sky. Determining the second coordinate requires selecting a 0-point direction along the horizon, and for that, we choose the north point. The azimuth is defined as the angle measured in the plane of the horizon from the north point to the point at which the arc from the zenith through the object crosses the horizon.
Could you please explain what the plane of the horizon is?
Yeah, the plane within the circle of the horizon. So if you were at a boat out at sea and you turned around 360 degrees and saw the horizon, everything inside that circle is a plane.
I would say that the circle is within the plane.
Yeah, the circle is the plane, dude. Everything within that horizon is horizontal.
I'm just being precise. A circle is not a plane. A plane is a two-dimensional surface within which the circle of the horizon is contained.
Cool. So we agree then it's horizontal.
It's parallel to the horizontal, yes.
Yeah, it's horizontal. Awesome stuff.
Yeah. Works on the globe like a charm.
A horizontal plane works on a sphere.
It's a paradox.
Absolutely. So the same definition.
Peter,
yes.
A horizontal plane works on a curved surface.
Absolutely, yes. The same definition
that
as
would be
you.
a law of identification violation.
I don't think it would be. No.
Horizontals can't be curved.
Nothing is curved.
Okay, then. So no sphere.
Yes, sphere.
Okay, so where's the curve in the plane of the horizon?
There isn't.
Okay, so it's horizontal then.
Yes.
Okay.
What about the equatorial plane?
No, I feel like it's
doesn't matter.
that
It's
one
a special
comedy.
case.
It's that one comedy show, Jedi, that you watch in the UK.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here.
The same definition that you described gives you a very specific thing on a sphere.
Oh, that's a tangent.
No violation. No.
No,
If
not
you
a
take any
tangent.
point on a sphere, and you establish the horizon, like you said, a 360-degree circle, that circle will exist within the plane that cuts through the sphere, and that plane will be parallel to the horizontal line at your location. Everything matches.
It cuts through the
So
sphere.
you, the observer.
Well, a plane cuts through a sphere, yes. You've never done geometry, Alpha, so you don't know what that means.
So you, the observer in the middle of this circle, is what?
Your vision's cutting through.
What?
Your vision's cutting through. The center of the
you're
Earth
just
to the
now
horizon,
spazzing
Jedi.
out. Yeah, you're just spazzing out. There's nothing to it.
No,
It just
spazzing
is
out.
what it is.
So the observer isn't standing on a plane then, when the plane is X
He is
amount of
standing on a
feet.
plane, a different
Excuse
plane.
me. When the plane that you've just defined is X amount of feet or meters below the water surface.
I said it's parallel to the horizontal plane on which the observer is standing, both in your model and in mine, by the way,
So parallel,
because you
but
have
the observer
elevation.
isn't standing on it. He's standing on a different horizontal.
Is not standing on the plane of the horizon. That is correct.
God's sake.
I mean, this is just pure geometry of a sphere. We don't have to even invoke the
Yeah,
Earth.
of a sphere, when you beg the question of a sphere, you can use your words that are associated with a fucking sphere. I'm just pointing out that the observer isn't standing on the plane of the horizon when he's above it on a different fucking horizon.
Exactly, we both agree.
You've said is parallel to the one that's underneath the water surface for some reason.
We both agree. I am just not emotional about it because it's just geometry. Apparently, you have to involve emotions because it's triggering some kind of cognitive dissonance wall there.
Cognitive dissonance, you fucking prick. It's trying to demonstrate what you're talking about, and I'm speaking about it slowly. I'm pointing out how fucking ridiculous it is.
What is ridiculous? That you can have two planes?
The fact that none of them are the Earth.
The Earth obviously is not a plane in the globe model.
Isn't a plane.
Right.
Okay. So show me that obviously isn't a plane.
That's a separate question. The thing is that you cannot use the definition of the plane of the horizon as some kind of slam dunk against the globe if the same definition works equally well on the globe as it does on a flat Earth. That's my point. You guys like to read definitions and giggle like Flatsy just did, and this is just embarrassing because the same definition.
You know what we're giggling at, Peter, is that Star Crush hates your guts and he's shellacking you.
The horizon's curved.
That's another
Well,
point.
you see, these are two different things. One thing is to request evidence for the Earth being a sphere. That's one thing, and that's perfectly fine. The other thing is to read definitions and giggle because you say, oh, this definition says the Earth is flat. No, it doesn't, because the same definition is totally compatible with the globe model. So the joke's on you when you play the definition game.
Okay, we're just pointing.
So don't play the definition game, play the evidence game.
You haven't got a clue what you're talking about. You just sound smart.
You want to send him to the brig?
Just shut up. Take yourself down to the listening panel, dude. Go away.
Planes aren't compatible with balls. Unless you're playing soccer. Then they need to be there for each other.
Yeah, Peter. Don't you hate it when the lampstand starts to argue with you? He's a piece of furniture, man. Like, he's always hanging around us, so he's like the lampstand in the corner you don't really pay attention to until the light starts to flicker. And he's wrong always, so I don't know, in his own head he thinks he's right. But the furniture can't be right, it's just a piece of furniture.
Well, just asserting something without evidence is not proving it. So weird. There's just no getting through.
Mackie would do that shit a lot. You guys are just talking gibberish. You don't know what you're saying. That was his only claim.
I think Peter wants to imagine that he's cutting Earth in half and standing at the center of it, taking measurements. For that, because that's the only way it could make sense for my ball. But you're actually just taking those measurements on the surface, right?
I'm a bit confused. Maybe I misunderstood, but we were talking about viewing the circle of the horizon if we were to turn 360 degrees. It was described that was the plane of the horizon. And then Peter's talking about the plane of the horizon cutting through the actual Earth to obtain this plane. So realistically, what he's claiming is that he's seeing through the hump of the Earth to the horizon with his eyeballs. or his sextant, or whatever tool we're using.
He está loco. He's crazy.
You wait until he puts his height of eye at 0.
Well, that's what we've got to do in celestial navigation, don't we? We adjust eye height to 0, sea level.
And that's when the horizontal plane becomes a tangent.
You handed him his ass, but he didn't want it. You just kept giving it to him. Here you go. Take that with you. Now look at you, Peter. All in the corner and whatnot. What up, Amish?
I was going to say, he thinks he has a height of 3959 miles, parallel to the equatorial horizon.
Oh, by the way, it was so funny that he brought up the solar disk sextant. By the way, yeah, that you should just look up what that is, guys.
Is that what the SDS was? Solar disk
Yeah.
sextant. Okay, I'll
That
have
was
a look
Star
at that.
Crush.
I haven't heard of a solar disk sextant before, so I'll have a look.
You're about to see why it's funny that he brought it up, because he doesn't use that to navigate.
He wants to
Yeah,
come
I
up
didn't.
and talk
That's why I
about it.
said it was a red herring, because we're talking about navigation, and now he's talking about the angular size of the sun. Not doing that for navigation.
Yep, it was a red herring. Good call.
Him and Peter say that they can see to the edge of the known universe with the telescope. Seriously.
I was listening to that earlier, and I laughed when you were saying you go into the shop and ask for one of them things. Yeah, where do we go to Walmart?
Yeah, imagine asking
my friend told me, man.
I heard it on X, dude. So you guys have it around here somewhere? Where's that one that you could see all the way to the edge of the known universe? I want that one. How much does that cost? Is it on sale? Because you know, I got like, I don't know, like $50. Is it gonna be more than that?
Right.
Here we go. Anybody want to talk to the shrimp boat captain, or just leave him down?
You can bring him up, but I'm gonna probably just go to bed and let AJ take my co-host spot.
All right, bud.
Cost $10 billion, but let me just clarify that the person that's trying to say that that I didn't navigate using nautical navigation, I take my 25 miles, okay, along the Earth's surface, and I use the formula, which is 8x squared. It's just a formula. You don't put anything in the x yet.
It's all right. We've
Okay,
heard
now
all
once
this.
I
We're not
put
Star Crush. We don't need to hear all this
then
again.
good.
Star
good.
Crush. This was recorded. This was recorded 2 or 3 weeks ago.
If you let me clear this up, I'll agree with you. Fine, let's get past it. Well, I want to say where the host agreed with me, because I put him in my video because I love him. I told him that before. He's even in there saying it when I say it to him, and he likes that. It's when he agreed with me that you can have a 90-degree angle on the sphere. And so he's in my video now, where I own Peter the pants off of him. You want me to post it up in the Jumbotron again? It's hilarious. I completely sorry, Peter, but you're wrong on inverse square law. You're wrong on that you can change the x to anything you want, including the space between your ears, and it still works to get the drop rate. So you're So yes,
Listen,
the
dude.
SDX set code is not what I use to navigate on the
boot you
shrimp
down.
boat. That's what you use to get the distance of the sun. When you first get the diameter of the sun, then they're two different things, two different that you've looked it up, and then you use parallax to get the distance of the.
All right. Do we need to hear that again, guys?
Yeah, well, when he says 1,000 things at once, it's hard to rebut any of them. So he just keeps going, so you can't actually respond to any of the stupid shit he says.
It's called
Correct.
scattergun.
Vomiting at the mouth.
Just scattergun some more.
Well,
Just make a point, dude. Just treating the place like it's your podium. Screw you.
Well, we got 26 in the space, so if you guys, anyone out there, can have an actual intellectual conversation, unlike Shrimp Boat Captain, please feel free to put your hand up, join the conversation. And Alpha Veritas is ignorant. You are not coming up because I believe that you're just going to play soundboards.
Was it?
Yeah, that's what's his face. Get vaccinated.
Was it Captain Dan who was the shrimp boat captain from Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
There we go. That's who I've got in my head right now.
It was Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan.
I was thinking of it the other way. I was thinking about him as Forrest Gump on the boat, yelling to Lieutenant Dan.
It's Lieutenant Dan.
You said it with such a lovely accent as well. I want to ask you to say it again.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan. Funny.
Much love to the panel and everybody here listening. You guys, God bless you. I'm going to boot, scoot, and boogie.
See ya, Flatsy.
See you, Flatsy. Looks like Libra of Eden wants to speak down there.
No, that was hit the wrong button.
We got Ken up, actually. Ken, how are you? Ken, you got anything you want to add to the conversation? Got your microphone?
Oh, no. I was just gonna say, you know, everybody compares him to Lieutenant Dan because of the shrimp boat thing, but he actually sounds like Bill Murray from Caddyshack. Don't you think?
I don't know, man. I don't. He's got a very weird, definitely a very weird way of speech that he got. I don't know.
If you ask him, he was probably in Caddyshack and he knows Bill Murray.
But 24 in the audience, guys. Make sure if you haven't already shared, share the space out. Invite your friends in. Anyone you think who's got some globe evidence for us, make sure you follow all the speakers up here. Alpha, myself, Jedi, the 24/7 crew, Heretic, Amish, Kembo, John, Twadwazzle, and of course Jedi. And feel free to come up.
I thought it was funny how earlier that guy who presented the German A2 rockets and the gyroscope was unable to describe what a gyroscope even does. And he said, well, you have to talk to the scientists.
Glad you noticed that. That was beginning to frustrate me.
It was about right pissing you off, man. That's what it sounded like.
Answer the question directly. If you don't know, just say that you don't know. Don't start waffling on about something else.
You got your reps in with that guy for sure.
Yep, I might be able to have a day off today. I got all my exercise in with those last 3 people.
I was thinking about that. If they were going to retard the flywheel to adjust for curvature, then it would have to be velocity dependent.
He didn't have any evidence of it doing on that very specific, on that flight of that missile.
Right. I mean, he knew he
didn't have it.
Nope.
Which is, they say shit and then like, well, they had to do it that way. We really post it. I want to see where it says exactly what you're saying that they've done that. And well, it's like a motorbike. Bullshit, you fucking idiot. He's talking out of his ass. That's what was happening.
I thought it was going to be an interesting night when I first come in and seen QE in here. I haven't heard him yet.
He
He
passed
was on
out.
at the beginning.
Yeah, he passed out ages ago.
Poor
He
old
left the
man.
chat about 12 midnight, 12:30, something like that. 12:30 my time. It's 5 o'clock now, so. Mark of Melbourne was here, and because the title of the space is coup de grace, and Mark of Melbourne was saying that his coup de grace is the Analema. Fucking QE got all over his ass. What the fuck? Analema. You know the way he does that shit. He got. Shut the fuck! He was telling him. Mark was like, "Well, what's your coup de grace? What do you? I don't know. Does Mark know who he is? I don't know. He sounded like he didn't know who he was." Strange. Mark is kind of a little out there too. I have to sometimes. I get upset when he's trying to interrupt one of us, or trying to tell us pro tips. Well, you'll see. This is how you have to handle this. And like, shut the fuck up, dude. Each and every one of us is leagues ahead of any one of you ballers or flat Earth proponents on X, dude. Fucking leagues. Your arguments are trash. If anything, you should be listening up to what's happening in here. Pay attention to when anybody one of us talk, then listen to how each one of us articulate our points before you start giving us pro tips. Fuck's sake, dude. So a missile traveling from one place to another is no way to. He's like basically because I guess he read the article saying that they had to factor in for the Earth as a globe. That's why. That's why the Earth is a globe, because the article said so. It was in the
But they invented the bombing beams, the nickel bombing beams. They didn't figure for curvature, so why would they for? Why do you think they did for missiles? I don't get that.
Yeah, that's what Jedi was telling him. But he didn't know anything about that, so he was clueless about that. He's like, "No, but you're just making that up. Like you're just saying words."
If anything,
I hate
that's
when
an
they do that to
example.
you.
If anything, that's
Oh
just an
yeah, I
example
got
of
that
how
one.
globe lore factors into these documents. Just because somebody puts together the document and edits that in doesn't make it the case. What they need to do is to describe how the system works and is required to function as a consequence of that. They don't.
Yeah, I got that. I got that once. I was like, "Well," the first time I was like, like you're using words. You're just using words. Like, yeah, I'm forming a sentence. Trying to make a point.
That's how people have conversations.
Nathan seemed pretty keen the other night to jump in and join in on this space. But I don't know how
Did you tell them what we're doing?
Yeah. But that's probably why. I don't know. Has QE been in before?
Yeah, he was here earlier.
Yeah, but prior to today.
Started this. Yeah, but it was like on episode number 4, and he couldn't. He was trying to be co-host, but he couldn't. Like for some reason, he's on his PC, so whenever he mutes, like the mute everyone button, it mutes himself too. I don't know. It's a weird thing that X does.
Yeah, that's what happened to me
So
earlier when Starcrush was speaking. I muted the space, but then I couldn't speak myself. I had to unmute it, and he was still rambling.
Are you on your phone or PC?
I'm on my PC.
Yeah, that's the reason why. You have to be on your phone, I guess. I don't know why it's.
But see, Nathan only does very specific times, yeah? So he'd be coming on at like midnight my time, which is another 2 hours. So you'd normally be finished by then, yeah?
But I would already have like a curated number of people in here, so I think that would be even better for him. I'm kind of thinking of a way to hand it off somehow, or maybe just let it run while I'll maybe put you or somebody, like maybe one of their team members, as co-host.
Yep. I suppose it'd be good if it was at the end, because he does tend to take over the whole show. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's kind of what I would do. I'll just give it over to him. Like, just you take it on, man. So it's your thing.
Yeah, righto. All right.
But I don't know if he wants to do that or not. I'd be willing to. I just want to see how we can do the handoff.
Yeah. So do you only do these same 2 nights every week? Do your rosters change, or?
Yeah. So, all right. So it would be this night, be Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, and sometimes Wednesday night. Every other week it'd be a Wednesday night. So
Yeah. So a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday would probably be the best one of those. Probably the Monday.
Yep.
And then he'd come in about 2 hours from now. Yep.
Yeah. How long does his space usually go for?
He normally does a show for an hour. Well, he does it. Depends how he did it. So he does a pre-show for half an hour, then he does his show for an hour, and then he does an after show for half an hour. So usually all up, it's about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it depends whether he came in and ran a pre-show or a show. I don't think he should. I think he should just do it like his Omi thing. Just come in and start speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to announce shows or pre-shows.
Yep.
Just come in, talk like a normal person.
What I would say is, I guess how I would be seeing how this would happen is that I would stay running, you be as co-host, and then whoever else, I guess would want to be, co-host or whatever, you could just.
So how do you shut the space down then if you've gone to sleep? Like, you don't want to just leave it open and then co-host. Like, if I drop for some reason and then you can't rejoin as host, then you just got everyone sort of stuck in there.
Yeah.
If you're using a computer, you can send a command to turn it off in 2 hours and just shuts the whole computer off.
That would be a way. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea, Amish.
But then you'd have to skedaddle, and within that time frame, because it's like a time bomb. Whether you're ready or not, if there's a juicy conversation, it's gonna terminate conversations.
Yeah.
That is definitely a way. Or what's the other one that I was thinking of? You can do remote control, remote hosting, or what is it called? Amish, when you ask for like help on a computer and they can.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Somebody'd have to remote in.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to worry about that. Maybe you just set it for 2 hours or 2.5 hours, and just whoever's in there hosting just is going to have to control the conversations and round it out somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just,
but as a co-host, you'd have the same ability. So
yeah, it's just so difficult to control these conversations because you can't really mute them. You can mute the space, but you can't mute them.
You can mute them individually, but it's going to be a quick mute, and if they hit the unmute, they can talk again.
Yeah, I did that a few times, and it just kept unmuting. Yeah.
Other than that, you tell them the rules and be like, "Look, if you don't calm down, we'll remove you into a listener."
Yep.
So you got a choice. If we're gonna speak and you're not gonna let us talk, we'll just put you down as a listener, and then we'll bring you back up once we're done. Just make them aware, because you're gonna wind up having to do that, obviously.
Yeah. Does anyone want to speak to Star Crush?
He wants to come up.
I'll bring him up. He'll fill in some air. Maybe get a conversation started.
Yeah.
Someone else might want to join.
Yeah, bring him up. Let's see. All right.
You're up, Captain.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was a Packer fan. Anyway, I don't know what happened the time when Alpha, maybe he fell asleep and when me and Peter were rambling. Sorry about that for Peter. Yeah, he was out of control. I mean, ad hominems are. I'll say one back and I'll try and be funny, but I want to make personal attacks. I just like to iterate that when you do, you don't have to agree with me, but just let me say it. When you do, I see someone put something up in the Jumbotron. Let me put something up there real quick, just real quick. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. What I want you to do is when you watch that video, notice that I'm not rubbing it in anyone's face, but at least we agree that theoretically, if the Earth was a sphere or a sphere, that you can have 90-degree angles on that. And it's just a short clip of Alpha agreeing with that to just move us along. When you use the word latitude, that is literally a term used for the globe. You can't use that word. You have to use something else. And when you also use the word horizon, that is literally a term used for the curvature of the Earth. It's just the way it is. So if you're going to use the English language, you have to go with the words. I'm not being sarcastic, but I'm just trying to tell you that you would have to use a different word like, I don't know, I mean, it's dumb, but I'm saying like flat horizon or flat surface. You can't say horizon or latitude because then you're literally arguing for the globe. That's why when he said latitude, and I said, well, what about longitude? And I explained how you use great circles to create the angles called longitude and latitude are derived from a sphere, otherwise known as the planet Earth. Do you at least understand what I'm talking about now?
Well, that's not an argument for the globe. I mean, you're talking about semantics.
No, I'm not talking about semantics, and I am
Yeah,
at the same
I'll tell
time.
you why
Yes,
you're wrong.
if you say latitude,
I'll tell you why you're
then
wrong.
listen. No, hold on.
You're
You're right, but you're
because
wrong. When you
you're
say
wrong because you have to
latitude,
provide.
you're literally invoking the globe. The term
Listen.
latitude refers to the curve of the Earth. That's what it means.
No, latitudes are
Yes,
derived
it
from the sky.
does.
First off, second
No,
off,
it's
you have to
longitude and
use the
latitude.
proper lexical You have to use
It's
proper
great.
lexical definitions. You're not.
You're
If you
denying
use
reality.
general definition in place of a lexical you're a freaking lawyer. You should know this. We're pulling up definitions up in the Jumbotron that represent lexical definitions for this precise field. Do you understand?
The word latitude and longitude are specific
out
to
loud.
a circle and the globe. So is horizon. They're
Latitudes
both.
are in the sky. Your ground position is in reference
No,
to
they're not
a
in the.
sky coordinate of latitude.
No, that's altitude. Talking
No,
about.
no, latitude.
Yes, it
it's an
is.
optical.
Latitude is on the surface. Hello.
No, it's
Are
derived
you
from the
sure you
sky.
know about nautical navigation and nautical identifications
I'll tell you
and
why it's in
spherical
the sky.
geometry and celestial navigation? I
Yes,
don't think you
I
do.
know it. You take
Well,
an
no, you can
angle
say all these
to
words, but I'm
elevation
telling
in the
you,
sky.
latitude is
Star Crush,
literally.
you
Well,
need
I
to
give
shut
up.
up for
Go
a
ahead.
minute. You need to shut up for a minute so that he can actually speak, yeah? Star Crush, just be quiet. Let Amish answer you in full, just as you've been allowed to speak. Otherwise, I'm going to have to boot you down every time, yeah? Because it's just absolute chaos and you're not letting anyone speak. Amish, please, go ahead.
Well, yeah, first, just to go back to this, I mean, we provided lexical definitions for horizon, not general definitions. There's a big difference. Okay. Secondly, your latitude longitude coordinate system is spherically derived from the sky. It's why we take elevation angles from the flat surface up to the sky in order to establish ground positions from latitude longitude above. The problem is you think that the surface below your feet is curved when you're actually treating the sky as a curved model. And celestial navigation principles actually provide a geometric equivalence between flat and globe and a transformation system in order to produce imaginary curved surfaces for your feet when you're actually measuring curved surface model in the sky. You're not really measuring a model, you're calculating it. So in this case, you can see where they use a unit circle as a reference and the point of origin, and they have parallel light rays coming from distant suns of immense size. That is an assumption, the same one Eratosthenes made when he thought that he was measuring the circumference of Earth, when if he changed his assumptions, he would actually be measuring a presumed circumference of the sun's circuit in the sky above a flat Earth. You're making the same 2,000-year-old mistake. Well,
Okay, can you hear me? All right, what we're talking about are two different things. All right, yes, he made an approximation using the shadows, and he wasn't perfectly right.
well,
But
because his assumptions are wrong.
yes, you can hold on. It's my turn now. I thought. Okay, thank you. But when you're talking about using the sky for approximations, we actually know what the longitude and latitude is physically now. Okay, now because we can go around the whole planet and measure it, and we have when we have GPS, which is global positioning satellites that work with Einstein's theory of relativity because the clocks are different than they are at Earth. So we have to time it differently. You know, the Doppler effect, it all works in together. Doppler effect affects relativity, and all this stuff works. We know this now. We're well past sticks and shadows, just like snipers use, a calculator for Coriolis, and
All
it's
right,
a really
now you just scattergunning. Yeah,
$30,000
this
thing.
is
We know
all
all these
Star Crush.
things. We know
Star
all
Crush.
these things. It's not an assumption. Latitude literally is the curve. It literally is.
Prove it.
Star Crush. You just scattergunning. Stick to the topic. We don't need to know about Coriolis or anything else. Now, please support your claim. Prove it.
Well, let's talk to the new guy. He's not going to respond.
Well, like I said,
Yeah.
if anybody's in the United States and wants to come down to Florida with me, I mean,
you're making a clarification
I am
to your
literally
first
the top
offer.
glober. I'm the top glober, and I'm also the top flat earther.
Right, so the audience, for the audience sake, they're hearing that you can't prove it, that you had to move on to GPS and other claims because this particular one didn't work out. And also those don't work out. In order for it to be proven, you have to have somebody physically go to Florida with you. Awesome rebuttal, lawyer.
He's a top glober, top flat earther. We got Elia. What's going on, man?
Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
What y'all arguing about this morning?
Well, we're examining whether people know or not if the Earth is a globe. Now, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Elia?
Wait a minute. Amish robot, do you think the Earth is a globe?
This is Alpha Veritas speaking, but I'm asking you a question, whether or not you know if it's a globe, and I don't know. You gonna give an answer to that? Do you know if it's a globe?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was giving me little bars over Amish robot, not Alpha. So do you think the Earth is a globe?
I'm asking you, sir.
Well, I'm asking you back.
Why are you asking me back, bro? Give me an answer. Jesus. Why is it? I feel like I'm pulling teeth when I'm asking people this question, man. Like, honestly, man, it's just you, whether you not know or you do know, or just, we'll go from there.
I would say that no matter which way you go, it's a belief construct, and that you don't actually know anything, and that you have simply accepted what you've been told by other people. So you could accept what the Bible says, or you could accept what NASA says. So which one do you accept? I accept the Bible. What do you accept? You accept NASA?
First of all, I don't accept. I don't leave 1 second. I don't accept people pigeonholing a conversation to an answer that you want. That's not going to work in this channel. What you're going to find out is that everybody can answer you directly. And so what we say that it's not a belief. In fact, we know that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's an affirmation of the claim that we're going to also say that we could substantiate. But on top of that, if you think or believe, I should say, that the Earth is a globe, belief is acceptance without evidence. So that's you, not us. It's not belief on both sides. You try to make it sound like both sides are beliefs. They're not. Belief is only happening on one side, and that's with the Earth being a globe. That's it. We know the Earth's flat and stationary, Illy.
Well, that's interesting because I've been on the side of flat Earth since about 2012, so a lot longer than most of you. And when I hear the conversations,
Brother,
and
it's not about seniority.
people make people
Honestly,
make the
brother.
positive claim. No, I'm not talking
Not
about
about
seniority.
seniority.
I'm talking about how long I've been listening to people talk about these things. And when it comes to the positive claims about why they say absolutely that the Earth is flat, it holds about as much water as when people make the positive claims of why they believe absolutely that the Earth is a globe.
That's probably because the brand of flat earther you've been speaking to doesn't know their ass from a pipe wrench. You're dealing with the highest tier of flat earth arguments right in this channel right now. You have a group of intellectuals in here that could run circles around every single proponent that you've ever met, including probably yourself. So you probably don't understand how it's been, sir. It hasn't been articulated to you how people in here could display how they can affirm that the Earth is flat and stationary. So all you've been munching on right now is true garbage out there. That's the reason why you think both sides have a belief system, because you don't really know, because of the arguments that have been set up, sir, for you out there and wherever you've been. This is the true way that you're supposed to understand. Like, we all have been through the rigmarole of having to learn things for ourselves and to decipher and understand with discernment what true things are. Now, I know this might come as a shock to you, but we don't believe the Earth is flat. We know it is. And if you allow us to, we will tell you. But we don't appreciate people pigeonholing us into a conversation that you made up in your brain, that you're telling us that we think that the Earth is just a belief as a flat Earth. It's not.
All right. Well, anyways, good morning, Ken and Taylor. How y'all doing? And
It
morning,
might be a bit much.
Tammy Lou and all that. Huh?
Is it a bit
you
much?
you don't. I don't know who you are, but you. Apparently, you overestimate your position. I don't know.
No, I think I know what I'm talking about is the problem. And a lot of esoteric flat earthers that are floating around these X spaces are nothing but numpties. You guys are a collection of the worst types of arguments that have ever graced the conversation for flat earth. I guarantee it. That's the reason why flat earth hasn't gone anywhere. It's because we have a lot of individuals that don't know what they're talking about. That's a
cool.
fact.
Good morning, Riggs. How you doing, too? I see you down here.
I come at this way, sir, because of the fact that people don't actually address the questions that need to be asked. They're often talking about outer pond theories. What is the sun made of? Michelson-Morley, like all this stuff that's non sequitur to the point when we're discussing whether or not people know that the Earth is a globe or not, or whether or not they can understand if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's why. This is important. I think a lot of people, this is a crash course for a lot of flat earthers who've been out in the cold listening to these, they're really bunk arguments that have been, and it's amazing to me. I'm watching these spaces get packed in with at least 200 individuals that each and every one of their arguments sound like they don't even know what they're talking about. Nobody can settle on topics. It's a disgrace. It really is. However, there's a tide turning. There's a refreshing wave coming. And that's all these people that you see in here that are able to stand for the argument and eviscerate the Earth as a globe. I mean, we completely dominate the space when it comes to arguments. And we're going to show everybody what it sounds like when people do have these arguments that actually able to hold merit. Is this true? But we hold a very high standard for the way that we do things. We don't let people get away with, either on the globe or the flat earth side, just bunk arguments. So that's why if you're new to this space, just listen to how we do things. That's all. It's no slight to anybody. If you're brand new, just sit and listen for a little bit, see how it goes, and then say, okay, I heard what you guys have to say. I still don't agree with your position. That's fine. But hear us out first, man. Don't cast aspersions already when you haven't even heard what we gotta say. Anyway,
I'd like to know why he believes the Earth's flat. Eli? Hello.
Like he just clammed up, dude. That's cool.
I don't know.
Well, to his point earlier, out the gate, he said it was because the Bible said.
Oh. Eli, so the Bible says the earth's flat, yeah? Elijah.
Mm-hmm. It sure does. I just woke up, buddies, and I got to get ready for work. I just saw some people I know in here, and I just popped in to say hello and good morning.
Well, I wanted to find out, other than the Bible, why do you believe the earth's flat, or is it just the Bible?
I mean, there's certain things that can be used to kind of falsify what the claims of the globe are, and there's certain things that don't certainly make sense about it all. But at the end of it, it all boils down to really, it all boils down to a philosophical starting position. Really, because you want to say, oh, there's no way that these things can work on a globe. But in the end of it all, I mean, if it is a globe, then really it's just about figuring out why these things work this way versus, just stomping your feet and saying, no, that doesn't work, right? So, it's all just dependent. Like I said, I just woke up, just wanted to say good morning, Ken, and Taylor, and
A better starting position would be to
other
ask yourself
people.
why you think it's a globe in the first place.
Well, I didn't say that I did, I'm just saying, for there's a lot of reasons why people believe that, that it is. It's just not as cut and dry, as black and white as you want to make it out to be. I mean,
Well, it is
just
actually. It's
about
very
any.
cut and dry, yeah? And the fact of the matter is that we all observe Earth to be flat. We utilize and build upon the Earth as flat, and we measure it as flat. It's measured that way, yeah? And very simply, water at rest will always lie flat, level, or horizontal, all synonymous, yeah? So it's not about beliefs. It's not about replacing their system, trying to explain what the stars do, what the sun does, what the planets are, what space is. We don't need to replace their bullshit cosmology with our own assumptions. The fact of the matter is, Earth is measured flat. It's that cut and dry. It's that black and white.
I mean, if you want to make that statement, that's fine. Locally it's measured, flat, and then optically, if you increase your distance, if you try to do a traverse, you can't do a closed traverse on 490s. There's all kinds of issues that present themselves, and then there's questions that arise about whether or not optically distance has distorted vision, or whether what you're seeing is
Did I bring
actually where
optics
it
into the
is,
conversation?
et cetera.
Did I mention optics? I said that we measure the Earth as flat. And I stated also, to support that water at rest is level or flat. I can provide a citation. It's just the physics of water and pressure. It's a reality of life that can be measured.
Hey, you got a group that thinks you live inside the ball too, so your
I don't
arguments are
care
never
what people
ending these
think.
days.
Yeah, it's not about what people think. It's about what we can
Anyway,
factually measure.
okay, well that's cool. I'm glad you can measure that. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta get ready for work.
Have a good one. Hope to see you back. Like I was saying, just come in, listen, have a listen to the discussions, the arguments.
The
He's
space isn't
gone.
ready for us. Space is not ready for us, man.
Well, again, his whole explanation was, disproving these things and trying to provide an explanation for them on a flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with this.
What has happened is that a lot of flat earthers have become complacent with the fact that some of the ones who are actually the talking heads of the forums are taking control with the esoteric flat earth beliefs, and they're dominating the space with this information. And what's happening is it's corrupting the arguments, it's distorting them. People are now of the idea that Mickelson Morley is a great argument for flat earth, or that they're both sides are philosophically beliefs. It is incredibly crazy in the amount, like, people aren't like challenging this. Wait a minute. So if I have a philosophical interpretation and the Glober has a philosophical interpretation, who's correct? Are we just debating? You like blue, I like purple. This isn't that. It's right and wrong. It's black and white. It's this or that. It's not going to be. I mean, yeah, we're bringing something new to the table, guys. This is where the tides are going to turn. This is not a debate. This is an interrogation. This is us asking the globe, bring your evidence. Show me that the earth is a globe. This isn't like, okay, you got your evidence, we got ours. Let's debate, bro. No, they don't have any information to substantiate the claim that the earth is a globe in any way. There's nothing they got to bring to the table. This is not us dealing with us having a belief. This is them with their belief. We don't need to talk about the three-body problem. We don't need to talk about how rockets work in space. We don't need to talk about anything that's stupid that you're going to argue on their idea of what they think the Earth is as a globe with the vacuum of space. Well, rockets don't work in space, and that's how I know the Earth is flat. That's stupid. Well, let's talk about the three-body problem. That's stupid. You don't need to talk about that. All you got to do is focus on what's important. And we already have the information to substantiate the claim. Like AJ was saying, the Earth is measured flat. It's observed as flat. It's practically used as flat. All the evidence empirically lands on our side. And on their side, they got nothing. They got stories. They got their idea of how they try to justify it, but they do not have evidence. I mean, I just want to make that very clear for everybody listening right now. I don't know how many flat earthers in here right now think they just believe the earth is flat. That is wrong. You should change that statement. You should say, I know it's flat. And that's very bold. But here's another thing that I want to ask you is, does any flat earther in here think that they can only know something like, let's say, 99.9% of the time? Because if you are, maybe you want to talk about that. Maybe that's your problem. Maybe because you can never know anything to be 100% true. That is the thing that's undermining the reason why you can't know something to be true, like the earth being flat, is because you think that you can only know something to be true 99.9% of the time. I think that might be the problem. It's not a philosophical interpretation, my friends. This is what happens, man. There's no buffer between how these conversations are happening, so they're just going all over the place, man. It's crazy. I don't know. If it wasn't for 24/7 or QE or Nathan or any one of us, I mean, this space would go to the dogs, man.
Yeah, and I hope they don't get upset, these flat earthers. I hope they just take it on board, for what it is, and jump on board, correct themselves, and not take offense.
I don't know, AJ. I kind of do want to stir them up. I do want them to be upset. I want something to happen. Something's got to give, man. They got to break away from this ideas that they have. Like, it's, I don't know, Heretic. Do you want
to just be in here arguing Libyan firmament dome glass all day?
Did you hear that shit? That one guy?
I think I heard something like that the other day. Yeah.
Yeah. And he came from, I guess, one of those spaces. Libyan desert glass.
Yeah, whatever
That's what the dome's made of. The dome's made of this stuff. We're asking the guy. He's like, yeah. but he's a flat earther. Yeah, he's just God all over the place. These god awful arguments.
It's just as cringe as the globe lore.
Yeah, definitely.
Chasing waterfalls.
What'd you say? Space and waterfalls?
I said they're chasing waterfalls.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was
Waterfalls are real.
Yeah. When I was listening on YouTube earlier, and you're talking about some of these people, but the ones that kind of well, they're not a problem for me, but I mean, like, they could become a problem for someone who's like a little gullible. Are the ones that tend to have they know these other arguments that we often like put forward, or rebuttals or refutations to globe arguments, and they know them quite well, and and their audience will hear them, debate well, and then also hear them in their spare time talking about these other things, and so that they see, they hear the logic, and then get swindled because they're already in that frame of mind that they're trusting this person because they've made sense, they've beaten a glober, and then they'll start talking about this other stuff and just sort of sneak it in there, like, and it seems legit to the audience because they're already like, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about.
We were talking about that earlier, Twad. It was called question proofs with the baked in begging the question fallacy. So, and I'll give you an example. It's got to be something. It can't be nothing. What else can it be? So if they frame it that way, what they've done is, and we were talking about this earlier, me, Flatsy, QE, because it's a question proof. The question proof is a malformed way of producing evidence for proof of something, right? So if you're saying that that was a bit redundant, but yeah, if you're saying that you have proof of something, then you can't do it in a way that you're asking a question, right? So it's like we're talking about, like, for ether, right? There's a lot of people in the flat earth side that would have that conversation in spades with somebody about, well, we ether, it's perturbation, and it's happening through it. There's a lot of conversation when it surrounds people that are speaking very verbose. They get caught up with the language. They think they're speaking, kind of flowery language, and to them it sounds amazing that somebody can speak like that and represent flat earth at the same time. So it's like they're mesmerized by that language. Not only that, but a question proof is, well, I mean, it's got to be something, can't be nothing. What else can it be? So they're doing the question proof along with the begging the question fallacy. What else can it be? And then they're reversing that burden onto the person so that that person then can be like, I never thought about that. What can it be? Okay, I got you. All right, ether, I'm rolling with you. Go ahead, I'm tracking. And so it's like, and I was telling this to Flatsy earlier, it's like an invisible contract that you signed once you agree that in your mind that I dig what you're saying. And okay, I'm going with you. Ether, let's go. And so what's happening is, as you're rolling through, they hook you into this whole concept. And they don't know what they're talking about. It sounds like they do, right? They're putting shit together. And this QE, and was going through it, like how the Etherites are talking about this information that they don't know how to. That's not a question proof, is not evidence. Right? You can't just put it out there. What's got to be something? It can't be nothing. What else can it be? Therefore, it's ether. And everybody just jumps on board, and that's the problem. So you can't do that, and that's the hook. That's the hook also to get people to believe that. So they're on this mystified belief that it's that and nothing else, because what else can it be? It's got to be something. It can't be nothing, right? And that's the problem. That's why they're in the mess that they are. Now they're all tangled up with this information. When I ask one of these guys, these Etherites, if they know that the ether is real, what's the proof of that? Well, I don't know. Ask Witsit or ask Jaren or ask one of those guys. They know, and they've been mystified by this information. They can't argue for it themselves. That's the issue.
Right.
Yeah, we seen that last week with the other flat earther that was in here, and I played the role of a glober there for a minute, and we got to the end of the conversation. It was in regards to the sun being behind the mountain, and I asked him the height of the mountain, and his answer was, "I don't know. It works because Witsit said it did."
Oh yeah, I remember that. It was so funny too, man, because you offered him every opportunity to go ahead and stand on the information for himself, but he wasn't able to articulate the point as to how he knew. He just appealed to Witsit. And me, just like everybody else in here that was listening to him, including yourself, was like, dude, I mean, we could shellac him more, but I think why? Because I mean, it was bad enough that he didn't have the answer, but
Yeah, and I was being a pretty nice glober too. He had every opportunity to destroy me. I was being very, very, very good. But anyway, that was his answer, which was his authority.
I don't know. I just feel like this is the situation that's happening to a lot of these ex-flat earthers. They become more esoteric by the day, and there's nothing to buffer them against that, because that's the only thing they've heard thus far. The only arguments they've had. They don't have what 24/7 has. Our arguments are sharpened by the way we propose them to these globers, and or flat earthers, because it doesn't matter. A bad argument's a bad argument either way, either side. You have to listen to whoever's making the argument, whether it's a premise that they're starting from and a claim that they've made, and how they're going to back it up with evidence. Now, if they have nothing to do that with, and they're just talking, they're not really solidifying the point. But because the flat earther doesn't have anything better, this is the best they got. So they're surrounding themselves more and more. Like these spaces I've seen on here, brothers, 200, 300 people, like even more than that. And they're all talking about esoteric stuff. It's like, wow, man, you guys really don't have content. Like, this is the best you got, man. I don't know. That's why I'm saying that I really want us to be a presence here on X. Because at some point, I'm telling you, at some point, we're going to catch flack from the esoteric flat earth side. I guarantee it. They're going to come in and they're going to be making spaces on how we're doing things incorrectly, and we're too rigid, where we don't allow for thinking to happen. Because a lot of this it's not something that's new that I'm saying. This is old stuff. It was happening a long time ago. When all of this started getting out, more and more, people were saying that 24/7 was too rigid. You guys are just, you want to, like, what's his name? If you guys can remember him, Lemonbird. You guys remember Lemonbird?
Yeah, what happened to Lemonbird?
Yeah, he was on the whole train of like ether.
Oh.
And he was basically singing the song of like how we're not letting scientific progress happen. I don't know if you remember the whole conversation. It was a big deal. It was QE was involved, and we were all. It was like the Discord was like halved in two. One side you had the Etherites, and then you had like 24/7. But it was all 24/7. But we were split in two: people that were for Ether and people that were against it. And the ones that were for it, that's when QE got his like 50 points of like how many people have different answers for what Ether is. And some things, we're all giving different answers for what the Ether is. Like, it's God, it's the background medium.
Yeah.
It's like
I heard all of that. I was new around that time. I remember that split, and I guess that explains a lot.
Yep.
Jeez, they went to GeoServer, right?
Yes, and that's where the split happened, and the people splintered off into their own groups. The Etherites went their way, and we stayed the 24/7, the course. Like, we didn't go that way. And there was a lot of guys that were part of 24/7 that split that day. I'm telling you, man, it's come in waves, but I mean, this is who we are.
It's bonkers to me because the whole Ether thing was popularized by Globers. Mickelson, Morley,
Exactly.
Glober. I mean, they're all Globers, dude.
But the issue was that we did not move we stood our ground, and it was like, now is the time. Like it was, I mean, consider infighting or whatever, but it wasn't that. It was just us figuring out whether it's a great argument or not, and it was not. A lot of the arguments that people were putting forward were garbage. We didn't know that at the time because we were trying to get our bearings on like what's good and what's not. So we're kind of tossing some stuff out there. People were saying like the 3-body problem was a good argument. Rockets working in space was a good argument or not. You know, like what I mean? Like that was another one. And just different things. We're trying different arguments out, and I think a lot of people were starting to see at that time where we all stood, and it sounded like a lot of us were opposed to like the aetheryte idea, like just jumping on board with it. And a lot of other ones, they were like, we got to have this conversation. We got to talk about ether. We got to expand our knowledge. We know it's not a globe, but we got to keep expanding our mind as to like what else could it be. And so those guys, because they wanted more, decided to splinter off and go to another server. And now you see them on X everywhere, and they're happy to talk about stuff they don't know. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah, and stuff that doesn't determine what the nature of Earth is, you know, as far as its geometry. I mean, because all this stuff happens in a globe in the people's minds that were progenitors of ether theory.
Yeah. And so that's why we got, I'm telling you, man.
Well, I was going to say, they sound like globers, globe shills, like in disguise, like masquerading as flat earthers. But then you said they're ex-flat earthers. We haven't met an ex-flat earther yet, literally ever yet. That's
no. I meant like no. I know what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean X as in used to be. I mean X as in the platform.
Oh, gotcha,
like
gotcha.
Twitter globers or Twitter flat earthers.
They're probably avoiding your space, this one, and the two I go to, because they're pretty. You know, they're rigid like that. They're not taking it like a joke, like philosophically. You know. But I had a question about latitude. So all maps are flat, right? So the lines are up, down, left to right. Isn't it? It's the same with latitude and longitude. One's up and down, left to right. That doesn't necessitate a globe at all. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, it's a coordinate reference system that is spherical. That doesn't mean the Earth is.
Right.
The coordinate reference system could be any shape. Could be saddle shaped, like a Pringles chip. As long as it's internally consistent and used properly, it'll work.
Shout out to Indio. What's up, brother?
What's up? Freaking early, man.
Yeah,
I got the thing that said that reminder that said tomorrow. I'm like, oh man, okay, I'll be on tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's today. Like, I didn't realize it was after midnight. You set that.
Yeah.
It threw me off, man.
Hey, you know who was here? You can still see him in the channel. I don't know, for some reason he didn't leave, or his icon didn't leave, but Kiwi.
Oh, I see Kiwi's in here.
Yeah, he was here for an hour.
Four anonymous cowards, but you know. That'll listen, right? And then they'll go on the timeline and talk trash. Yeah, but whatever. The aetheryte thing. Never happened to Lemonberg.
Yeah, he flew the coop.
I just asked that Indio like 5 minutes ago. That's
Really?
funny.
Yeah. Because
there was
you know how Lemonberg used to come right into the VC with right off the rip. You knew how it was going to go down. Lemonberg was going to come in right off the rip talking about ether, and about 45 seconds later, Kiwi's voice was going to come out of nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of funny, but it's Lemonberg disappeared during the pandemic. Like, hope nothing happened, but he's out there. Shout out Lemonberg. You got to give him credit. He was a good flash maker.
Yeah, he sure was.
But he just like small issues, right? The ether thing, man. It's not a make or break thing, right? Because we've had lots of splits. You know that. We've had a bunch of
Bev split off from the group, and he's a Bevite. So everybody who believes
we've
that
had splits over religion, right? The Hebrew roots stuff, and there's been a lot of different splits.
I remember that
Think
split.
about the XO, right?
Yeah.
DXO, man. Oh my God.
I don't even think he
It was
had his
very
own
sexist.
Discord, did he?
No, but you know what I mean. He's a flat earther, but like, he's on his own time. You know how he's doing it. But he's
Yeah,
still a great flat smacker. I mean, it's still,
yeah.
you know what I
Flat
mean.
smacking, like, and I think what I'll just make a distinction. The flat smacking still occurs, but what happens is now there's another thing that's happening is that they're confused, Indio. They don't know if the Earth is flat. They're believing now that it's philosophical. So yeah, it might sound harmless on the onset to say, well, it's okay, he's just an ether, right? But he's still flat smacking. But their interpretation of what they think flat Earth is just a belief. That's what these other guys are saying coming in here. They're just like, well, I'm here to say hi to all my friends. Like there was a couple of a guy said hi to Ken and some other guy that was in here. He's like, but yeah, it's just a belief. Either way. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. Like, where did you hear this? Like, how do you know that? Like, what? I think Amish asked him, like, or AJ, I'm sorry. AJ, you asked him that, didn't you? They're like, why would you say it's a belief? And yeah, he was just, hey, it's.
I mean, I don't know if we get like a lot of bleed over like with the Tartaria, and I remember back in the day it was like the Mandela effect, right? And then you had Riggs and his like clones in Antarctica, and some.
I think he's even in this chat right now. He's in here.
I mean, with all due respect to Riggs, I don't think you're cloning freaking people in Antarctica. I haven't seen any evidence of that. But you know what I'm saying, right? So like we get like we've all been brought up with this like space fantasy nonsense, right? So like people try to replace it with some other fantasy. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. They're just like, oh, we don't have space anymore, no more Star Wars, so let's have Lord of the Rings is real instead. It's weird to me, but I understand the psychological need to, think that there's some mysterious other thing out there. I mean, maybe it's just simple. You know what I mean? Maybe life is just simple.
Even if that was the case, I think if nobody's setting them straight, the buffer's not there for them for that information to hit their mind, and soon enough they're just gonna turn into, dude. I think nobody knows, man. We're just all believing something, and that's the thing. Like if we're letting it fester, it's just gonna turn into a giant like cancerous thing that's gonna take over. Like it's not gonna stop unless there's something that people are like, oh, let's not go in there because they don't want to talk about this. So.
Yeah, I think part of it is, this cognitive dissonance, right? You have this juxtaposition where we live in this super advanced technological age and everybody thinks Earth is a globe in outer space. But at the same time, for sure now that Earth is not that, but is actually more descriptive in 2,000-year-old texts, caveman literature. So how do you reconcile your cosmology now where you understand your world to be reflective of caveman literature when you are watching SpaceX rocket launches on TV into outer space? I think people need to bridge that gap. And so that's where, toroidal ether theory and all this other stuff comes in.
Oh, God. We got Info True that's going to come up here and probably set a bunch of people straight because he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, let's go.
I like how you finally admitted that Earth is falling apart and it's just a religion.
Well, it's not flat Earth that's falling apart. It's people's idea of how they're proposing that flat Earth is. So it's not flat Earth. It's the individuals. I'm talking about specifically the people.
It's the concept.
No, the concept is not a concept. So we're talking about the people and their ideas. So the people are the ones that are coming up with their ideas that it's philosophical. It's not flat Earth in and of itself. That is true. The people that are making up these fallacious arguments are the ones that we're dealing with right now. Just like you ballers can't agree on a cosmology the same way. It's the same
Did
way.
you strawman right now the globe claim, which is fully agreed upon anyone?
No, you don't know what the globe claim is, dude. You don't. Unless you're going to tell everybody here how you know the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
I'm still waiting for you to present your QE version of Flat Earth.
That's what I thought. You don't have any information, do you? Even though your name is
Thanks
Info
for
True?
admitting you're working by the script of QE. by the
Yeah.
way.
So I don't
Why are
need.
you turning this into about? Hold on. Why are you turning this into about personalities, dude? Are you a girl, man? You gonna gossip now? Shut up. Man up. Give us your globe.
Winter is coming. Look, cry babies. Winter is coming.
Yeah.
You have nothing.
You're a gossiping chick, dude. Oh, what about QE? I heard he likes Susie. This is in high school.
Did I say that about QE? Did your
No, but
Moreness
it's at that
understood that?
level. But the conversation is at that level when you
I
start
listened
talking
for
about
you
people.
for half an hour.
Good
The
for you.
crybaby admitted that he is copying QE. And
This
he has no idea
called
of
us.
Flat Earth.
I didn't.
This goon.
We only reference the Earth. We don't reference people. We don't say QE said. That's why it's true. No one ever says that.
So you live in reality and you
Yeah.
deny reality.
Which part of reality?
And
are
you
we not?
interrogate people and you think you're smarter because you're able to
Now you're a
interrogate people.
psychoanalyst. Fuck, dude. These sticks, dude. These are so boring.
Fix your mic, crybaby. I don't hear you.
So you're a psychoanalyst now, and you're going to tell us why we do things.
Yes, because Flat Earth is a mental disease.
You're projecting.
really?
You're projecting. You're projecting.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I have right here in front of me the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Mental Disorders. I don't see Flat Earth in here.
He's a troll who followed us from Discord.
I know he is, dude. He's
You've
a
talked
lame
to him,
dude.
yeah.
Like this is like a shtick.
Do you
It's
want
like
to
a
debate
remedial
if Flat Earth is a mental disease? I can debate you on that.
I'm looking in the Psychiatric Diagnostic Manual, and it's not in there as a disease. It's like you just made that up.
Just like the globe.
You know what is a debate is?
So they have this book. It's called
I don't have to present an idea that exists.
Okay, so they have this book. It's called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it lists all the psychological disorders that we know of. Flat Earth is not one of them.
Okay, so with the same logic, present me a book in science which shows Flat Earth and the model of Flat Earth.
A book
and
in
then
science?
If
What
you
is that?
if you can, you can never talk about Flat Earth again.
That's a red herring. Yeah.
No, that's not a red herring. Learn fallacies.
That's not on a subject. That's not a subject of the Earth. The Earth.
We
That's
are
on
not even
books. You're looking
debating
for a
yet,
book.
and you are crying.
You're looking for a book.
Don't cry. Don't cry. The end is near. Don't cry.
You have the burden of proof.
Yeah, show me a scientific book that says you have a computer at your house. Okay, and if you can't show me a scientific book, there's no computer at your house. This is your logic. You're a retard.
Actually, I can. Any electric engineering
they did a scientific study
is
on the
the proof
computers in your house.
for
Sure
the
they did.
ability. Are you going to talk while I talk, or you're going to act like
You're
a
just
normal
babbling.
human being?
You're just babbling.
You're babbling.
No,
I know you are, but what am I?
No, you.
This dude's a child, dude.
Fucking idiot. No, you.
He led with the same embarrassing behavior on that debate a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I think with Shane, was it? That was funny.
Right.
Yeah, you're a loser.
Right.
Info. Do
I'm
you
a
got
loser.
any?
You're a telfer.
I want to get back to something though. Let's try to get this on topic instead of this childish antics. So you said we're denying reality. What part of reality?
No, the
are we
topic.
denying?
The topic was that you are aware of your grief dying. This was the topic. You all admitted you have nothing about Flat Earth.
Where's my check,
and
man?
you are dying. You're actually dying.
You should go in my mailbox and take
You're
my check.
choking inside. Tears are coming out of your eyes.
It's
and
amazing.
you don't know what to do.
Oh boy.
See guys like this?
Because you get smacked every day by your own evil. Your own ex-Flat Earthers smack your ass because you're an asshole. Each one of you.
They always go there.
Yeah, he's got some weird kind of fantasy thing going on. You know what I
He's
mean? Like
hurting. The funny thing is, he said we're crying inside. Listen to him.
he's talking about people smacking
No,
each other on the
no,
ass
you're
and
not
like, what's
crying
going on,
inside.
man?
You're crying out the outside. You're crying on the outside, on your servers, on your
Yeah,
Discord.
you
So
figured it out, man.
you're
You
crying
saw it.
all
All of us.
over.
All of us. You're
You sound
a
manic
genius.
right now. You're bordering on manic yourself.
Yeah. So come on, Info. Do you got anything to bring?
You
got
sound like
anything
a
to bring?
woman, quite honestly. I just have to say it. You sound like
What
a
is?
woman. You sound like a woman. This
Yeah,
is the
you
kind of
think
rhetoric women
calling
use.
someone a woman
Men
is
don't talk
wrong.
like this.
Trill.
You see some soy boy European man pounding
Also,
freaking soy lattes.
men talk and they don't.
He's trying to lower his voice. He's trying to lower his voice. You're pretty shrill there. Yes, you.
His wife can hear him.
I mean,
in the
maybe he
next
doesn't
room.
care that I'm calling him saying he sounds like a woman. Like, listen, the way women speak versus the way men speak, like the topics of their conversation. Your topic is us, dude. You're gossiping. It's pathetic. You guys this and you guys that. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, I'm not in high school anymore. I don't want to deal with that shit.
Do you guys still want him up here?
Oh no. I mean, he's never gonna give us anything, I don't think. I mean, because when I tried to bring it back to, reality that we're denying, I was thinking maybe we could get back to like actual observations of reality and what they actually are. But I don't think he's ever gonna dip his toe in that water.
Well, I had him up here, but he didn't
Well,
do
because
anything.
his standard of evidence is not reality, but some diagram in a book. So he's already in a reification fallacy.
Oh my God, dude. We had somebody in 24/7 in the VC. He came from Twitter. I don't know if it was this guy. What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name just now?
Info True.
I don't think it was him.
Was it him?
He
And
also goes by misinformation agent.
Yeah, he kept oscillating between models and concepts and empirical observation, and like he couldn't even like mentally differentiate them, right? So he'd say something about God, you got to have a model of a flat Earth, and then we're like, no, we can just observe it that way. And he was just bouncing back. I'm not remembering right now because I just woke up, but he was bouncing back and forth. It's like he couldn't distinguish empirical reality and the model. He thought that they were like the same thing because we're like, okay, we make all these observations. Now what, right? So you have the model says X, you make an empirical observation that shows that X is not true. And he would just like bounce back to like more model and more model and more model, more concepts. Like, dude, you realize that all your concepts have to be tested against reality, right? He was basically saying, well, reality's wrong because this model says this, and we know that this model is correct. Okay, how do you know the model is correct? Empirical reality. Well, here's the empirical reality. He was like spiraling. It was pretty crazy, man.
That's funny.
Some of these guys, they can't differentiate the two. They can't,
Yep.
like, to them in their mind, it's just like this mush. They're just mushed together.
We dealt with something similar in politics. Some guy was doing that earlier a few weeks ago. Same thing. Maybe it was the same guy. I asked him if he benchmarks models against reality, and he was like confused, like his brain couldn't process what that question meant.
This guy's a regular.
And we got Darth Kells. Does anybody know Darth Kells?
Oh, I remember. He was like, flat Earth has to explain gravity. Well, what gravity? Well, things fall. But then, like, he was in court. Okay, yeah, we make that observation. Why do they fall? And then he couldn't, like, then he goes to, like, of course, Newton's model, right? So then, like, well, where we observed the model in reality? And it was like this circular loop where he kept, like, chasing his own tail the entire time. Like, I'm going from empirical observation to model, and he just couldn't. It's really weird. A lot of these guys, especially that he was also European. So that's the thing. I've noticed this like in a lot of European guys is that they must be taught in school that like the physics models in the textbooks with all the formulas, that's the reality. And like whatever outside doesn't matter. Whatever happens off the textbook,
Crazy.
out there in the world, outside their window, that shit don't matter. All that matters is what's in the textbook.
Hey, we got Darth Kells that came up to the speaker panel.
I
So
know
don't know if you
Kels.
wanna-
I know Kels. She's cool.
Oh,
Hey guys, no, did I
Darth?
hear him say something about he brought psychology into this, which I found quite fascinating because it's, most people are quite aware that when you resort to insulting people as your argument instead of bringing the evidence forth, psychology, that's just a lack of your integrity. And I find it really difficult to listen to people when they start doing that, because we're all here to learn whether we're right or wrong, because no one can say for sure on anything right now because we haven't been able to draw the experiments. We're looking at the logical things. We're looking at everything that actually resides with what we see and what we feel and what our senses are telling us. And half of what flat earth is that it's the observations that we make. It's the obvious things that we see around us. So I just find it very difficult when I hear people resort to insulting people when they can't seem to get their argument across.
Yeah, let me just make a statement real quick. There's a lot of people, Darth, I don't know, maybe known or unbeknownst to you, that their intentions are not that of a civil conversation. They're coming in here with the cunning understanding that they're going to try to make every attempt possible to undermine the flat earth perspective. So they're not in here for those conversations as you may be wanting to have. Okay, so people aren't on the same level or wavelength all the time. Like people, this conversation by no stretch of the means, and that we would have in here is a regular conversation. This is a very provocative topic. This topic that we're talking about is world changing, paradigm shifting. It's so out there that when we start having it, we don't know what to expect. At first, people might think it's a civil conversation, and coming into it, it might be on the onset okay to think that. But during the course of the conversation, we're going to find out people sometimes don't like their worldview being challenged. So maybe you might think that on the onset, but it doesn't always, like, you can't keep wanting it to be civil. If the conversation flows into a direction where the person, flies off the handle, you got to match some energy. You got to make sure that you're staying true and just represent flat earth. And if it gets to a place where it gets heated, that's just the nature of the beast because of the way the topic is formed. Like, it's not, you can't always corral it to be like, well, if I don't hear a nice civil conversation, I'm out. Like, you can't do it that way. You gotta let the conversation happen. Sometimes people have to hit that brick wall, realize they don't got anywhere to go in order for them to change their perspective. Otherwise, I mean, we're not doing that justice.
Dude, this is like an intervention. If you ever seen those TV shows where they they don't go quietly to rehab. Like, it's a lot of tears, it's a lot of yelling, it's a lot of throwing arms. They might run out the door a couple times, down the street. You got to catch them with the van to bring them to rehab. But it's kind of like that in a way.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get the sentiment of wanting to have that, or else we just can't have the conversation. But then nobody would actually know. If we were just to say, like, guys, I just want to have a civil conversation. If we can't have that, then we just won't entertain the speaker. Like, we will never get to the bottom of the reason why people think the way they do, unless we're able to have a genuine conversation that maybe turns out to be an argument. Like, that's just the way it goes. We can't regulate emotions to where we want them to be what we want. It has to just be. It has to happen.
So Alpha, your three questions are like a flat earth shit test for someone's honesty and constitution. Those three questions just ruin people.
Right. Then it's kind of like a benchmark to know if they're going to be forthcoming with intellectual honesty. And you'll start to realize really quickly if somebody's actually going to want to have that honest conversation, or they're just trying to be like, no, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And then at what point are you just going to be like, okay, well, let's agree to disagree. Because this is, like, let's say this genre we're in, it's not about that. Like, we were going to say, look, you're either right or wrong in this specific conversation. There's no middle ground. So if you're right, then the earth is a globe. we all should identify that we're in the wrong. But if we're right, then you're wrong. And then you need to identify that you're in the wrong. So it's really black and white. A lot of people don't realize that. So what we're bringing to the table is the fact that sometimes these conversations, they just got to be natural. We can't regulate them or be ones who will say, well, let's just curate a platform where we're just making it only civil conversations exist. I just at the end of the day, it just won't make the person realize. I mean, that's why I think that with this space it's like we're genuine. We're just, hey man, if they're courteous and stuff, we're giving that same energy back. But if they want to take it to that other level, we're there too. Like, it's not.
Was that Darth that was speaking? Sorry.
Yeah, it was. Another point's made. History. You know, there's so much in the history of what's happened, you know, with wars and what instigated those. All of those things are also connected because they all were used as ways to completely change to indoctrinate us into the globe. They were all part of it. Everything that's happened over the last nearly 200 years, that's how long I feel this operation's been in place to get us to this point of where we are today.
Well, we can address that in a minute, but that probably leads me back to something that you said earlier, that you know, that there's things. Well, you didn't say that I don't believe you said that both sides were a belief, but you were sort of saying that or implying that in what you were saying, and you were saying due to the fact that as Flat Earth, we can't do the experiments to prove that. Is that correct?
I said we're limited on what experiments we can do to prove our point. So far, I mean, if you look at all of their experiments so far have not proved anything about a globe. In fact, they've kind of swung more to, you know, it being stationary. So I know that there are things that we can do, but they're kind of made impossible. We're not actually able to do them because we'd have to go to certain areas on Earth that we are not allowed to go to.
Okay, so do you believe that these experiments would be required to actually finally prove that we are on a flat Earth?
Me personally, I don't personally need an experiment to prove it to me, but I think majority of people would need some form of proof to actually be knocked out of the indoctrination of the globe.
So what type of experiments are you talking about that you think would prove flat Earth?
Be no restrictions to where we can travel. I think that's exactly why we're so restricted to where we can go, because I think that would be, you know, that there's something out there that would finalize where what our environment actually really is.
Okay. So what if I was to say that we don't need to do any of these things? Yeah.
Experiments for a flat Earth, but they never demanded any for the globe, which is very funny.
Well, I'd even say India in the first instance that they're in the category error because we don't require experiments to show a flat Earth or prove a flat Earth. It has nothing to do with experimentation, to do with measurements. So what if I was to say, Darth, that we don't require any experiments, that we can prove, in fact, that the Earth is flat? It's black and white.
Like I said, I personally don't need any form of proof, of experimental proof, for me to believe that the Earth is flat. But I'm not everyone. And most people feel that the globe have given them the evidence, proves it's a globe. So for them to not believe that anymore, they are going to want evidence to prove otherwise, because they believe what they've been taught since the moment they're born, and they've got these things in their cots with the planets and everything else. You know, they've got lanterns with stars and planets, you know, in their bedrooms, night lights and everything. It's literally, you know, before you can even walk or talk, your mind is being brainwashed with this idea. So yeah, I feel they will need absolute proof.
which again I would say has nothing to do with any experiments.
Right. You as a flat earther are the one with proof. You're the one with a consistent description of what you see and how you think about the world. They don't have any of that.
You know, Dutch, I've asked Scott to go over this question. When you were in kindergarten, or you first went to school, and they were like, "See that globe in the corner? You live on one of those." And I asked them, "What evidence did they show you?" I've never had a person actually be able to answer that.
Well, here in the UK, they teach the globe theory at age 3. They're taught it in reception in year 1, which is 3 to 4 to 5. So, and you know, your brain is like a sponge at that time. That's how young. As soon as they walk into school, they're being taught this.
What I'm saying is, they never actually present any evidence for that in school. They just say it, right? They say Earth's the globe. Christopher
Yeah, well, they
Columbus
have no
discovered
evidence of
America,
gravity
right?
either, but they teach that, you know, and Einstein's theory is about to get thrown out the window. Even NASA and space.com, all of them are saying we need to change the theory of gravity. You know, Einstein's theories, well, they're literally coming up and saying that now, but they're still teaching it in school.
Well, the point I'm making is, it seems a double standard to me, that when they were taught the globe, they didn't demand any evidence. But if you tell them the Earth is flat, now all of a sudden they need evidence. That seems to me like they like you said, they've been indoctrinated. That they we need to provide evidence, but they don't need evidence for what they think, which is, it's hard to break through that, I guess. Like, the globe is like their default position, even though they don't have any evidence that it's a globe. No, they were never told any evidence it's a globe, other than, oh, look at this picture. When you go, hey, the Earth is flat, and I need 100% proof the Earth is flat. You got to measure the entire surface of the Earth, and all this crap. But they didn't demand it from the other side, right? They didn't say, oh, the Earth's a globe. I need intergalactic sized calipers to measure the freaking diameter, and a bunch of shit. They just blindly accept it. I think fundamentally it's an idea made for children, basically. So when you're taught as a child, it's easy to conceptualize, right? So, oh, Earth's just a ball. There's a bunch of other balls. They just all circle each other. Look up in the sky. That's a bunch of balls. Everything's balls. And it's just like a childish idea that is easy to accept for children. And I'm going to bring this up because they've actually tested children on between the ages of 4 to 6 in psychology on, do you think the Earth is flat or a globe? And children between the ages of 4 and 6 that they tested think the Earth is flat, until they're told by adults that it's a globe. But then they still don't even accept the idea initially. They imagine, they said that the children take a two Earth theory, right? That the Earth is flat when you're on it, but when you go up, when you go up high, then it just transforms into a ball. And for a child, that's not hard to imagine, because a child has a vivid imagination. Like, they think the Earth somehow transforms when you go away from it. So the globe idea is not intrinsic to human belief, right? It's not like an intrinsic idea that everybody's like, 4-year-old, 5-year-olds like, yeah, Earth's the ball. They have to be taught it. It has to be forced into their brain by adults that they trust, right? When they're 5, 6, 7. It's pretty. And you've seen it. The guy that just came in here, he's a complete zealot. Like, why is he that way?
I mean, they're literally taught the globe theory before they are able to read and write. That's
parents hang solar system mobiles over their kids' cribs. Right? You've seen them, right? Little solar system mobiles that hang over the crib. I don't know if they make mobiles anymore, because their kids were straggling themselves on them. But they used to make these mobiles, right? You put it on the edge of the crib, and you wind it up, and it goes in a circle. They used to be like the solar system. So even as a baby, you're staring up, man. You see these little freaking space balls over your head.
Meanwhile, they're taking in the world with their senses. They experience Earth flat and stationary, just like you do, just like we all do. That's the default.
But yeah, I completely agree with you. We're completely it's indoctrination at a young age into like that's why there's this emotional psychological hurdle we always have to get over with somebody.
So like with that guy earlier, I mean, we could have asked him, do you have evidence that Earth is anything but what you experience, which is flat and motionless? Because he's coming in with the default that Earth is a globe, as if it's firsthand experience knowledge that he's obtained with his senses, and that's not the case. We all know that objectively.
Yeah, he said we denied reality. That's why like whenever they say that, to me that is the most bonkers thing.
Yeah.
It's just bonkers. Like what reality did I deny?
And we got Chris having her hand up. Chris, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I got my hand up. Good evening, good afternoon. About that,
what's up?
About that as being a kid, I remember vividly when I was 5-year-old, I asked my teachers all the time because I was standing on the merry was going roundabout. When you're standing in the middle, you could hold on easily. But the further you go to the outside and the harder that thing turns, the faster you get thrown off. So, and even with going to a fair, when you go into a fast ride, I remember vividly, I was like 15, 16 or so, and a girlfriend of mine, she had a weak bladder, and we went into the fast ride on the ferry that goes in a circle, and science tells you that everything flies to the inside, attracted, but when she pissed her pants, and everything shoved to the outside, so that totally contradicts their ball theory, and I always question that, and that high school basically made me forget until 2020 when I watched the video of Martin Kenny, Why Flat Earth? And he asked the same questions I used to do, and something snapped. And I just remembered everything. I always knew the Earth was flat.
Yeah, that's interesting. You start to realize, things like that. You start to recall events that happened long ago and things you can remember. It all comes back to you, like, when we were young children, we never used to think the way people made us think when we started growing up and thinking that the Earth was this fantastic idea that it's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, that vacuum space never made sense, because if you look it up, what vacuum space really is it's void space. There is no element in it. So how you want to make stars, planets, or anything in that? There is nothing to make of.
Hey, we got Libra. Libra, did you have your hand up? It looks like on my screen.
I'm sorry. Wait, let me see. It's not actually. It's not even. It shouldn't
okay.
be.
That's fine. It's just I'm on the PC, so I glitch out quite a bit.
Mine, this thing does that anyway all the time.
Well, mine is still up.
Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah.
I clearly remember being taught in junior school, which was in the 80s, that because I'm from the UK as well, that stars were giant balls of fire zooming through the universe. Actual, literal big rocks of blazing fire, and that is what we were taught in primary school.
I mean, when I was brainwashed with Voyager and Pioneer and the Viking Lander and Space Shuttle and all that crap. That's the stuff that they brainwashed my generation with. We're going to space any day now, bro. Any day now. Maybe tomorrow. Elon Musk is gonna bring it to Mars, man. Just remember, colonies on Mars.
Yo, Indio, I haven't talked to this guy in forever. He's on our listening panel. His name is Flat Arthur. Goes by Arthur B. Flat. Dude, Arthur, I haven't spoken to you in I must be like a couple years, dude. Since the last time I remember talking to you. It was on Discord a long time ago.
He was on the first one.
Yeah, you remember him? Like he was. Yeah, dude. Like he was the first guy that I spoke to from India that actually was like for flat Earth. I was like not grilling him, but I was like, dude, how is it possible that somebody from India like thinks that the Earth is flat? Like, how is it? Like, I don't even like most people there are. It's not. I don't know if it's against the law. Is it against the law over there?
I don't think so, because
He's coming up.
You still hear me? I'm freaking arm
Yeah.
out. Yeah, so
And-
in their it couldn't possibly be illegal because in the Hindu cosmology, the Earth's flat. So, how can it be illegal? Like you
What's
have to
up?
make the whole country illegal.
What's up,
Country full of
Arthur?
criminals.
Hello, Alpha.
Dude,
to
yeah,
be here.
you might have known me as Miggy at the time, or I don't know, Mayhem. I don't know which name that you remember.
All right, now I remember Miggy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Miggy.
me. I'm Alpha now, but
And I was pleasantly surprised to see John, the quantum eraser.
yeah, yeah, man. We knew each other a long time ago. How long has it been, Arthur? A couple years? Like, what was it been?
Yeah, about that time during the phases of the pandemic.
Do you know how many times I referenced you to anybody that was from India coming in here, like arguing with us about the Earth being a globe? Like, I was always, you know what? There's a guy from India that knows that the Earth is flat. If you know, I will always reference you, man, because like, I think you're the only flat earther in India, bro. I'm just gonna say that right now, unless you have another friend that's a flat earther, because I mean, ever since like our interactions back in the day, like years ago, like we had like the greatest conversations, and yeah, it was awesome, man. Like now you have like 4,000 followers on X. Like, dude, how well are you doing? Like, it seems you're doing well. Like, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's lag.
I think didn't he show us like a clock or something that they have in India that has like this wheel with like little beads and you can tell time. Has nothing to do with any globe. It's like a monument. It's like a statue kind of. It's a statue that's like a wagon or a chariot or something, and it has
Yeah,
a
it
wheel
was like
on it, and there's like little
double.
beads that go around the wagon wheel, and each bead represents like 4 minutes of time.
Yeah,
And you
wasn't
could
it like double-sided, Indio? Well, it had two sides.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, where'd he go?
He's having connection issues. I think he's standing on connecting.
I'm surprised you remember him, Indio. Like it's been a while since I've seen him.
For some reason, I remember all the foreigners that are in like these countries that like we don't get a lot of access to the people.
Yeah.
So waiting for the Chinese, like the only Chinese dudes we ever talked to was, of course, they weren't in China. There was the one dude from Vancouver. He was Chinese, but he was in. You remember him, right? So
yeah, he was like I don't want to say undercover, but he was like he was operating like really like he couldn't be there long because I was like, dude, what do you got the Chinese government like on you or something? Like what's going on?
yeah, he has to go back to China at some point, man. He's like, a stealth freaking.
I thought India was like that though, but I guess now it's because there's a bunch of people from India in the politics server.
I don't think it's any. Dude, they believe all sorts of weird shit over there. I don't think flat Earth is, out of their wheelhouse. There's like 3,000 gods or something, and have like these festivals to like these weird deities. I mean, that's fine, but I'm just saying I don't think any idea is too outlandish for the nation of India.
Yeah, it's just amazing that he was the only one that actually could speak up the way he did, and at the time he was having struggles with like trying to get the information even spoken. He kind of had to be a little secret with it because people weren't ready for it, and family members and stuff were.
Yeah, I think the problem was his family members, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
like polite society doesn't, do the flat Earth thing. India is kind of like a weird country as far as like social order. I think it's hard for us to understand like kind of how it works over there.
Yeah, but I love their moon landing thingy. That was fucking awesome.
Their moon landing. Didn't they crash land on the moon?
No idea.
That was Professor Phil. Remember, Professor Phil says that he launched a rocket in India, but it wasn't going to make it, so they crash landed it into the moon, and that he participated in that.
Didn't they have like robots that were going to deploy like potatoes? They're going to put potatoes on the moon.
It was supposed to be a lander. It was supposed to be a lander, but it wasn't going to make it, so they just like fired the retro rockets and just smashed them into the moon.
Yeah, just crashed it into it. So somewhere on the moon, there's a crash on the dark side of the moon. Wasn't it the dark side?
That was China.
Oh, I don't remember.
I think China.
I don't remember that part.
I think China claimed to have gone to the dark side. I think a year or two before India.
Was it China?
The last India. Well, I think I'm pretty sure that China had claimed to, or whatever they landed. Let's say for argument, but that was a couple years before this last Indian landing. Yeah, at least a couple years.
Yeah, they're gonna grow potatoes on the moon.
I was never a NASA girl, but Flat Earth made me look into it. And the first time I looked at SpaceX, it was live docking on ISS. And when they were taking a picture from far ahead, the Earth was straight ahead behind them. And when they started zooming in, the Earth shifted to the right of the screen while they were going straight ahead. So I said, how the fuck can somebody believe this is real?
Well, I'm of the opinion that they want to believe it's real, and that's like, it's like someone you like, and then you're just delusional in your head, like, oh, they like me too, when they don't even know you exist. X glitching out again.
No, it's glitching.
Still here.
I can get my mic out. Come on.
Yeah, AJ's still here. I'm still
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I'm here. We got 34 in the space. So welcome to anyone new that's joined. Feel free to put your hand up or request to speak. We'll throw you a microphone. If you
I got a question. I was gonna say I got a question. If I remove QE as a speaker, or actually as in the space, like if I remove him, because it's an option for me, will he be like not allowed back in, or do I have to unban him or something? Like, is that a ban or something?
No, it's not a ban, but to get him back in here, you would have to send him a link to the space.
Oh,
in like a DM.
Yeah,
Yeah, because people have accidentally done it to me where they remove me when they fat fingered the thing to let me speak, and they remove me instead. But it took like a couple minutes before. Like at first you can't see the space, but then they ended up sending me the space in a DM, and then I could rejoin.
I've got QE as a listener.
Oh, he's speaking right now. Oh no, Kiwi. No, I thought you meant Indio. No. Yeah, he's a listener.
Yeah.
But I can't. Like, I try to drop people. I try to drop Indio co-host, and it doesn't allow the. I don't know, for some reason it doesn't allow him to get it. Like, I'll try again.
I can drop out if you want and see if it works if I'm gone.
Don't give me co-host because I'm only going to be on for like another 20 minutes. You guys have been going a while, man. When I looked at the thing, it was like 8 hours.
Yeah, we're probably rounding at about the end of it right now. But I mean, if you guys who are in here, if you've been keeping up with any of the spaces that we've been doing, you guys don't forget to shoot us a follow. Everybody on the panel, the speaking panel, myself, AJ, Taylor, Indio, Amish, Heretic, Libra, Darth. Thanks for everybody that contributed to the conversation. I am probably just gonna maybe end the show so we can. Looks like they're doing something on politics server. We can migrate over there if you guys want.
I'm going to go to sleep. I've got to get up in a few hours and got some work to do.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, AJ.
Yeah, no problems at all. I'll be in every time I can.
Yeah, appreciate it. We got the 24/7. Don't forget to follow the 24/7 Flat Earth bot that's in here as well. It's on the listening panel. Search for that and like that and follow it. What's going to happen is if you're tuning into that, Helio Skeptic plays a bunch of the streams that we do either on the politics channel or in our home server or on here, any one of the shows that I've done. He'll put them on just a repeat. So you guys check that one out. All right, I guess we can just
Well, hold on. Let me say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can also join the Discord. So it's discord.gg/Flat Earth. And like Alpha was saying, we have our broadcast, but on the channel itself, there's a whole bunch of debates that we've already had with, who are like, why don't you talk to somebody with credentials? How about a PhD in this or that or that? We've talked to all of these people. You can just go on the channel and, we recorded a debate. You can listen and see what they got. See how they can defend, the globe against flat Earth, and you'll see that they don't have anything. They just have a bunch of imaginations.
Yeah, if you guys want the link, just go to my profile. It's up under my profile. Just click that link and just go right in there. We'd welcome everybody there, so you guys can meet everybody who's in the server, and we have, like Amish would say, terabytes of data at the bottom. So if you want to look into any topic, they're all categorized. You can check it all out there.
Yeah, in alphabetical order for the slow boys.
Yeah, exactly. All right, y'all. I'm gonna head out, and everybody else, thank you for having a great space. And I'm gonna see if we can do one tomorrow. Not sure. I think we can though. I'll keep you guys posted. Just keep an eye out for the space. I'll post it like a few hours before I'm gonna have one.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
All right. See you guys.
See you.
Later, guys. Appreciate it.